Lin Xuan, having traversed through time for 60 years, found himself on the brink of the grave as he approached his 60th birthday, only to awaken a system on that very day. Strangely enough, on the same day of his awakening, his son, who had been unable to cultivate, was unexpectedly jilted. In Dongzhou, within the bustling Union City, the Lin family estate, one of the 5 prominent families, was filled with guests and festooned with colorful lights, radiating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. May the head of the Lin family, Lord Lin, be blessed with fortune as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains, exclaimed the Li family. The Qin family wishes for the head of the Lin family to experience a surge in cultivation and strength. Came the cheers. Young Yang hopes that uncle can soon step into the realm of the 3 connections. Little Ao wishes grandpa a joyous celebration today and for many years to come. The crowd flowed in and out, with congratulatory voices echoing in waves. Today marked the 60th birthday of Lin Xuan, the patriarch of the Lin family. Amidst the laughter and jubilation surrounding him, Lin Xuan wore a radiant smile, yet beneath that facade lay a profound melancholy. With this day, he would officially be 60 years old. For a cultivator, the ages between 12 and 22 represent the golden years, while from 23 to 40 is a period of significant growth. However, once past 40, a cultivator's vitality and physical constitution begin to wane, especially for someone like Lin Xuan, who had not yet entered the realm of the 3 connections. Having stagnated at the mid-stage of the Great Origin Dan realm for a full decade, the prospect of ascending to the next level seemed insurmountable, let alone breaking through to the 3 connections realm, which felt utterly ludicrous. The Great Origin Dan realm was still within the realm of ordinary life, with a lifespan barely exceeding 120 years, and Lin Xuan, having sustained severe internal injuries in his youth, likely faced a reduction of 30 to 50 years from that. Lin Xuan feared that if he were to pass away, the Lin family would lack a capable successor to uphold the family legacy. His son, born in his twilight years, along with the younger generation of the Lin family, would be left in a precarious position. As a time traveler, Lin Xuan had once harbored grand ambitions, envisioning himself as a legendary prodigy destined to wield power over the vast wilderness. Upon his arrival, he was blessed with extraordinary abilities. He spoke at 6 months, walked at 9, recognized 1,000 characters by 3, composed poetry at 6, and at 9, caught the attention of an itinerant elder who brought him to the prestigious Jixiao Academy, the pinnacle of learning in the wilderness. This esteemed institution was a beacon for countless aspirants, held in reverence even by the great families within the state, not to mention the imperial family. Lin Xuan had anticipated showcasing his talents there, but reality delivered a stinging rebuke. He soon realized that without extraordinary advantages, a time traveler was not much different from an ordinary person. Apart from his enhanced mental acuity from living 2 lives, he felt woefully inadequate. At Jixiao Academy, he witnessed the stark contrast between true geniuses and the mediocre. It was as if fireflies were compared to the bright moon. Some prodigies cultivated effortlessly, achieving remarkable feats by the age of 11, entering the Great Origin Dan realm by 14, comprehending martial arts concepts by 15, and entering the 3 connections realm by 17, with some even grasping dual concepts by 18. In contrast, Lin Xuan, at 38, was still languishing in the early stages of the Great Origin Dan realm, reliant on the favors of his master and junior sister. Without their support, he might not have even reached that level. The notion of composing poetry at 6 years old was utterly irrelevant to his current plight. Disheartened, Lin Xuan ultimately left the esteemed academy, quietly departing without informing his fellow disciples, save for his master, who watched him go. After leaving the academy, Lin Xuan returned to his small hometown at 40, leveraging his Great Origin Dan strength to elevate the weak Lin family to one of the 5 prominent clans in Union City. Yet, despite his mid-stage prowess, his elder brothers were nearing 70 and had only managed to reach the early and mid-stages of the small Origin Dan realm, respectively. As for his 2 younger brothers, one was crippled and the other had passed away. The next generation's most promising talent barely reached the foundational level, indicating that if he were to die, the Lin family would face imminent decline. The other 4 prominent families each boasted several members in the small Origin Dan realm, with the strongest, the Shao family, having 3 in the Great Origin Dan realm and a double-digit number in the small Origin Dan realm. How could the Lin family compete? With a gentle sigh, Lin Xuan lamented that there was no one among the younger generation capable of bearing the family's banner, save for his second brother Lin Wu's grandson, Lin Ao, who barely qualified. It was true that dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes, while the offspring of mice were destined only to burrow. Lin Xuan was acutely aware of his physical condition. Reaching 70 would be a stroke of luck. If he were to meet with misfortune, the Lin family would undoubtedly lose its standing among the 5 prominent clans. This thought left him feeling utterly helpless. Losing their position would mean surrendering many family assets, leading to a gradual erosion of their status, potentially reducing them to a 3rd or 4th-rate family within Union City. It was a harsh reality that without substantial financial backing, the Lin family would only grow weaker by the day, unless a legendary prodigy were to emerge. Looking around, Lin Xuan sighed again in silence. Damn it, where's the promised advantage of being a time traveler? After living for 60 years, he reflected, let alone the saying about the tides turning every 30 years. I fear I might soon be just another relic, lost to history. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Uncle, your niece Lin Xuan pays her respects. A youthful and beautiful girl approached Lin Xuan, bowing her head in reverence. Seeing her, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This girl, Lin Xuan, had been rescued by his crippled 4th brother, Lin Xuan. Adored for her charming personality and taken in as an adopted daughter due to her uncle's lack of children, Lin Xuan was deeply cherished by Lin Xuan. Ah, good. Xuan, rise quickly, lest your uncle's heart aches, he said with a smile, helping her to her feet. The other members of the 3rd generation could only look on enviously at this heartwarming scene. By the way, where is brother Linfan? Lin Xuan asked, scanning the crowd for the figure she wished to see. Everyone fell silent, including Lin Xuan. The person Xuan inquired about was none other than Lin Xuan's only son, Linfan. Lin Xuan had married at 42 and had Linfan at 44, making him just shy of 17 years old, younger than many in the 3rd generation, yet he was considered part of the 2nd generation of the Lin family. Linfan was also the most controversial member of the clan, not for any other reason than that his aptitude was dismally poor, almost qualifying him as trash. At 16, he had yet to reach the foundational level, let alone the 7th stage of qi gathering. Lin Xuan could only feel an increasing sense of helplessness regarding his son. Great uncle, it seems Linfan went to prepare a gift for you, a young boy from the 3rd generation stated. Lin Xuan could only nod slightly in acknowledgement. He had resigned himself to his son's shortcomings and no longer wished to impose any expectations upon him. All he desired was for Linfan to lead a happy life, especially since his mother had passed away when he was just 1 year old. Very well then, let the feast commence. Lin Xuan waved his hand casually, when suddenly, congratulations, host. The Immortal Path system has been unbound after 60 years, successfully binding with host Lin Xuan. This system shall assist the host in becoming a super prodigy of the Divine Dawn continent. The system? Lin Xuan was both astonished and ecstatic. 60 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 60 years? Do you truly understand? And yet, I have managed to become a remarkable prodigy of the Divine Sky continent. Although the system arrived a tad late, it has ultimately made its appearance, and that is undoubtedly a positive development. Ha! Lin Xuan, with a radiant glow, rose to his feet as if experiencing a moment of clarity before his demise. Dear esteemed guests who have traveled from afar today, I implore you to indulge in splendid food and drink. Should my hospitality fall short, it will reflect poorly on the Lin family. Lin Xuan's actions left the guests utterly perplexed, particularly the Wu and Jia families, who bore animosity towards the Lin family. This old man cannot possibly be so befuddled by the knowledge of his limited time left, can he? The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth remained lifted in a smile. Today he is simply overjoyed. Chapter 2. The thrill of unleashing potential. Lin Xuan, unable to contain his excitement, beamed at the younger members of the Lin family, offering them a few words of encouragement before swiftly excusing himself, citing fatigue, and retreating to his chamber. Upon entering his room, he promptly locked the door and began to delve into the workings of his destiny system. As for the numerous guests attending the 60th birthday celebration, what a jest! With my system now operational, Lin Xuan had no inclination to partake in any festivities. Instead, he decided to unleash his potential, planning to host a grand feast for his centennial celebration instead. With this newfound ability, living for several hundred more years seemed entirely feasible. In the vast Dahuang Empire, social hierarchy was rigidly defined. The levels of cultivation included gathering qi, opening origins, and yuan dan, which further branched into the realms of 3 connections, Tongxing, Tongling, and Tongxian. Cultivating to the yuan dan stage, with proper care, afforded one a lifespan of around 100 to 200 years. Advancing to Tongxing extended life to 200 years, with each subsequent stage adding another 100, and upon reaching true martial, it was rumored one could live up to 800 years. Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Should he break through to the greater yuan dan and the 3 connections realms, his hidden injuries would largely heal, and he would gain an additional century of life. The prospect was electrifying. He quickly settled onto his bed in a meditative posture, eager to immerse himself in the system. Martial arts system activated suddenly. Lin Xuan felt as if he had entered another realm, one filled with wonder and mystique. System, hasten to assist me in unleashing my potential. Even at 60, Lin Xuan felt rejuvenated, akin to a youth in his 20s. After all, this was a moment of unexpected hope, having once been on the brink of the grave. Martial arts system, at your service. The host merely needs to vanquish formidable foes, complete tasks, and seize great fortunes to obtain various unforeseen rewards. Lin Xuan paused for a moment, pondering the implications. Host panel activated. Host, Lin Xuan identity, head of the Lin family. Student of the Jixia Academy Cultivation. Mid-stage Greater Yuan Dan secondary profession. None personal fortune. Orange level, inferior. Family fortune, red level, inferior. Martial skills. Tianing Lingjianju, inferior spirit level. Tang step, 8th grade common. Dizha palm, 9th grade common. Weapon, Tianing sword, 9th grade common. Family status. Unremarkable family in De Huang gazing at his profile. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. It indeed mirrored his true self. As for his fortune, he understood that there were 9 levels, ranging from red to orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. To find himself at merely the 2nd level was disappointing, and worse yet, his family's fortune languished at the red level, truly disheartening. However, fortunes could be altered. Newcomer gift package has arrived. Please accept it, host. Lin Xuan was elated. This was precisely what he had awaited. Without the newcomer gift package, his ascent would be arduous, especially since he had limited years ahead. Eagerly, he prepared to open the newcomer gift package. Upon the unsealing of the novice gift package, one is bestowed with a soul cleansing pill, a low-grade spirit level body, refinement martial art, the Xinhuang battle body, 10 opening yuan pills, 3 minor breaking yuan pills, and 1 major breaking yuan pill. What a splendid surprise. This novice package is indeed remarkable, justifying the 60 years of anticipation. The soul cleansing pill. The most significant among these rewards may not sound like a high-grade elixir, yet it is a rare treasure throughout the vast wilderness, capable of enhancing a cultivator's foundational meridians. Lin Xuan had never heard of anyone possessing a soul cleansing pill during his time at the Jixia Academy, and even his esteemed master, the wine sage, had once sought to procure one for him, but to no avail. Now, he finds himself in possession of this extraordinary item. Furthermore, the low-grade spirit-level martial art holds considerable value. Martial arts in the Great Wilderness are primarily categorized into mundane and spirit levels. The mundane level ranges from 1 to 9 grades, while the spirit level is divided into 4 tiers: low, middle, upper, and supreme. The only spirit-level skill Lin Xuan has learned, the Tianying spirit sword technique, was taught to him by his master at the Jixia Academy. This very technique has enabled Lin Xuan to attain the pinnacle of combat prowess in Lingwu City, elevating the Lin family to the status of the 5th most powerful clan. Other prominent families covet Lin Xuan's spirit-level martial arts fervently. Now, the system has graciously bestowed upon him a low-grade spirit-level martial art, and even more remarkably, it is a body refinement technique, which is exceedingly rare. The opening yuan pills are also invaluable elixirs, as they allow cultivators in the opening yuan realm to advance by 1 tier. As for the minor and major breaking yuan pills, their purpose is clear. They serve as miraculous medicines that facilitate a small tier advancement in the greater yuan and minor yuan realms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan consumed the soul cleansing pill. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being, and black impurities surged forth from his limbs. There was no pain, only a profound sense of relief. Feeling this warm energy coursing through him, Lin Xuan could not help but let out a joyous roar towards the heavens. Fortunately, his residence was situated in the backyard. Rising to his feet, he felt as if he had transcended, exuding an ethereal aura. With a deep breath, Lin Xuan exhaled and instinctively clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful punch into the air. The sound of explosive force reverberated around him. How exhilarating! With another exclamation, he realized that the hidden ailments within his body had been largely healed by the soul-cleansing pill, truly a divine elixir revered across the great wilderness. He promptly made his way to the pond in the backyard, where he began cleansing the remaining impurities from his body, all the while consuming the breaking yuan pill. Lin Xuan seamlessly ascended to the late stage of the greater yuan realm. In this realm, he could stride confidently through Yunwu City, the strongest in the Shao family. The City Lord's clan merely reached the pinnacle of the greater yuan realm, yet without the benefit of spirit-level martial arts. A confrontation with Lin Xuan would likely yield no advantage. Oh no, Lin Xuan now felt capable of defeating the esteemed elder of the Shao family. After breaking through to the late stage of the greater yuan realm, Lin Xuan felt invigorated and returned to the front hall. Master Lin, Master Lin. Upon seeing Lin Xuan approach, everyone in the hall greeted him with respectful bows. Lin Xuan acknowledged them with a slight nod. I must say, I cannot help but feel that the head of the Lin family appears considerably rejuvenated. I too have sensed it. There seems to be an air of authority about him that was not there before. Was it not said that he harbored a grave internal ailment? This hardly resembles the condition of one suffering from such afflictions. Truly remarkable, indeed. Amidst the murmurs and speculations, Lin Xuan took his seat as the family head. What is this, third brother? Lin Xuan, the eldest, looked at Lin Xuan, momentarily taken aback. In this moment, Lin Xuan seemed like an entirely different person compared to an hour prior. He exuded vitality and vigor that belied his 60 years, resembling instead a robust man in his 40s. I have recently gained some insights and made a slight advancement, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu rejoiced genuinely from the depths of their hearts for Lin Xuan. The Lin family, though modest in size and fewer in number compared to the other four great families, was nonetheless tightly knit. Despite having left Lingwu City at the tender age of 9, Lin Xuan maintained a strong bond with his brothers. The younger generations of the Lin family held tremendous respect for Lin Xuan as their head. Even during the perilous time when Lin Xuan nearly succumbed to his affliction, the family stood united, ensuring both the survival of the Lin family and Lin Xuan himself. Such unity is essential for a family's continued prosperity. Family head. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, appearing rather flustered. The Lingwu Sect from Dongzhou has arrived. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The Lingwu Sect is the dominant force in all of Dongzhou. It is said that the Yuan Dan realm is represented by only one disciple within the sect, while the elders are all at the Santong divine realm, with even the least of the officials being of the greater Yuan Dan. In the presence of the Lingwu Sect, the 5 great families of Yunwu City are but a mere joke. A single finger from them could crush all 5 families. Quickly, invite the envoy of the Lingwu Sect inside. Lin Xuan dared not to be negligent. Although he had recently experienced a surge in strength, he had yet to reach full maturity and needed to remain vigilant in the face of the Lingwu Sect. The other 4 families also positioned themselves on either side, filled with curiosity about the purpose of the Lingwu Sect's visit to the Lin family. Could it be that Lin Xuan had formed an alliance with the sect? As such thoughts crossed their minds, the representatives of the 3 families, aside from the Xiao family, grew increasingly anxious. If that were the case, the Lin family might very well unify Yunwu City in the future. As anticipation hung in the air, a banner emblazoned with the characters of Lingwu came into view. What a grand spectacle! The Lingwu Sect had sent over a dozen individuals, the least among them being of the lesser Yuan Dan realm. An elder from the Wu family gasped in awe. The leading figures, I cannot discern their strength. They must be of the greater Yuan Dan realm. An elder from the Jia family stated solemnly. And that leading young lady, how exquisite she is. The others began to murmur among themselves. Truly, the Lingwu Sect stands as a behemoth in the east of the great wilderness, one of the 5 great sects of the region. Lin Xuan discreetly assessed the newcomers. There were 18 individuals, 15 of whom were lesser Yuan Dan, 2 of greater Yuan Dan, and among them stood a beautiful young lady, likely around 16 or 17, who had already reached the opening Yuan stage. Lin Xuan was taken aback. At the age of 16, a pivotal moment occurs. Those who enter the realm of enlightenment at or before this age are truly exceptional talents. This young lady, without a doubt, embodies such brilliance. Bai Yuran, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, had previously met Uncle Lin. As she stepped forward, she offered a slight bow to Lin Xuan, leaving the crowd astounded. The prodigy of the Lingwu Sect actually referred to Lin Xuan as uncle. Chapter 3. The engagement is annulled upon hearing the name Bai Yuran. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, only to soon arrive at a profound understanding. To mention Bai Yuran is to inevitably bring to mind the prestigious Huaqing Manor in Yunwu City. For the Bai family is one of the 3 prominent clans within the manor, boasting powerful beings of the 3rd realm among their ranks. When Lin Xuan had departed from the Jixiao Academy, he had fortuitously encountered Bai Rong from the Bai family in Huaqing Manor, leading to a close friendship that flourished through shared tribulations. They vowed that should they each have sons, they would be brothers. Should they each have daughters, they would be sisters. And if one were a son and the other a daughter, they would become husband and wife. Thus, Bai Yuran was to be the fiancé of Lin Xuan's son, Linfan. Bai Rong, Lin Xuan's sworn brother and the youngest son of the Bai family patriarch, presently serves as the 6th elder of the Bai family, possessing formidable strength in the late stage of the great Yuan Dan. However, Lin Xuan had never truly taken this engagement to heart. Especially considering the vast disparity in strength between Linfan and Bai Yuran, he deemed the betrothal unnecessary. After all, one must either share equal status or have a bond formed in their youth. They must possess at least one of these elements for a union to be viable. Oh, I see. It is my niece from the Bai family. Forgive my old eyes. I nearly failed to recognize you. Lin Xuan remarked with a hearty smile, then waved his hand to the younger generation of the Lin family beside him. What are you still doing? Prepare seats for the esteemed guests of the Lingwu Sect. Yes, responded the two attendants from the Lingwu Sect as they took their seats alongside Bai Yuran, while the remaining dozen individuals stood behind them, emanating an overwhelming presence that left Lin Xuan and Lin Hai, among others, feeling the pressure. It has been many years since I last visited Huaqing Manor to see Brother Bai. I wonder how your father is faring. I hope he does not hold any grievances against me. Lin Xuan began with pleasantries, casting a warm glance at Bai Yuran. Bai Yuran, though somewhat taken aback by Lin Xuan's kindness, managed to maintain her composure and replied, Uncle Lin, please do not worry. My father intended to come to Yunwu City to celebrate your birthday. However, he sustained severe injuries in a recent battle half a month ago, and thus entrusted me to convey his blessings. As expected of a daughter of the Bai family, Bai Yuran exuded elegance and spoke with remarkable poise. The exchange between Lin Xuan and Bai Yuran left the other guests seated at their respective tables in astonishment. They had never known of Lin Xuan's connection to the Bai family of Huaqing Manor. It is worth noting that Yunwu City is subordinate to Huaqing Manor, which governs 17 such cities. Brother Rong has been injured. Lin Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, as he shared a deep bond with Bai Rong, founded on their history of life and death together. Bai Yuran observed Lin Xuan's profound concern for her father, which only intensified her discomfort, prompting her to discreetly tug at the elder beside her. Ah, Master Lin, I am Yang Xuan, the steward of the Lingwu Sect, he stated with a chuckle. Oh, I have heard of Steward Yang, Lin Xuan replied, smiling as he clasped his fists in respect. Despite both being in the Great Origin Dan realm, Lin Xuan maintained a peer-to-peer relationship with him, even though Yang Xuan held a position of authority within the Lingwu Sect. Now, Yuran has become a direct disciple of our Lingwu Sect, Yang Xuan announced, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those present in the Lin residence. The third generation of the Lin family, including Lin Ao and Lin Yu, gazed at Bai Yuran with envy and admiration, while the members of the Wu, Fang, and Jia families displayed a countenance of discontent. The relationship between the Bai and Lin families appeared cordial. Yet the exceptional talent of this young woman posed a challenge for the three families in the future. Only the members of the Shao family seemed merely surprised, for the head of the Shao family also served as the lord of Yunwu City, a prominent figure within the Great Wilderness Empire, and thus felt no apprehension. Lin Xuan regarded Bai Yuran with a profound gaze. The Lingwu Sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Great Wilderness and the foremost authority in the eastern state, recognized that Bai Yuran's talent was extraordinarily high. With diligent cultivation, she was destined to reach the 3rd realm of divine abilities, possibly surpassing even the 1st realm. Congratulations to you, dear niece Bai. Your father, Rong, is indeed fortunate to have such an exceptional daughter, Lin Xuan remarked with a smile, though a sense of foreboding lurked within him. This scene, reminiscent of various novels he had read in his past life, now filled him with unease. Ahem. Steward Yang Xuan cleared his throat lightly, striving to mask the earlier awkwardness with thoughts of the immense influence of the Lingwu Sect. Indeed, Master Lin, our senior elders have heard that Miss Bai Yuran is betrothed to your Lin family, he declared, causing another uproar among the attendees. Aside from Lin Xuan and his 2 sons, Lin Xuan and Lin Wu, the members of the 3 prominent families were particularly taken aback. Was it possible that the Lin family had truly ascended to greater heights? Yet, some astute observers perceived the underlying tension in the atmosphere. This visit from the Lingwu Sect did not seem like a mere congratulatory gesture. Instead, it bore an air of condescension. I hope the Lin family can dissolve the engagement with Yuran, Yang Xuan stated with unwavering certainty. As anticipated, Lin Xuan's concealed hands clenched tightly within his voluminous sleeves. Although he had anticipated this melodramatic turn of events, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. In the past, he had not considered the feelings of a protagonist's father in novels, but now, as a father himself, he felt deep sorrow for his son, who faced the humiliation of a public annulment. The sting of this reality felt akin to a resounding slap across his face. The gathering erupted into chaos once more. This time, the eyes of the members of the prominent families were filled with mockery and scorn directed at the Lin family. Indeed, the spectacle promised to be one worth witnessing until the very end. The Lin family, largely unaware of the unfolding drama, now wore expressions of dismay. Although Linfan's talent was lacking, he was still one of their own. They secretly derided their younger uncle's lack of talent. Yet they would not permit anyone to humiliate the Lin family in front of the prominent families of the city. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth, seemingly cheerful but brimming with fury. Very well. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu, upon witnessing Lin Xuan's demeanor, swiftly approached his side. Third brother, we mustn't. They are from the spirit martial sect, Lin Xuan whispered in Lin Xuan's ear. There was no choice. The spirit martial sect was the hegemon of the eastern province, and if they provoked them, the entire Lin family would be obliterated. Seeing Lin Xuan's rage, Bai Yuran chose to remain silent. After all, she was in the wrong, yet she would never marry a man deemed incompetent. Lin Xuan forcibly suppressed the turmoil within him. He was not one to hold double standards. He understood that a woman would indeed hesitate to wed someone of mediocre talent. He had never harbored aspirations for his son to ascend to lofty heights, but to publicly reject the engagement was to utterly ruin his son's reputation. Very well, dear niece. Such boldness. Bai Rong truly has a remarkable daughter. Lin Xuan gradually regained his composure. Had he not witnessed all manners of situations at the Jisha Academy? Uncle Lin. Bai Yuran began to speak, but Lin Xuan raised his hand to interrupt her. Haha, you may call me clan leader Lin or head of the Lin family. The title of uncle is a bit too much for me to bear. Indeed, my son Fan is just as his name suggests, a man of the ordinary, unworthy of the esteemed Miss Bai, and even less so of the direct disciple of the spirit martial sect. So be it. Lin Xuan grew even calmer. He had now embarked on a path to greatness. One day, his son Lin Xuan would surpass even the crown prince of the great wilderness. Haha, at least you old fellow are perceptive. At that moment, another elder from the spirit martial sect, at the great Yuan Dan realm, scoffed. This elder failed to comprehend the utility of engaging with a family of lesser status. It was far simpler to exert force. Batong, do not be rude. Yang Qin's voice rang out, though devoid of any reprimanding tone. Upon hearing Batong's remarks, the members of the Lin family glared furiously. This fellow had the audacity to insult their clan leader. The three major families below were filled with mockery. Lin Xuan's dignity was utterly shattered. The Lin family's reputation would plummet, which was splendid news for the three major families. Lin Xuan's gaze turned icy and sharp, yet he refrained from responding to Batong. Since it has come to this, splendid. Yang Chun appeared elated, having finally accomplished the task assigned by the elder. Of course, we shall not make it too difficult for your Lin family. Thus, our third elder of the spirit martial sect has prepared a gift of apology for the Lin family. Yang Chun continued, and as he spoke, he retrieved a wooden box from his storage pouch. Upon opening the box, 3 plump, white pills lay within. This is the Kaiyuan pill, gasped the crowd. The members of the other families looked on enviously. The Kaiyuan pill was a precious treasure, one that was invaluable in Lingwu City. Lin Xuan regarded the Kaiyuan pill in Yang Chen's hand with a cold, disdainful smile. Due to the inferior quality of the Kaiyuan Dan in Yang Chen's possession, should a martial artist absorb it, they would likely retain impurities within their body, necessitating the use of vital energy to expel these impurities. Clan leader Lin, what do you think? Yang Chun stated with a hint of pride, convinced that such remote areas would rarely encounter the treasures he held. Humph, you should take these back. With a flick of his sleeve, clan leader Lin intended to send them away when a remarkably clear voice interrupted. My father is correct. You should take these back. Chapter 4, Why wait 4 years? 2 years will suffice. This youthful voice, imbued with vibrant energy, commanded attention. The newcomer, though possessing a somewhat youthful visage, exhibited a calm and composed demeanor. Standing nearly 8 feet tall, adorned with a dragon-shaped necklace, and wearing a simple robe that could not conceal his impressive stature and undeniable presence. Fanner, clan leader Lin murmured upon seeing the newcomer, sensing a distinct change in Linfan today. Brother Fan, Lin Xuan exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Linfan, prompting the other members of the Lin family to respectfully address him as little uncle. You are Linfan? Bai Yuran inquired coldly, scrutinizing the young man. While he was indeed handsome, in this world, looks were secondary. Talent and strength were of paramount importance. Lin Fan, the young clan leader of the Lin family, pays his respects to Miss Bai, he replied, exuding a subtle distance. His words, though polite, carried a hint of aloofness, striking a perfect balance. Before Bai Yuran could respond, Lin Fan turned to clan leader Lin and respectfully stated, Father, let us not pursue this engagement. His words reverberated like thunder, leaving those present perplexed regarding this so-called waste of the Lin family. However, upon reflection, they suspected Lin Fan might be putting on a facade of bravado. Knowing that she has come to annul the engagement, rather than suffer the embarrassment of rejection, it is wiser to maintain a proud demeanor and gain some reputation. This Lin Fan possesses some cunning, they thought. Utterly useless. Lacking talent, Lin Fan will inevitably remain mediocre, they scoffed. I dare say news of the Lin family's annulled engagement will spread throughout Lingwu City after today. Members of the 3 great families exchanged barbs, their words dripping with derision. Clan leader Lin glanced at Yang Chun, who merely smiled dismissively. Yet Bai Yuran appeared insulted. How dare Lin Fan look down upon their engagement? Miss Bai, I can understand your desire to annul the engagement. After all, I am widely recognized as a waste, unworthy of you. Even my father likely dismissed this verbal agreement as inconsequential. However, you ought not to publicly annul the engagement. As Linfan's voice grew heavier, he continued, Are you not aware that today marks my father's 60th birthday? My father and yours are sworn brothers. Is this how you choose to show respect to your elders? Does Uncle Bai know of your actions? Pointing directly at Bai Yuan, Linfan's tone intensified further. You brat, you're courting death. Behind Bai Yuan, a minor master of the Yuan Dan realm shouted, striking towards Linfan with a palm. Impudent. Lin Xuan bellowed. Boom. Lin Xuan's palm sent the minor master flying. This is the Lin family. Mind your behavior. Lin Xuan, filled with indignation, flicked his sleeve and shielded Linfan behind him. Bai Yuan remained silent, fully aware that she had come to annul the engagement today due to Lin Xuan's 60th birthday. Only by exerting pressure could the Lin family be compelled to dissolve the betrothal. However, she chose not to explain, merely holding her head high with a hint of arrogance. Bai Yuan firmly believed that the Lin father and son were desperate to elevate their status. In her eyes, the Lin family, with their humble origins, would undoubtedly wish to bind themselves to her illustrious lineage. I am a direct disciple of the spirit martial sect. Linfan, we are not of the same world. This engagement must be annulled today. Bai Yuan's voice resonated throughout the Lin estate. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Linfan coldly scoffed and stepped forward. Indeed, it is time to put an end to this, but it shall not be you, Lady Bai, who dissolves the engagement. Rather, it is the Lin family that rejects you. Bai Yuan. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Lin Xuan gazed at his son with a hint of astonishment. By the heavens, he is finally using his brain. Although he had not experienced such a moment himself, it felt oddly familiar. What do you mean? Bai Yuan, trembling with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xuan, disregarding her own dignity. Meanwhile, Yang Chun and Ba Tong exchanged glances filled with disdain, astonished that someone of such low status would dare to speak so boldly. Indeed, you sharp-tongued woman, I have no interest in you. Today, I mean to annul the engagement, Linfan remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he continued in a chilling tone. Excellent. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, taking his seat with satisfaction. Well said, my son. Rather than being angered, Lin Xuan clapped his hands in delight. The events of the day were firmly in the Lin family's favor. Even though the spirit martial sect was a dominant force in the eastern province, they would not dare to cause trouble. After all, this was merely a matter between the younger generation. The great wilderness empire had explicit regulations. No matter how powerful the spirit martial sect might be, they would not challenge the imperial authority. Furthermore, should the spirit martial sect truly provoke Lin Xuan, he would shamelessly approach his master and junior sister to see whose backing was stronger. Bai Yuan was incensed, her chest heaving with anger, her delicate fingers trembling. Miss Bai, my son's intentions are clear. Please take your belongings and leave, Lin Xuan declared, having ripped away any pretense. The bond between their families had effectively reached its end. How dare you annul the engagement? Who do you think you are? Bai Yuan screamed. Proud as the strongest prodigy from Hucking Prefecture, a figure to be counted among the elite of the eastern province, destined for the great wilderness dragon and phoenix rankings. By all rights, it should have been her to dissolve the engagement, not Lin Xuan casting her aside. The nature of the situation was entirely different. Master Lin, your son has gone too far. If a child is uneducated, it is the fault of the father. Yang Chen stepped forward to defend his kin. Faced with such remarks, Lin Xuan could only exhale in irritation. I have an agreement with the Bai family regarding the marriage of our descendants. To break it is a breach of trust. Causing a disturbance at a grand celebration is a sign of disrespect. How can I, in light of such betrayal and rudeness, afford you any courtesy? Lin Xuan's words were forceful, leaving Yang Chun momentarily speechless. However, Ba Tong, a man of brute strength, immediately rose to his feet. I do not comprehend your flowery language. I only know that strength reigns supreme. Old man, today this wedding is off. Ba Tong cursed vehemently, showing no regard for the Lin family. His words rendered the members of the Lin family flushed with anger, even prompting the usually composed Lin Xuan and Lin Wu to draw their swords. Yang Chun did not attempt to stop Ba Tong. Before Lin Xuan and the others could respond, Bai Yuan spoke again. Humph, Linfan. You lack the right to initiate a cancellation. Here is a proposition. 4 years from now, on the day the great wilderness dragon and phoenix rankings are finalized, I shall await your challenge. Should you triumph over me, I shall serve you as a maid. But if you lose, you will kneel before me and accept my cancellation. The great wilderness dragon and phoenix rankings strictly limit participants to those aged 22 and under. And many of those who appear on the list have already reached the third realm of supernatural abilities, surpassing even the proclaimed strongest in Lingwu City, where no one has yet attained the third realm of supernatural powers. Why wait 4 years? 2 years will suffice. If I lose, not only will I accept your cancellation, but I will also submit to your whims. Linfan's eyes sparkled with determination, evoking admiration from those present. Surely, this young man cannot be ignorant of what the Dragon and Phoenix rankings entail. Lin Xuan understood the significance of the rankings. His former junior sister had claimed the second spot on the list, primarily because the first had trained for an additional 2 years. Otherwise, the top position would have belonged to her. Now, with the system at his disposal, Lin Xuan felt confident that 4 years would be more than sufficient. A mere Dragon and Phoenix rankings? I am beyond trifling concerns. 2 years it is, then. Oh, and let me remind you. The lowest ranked in the previous Dragon and Phoenix rankings were at the Essence Dan realm. Do not find yourself unable to even qualify for the rankings. Bai Yuran sneered coldly before turning to leave the Lin residence. Yang Chun also advanced forward, while Ba Tong grabbed the Kaiyuan Dan from the table. Humph. A bunch of ungrateful curs wasting my time. You better pray you don't venture out again, lest you not know how you met your demise. Ba Tong boasted arrogantly. The members of the 3 prominent families found amusement in the situation, knowing that the Lin family had now incurred the wrath of a formidable Essence Dan realm expert, which would surely spell trouble for them in the future. Stop. Suddenly, Lin Xuan uttered softly, yet his voice resonated throughout the Lin residence. What more does the head of the Lin family wish to say? Yang Chen questioned, his eyes brimming with undisguised mockery. Let my son's matters be resolved by the younger generation. However, it is now our turn to act. Lin Xian's voice was chilling. Old man, what do you intend to do? Ba Tong shouted, his mouth agape. I wish to challenge the 2 overseers of the Lingwu Sect. I wonder if they would be so gracious as to enlighten me. Lin Xuan rose, a slight smirk playing on his lips, yet his gaze was laced with lethal intent. Ba Tong, it seems you have chosen the path to your demise. Chapter 5. The Patriarch must assert himself. Lin Xian's proclamation immediately stirred a wave of astonishment. Even Lin Xuan, Lin Wu, and Linfan looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. The Patriarch had indeed lost his senses, daring to challenge the envoy of the Lingwu Sect. This old fellow was undoubtedly out of his mind to act so boldly. What a spectacle we are witnessing today, more thrilling than any performance. It appeared that the Patriarch was akin to an old tortoise consuming arsenic, seeking his own end. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Yang Chun and Ba Tong stared intently at Lin Xuan. Patriarch of the Lin family, are you suggesting you wish to challenge us? Yang Chun squinted. Indeed. I wish to ascertain the prowess of the overseers of the Lingwu Sect. Lin Xuan retorted with a cold laugh, sweeping his sleeves. Patriarch, do not overestimate yourself. While we are both at the great Yuan Dan realm, the great Yuan Dan of a small place like yours pales in comparison to that of the Lingwu Sect. They are 2 entirely different realms. Yang Chun maintained his haughty demeanor, never once holding the Lin family in high regard, though he feigned politeness. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Perhaps he had no intention of concealing it at all. Old man, are you truly tired of living? Ba Tong bellowed. Let us duel in the misty battlefield of Yunwu City, shall we? Since you are so eager to meet your end, I can certainly oblige. Ba Tong's words were harsh, filled with contempt. Good heavens, did you grow up eating excrement? How can your speech be so foul? Lin Fan interjected, waving his hand in disgust. You little waste. What did you just say? Ba Tong roared, gathering his energy, his aura surging as he entered the mid-stage of the great Yuan Dan realm. Very well, let us fight. But in 3 days, Yuran must return to Huaying Prefecture, and I will battle you after I see her off. Yang Chun interposed, speaking with a cool indifference. Agreed. Let us make it interesting. Should you lose, Ba Tong shall kneel before my son and admit his wrongdoing in front of the entire Yunwu city. Lin Xuan declared, his voice amplified by his energy, resonating throughout the Lin family estate, reaching all the guests present. Gasps of surprise echoed among the crowd, astonished at the audacity of the wager. Curse it. Ba Tong was about to retort, but Yang Chun remained steadfast before him. And what if the Patriarch loses? Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, filled with scorn. If I lose, my life shall be yours. Lin Xuan nonchalantly replied. Absolutely not. Lin Wen exclaimed in shock. The members of the Lin family were aghast. Patriarch, you must not stake your life. Third uncle, please reconsider. Uncle, this is unthinkable. Patriarch. The members of the Lin family were in a state of panic, while the guests below were filled with exuberant joy. With Lin Xuan's demise, the Lin family would inevitably collapse, and in turn, they could divide the vast Lin estate among themselves. Ha ha ha. Old fool, you sought your own demise. According to the Great Wilderness Law, in such circumstances, it would be permissible for me to take your life. Very well, should I lose, I shall present my head to you, so that we may engage in a semblance of fairness. Ha ha ha. Ba Tong appeared exceedingly pleased and brazen, leaving no room for discretion. Lin Xuan felt a surge of delight. Was this not an offering of heads to himself? He was in dire need of heads to accrue prestige and fortune. The old man would gladly accept. Very well, it is settled. 3 days' time. Farewell. Lin Xuan said calmly. Humph, no need for that. Please stay. Yang Chun raised his hand and remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. Throughout this exchange, Bai Yuran had remained silent. Once the members of the Lingwu Sect departed, the remaining guests sensibly made their exit as well. However, today would undoubtedly be a significant event in Cloud Mist City. After all the guests had left, Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings. The first and second generations of the Lin family had gathered in the assembly hall. Yes, patriarch. With the elder generation gone, the third generation exchanged glances, uncertain. What shall we do? If third uncle is unable to prevail, it will be over. Alas, third uncle is too impulsive. Should we not flee in advance? Flee, you say? I am a Lin family descendant. I shall share in the fate of the Lin family. So am I. I stand with brother Lin Ao. We are bound to the Lin family's fate. The younger members outside shouted passionately as Lin Xuan and others arrived at the assembly hall. Everyone took their seats. Lin Xuan occupied the main seat, with Elder Lin Xuan and Elder Lin Wu seated at the first positions on either side. Below them sat Lin Xuan's sons, Lin Xuan and Lin Hai, Lin Wu's sons, Lin Yang and Lin Yu, and Lin Xian's late fifth brother's eldest son, Lin Chongxiu. In total, there were 5. And with Lin Fan and Lin Xuan, there were 7 in all. To be honest, the family was rather sparse in numbers. Of course, Lin Xuan had a daughter who had married out, and several others had passed away prematurely. Third uncle, are you not being too impulsive? Lin Yang, the strongest of the second generation, had reached the 9th level of opening yuan and was just a step away from breaking through. Indeed, third uncle. The 2 officials of the Lingwu Sect seemed to possess considerable strength. Should anything happen to you, everyone voiced their concerns. This time, Lin Xuan and Lin Wu did not silence the crowd, for both felt that Lin Xuan had indeed acted rashly. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Xuan lightly tapped the table. Tap, tap, tap. As the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Xuan commanded significant authority, and all fell silent. This time, I have my reasons. Due to today's incident, our Lin family's reputation has suffered greatly. If this patriarch does not adopt a firmer stance, we shall not establish ourselves. Lin Xuan stated calmly. The Lin family has only risen in the past decade or so, while the other 4 great families have existed for nearly a century. Lin Xuan had observed through the system that the overall fortune of the Lin family appeared to be waning. This was the consequence of diminished prestige and the sting of humiliation. Thus, Lin Xuan must reclaim his reputation and restore his dignity. However, Uncle San, the steward of the Lingwu Sect, possesses formidable strength, being at the great Yuan Dan realm, particularly that Yang Chun, whose prowess is unfathomable. Perhaps even at the later stages of the great Yuan Dan realm. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow as he spoke. Rest assured, as the head of the family, I am confident in this upcoming confrontation. Moreover, my purpose in gathering you all here is not solely regarding this matter. Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. The others exchanged puzzled glances. If not about this issue, then what could it possibly be? Lin Xuan, at the 7th level of the opening Yuan realm, Lin Hai, at the 6th, Lin Yang. At the pinnacle, Lin Chongxiu, at the 7th, and Lin Yu, also at the 7th, almost equivalent in strength. Lin Xuan recounted each of their standings, leaving the group in bewilderment. This is the opening Yuan Dan. Each of you shall receive 1, which will aid you in breaking through a level, Lin Xuan declared, directly placing 5 opening Yuan Dan on the table. The eyes of the assembly widened in disbelief as they gazed at their family head, astonished at the origin of such treasures. Could it be that he acquired them from the Lingwu Sect? Yet, it appeared that the quality of the opening Yuan Dan he presented surpassed those of the old fellow. Without addressing their unvoiced questions, Lin Xuan continued, Lin Yang. Having reached the peak of the opening Yuan realm, this opening Yuan Dan, when combined with Yuan stones and certain medicinal herbs, should assist you in breaking through to the minor Yuan Dan realm. Lin Yang, proceed and give it a try. Lin Yang was filled with exhilaration. He had remained at the peak for 3 years, unable to advance primarily due to the family's insufficient resources. The prospect of finally breaking through to the minor Yuan Dan realm filled him with immense joy. At under 40, he still had the potential to ascend to the great Yuan Dan realm in the future. You all must strive diligently in your cultivation. Our Lin family cannot rely solely on me. If it were only me, our family would have no hope, Lin Xuan emphasized. The others rose in reverence to Lin Xuan, with the exception of Lin Xuan and Lin Wu. Very well, the second generation may now take their leave, Lin Xuan gestured, and the 4 exited with delight, clutching their opening Yuan Dan. Eldest brother, second brother, I still possess 2 minor Yuan Dan, 1 for each of you, sufficient for a breakthrough, Lin Xuan offered, presenting the minor Yuan Dan to Lin Xuan and Lin Wu. That is unnecessary. Let them be for Lin Yang and the others, as they are in greater need. We, as old bones, possess little potential left, Both Lin Xuan and Lin Wu declined. They were acutely aware of their own talents. Without Lin Xuan, the notion of breaking through to the minor Yuan Dan realm would be laughable. Do not underestimate your value. The Lin family still requires your support. If you falter, I shall be in dire straits, but I still have resources for Lin Yang and the others, Lin Xuan insisted, forcefully placing the minor Yuan Dan into their hands. Oh, an eldest brother, for the next 3 days, the Lin family shall continue its operations as usual. I require 3 days of seclusion. After that, I shall participate in the competition, Lin Xuan stated before departing the meeting hall. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu exchanged glances, a helpless smile escaping their lips. The two could no longer comprehend their younger brother. Chapter 6. Lin Xuan's remarkable growth at present. Lin Xuan stood at the late stage of the great Yuan Dan realm, with only a final push needed to reach its pinnacle. Even before consuming the great breaking Yuan Dan, Lin Xuan's true strength had already been close to the late stage of great Yuan Dan, with the peak merely an arm's length away. Now, having ingested the great breaking Yuan Dan, he was even closer to the summit. Though the breakthrough to the pinnacle of great Yuan Dan seemed just within reach, the path to transcendence remained fraught with challenges. Thus, Lin Xuan resolved to first cultivate the Xian Huang battle body. The Xian Huang battle body is a spiritual level martial art originally suited for practitioners of the third realm of divine powers. However, due to Lin Xuan's extraordinary mental faculties, honed over 2 lifetimes, and his remarkable memory, he managed to practice spiritual level martial arts even in the opening Yuan realm. During his 30 years at the Jixia Academy, Lin Xuan mastered nearly 800 diverse martial arts, embodying the essence of myriad schools. This remarkable achievement had stirred the entire Jixiao Academy, drawing many of its most gifted disciples to seek Lin Xuan's wisdom on martial arts. Even his junior sister only dared to practice spiritual level martial arts upon reaching the minor Yuan Dan realm. Alas, despite Lin Xuan's unparalleled progress in martial arts, his foundational bone quality was surprisingly lacking. Lin Xuan found this situation rather disheartening. It was akin to possessing an abundance of water without a vessel to contain it, rendering his efforts futile. However, circumstances had changed dramatically. After consuming the cleansing marrow pill, Lin Xuan's bone quality had significantly improved. While still inferior to his junior sister, he now surpassed many ordinary talents. He ventured to the back mountain of the Lin family, reciting the incantation of the Xian Huang battle body. As a surge of primal energy capable of devastating the internal organs coursed through his limbs and bones, Lin Xuan retrieved the final gift bestowed upon him by his mentor, Master Jiao, the body-tempering pill. This rare elixir, precious throughout the great wilderness empire, was renowned for its ability to strengthen muscles and fortify the body. Upon descending the mountain, Master Jiao, aware of Lin Xuan's frail strength, had bestowed this pill upon him as a means of survival in the perilous world. Initially, Lin Xuan had intended to pass this pill to the next generation, but now it was time to put it to use. He swallowed the body-tempering pill in one swift motion, and an intense heat enveloped his entire being. Lin Xuan felt as though he were the glowing iron in a blacksmith's hands, subjected not only to searing flames, but also to the relentless hammering of a forge. The pain was excruciating, yet he bore it resolutely. Lin Xuan's willpower was formidable. After years of feeling powerless, with the system now at his disposal, he could not squander the opportunity to become the protagonist of his own story. Furthermore, he had many responsibilities to fulfill, to reunite with his mentor and offer an apology, to explain himself to his junior sister, to seek forgiveness from Princess Gong, and to find the mother of his child. There are numerous matters demanding attention. The head of the Lin family, Lin Xuan, is set to engage in a battle against the 2 managers of the Lingwu Sect tomorrow. The stakes of this confrontation are nothing less than the lives of both parties. Just days prior, the young patriarch of the Lin family was cast aside from his engagement. In an unprecedented move, he chose to divorce the sect's esteemed disciple. The entire Yunwu city, home to millions, has become aware of the significant events unfolding within the Lin family, and announcements have begun to circulate throughout the city. The atmosphere has grown lively, with many well-wishers arriving from the nearby Shuiyun City and Scorpion City. It is indeed a rare occurrence for the head of a family to confront the 2 managers of the dominant Lingwu Sect in Dongzhou. One could even say it is unheard of. Come. Allow me to toast the 2 esteemed gentlemen with a drink, hoping that tomorrow you will turn that old coot from the Lin family into a dead dog. The head of the Wu family, Wu Yifan, his face lined with wrinkles yet adorned with a radiant smile, raised his cup towards Yang Chun and Ba Tong. Since Yang Chun and Ba Tong had agreed to Lin Xuan's duel, they would naturally remain in Yunwu City for the next 3 days. The Wu family and the Lin family have always been at odds, verging on deadly enmity, and this presented a splendid opportunity to curry favor with the Lingwu Sect. Hence, Wu Yifan graciously invited Yang Chun and Ba Tong to his residence, treating them to lavish hospitality. Ha ha ha, the Wu family head is indeed straightforward. Fear not, for I shall dispatch that old dog from the Lin family with a mere gesture tomorrow. Ba Tong, seated comfortably, wrapped one arm around a young lady from the Wu family while his dark, sinister hand wandered beneath his sleeve, all the while lifting his cup with the other. As for Bai Yuan, she had already been sent back to Huqing Prefecture by Yang Chun. Although the Bai family resided in Huqing, which was somewhat distant from Yunwu City, the round trip took less than 2 days. Indeed. Manager Ba Tong is quite formidable, certainly beyond comparison to the ailing Lin Xuan, chimed in Fong Xian, the head of the Fong family, who sat across from them, eager to flatter. However, at that moment, the head of the Jia family, Jia Ling, wore a frown of concern. Oh, does the head of the Jia family doubt my victory? Ba Tong, noticing Jia Ling's demeanor, frowned in displeasure, increasing the pressure of his embrace, causing the lady in his hold to wince in discomfort. And no, it's just that Lin Xuan seems to possess a form of spiritual level martial arts, Jia Ling replied coolly. What? Spiritual level martial arts? Ba Tong exclaimed in astonishment, while Yang Chun, who had remained silent until now, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Spiritual level martial arts are quite advanced, even within the Lingwu Sect, typically reserved for elders of the Tongxing realm or disciples of the great Yuan Dan realm. Neither of them possessed the qualifications to behold such mastery. How could a mere head of a small clan possibly wield spiritual level martial arts? Yang Chun, intrigued and covetous, pressed for clarification, his eyes glinting with greed. The allure of spiritual level martial arts was undeniable. If he could cultivate such skills, he would surely ascend to new heights of power. As for that, I cannot say. All we know is that Lin Xuan vanished from Yunwu City around the age of 10, only to return in his 40s. Perhaps he stumbled upon that spiritual level martial arts during his time away. Are you certain that is a spirit level martial art? Yang Chen couldn't help but express his doubts. Well, we are not entirely sure, but our family's elder once fought against Lin Xuan. During that encounter, Lin Xuan unleashed an unknown sword technique of astonishing power, capable of summoning hundreds of sharp swords to his command. In that moment, our elder from the Wu family perished. Wu Yifan spoke through gritted teeth. The Wu family, once boasting 3 members in the Yuan Dan realm, rivaling the Shao family, suffered the loss of a great Yuan Dan expert because of Lin Xuan. This deep-seated enmity would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The ability to command hundreds of swords is indeed indicative of a spirit-level martial art. It appears to be true. The glimmer of greed intensified in Yang Chen's eyes. Ba Tong, too, was filled with covetousness, pushing aside the beautiful companion at his side. For the prospect of acquiring such a treasure would elevate his standing significantly. Ha ha ha, that head of the Lin family has truly bestowed upon me a grand gift. Yang Chen suddenly laughed, downing an entire jug of wine, as if Lin Xuan were already within his grasp. Indeed, the power of spirit-level martial arts is extraordinary. Fong Xian remarked with a smile. Humph. Yang Chun sneered dismissively. What is there to fear? I have cultivated in the spirit martial sect for over 30 years. In terms of foundation and depth, Lin Xuan cannot even be compared to me. He may have stumbled upon a spirit-level martial art, but with his great Yuan Dan strength, he is utterly incapable of unleashing its true power. Why should I be afraid? Ha ha ha. That old Lin knows how to offer gifts. How delightful. Moreover, he dares to challenge both of us. His demise is inevitable. Tomorrow, I shall capture him and extract the secrets of the spirit-level martial art before putting that old fool to death. Ha ha. Let us toast to your imminent victory in battle tomorrow, esteemed one. Chapter 7. Linfan and the Tender Sprout Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Shao Family Courtyard Father. Regarding tomorrow's battle, how should our Shao family proceed? I humbly seek your guidance. The current patriarch of the Shao family, Shao Lingyun, stood in the grand hall, gazing at the venerable elder of the Shao family. The elder, known as Shao Shana, had attained the pinnacle of the great Yuan Dan realm, merely a step away from the transcendent realm, though rumored to be hindered by hidden injuries. Shao Shana, appearing frail and aged, sat in the master's seat, leaning on a cane. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Lingyun, I recall that little Yer has been quite close to that young master of the Lin family. Shao Lingyun paused, taken aback, and then let out a deep sigh. Alas, I cannot conceal the truth from you, father. Yer has taken quite a liking to visiting the Lin family to seek out Linfan. I do not understand what charm Linfan possesses to captivate our Yer so utterly. As he spoke, Shao Lingyun's frustration was palpable. Shao Yer, the youngest daughter of Shao Lingyun, was regarded as the finest gem of their lineage in centuries, reaching a level of excellence unbeknownst to outsiders. Never mind. Our branch of the Shao family has been relegated to this misty city for far too long. If we wish to return to the imperial capital, we must rely on Yer. If the Lin family encounters misfortune this time, we must find a way to protect that Linfan. Xiao Shanha said, squinting slightly. Why is that? Father, Linfan is nothing but a useless individual. Wouldn't it be better if he perished alongside the Lin family? Xiao Lingyun expressed his confusion. I observe that Xiao Ye has an inexplicable attachment to that Lin boy. Preserving Linfan will allow Yer to focus more intently. We merely need to provide her with ample resources. Her talents are, in fact, not inferior to those of Zhan Tai Mingyue from the Jixia Academy. In the future, within the great wilderness empire, none shall be worthy of her. Over time, as Xiao Ye and Linfan's entanglement dissipates, even if their bond were truly as steadfast as gold, with the Lin family gone, Linfan would merely become an addition to the Xiao household, a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Xiao Shanha, ever the cunning fox, perceived the situation with greater clarity. Xiao Ye embodies the hopes of the Xiao family. Thus, they must endeavor to ensure her happiness and sense of belonging. I understand now, when the time comes. I shall instruct the shadow guards to rescue Linfan, Xiao Lingyun said with a slight bow. Xiao Shanha remained silent, instead closing his eyes in contemplation, prompting Xiao Lingyun to discreetly exit the hall. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Xuan, had engaged in combat against the administrators of the Lingwu Sect, Ba Tong and Yang Chun, and had done so with a remarkable 1-2. This news swiftly spread throughout Yunwu City and its neighboring locales. Countless individuals flocked to the Yunwu battlefield, with the surrounding taverns, tea houses, and inns overflowing, resulting in a remarkable surge in the city's economy within a short span. Come, the betting has commenced. One of the 5 great families of Yunwu City, the Wu family, is personally overseeing the wagers. Place your bets. The odds for the battle between the Lingwu Sect administrator and the head of the Lin family were set at 2-1 and 8-1, respectively. I wish to wager 10 yuan stones on the Lingwu Sect administrator. I'll place 50 yuan stones. I bet 100. I bet on the Lingwu Sect administrator to win. Everyone is betting on the Lingwu Sect. I'm taking a risk and betting 50 yuan stones on the Lin family head. The scene beside the Yunwu battlefield was abuzz with excitement, as the showdown was scheduled for noon today, and the platform was already brimming with spectators. Those of stature occupied the taverns overlooking the area, while the less fortunate stood along the edges of the platform. TSK. As the head of the Lin family consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard to boldly challenge the Lingwu Sect administrator, the Lin family is surely doomed. Ha, my friend, why is it impossible for the Lin family head to emerge victorious? How could that be? The administrator is from the Lingwu Sect. Their martial arts and vital energy are beyond the grasp of us mere cultivators from small places. Indeed, the Lin family head seems rather arrogant, believing himself significant in Yunwu City, when he is merely a buffoon. I predict that the Lin family will not survive the week. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Arriving now in Yunwu City, the Wu family. Officials Yang Chun and Ba Tong of the Lingwu Sect have arrived. Suddenly, a loud roar drew everyone's gaze to the rear as a contingent of several dozen individuals approached. Leading the way were Yang Chun, Ba Tong, and Wu Yifan, the head of the Wu family, followed by the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Wu clan. Ba Tong, in particular, exuded confidence, striding forward with great swagger, eager to make an impression. This is Yang Chun and Ba Tong, the overseers of the Lingwu Sect, whose restrained presence is indeed formidable. The head of the Lin family is likely in peril. The Wu family is quite impressive as well. The leader, Wu Yifan, is rumored to possess late-stage Great Yuan Dan strength, accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals of lesser Yuan Dan realm. They are undoubtedly the 2nd most powerful family in Yunwu City, following the Xiao clan. Truly remarkable, they are not inferior to the Yang family of Scorpion City. I have heard that the Wu family once had 3 great Yuan Dan masters, but one perished. How did he meet his end? Please, tell me. Haha. It's clear you are from outside Yunwu City. The Wu family's elder was slain by Lin Xuan, the head of the Lin family. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed around. For the Lin family head is indeed formidable. However, alas, today the Lin family is destined for annihilation. Yunwu City, the Fong family has arrived. Yunwu City, the Jia family has arrived. One by one, the families of Yunwu City seem to arrive in synchrony. Each family of note in Yunwu City has its designated position by the battlefield, with the 5 great families occupying the most prominent and spacious areas, followed by others ranked by their strength. City Lord Xiao Lingyun has arrived. Suddenly, a powerful voice resounded as a figure clad in blue robes strode forward, exuding an extraordinary aura. Greetings, City Lord Xiao. Greetings, City Lord Xiao. Li Tianyuan from Scorpion City acknowledged him. Watercloud City, a chorus of compliments arose. The 3 great families seated nearby looked on with a hint of envy at Xiao Lingyun. Although they, too, belong to the 5 great families, they forever find themselves overshadowed by the Xiao clan. Accompanying Xiao Lingyun were several individuals, one of whom, a charming young lady of 18. Sported a lovely ponytail and was clad in a green dress, already exuding an allure that could lead nations to ruin. This young lady is none other than Xiaoyar, the treasure of the Xiao family. In Yunwu City, there exists a saying, better to provoke the old patriarch of the Xiao family than to offend young Yar. Once, a small family with 3 generations of disciples merely exchanged a few words with Xiaoyar and was utterly uprooted by the Xiao family's blackguards. Daddy, I want to find brother Linfan. Xiaoyar pouted slightly, surveying the surroundings, but failing to spot Linfan. Xiao Lingyun, feeling helpless, could only respond with a placating tone. Yar, dear, the Lin family is also coming today, and Linfan will surely be here. Shall we wait a little longer? Father will personally find Linfan for you. All right then. Xiaoyar observed that the Lin family's territory was still vacant, and, with a pout, followed Xiao Lingyun to the viewing platform. Onlookers were captivated by Xiaoyar's beauty, akin to that of a celestial being. Xiao Lingyun led her to the platform, where Yang Chun and Ba Tong greeted him with slight bows, acknowledging their equality. Xiao Lingyun, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, reciprocated with a friendly bow. The Tongtian Merchant Association has arrived. Upon this announcement, everyone, including City Lord Xiao Lingyun and Lingwu Sect's Ba Tong and Yang Chun, rose to their feet. The Tongtian Merchant Association is renowned far and wide, being the foremost commercial entity in the Great Wilderness Empire, even surpassing the 5 major sects. Current president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Gong Wula, possesses an unfathomable strength and is now a distinguished guest of the Great Wilderness royal family, which has elevated the status of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to an extraordinary level. The president of the Tongtian branch in Yunwu City also bears the surname Gong, sharing the same family name as Gong Wula. This individual, Gong Ling, assumed the presidency merely 6 months ago, contributing to the growing apprehension among the populace. Although the reasons behind the arrival of someone with the Gong surname in the modest Yunwu City remain unclear, it is evident that such a lineage carries significant weight. President Gong, your presence is an honor that I have failed to adequately welcome. Xiao Lingyun rose, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. Following his courteous gesture, the others promptly engaged in a flurry of insipid pleasantries. President Gong Ling offered a slight smile, not quite breathtaking, but undeniably captivating, exuding an aura of authority in her every gesture. There is no need for such formality. We are merely here to observe the festivities. Her words lightened the atmosphere considerably. With a subtle glance towards the Xiao family, which remained unnoticed by others, Gong Ling made her way to the designated area of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, where attendees sat upright in anticipation. Several self-proclaimed handsome youths began to preen and posture, eager to catch her attention, for President Gong was still unmarried. Having grown accustomed to such displays, a hint of disdain flickered in Gong Ling's eyes. President Gong, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Yang Chun stood and greeted her with a fist salute and a smile. Gong Ling regarded Yang Chun and Ba Tong, and a glimmer of menace concealed within her gaze. Though expertly masked, Yang Chun oversees matters, and Ba Tong manages affairs, she acknowledged them with a nod. Ba Tong's eyes, however, revealed a hint of aggression. This woman possesses quite the allure. President Gong, I once had the privilege of witnessing the splendor of President Gong Wula, truly a sight to behold. Akin to a celestial being descending to earth, Yang Chen's words served to embellish his own stature. To have glimpsed Gong Wula signifies an encounter of great significance, particularly in Yunwu City, where such a meeting would be akin to a humble villager catching sight of an emperor, a tale to be recounted for a lifetime. Gong Ling smiled softly, her eyes reflecting intrigue as she responded after a brief pause. Is that so? It appears that your standing within the spirit martial sect is quite esteemed, Yang Chun. Receiving Gong Ling's praise, Yang Chen's face crinkled with delight. Not at all. My position within the spirit martial sect is rather modest, merely a common steward, he chuckled, waving his hand as if genuinely believing Gong Ling's words to be complimentary. Gong Ling chose not to puncture the mirage, instead smiling with even greater significance. President Gong, may I inquire about your marital status? Suddenly, Ba Tong leaned forward, grinning widely, seemingly unfazed by the power dynamics at play. His question left several nearby families momentarily stunned, sensing an unusual shift in his intentions. Yet, Gong Ling maintained her composed demeanor, offering no response to Ba Tong's inquiry. As Ba Tong observed that Gong Ling had not responded to him, he refrained from further inquiries. Yet the fervor in his gaze was unmistakable. Oh, the Lin family has yet to arrive? He pondered. What is the matter with them? Could it be that they are apprehensive about the confrontation? It is likely so. The head of the Lin family must be utterly terrified. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The Lin family of Yunwu City is indeed pitiable and lacks any backbone. They are truly bringing shame upon Yunwu City. Whispers spread like wildfire, the cacophony resonating around the battlefield, inevitably reaching the ears of the esteemed families seated in the viewing platform. Humph. The Lin family has utterly tarnished our reputation. Wu Yifan seized the opportunity to belittle the Lin family's standing without hesitation. Indeed, with less than a stick of incense remaining until noon, the Lin family has still not arrived. This is a blatant disregard for the other prominent families. Zhao Ling promptly concurred. They wouldn't dare to flee, would they? Ha ha. Batong leaned back in his chair, a look of disdain in his eyes. Where could they escape to? If they dare to run, I shall hunt down the Lin family members myself. His words only served to amplify the crowd's delight in their misfortune, as if the walls had fallen and the crowd had turned against them. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke through the din. The Lin family has arrived. A group of over 10 individuals made their entrance, led by the Lin family's second elder, Lin Wu, followed by the second generation, Lin Xuan, Lin Hai, Lin Chongxiu, and Lin Fan, and the third generation comprising Lin Ao, Lin Lin, Lin Long, along with several distant relatives. As the Lin family entered, the onlookers cast their gaze upon them, many with furrowed brows. The Lin family's presence was undeniably weak. The leading second elder was merely at the late stage of the minor Yuan Dan realm, and those trailing behind were predominantly at the opening Yuan realm, a stark contrast to the other prominent families. In fact, they paled in comparison to several mid-tier families. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Xiao Yue beamed with joy and was about to rush down, but Xiao Lingyun swiftly restrained her. Little Yue, you mustn't go down just yet. Let's wait a moment. Why not? Xiao Yue pouted. Listen to your father. I promise you will be able to play together soon, Xiao Lingyun said, affectionately ruffling her hair. All right then, Xiao Yue reluctantly nodded. Humph, what a pathetic Lin family, led by a mere late-stage minor Yuan Dan practitioner who is on the brink of the grave. How can they be considered one of the 5 great families of Lingwu City? It's simply laughable. Just as the Lin family appeared to secure their position, an unexpected visitor arrived. The crowd turned to see a group of over 10 individuals approaching, led by a peak minor Yuan Dan practitioner and accompanied by 2 more of the same realm and 10 at the opening Yuan realm. It was Qian Yao, the head of the Qian family. Gasps echoed through the assembly. The Qian family ranks just below the 5 great families in Lingwu City, boasting 4 practitioners in the minor Yuan Dan realm, with their leader, Qian Yao, being a peak minor Yuan Dan expert, on the verge of advancing to the major Yuan Dan realm. What is Qian Yao up to? Is he deliberately provoking the Lin family? Some voiced their confusion. When the walls come crumbling down, the crowd will push. If the Qian family dares to provoke the Lin family, they are likely in cahoots with the Wu family. An astute observer remarked with a knowing smile. Indeed, the head of the Qian family is not far from the realm of the great Yuan Dan. Once the Lin family is extinguished, the Qian family will naturally ascend to take their place. How revealing this is. The strife among cultivators is indeed ruthless. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Our Lingwu City is still too insignificant. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while the members of the Lin family stood with their heads held high and faces flushed. What did you say? Lin Xuan roared, pointing at Qian Yao. Silence. Qian Yao dismissed him with disdain. What is your status that you dare to shout at the head of the family? Strike him. Qian Yao, exuding an extraordinary dominance, charged forward onto the platform, his entire being radiating energy, a force to be reckoned with. Although Lin Xuan had consumed a Kaiyuan Dan and possessed the strength of the 8th layer of Kaiyuan, he was simply not on the same level as Qian Yao. Lin Wu, having taken a minor Yuan Dan, had now reached the late stage of the minor Yuan Dan. He immediately stood in front of Lin Xuan to block him. Bang! Lin Wu and Qian Yao collided with a palm strike. Qian Yao departed with grace, while Lin Wu staggered back 7 steps before regaining his footing. The outcome of this confrontation made their respective powers abundantly clear. Second grandfather, second elder, uncle, father. The members of the Lin family rushed to surround Lin Wu. Fortunately, Lin Wu was not severely injured. He waved his hand slightly. This Qian Yao is likely already at the half-step Great Yuan Dan realm. His words caused those present to glance at one another in astonishment. It appeared that Qian Yao truly intended to usurp the Lin family today. The Lin family is indeed as rumored. Aside from their head, the rest are hardly formidable. Without that Lin Xian, the Lin family is merely a second-rate clan in Lingwu City. After today, the Lin family may very well face its demise. Amidst the varied discussions, the mouths of those on the platform were not idle either. What nonsense is this Lin Xian up to? Why has he not arrived yet? Lin Xian cannot escape. If he flees, the entire Lin family will surely pay the price. Wu Yifan and Feng Xian were exceedingly arrogant, while Batong burst into boisterous laughter. Xiao Lingyun maintained a stoic expression, yet a hint of concern flickered across Xiao Yue's face. As for Gongling, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed towards the Lin family, murmuring softly, "Lin Xuan, you are not one to shy away from danger. Do not let me down." If the head of the Lin family has yet to arrive, then their concession would imply that he is resigned to his fate. At this moment, as silence fell over the crowd, the impatient head of the Wu family, Wu Yifan, rose to his feet, his voice imbued with energy, carrying his words across several miles. Why is the head of the Wu family so anxious? Although my father has not yet arrived, there remains ample time before the duel. There is no harm in waiting until the appointed hour to speak. It was not Lin Wu who spoke, but rather Linfan who stepped forward. The members of the Lin family were taken aback at Linfan's emergence. Clad in black, this 16 or 17-year-old youth stood nearly 8 feet tall, his striking visage and commanding presence silencing many. However, upon learning that this individual was the infamous wasteful young master of the Lin family, the crowd immediately adopted a scornful expression. It turned out that this was the very same Lin family scion who had been publicly jilted at his father's 60th birthday by a disciple of the Lingwu Sect. Father? Gong Ling gazed at the youth in the audience, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xuan, and was momentarily taken aback, as if lost in a reverie. He bore a striking similarity to that heartless scoundrel, equally handsome and equally bold. Alas, it was regrettable that his innate talent was as poor as his father's. If only their roots were a bit stronger, they would undoubtedly be paragons among men. This statement was uttered softly by Gong Ling, and those around her failed to catch it. Linfan, you have no place to speak here. What right do you have to converse with the master of the family? Wu Yifan regarded Linfan with utmost disdain, considering him merely a discarded waste. The others continued to regard Linfan with contempt. Xiaoyuer, however, was immediately displeased, daring to scold her brother Fan. Ignoring Xiao Lingyun's admonition, Xiaoyuer leapt down from the platform, standing defiantly before Linfan. Her stubborn expression and frail figure caught Linfan off guard. "Little Yer, what are you doing here?" You shall not bully my brother Fan." With this declaration, everyone was left bewildered. What was this all about? The members of the 3 great families turned their gazes toward Xiao Lingyun, who appeared utterly helpless. "Little Yer, listen to your father and come back," he urged. "I refuse," came her resolute reply. Hee. Gong Ling chuckled, covering her mouth. Truly, she was her father's daughter, a natural at attracting attention. "Is the Xiao family siding with the Lin family today?" Yang Chen remarked, displeased. "Hee, you misunderstand." Xiao Lingyun offered a slight smile to Yang Chen. At that moment, the black-clad guards approached, intent on forcibly taking Xiaoyuer away. She remained obstinate, and it was only after Linfan had comforted her with a few gentle words that she reluctantly left, glancing back repeatedly. The onlookers felt their hearts shatter. How could this waste have such a beautiful girl infatuated with him? This was utterly intolerable. My goddess, why? What merit does this Linfan possess? Boy. Today you dare to defy the master of the family. You deserve a slap. Wu Yifan, disregarding the disparity in their statuses, struck out at Linfan with a swift palm. Though the blow lacked tremendous force, it was sufficient to cause Linfan some distress. Standing firm, Linfan maintained a composed expression, revealing no trace of emotion. Boom. Gong Ling unexpectedly intervened. Master Wu. Surely you should refrain from involving yourself in the affairs of the younger generation today? The crowd was perplexed as to why Gong Ling had taken action, and even Linfan was slightly confused. The Lin family must yield their seats to the Qian family today. Qian Yao, receiving a subtle signal from Wu Yifan, charged at Lin Wu with a fierce aura emanating from him. Qian Yao. Lin Wu roared in fury, showing no fear as he prepared to confront Qian Yao. Suddenly, "Master Qian, are you testing this old man's limits today?" Boom. A long sword descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Qian Yao's crown. Qian Yao, taken aback, hastily summoned his energy to defend against the blade. With a thunderous crash, smoke enveloped the air. He was sent flying several dozen meters, collapsing to the ground, disheveled and coughing up blood. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a white robe stood before the Lin family, exuding an imposing presence. Chapter 9. How ruthless is the Lin family patriarch? "Father," Linfan exclaimed joyfully. "We pay our respects to the patriarch." The others, upon seeing Lin Xuan, immediately clasped their fists in salute. According to the Lin family's customs, they could address Lin Xuan by his generational title within the family, but outside, he was to be referred to as the patriarch, except for a few like Lin Xuan and Lin Wu. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze calm, yet with a hint of murderous intent as he looked at Qian Yao. "Qian Yao, do you truly wish for your family to no longer exist in Yinwu City?" His words were eerily calm, like still water, yet they resonated with an undeniable authority to those present. With the assistance of others, Qian Yao staggered to his feet. His eyes filled with terror as he regarded Lin Xuan. That sword strike had indeed nearly cost him his life. Lin Xuan, observing Qian Yao's distressed visage, couldn't he help but smirk disdainfully. He was merely a minor character, and in due time, he would uproot both him and the Qian family. Lin Xuan then turned his gaze towards the stage. Yang Chen studied Lin Xuan intently. That sword strike had been extraordinary. Ba Tong maintained his usual arrogant demeanor, his eyes forever reflecting disdain for others. As for Wu Yifan, his expression darkened. Many within the city were aware that Qian Yao was under his wing. And Lin Xian's strike had not only struck Qian Yao, but had also delivered a slap to Wu Yifan's face. Lin Xuan casually glanced at the group until his eyes fell upon Gong Ling. Decades of composure nearly slipped away as he thought, what on earth is she doing here? Sitting at the position of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, she had naturally assumed the role of its president. For the past 6 months, Lin Xuan had stayed largely secluded. Unaware of the leadership change at the Tongtian Chamber, he was astonished to discover it was this woman. Gong Ling met Lin Xian's gaze without flinching, her eyes sharp and an enigmatic smile playing on her lips. A shiver ran down Lin Xian's spine. Linfan, as the eldest son, keenly sensed something was amiss when his father gazed towards the Tongtian Chamber. Recalling how Gong Ling had previously shielded him from an attack, he realized there was something between these two. Cough, I have arrived. Are you two prepared for battle? Lin Xuan lightly leaped, landing directly on the Yunwu battlefield. Ba Tong and Yang Chen exchanged glances, and Ba Tong was the first to spring forward. Humph, I alone am enough to vanquish you. The two stood on the stage, facing off against each other, igniting excitement among the crowd below. In a small city like Yunwu, there were only about 10 individuals at the Yuandan realm, making a battle of such magnitude a rare spectacle indeed. For years prior, Lin Xuan forcefully eliminated the eldest elder of the Wu family. Suddenly, Lin Xuan extended his hand and inquired, what? Do you now harbor regrets? Ba Tong sneered, revealing a disdainful grin. But your regrets come too late. Today, you must meet your demise. The women of your Lin family shall be mine. Ba Tong had always been exceedingly arrogant, regarding the Lin family as his plaything. Furthermore, he had already made arrangements with the Wu family and others to eliminate Lin Xuan, claiming half of the Lin family's assets for himself and Yang Chen. Half of a family's fortune is no trivial matter, especially when Lin Xuan allegedly possessed a profound martial art of spiritual level. Is it not true that my odds are as high as 20 to 1? Thus, I, too, wish to partake in this wager. Wu family patriarch, is that acceptable? Lin Xuan said with a smile, turning his gaze towards Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, before responding with disdain. The patriarch of the Lin family is certainly welcome to gamble. You might as well wager your loss. It could earn your Lin family some spirit stones. Laughter erupted among the crowd at his words. Lin Xuan remained unfazed, his expression unyielding, as he casually tossed out his storage bag. I wager 10,000 spirit stones. Betting on my victory. Gasps filled the air. Such wealth was indeed impressive. Typically, one would only begin to use spirit stones upon reaching the open origin realm. And a 9th-level open origin cultivator would possess no more than a few hundred spirit stones, while a spirit Dan realm cultivator might own merely a few thousand. Yet, Lin Xuan had brazenly thrown out 10,000. Huh, then I shall gladly accept. Wu Yifan exclaimed with delight, swiftly collecting the storage bag. This was akin to receiving a generous gift. However, Ba Tong was displeased. Half of those spirit stones rightfully belonged to him. 10,000 spirit stones represented a considerable resource for Ba Tong as well. Gong Ling observed Lin Xuan's actions quietly. As an old friend, she felt she knew him well. Lin Xuan was a man who only engaged in endeavors he was certain of. The 9th disciple of the wine master could not possibly be a fool. Mayor Xiao, may we commence the life and death battle now? Wu Yifan was eager, impatient for Lin Xuan's demise. Xiao Lingyun sighed softly. According to the Great Wilderness laws, once a life and death battle was agreed upon, the Great Wilderness would take no further action. As Xiao Lingyun's words fell, Ba Tong was already enveloped in golden light. Old man, I have long found you displeasing in the Lin family. Prepare to die. He unleashed a powerful strike towards Lin Xuan with great speed. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The battle had begun without a sound. The cloud and mist battle platform was vast, spanning 10 acres, ample space for two formidable spirit Dan realm warriors to clash. Especially with the energy barrier shielding the periphery, Lin Xuan's gaze remained unchanged. Ba Tong's strike was an 8th-grade martial skill, indicating that he was indeed serious from the outset. The ground shook as the palm struck, yet Lin Xuan effortlessly evaded, the force marking the battle platform beneath him. The power displayed was barely sufficient, yet the speed was painfully slow, rendering the encounter rather dull. Lin Xuan shook his head slightly. With such a level of capability, even without having broken through to the later stages or cultivating the Xinhuang battle body, he could effortlessly evade. Could it be that the overseer of the spirit martial sect is of such low caliber? Ah, this old fool. Lin Xuan's scornful remarks incited the wrath of Ba Tong. who lunged at him once more. After a dozen exchanges, Batong had yet to graze Lin Xuan's attire, while Lin Xuan maintained his composure, hands casually resting behind his back. The onlookers, not lacking in discernment, recognized that Lin Xuan was handling the situation with ease, while Batong flailed about like a taunted wild bull, striking aimlessly. On the stage, Wu Yifan's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Yang Chun felt a pang of anxiety. Lin Xuan was far stronger than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Gong Ling smiled faintly, realizing this individual indeed possessed remarkable skill, thus rendering her assistance unnecessary. As for Xiao Yue, she cheered loudly, exclaiming how formidable Uncle Lin was. Xiao Lingyun sat beside her, feeling utterly helpless. Ah, this old fool. Is dodging all you can do? Ba Tong fumed, glaring at Lin Xuan in frustration. You are truly pathetic. So weak that I begin to doubt whether you are the overseer of the spirit martial sect. Is this truly the caliber of their overseers? Lin Xuan inquired nonchalantly, further pricking Ba Tong's pride. You are courting death. Ba Tong seized a long knife from his storage pouch, an 8th-grade common weapon. With a resounding strike, he swung at emptiness, prompting Lin Xuan to abandon his playful demeanor. Ba Tong had thoroughly disappointed him. Shadow step, earthly fiend palm, Lin Xuan shouted, instantly teleporting towards Ba Tong. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of meters and positioned himself behind Ba Tong. Ba Tong was struck with terror, his hair standing on end. Boom! A flash of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at Lin Xuan's side, forcing him to abandon Ba Tong and instead land firmly at the edge of the stage. The assailant was none other than Yang Chun. I underestimated you, the overseer mused, his eyes hollow and filled with murderous intent. Since we are already at odds, it is best to eliminate you completely. Haha, you finally made your move. I can see you are far superior to this waste. Lin Xuan smiled nonchalantly, exhibiting no tension at the prospect of facing two opponents. The spectators below were utterly stunned. The head of the Lin family was astonishingly powerful, effortlessly toying with the overseer of the spirit martial sect. Truly formidable, he lived up to the Lin family's reputation. The main issue lay with Ba Tong's inadequacy. Haha, at least he is at the great Yuandan realm. Why don't you give it a try? The head of the Lin family possesses such immense strength. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Wu Yifan, witnessing Yang Chen's engagement, felt a surge of joy, aware that Ba Tong was merely at the mid-level of the great Yuandan realm. However, Yang Chen was different. He was a peak practitioner of the great Yuandan realm and had been studying martial arts for over 30 years, a true master. Chapter 10. The resolute Lin Xuan. Haha, now it is finally time. You two may join forces. Lin Xuan remained composed, casually gesturing towards the two individuals with a flick of his wrist. Linfan, seated below, gazed up at his father with eyes filled with admiration and respect. The other members of the Lin family, witnessing their patriarch's valor, erupted in excited cheers. Well then, do not blame this old man for using numbers to gain an advantage today. Before making his move, Yang Chun proclaimed grandly, drawing forth a long sword and lunging towards Lin Xuan. The aura emanating from Yang Chun hinted at the peak of the Grand Yuandan realm. Clang! Lin Xuan also unsheathed a long sword, his cherished weapon, the 9th-rank Heavenly Shadow Sword. Gong Ling stared in awe at the sword in Lin Xuan's hand, recalling that it was purchased over 30 years ago from their Tongtian Trading Association. Yang Chun wielded a 9th-rank sword as well, yet it was evidently inferior to Lin Xuan's. With a thunderous shout, Autumn Wind Long Sword, fall. Yang Chun unleashed his attack, and surprisingly, the sweltering summer day bore an air of desolation. As several beams of sword light rushed forth, Lin Xuan remained undaunted, his mastery of over 800 martial arts engraved within him. Strike the enemy with 3 parts. Reserve 7 for oneself. This technique, self-created by Lin Xuan, was of an indeterminate rank, yet teetered on the edge of the 9th rank. Yang Chun sensed the formidable martial prowess and faltered momentarily. This move did not resemble a spirit-level martial art, but transcended the 9th rank. Petals danced amidst the luminous arcs of light, and the spectators were left spellbound by the beauty of the display. However, Gong Ling, for reasons unknown, clenched her silver teeth tightly. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed as Yang Chun was thrown back several meters, while Lin Xuan gracefully retreated a few steps. Suddenly, Ba Tong charged towards Lin Xuan, striking him with a palm. Boom! Lin Xuan was sent flying. Father! Patriarch! Gasps filled the air as onlookers reacted in various ways. Gong Ling sprang to her feet, yet fortunately, Wu Yifan and others were engrossed in the contest, with only Xiao Lingyun noticing her distress. Ha ha ha, old man. Did you not expect this? As smoke billowed, Ba Tong spat contemptuously, his expression wicked. Well done, Ba Tong, Yang Chun grinned, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. You might be celebrating too soon. There has always been a principle. Smoke does not harm. Lin Xuan emerged slowly from the haze, seemingly unscathed. Batong, your palm struck me with a bit of force. As a reward, I shall return the favor with 10 strikes. Lin Xuan chuckled, rubbing his chest. No, no, it cannot be. Batong's eyes widened in disbelief, swallowing nervously. To withstand his own strike and scathe, could it be that this Lin Xuan was a master of the 3 realms? Yangchen too could not help but swallow hard. Sensing that his decades of experience might lead to his downfall today, Wu Yifan gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his teeth audibly grinding. Well then, it seems it is my turn now, Lin Xuan declared with a smile, flicking his sword towards Batong. As Batong was struck with terror and prepared to flee, Lin Xuan would not grant him such a wish. With a swift step, he appeared before Batong in the blink of an eye. Batong's face changed dramatically as he beheld Lin Xuan so close. Crushing mountain fist, Batong could not evade, and Lin Xuan's fist struck him squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Batong collapsed onto the arena like a lifeless dog, coughing blood profusely, his eyes filled with sheer terror of death. Truly, he was no match at all. Lin Xuan shook his head slightly and turned his gaze towards Yangchen. Yangchen, it is our turn now. Yangchen's sunken eyes, which appeared devoid of light, suddenly sparkled with intensity. Lin Xuan, the sword of cold light descends. Yangchen's aura surged powerfully, as if he had suddenly gained boundless strength. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Yangchen had indeed mastered a secret technique. The long sword, glimmering like cold light, lunged towards Lin Xuan. Unfazed, Lin Xuan met it with his own sword. Heavenly Shadow Spirit, sword technique. Lin Xuan, wishing to waste no time, unleashed his ultimate move. He had always held back, using only half of its power, for this was his trump card. Over 100 long sword shadows descended from the heavens, and in an instant, Yangchen found himself engulfed in the sea of sword shadows. No. Yangchen gazed at the myriad of sword shadows, his eyes filled with astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. Uft. Yangchen managed to withstand the onslaught, yet he fell to his knees, his breath labored and weak. Had he won? A voice whispered in disbelief, triggering gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Father has won. The family head has triumphed. The Lin family head has emerged victorious. Ha ha ha, we have won. The Lin family erupted in jubilant cheers, while the members of the 3 prominent families looked as dejected as a wilted eggplant. Their faces pale as if they had bitten into a rat. You cannot kill me. My father is a silver-robed elder of the spirit martial sect. If you slay me, you shall meet your own demise. Batong suddenly croaked, his voice weak, yet laced with a chilling arrogance. His father was a figure of immense power in the realm of the 3 realms. Who among these impoverished wretches would dare to kill him? At his words, the crowd gasped in shock. The elders of the spirit martial sect were divided into 2 ranks, silver-robed and gold-robed, corresponding to the realms of shaping and spirit. Though only a silver-robed elder, he was still a formidable presence, and there was not a single figure of the divine realm in the open in Lingwu City. Everyone was eager to witness Lin Xuan's next move. Ha! Threatening me, are you? The shaping realm is indeed an impressive level. But allow me to inform you, I have never regarded the shaping realm with any measure of respect. Lin Xuan stood before Batong, a smile gracing his lips. As soon as his words fell, he lunged forward with his sword. Uft! The heavenly shadow sword pierced Batong's chest. Batong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared at Lin Xuan, disbelief etched across his face. Batong die? The onlookers swallowed hard at the scene before them. Was Lin Xuan truly this ruthless? To kill the son of a silver-robed elder of the spirit martial sect, without a second thought. The other family heads regarded Lin Xuan with newfound caution. It was wise to avoid provoking the Lin family. Yangchen observed Lin Xuan's decisive demeanor. An apprehension began to take root within him. Heh, Yangchen, although you are repulsive, at least you have shown some virtue in your words. I have not engaged you in a life-and-death battle, yet I cannot simply let you go. Lin Xuan regarded Yangchen, his gaze imbued with lethal intent. Yangchen forced down a gulp of saliva and promptly relinquished the storage bag from his waist to Lin Xuan. A teachable child indeed. Lin Xuan, satisfied with the acquisition of the storage bag, chose to spare Yangchen. As for Batong, Lin Xuan had ample justification. This was a preordained battle of life and death. Moreover, Lin Xuan was certain that even if he spared Batong, given Batong's character, he would undoubtedly seek revenge with fervor, making it more prudent to eliminate him. However, with Yangchen, no prior agreement had been established, and to slay him would be to humiliate the Lingwu Sect. Very well, I shall grant you some leniency. Mayor Xiao, can you announce the result? Lin Xuan directed his gaze towards Xiao Lingyun, indirectly disregarding Gong Ling beside him. This duel concludes with the victory of Lin Xuan, head of the Lin family. Upon this declaration, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. The majority of the spectators below resembled defeated roosters, having wagered on the victory of the Lingwu Sect's steward, resulting in considerable losses. Conversely, those who had backed Lin Xuan reaped rewards eightfold, a windfall indeed. Lin Xuan cupped his fists in gratitude towards Xiao Lingyuan before turning his attention to Wu Yifan. Patriarch Wu, the eightfold payment in spirit stones must be settled within 3 days, and let us first discuss my initial investment of 10,000, with the remainder to be settled gradually. Lin Xuan's words were nothing short of astounding. 80,000 spirit stones. Such an amount would likely elude even some formidable figures in the early stages of the Tongxing realm. It was likely that half of the Wu family's assets amounted to no more than this sum. Wu Yifan's expression darkened to the utmost. Tossing back the still cool storage bag to Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan accepted the bag and descended from the stage. Long live the head of the family. Long live the head of the family. The crowd erupted in jubilant cries upon his return. Lin Xuan smiled faintly at the scene. Let us return home. At the Lin residence, ha ha ha. Third brother, you were truly formidable today. Yang Chun, at the pinnacle of the great Yuandan realm, was no match for you. Lin Wu appeared exceedingly excited, his words stumbling over themselves. Uncle, are you on the verge of entering the Santong divine realm? Inquiring curiously was Lin Yang, who had just concluded his seclusion and was now in the early stages of the small Yuandan realm. The crowd turned their curious gazes towards Lin Xuan upon hearing this. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. Not yet, but it shall be soon. The crowd rejoiced. If he was already so powerful without entering the Santong divine realm, how terrifying would he be upon achieving it? The Lin family was poised for a formidable rise. Patriarch, President Gong of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce requests an audience. Suddenly, a Lin family disciple rushed in, causing another wave of astonishment. That was the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. It seemed the ascendancy of the Lin family was inevitable. Lin Xuan, however, appeared as if a bun had lodged in his throat. Struggling to articulate, after a pause, he managed to utter a few words in response. I am recuperating. Chapter 11. The debt of love accrued in early life in a mere span of 5 days. News of Lin Xuan's triumph over the steward Batong of the spirit martial sect, as well as his overwhelming victory against the pinnacle steward Yang Chun of the great Yuandan realm, spread throughout Lingwu City and several neighboring towns. Not only did these cities resonate with the news, but even within the confines of Huqing Prefecture, a wave of astonishment rippled through. The profound strength of the Lin family's patriarch was well known, and storytellers in the tea houses immediately began embellishing the tale. With a resounding thud, a wooden block struck the table. It is said that the patriarch of the Lin family wielded his sword like a dragon, summoning fierce winds that swept across several miles. The steward Yang Chun was utterly outmatched, retreating time and again. Another thud echoed as the block hit the table again. Who is the patriarch of the Lin family? How could Yang Chun possibly escape? The skies were filled with 1,000 sharp swords, leaving the steward no avenue for flight. To learn what transpires next, please await the next installment. Upon concluding, although the audience's interest waned, they still tossed copper coins into the basin in succession. A sudden clang resonated as a yuan stone was thrown into the basin. The crowd gasped. A yuan stone beneath the open yuan realm was indeed a rarity. Oh, thank you, esteemed sir, the storyteller said with a broad smile and a courteous bow. At that moment, a young man dressed in luxurious attire, strikingly handsome, accompanied by an elderly gentleman, a beautiful young woman, and a burly man, spoke up. I just heard you mention that Lin Xuan of Yunwu City has defeated 2 stewards of the spirit martial sect. Is this true? The storyteller, now acutely aware of the noble young man's presence, hesitated. Indeed, it is true that the patriarch of the Lin family has indeed bested the stewards of the spirit martial sect, though the specifics of the defeat remain somewhat unclear to me. Very well, you may leave. The young nobleman gestured lightly, prompting the storyteller to hurriedly retreat with a smile. How is it, my lord? Asked a companion. It piques my interest. I initially deemed this remote place rather dull, but having received this news, it has caught my attention. If he can defeat the stewards of the spirit martial sect, he must possess some skill. I shall pay him a visit. Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. In Yunwu City, after Lin Xuan vanquished Yang Chun, although the latter was gravely injured, he hastened towards the eastern states' spirit martial sect. Lin Xuan, however, remained unfazed by these events. He was now deeply immersed in his newfound acquisitions. This time, he had seized a considerable bounty from Yang Chun. As expected of a steward from the spirit martial sect, his wealth was substantial. A total of 8,000 yuan stones. Numerous martial arts texts were among his spoils, including a grade-less sword technique known as the Four Seasons swordplay, which piqued Lin Xuan's interest. The Four Seasons swordplay, characterized by the vibrancy of spring, the heat of summer, the chill of autumn, and the frost of winter, appeared rather remarkable in Lin Xuan's discerning eyes, and he decided to keep it. There was also a secret technique of such low caliber that Lin Xuan intended to sell it. As for the remaining items, several mundane weapons would serve to enrich the Lin family, alongside a variety of medicinal pills. This venture could indeed be deemed a significant gain. Upon reviewing his records, Lin Xuan noted that his status had already begun to change. Host, Lin Xuan identity, head of the Lin family, disciple of the Jixia Academy cultivation level, pinnacle of the Great Yuan Dan realm secondary profession, none personal fortune, yellow grade, inferior, family fortune, orange grade, inferior, offensive martial arts, celestial shadow spirit sword technique, spirit grade, inferior, earthly fiend palm, mortal grade, 9th rank, body technique, shadow treading step, mortal grade, 8th rank, body refinement martial arts, mysterious desolation battle body, spirit grade, inferior, self-created martial arts, morning and evening dust, quasi-spirit grade, other martial arts, transformative divine ability, incomplete, weapon, celestial shadow sword, mortal grade, 9th rank, family status, a family of little renown in the great wilderness. Things have improved slightly. Lin Xuan gazed upon his progress with satisfaction. Recently, he expended 10,000 yuan stones to break through to the pinnacle of the Great Yuan Dan realm, now just a step away from the Divine Three Connections realm. Both his personal and family fortunes have seen significant elevation, marking the greatest achievement. Fortune, an elusive concept, yet Lin Xuan, as a transmigrant, is acutely aware that in such a world, possessing a formidable fortune could very well safeguard one's life and lead to extraordinary opportunities. Father, the president of the Tongtian Merchants Guild has sent you another invitation, Linfan announced, entering with a playful swagger. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Xuan thought, truly, this is the consequence of a life half-lived. Father, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel there's something unusual about your relationship with that guild president, Linfan inquired, a grin lighting his face. Lin Xuan shot a sidelong glance at his rebellious son, unwilling to indulge him with an explanation. Why are you prying so much, you little rascal? Go. Take Shuer and Xiaoyu to the city for a stroll. He promptly ushered Linfan out. Linfan's curiosity grew. His father undoubtedly harbored great secrets. After dismissing Linfan, Lin Xuan tidied his storage bag and proceeded outside the estate. Head of the Lin family. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, the Lin family disciples bowed respectfully, and Lin Xuan naturally responded with a warm smile. As he stepped out of the Lin estate, Lin Xuan sighed once more. Ultimately, he could not evade his fate. The Tongtian Merchants Guild is situated in the most prosperous area of Yunwu City. Generally, the guilds only establish branches within the city unless it is an exceptionally powerful metropolis. However, Yunwu City clearly does not fall into that category, and the Tongtian Merchants Guild relocated here 11 years ago. Among the 18 cities under Huqing Prefecture, only Yunwu City and Dalong City possess branches, much to the envy of the others. The Tongtian Merchants Guild occupies a vast area, spanning dozens of acres, with a grand entrance towering 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide. The plaque above the door boasts the 4 gilded characters of Tongtian Merchants Guild, each half a person in height. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Xuan was immediately greeted by attendants. Ah, a rare visitor. It is an honor to meet the head of the Lin family, greeted manager He, one of the 4 esteemed managers of the Tongtian Merchants Guild, whose status in Yunwu City is quite elevated, yet he treated Lin Xuan with utmost respect. The people within the guild turned their gazes towards Lin Xuan and his companions. Is that the head of the Lin family? What an imposing aura. Wow, the head of the Lin family appears so youthful, exuding such charisma and charm. Hee. It is said that the head of the Lin family is a master of the 3 communications realm, enjoying a lifespan of 200 years, which is quite normal at such a young age. The 3 communications realm. Lin Xuan, possessing keen hearing, was utterly astonished by this gossip. Who has spread the word that he has broken through to the 3 communications realm? Although he does not fear it, it is worth noting that Lin Xuan is proficient in 2 spirit-level martial arts and 1 quasi-spirit-level martial art, alongside the enhancement of hundreds of martial arts essences. In fact, it is uncertain whether a newcomer to the 3 communications realm could best him. Master Lin, our president has been awaiting you for several days. Please follow me. Manager He treated Lin Xuan with great courtesy, even taking the initiative to lead him, further affirming the crowd's speculation. The head of the Lin family is indeed a master of the 3 communications realm. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce boasts 9 floors, with the president residing on the 9th. The first floor of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce stands 10 meters high, while the other floors reach a height of 2 zhang. Upon arriving at the 9th floor, Lin Xuan discovered it was quite small, containing only a single room, which belonged to President Gong. President, Master Lin has arrived. Manager He announced respectfully with a bow. Let Master Lin in, you may leave. a melodious voice commanded. Yes, Master Lin, I shall take my leave here. You may enter on your own, manager, he said with a smile before departing from the 9th floor. Lin Xuan gazed at the door for a long while, then let out a soft sigh. What a predicament. What's the matter, Master Lin? After more than 20 years, will you not come in and sit with an old friend? Suddenly, an enchanting voice resonated from the room. Momentarily at a loss for words, Lin Xuan steeled himself and pushed open the door. As he did, a wave of energy surged toward him, swift, yet its power was not formidable, merely at the peak level of the great Yuan Dan realm. With a casual gesture, Lin Xuan effortlessly dissipated it. Impressive. I never imagined that you had not exerted your full strength against Yangchen back then. No wonder you could leave so gracefully without a word. Truly remarkable. Gong Ling smiled, seated elegantly on a chair crafted from crimson wood, gently applauding. Lin Xuan forced a wry smile. Linger, are you truly mocking me? The mention of Linger instantly ignited a spark of emotion in Gong Ling's previously tranquil eyes. She abruptly rose, her demeanor commanding. You are Master Lin of the Jixiao Academy, a direct disciple of the Wine Master. How can a mere maid like me be worthy of being addressed as Linger by you? Gong Ling exuded an overwhelming presence, her energy coalescing into form, a master of the 3 communications realm. Chapter 12. Past events. Upon hearing the title Master Lin, Lin Xuan instinctively offered a bitter smile. Such a long-lost appellation. Gazing at the youthful visage of Gong Ling, seemingly frozen in her 20s, Lin Xuan sighed once more. The little girl who once followed him, calling him 9th brother, had blossomed into a radiant beauty and a master of the 3 communications realm, capable of looking down upon the Huaqing prefecture. Moreover, she was among the most powerful figures of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in the Great Wilderness Empire. My sudden departure was a matter of necessity. Linger, you are aware that in my 20s, I had become a disgrace to the Academy of Jixia, a mere wastrel in the eyes of many. Leaving might have been a blessing for me, and perhaps also for you. Faced with Gong Ling's sardonic remarks, Lin Xuan, fully aware of his shortcomings, began to explain himself. Furthermore, should a conflict arise, Gong Ling could easily best Lin Xuan in mere moments. It seemed that Gong Ling had also contemplated Lin Xuan's innate talent, as her previously calm visage suddenly twisted in indignation. For some, this was hardly a favorable situation. Have you ever pondered why, 11 years ago, our guild established a branch in the modest Lingwu city? Why does the Tongtian Guild treat your Lin family with such courtesy during ordinary times? Can your family's stable growth be attributed to our guild's influence? Reflect on this. Gong Ling's vociferous inquiries left Lin Xuan momentarily speechless. Why was this so? Logically, a small town like theirs should not possess such qualifications. The Tongtian Guild typically only establishes branches in cities with a triad of divine realms. Even if a branch were established, why did they extend such kindness specifically to the Lin family? Lin Xuan was no fool. He began to grasp the truth. And what of Wu Lu? Lin Xuan referred to Wu Lu, the esteemed president of the Tongtian Guild, rumored to possess one of the most formidable powers in the vast wilderness, the divine dancer, Gong Wu Lu. In fact, Gong Wu Lu could be considered Lin Xuan's childhood companion. Humph, you still dare to mention Sister Wu Lu? I truly feel that she deserves better. The moment Gong Ling brought up Gong Wu Lu, her countenance soured even further. As she seated herself, her beautiful eyes were filled with malice directed at Lin Xuan. He sighed deeply, contemplating the entangled fate they shared. I do not wish to elaborate excessively. You need only understand that your abrupt departure caused considerable sorrow for many. During the days of your absence, Sister Wu Lu seemed to lose her very soul, visiting the Academy of Jixia every week to inquire about your whereabouts, pleading with the esteemed wine master, who, alas, remained in seclusion. After half a year, the wine master informed us that you had already descended from the mountain, heading to a place even he was unaware of. Since then, Wu Lu has undergone a significant transformation. She is no longer the person she once was. Enough. Lin Xuan interjected, raising his hand to halt Gong Ling. Observing Lin Xuan's pained expression, Gong Ling could not conceal her scorn. Oh, what? Did you come here today merely to mock me as someone devoid of responsibility? Lin Xuan, unperturbed, took a seat directly across from her, not waiting for a response. I harbor no such intentions. I merely resent you, the heartless traitor. At the Academy of Jixia, there were such admirable women who cared for you. Yet you abandoned them to marry and raise a family in this Lingwu city. I find it laughable that Zhan Taiming Yue and my sister are now a joke. Gong Ling's words were laced with bitterness. Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had once lost his ambition. However, during his time in Lingwu city, marrying Linfan's mother had brought him immense satisfaction. Regrettably, Linfan's mother, who was also Lin Xuan's wife, had departed from this world 15 years ago. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. I can only blame myself for failing them. Lin Xuan forced a bitter smile. Who could truly understand him? Lin Xuan. How could he have ever desired to betray the affection of a beautiful woman? Yet, he had been powerless to do anything but watch as those on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings battled fiercely, witnessing other prodigies soaring with their swords. Enduring the scorn of others who deemed him a failure. Had he also been a genius, Lin Xuan would have cherished the opportunity to gallivant across the realms with the woman he adored. Alas, simply lamenting his shortcomings would not suffice. Gong Ling let out a cold snort once more. The Gong Ling before him was a far cry from the sweet girl who once affectionately called him ninth senior brother in his memories. The former Gong Ling spoke with a melodious voice, her laughter adorned with delightful dimples, always dressed in charming attire. Now, she exuded elegance and poise. Her extraordinary presence complemented by striking beauty and piercing gaze, radiating the aura of a formidable woman of authority. Sighing, Lin Xuan lamented that some matters were indeed beyond explanation. They must harbor deep resentment towards me. Indeed, they likely detest you beyond measure. Both Sister Wu Yu and your little junior sister must loathe you thoroughly. Gong Ling's words plunged Lin Xuan into silence once again. After a lengthy pause, he managed a bitter smile. Very well. The ties of the past have surely dissipated like smoke. His rueful expression and the helplessness reflected in his eyes pierced Gong Ling's heart profoundly. With a tongue as sharp as a knife yet a heart as tender as tofu, Gong Ling, too, felt a pang of compassion for the elder brother she once held in the highest esteem. However, her discontent stemmed from Lin Xuan's abrupt departure, vanishing for over 20 years without a trace. Enough, I do not wish to interrogate you further. Depart now, and let us pretend our former ninth senior brother never graced us with his presence. After a prolonged silence, it was Gong Ling who finally waved her hand. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing that Gong Ling still held him in regard despite her sharp tone. How is my revered master faring? At the Jixia Academy. The two individuals who treated Lin Xuan with utmost kindness were none other than his little junior sister and his master, the esteemed Jiu Fuzi, who had nearly nurtured Lin Xuan as his own son. This was largely due to the fact that both Lin Xuan and his little junior sister, Zhantai Mingwe, had been raised by Jiu Fuzi since childhood, thus garnering more favor than their senior brothers and sisters. Rest assured, Master Jiu is the revered teacher of Jixia Academy. Few in the vast Dahuang Empire could rival him. Gong Ling offered an explanation for Lin Xuan's unwarranted worries. Lin Xuan nodded slightly and rose to his feet, preparing to depart from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Oh, by the way, are you planning to deal with the three major families, the Wu, Jia, and Fang clans? Gong Ling suddenly called out to stop Lin Xuan. He did not deny it. Gong Ling was someone he could trust. Moreover, given her current prowess, it would be a trivial task for her to thwart Lin Xuan's plans if she so desired. Indeed, it is time for these three families to vanish. Lin Xuan's voice carried a hint of tempestuous thunder, laden with ominous portent. The three prominent families have long held grievances against the Lin family. It all began when Lin Xuan, in a fit of rage, killed the elder of the Wu family, a consequence of their treacherous plot that led to the demise of Lin Xuan's fifth brother, Lingwu Sect. Now, the time has come for a counterattack. I must gently remind you that, according to our Chamber of Commerce's investigations, the Wu family is far more formidable than they appear on the surface. In fact, they possess the strength to dominate Yunwu City. Gong Ling remarked to Lin Xuan with a calm demeanor. Lin Xuan remained largely unfazed, being a cautious individual. He had a rough understanding of the Wu family's true capabilities, even if he couldn't ascertain every detail. A mere Yunwu City and a trivial Wu Yifan. I assure you, aside from you, no one else can hinder my desire to eliminate him. Gong Ling was momentarily taken aback, for in her eyes, Lin Xuan now exuded something he had previously possessed, an invigorating spirit. Do you require my assistance? She inquired after a moment's contemplation. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she felt a twinge of regret, having just expressed her grievances towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, equally surprised, had not anticipated Gong Ling's offer of help. He smiled gently, his warmth palpable. No need, really. A trifling matter involving the three families of Yunwu City doesn't warrant your esteemed intervention. I have my own allies. Lin Xuan chuckled, for her earlier words indicated that she still cared for him deeply. Humph, if that's your choice, then so be it. I merely offered. Our Tongtian Chamber of Commerce maintains a neutral stance and cannot provide much assistance. Gong Ling dismissed his reluctance with a scoff. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, reminded of the girl she once was. Once I have dealt with those three families, we shall reconvene. Chapter 13. Movements from all quarters. The Xiao family found Lin Xuan to be quite extraordinary, effortlessly defeating Yang Chun and Ba Tong, even going so far as to eliminate Ba Tong entirely. The elder of the Xiao family, seated in the main position, was astounded by Xiao Lingyun's report, dropping his cane in disbelief. Once he regained his composure, Xiao Shanhe praised Lin Xuan profusely, exclaiming several times how exceptional he was. His strength has far surpassed our own. Father, what should our next step be? Xiao Lingyun inquired. You are now the legitimate head of the Xiao family. You must learn to make decisions for yourself. Xiao Shanhe replied curtly. Xiao Lingyun pondered for a moment, then spoke with renewed determination. Father, I believe we should cultivate a good relationship with Lin Xuan. He is an enigmatic figure, and more importantly, I sensed a mysterious connection between him and President Gong Ling of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce during the gathering. Oh, Xiao Shanhe's interest was piqued. So President Gong shares a unique bond with Lin Xuan? Indeed, father. I could perceive that President Gong seems to care for Lin Xuan. Xiao Lingyun asserted confidently. Well then, that is even better. We shall align ourselves with the Lin family. They are bound to take action against the 3 prominent families within the next half-month, at which point we can lend our support. Xiao Shanhe contemplated his strategy and chose to place his trust in Lin Xuan. Very well, I shall arrange for the child to proceed. As Xiao Lingyun was about to step outside, Xiao Shanhe interjected. Oh, by the way, there has been news from the Xiao clan. The clan competition is set to take place in 3 years. During this time, we must ensure that Xiaoyu is thoroughly prepared. The future of the Xiao family's return to the clan hinges on her. As for the Lin family matters, consider it merely an investment. Understood, father. Upon hearing the news of a potential return to the clan, Xiao Lingyun felt a surge of excitement, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. In the Wu family courtyard, 5 individuals convened. 2 prominent figures from the Wu family, the head of the family, Wu Yifan, and the elder, Wu Feng, were present. Along with Jia Ling from the Jia family, Fang Xian from the Fang family, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black. I dare say, within a month, that old dog from the Lin family may very well take action against our 3 families, Wu Yifan declared emphatically. At this proclamation, the others, excluding the cloaked figure, exchanged bewildered glances. Is that truly possible? The Lin family consists solely of Lin Xuan as their formidable force. How could they possibly threaten our 3 families? Jia Ling, the head of the Jia family, voiced his skepticism. Though Fang Xian remained silent, his eyes betrayed a similar disbelief. Lin Xuan is indeed strong, he acknowledged. But I do not believe he would dare to confront our 3 families alone. The Lin family has only him. The rest are mere foot soldiers. With a derisive glint in his eye, Wu Yifan regarded Jia Ling and Fang Xian, thinking them foolishly naive. Lin Xuan managed to single-handedly slay Batong, who was at the peak of the great Yuan Dan realm. That speaks volumes of his strength. Collectively, we might not be able to withstand him. The Lin family is not numerous, nor do they possess many strong warriors, while our families boast numerous formidable figures at the minor Yuan Dan level. And we have several allied families. Still unconvinced, Jia Ling countered. But what if the city lord's family, the Xiao family, also intervenes? Suddenly, the cloaked figure spoke, drawing the attention of Jia Ling and Fang Xian towards Wu Yifan with curiosity. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. He is a distinguished guest from the Huaqing Prefecture. Huaqing Prefecture. Both Fang Xian and Jia Ling gasped in shock, their gazes towards the cloaked figure now tinged with seriousness. The cloaked figure chuckled at their astonishment. I am Elder Cui Jian from the Cui family of Huaqing Prefecture. We, the Cui family, shall aid you in obliterating that Lin family scum. The revelation left the group in utter disbelief. The Cui family, one of the 3 prominent families in Huaqing Prefecture, held considerable power alongside the city lord's office, the Tongtian Merchant Association, the Longhu Gang, the Shangwan family, and the Bai family. The fact that the Cui family was among the elite indicated a wealth of formidable warriors within, where even a great Yuan Dan figure might be regarded as merely a minor elder, and those with real authority were likely masters at the 3 realms level. This family, seeking to annihilate the 3 major clans, finds the task remarkably effortless. Fang Xian, Jia Ling, has met Elder Cui Jian. The 2, not daring to be negligent, immediately rise to pay their respects. No need for excessive formalities. I shall simply convey my intentions. This time, Lin Xuan has slain the offspring of Elder Bali. Batong. Due to his esteemed position, Elder Bali cannot take action himself. As I, the Grand Elder of the Cui family, am an old acquaintance of Elder Bali, this matter will be handled by our Cui family on his behalf. Elder Cui's words enlightened Jia Ling and Fang Xian, while Wu Yifan, standing nearby, was already well aware. Bali is indeed the silver-robed elder of the Lingwu Sect, and Batong is his son. The sect's regulations are quite stringent, and since Batong signed a life-and-death contract, Bali is unable to intervene, necessitating the assistance of the Cui family. Although Bali is merely a silver-robed elder, his status remains significant, and given Bali's formidable strength, the Cui family is naturally eager to assist him. With the involvement of the Chui family, the task of eliminating Lin Xuan becomes exceedingly simple. The Grand Elder, Wu Feng, chuckled amiably. Indeed, with the Chui family involved, the Lin family can be effortlessly eradicated, echoed Feng Xian and Jia Ling, flattering him. Alas, Elder Chui raised his hand. This time, our Chui family cannot exert too much effort, as we are embroiled in our own conflicts. The Bai family and the Shangwan family are closely monitoring us. Should we mobilize excessively, we risk drawing their attention. Especially concerning Lin Xuan, who is sworn brothers with Bai Rong, we are wary of the Bai family's interference. What shall we do? Feng Xian and Jia Ling were somewhat bewildered. If the Chui family cannot take action, what is the point of their involvement? Are they to labor for the Chui family without recompense? Rest assured, our fourth elder is currently en route to the Chui family's no. 6 mine and will detour to Yunwu City to assist you in exterminating the Lin family. Elder Chui Jin's calm words washed over Jia Ling and the others like a gentle spring breeze. The fourth elder of the Chui family, a master of the third heaven, a formidable figure of the Tongxing realm. This is a realm they have yet to encounter. With a master of the Tongxing realm involved, the Lin family can be effortlessly vanquished. With the assistance of the fourth elder of the Chui family, I am confident that even the Shao family would not dare to intervene. Should they do so, they too can be slain. Wu Yifan's gaze was sharp, pondering whether the destruction of the Shao family would elevate the Wu family to the status of the new rulers of Yunwu City. The Shao family must not be provoked. Their background is extraordinary. Elder Chui merely responded blandly. This statement fell upon Wu Yifan like a bucket of cold water. He fell silent, yet dared not refute Elder Chui's words. Very well, Elder Chui, when shall we assault the Lin family? In half a month. Our fourth elder will set out in 13 days and will directly rendezvous with you in Yunwu City. Then let us convene at my place at that time. Wu Yifan stood up to declare. Agreed. Upon returning from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Lin Xuan concealed the past deep within his heart. This is a new beginning, and the past will only serve to bind him. Greetings, master. Greetings, third uncle. Greetings, third grandfather. Upon entering the residence, everyone encountered would respectfully greet Lin Xuan. Although the Lin family was not numerous, it was still considerable, comprising not only the main lineage of Lin Xuan but also several minor branches, with connections that could be traced back to Lin Xuan's grandfather's generation, all united as one clan. Eldest brother, second brother. Summon all of the second generation to the assembly hall. I have matters to discuss, Lin Xuan stated calmly. Understood. The two swiftly gathered all 10 members of the second generation, with Lin Yang leading them, as he had achieved the realm of minor Yuan Dan. Greetings, family head. The group bowed in unison. Take your seats, Lin Xuan instructed, and they complied. Chapter 14. The coming storm. Lin Xuan sat in the main seat, casting a glance around the room. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu appeared to be in better spirits than before. By now, Yang Chun should have already returned to Lingwu Sect. Lin Xuan's words left the crowd momentarily speechless. The Lingwu Sect was a towering mountain that no cultivators of the eastern state could surpass. Without allowing anyone to speak, Lin Xuan continued, I, as the family head, have slain Ba Li's son, an elder of the Lingwu Sect. Ba Li will undoubtedly seek vengeance. We may soon find ourselves ensnared in his schemes. We are unafraid, patriarch. If it comes to it, we will perish together, exclaimed Linggu, a member of the collateral line, possessing the cultivation of the 6th layer of Kaiyuan, with commendable talent and a resolute spirit. Indeed, we shall fight to the end. The others echoed immediately. The Lin family is not composed of cowards. Lin Xuan felt gratified by the current atmosphere within the Lin family, and Lin Xuan and Lin Wu nodded in agreement, smiling faintly. There is no need for us to resort to such drastic measures just yet. Lin Xuan interjected with a smile, raising his hand to quell the fervor of the assembly. The room fell silent. Conversely, this time, the family head aimed to eliminate the 3 prominent families, Wu, Jia, and Feng, to unify Yunwu City in one decisive strike. What? The crowd gasped in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Even Lin Xuan and Lin Wu regarded Lin Xuan with incredulity. Everyone believed their family head was embarking on a reckless endeavor. The 3 families were not mere trifles. We can no longer coexist with the 3 families. The Wu family still owes us 80,000 yuan stones. And with Ba Tong dead, Ba Li will likely reach out to the 3 families. Thus, we can only allow one to survive. Lin Xuan's words prompted a slight nod from the assembly, as there were indeed astute individuals among the second generation of the Lin family. Lin Yang inquired, Patriarch, should we seek allies? Indeed, the Shao family of the City Lord's mansion will be our allies. The Shao family? Will that old patriarch truly ally with us against the 3 families? Lin Yang asked, his brow furrowed. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu also expressed their skepticism. But we also have Fan Air. Fan Air shares a close bond with Xiaoya, and I shall promise her a substantial reward. I am unafraid that the Xiao family will remain unmoved. Lin Xuan laughed heartily. The others exchanged knowing smiles. It was common knowledge that their young clan leader may lack in cultivation, yet he possessed an appealing demeanor that attracted the attention of young ladies. Xiaoya, the Xiao family's little princess, seemed unimpressed by anyone else, relentlessly pursuing Linfan and affectionately calling him Brother Fan. Isn't this a tad inappropriate? Lin Hai scratched the back of his head, grinning innocently. What is wrong with that, you brat? Lin Wen scolded angrily, his disappointment evident as Lin Hai shrank back. Hesitant to speak further. This time, I will assess your contributions for rewards. All side disciples will be treated equally. Those who excel will be generously rewarded. Lin Xian's words resonated deeply with everyone, especially the side disciples, whose hearts were set on the rewards bestowed by the family head. We, the disciples, will serve the Lin family with unwavering dedication. After the meeting, everyone returned to their respective duties, bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Lin Xian made his way to the back mountain, where he found Lin Fan in meditation. He vaguely perceived a golden dragon shadow coiling around his son, as Lin Fan exhaled and inhaled with vigor. Such formidable fortune. It's quite astonishing, Lin Xian murmured to himself. His son was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fan, that name was given by his mother. Minger, our child is not a failure. He is a genius. Lin Xian continued to muse aloud. Dad, Lin Fan, sensing someone approaching, promptly exited his meditative state. Upon seeing Lin Xian, he greeted him with a bright smile. You little rascal, it seems you've been hiding your prowess. Lin Xian placed a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder, surprised to find that his son's aura had reached the 9th level of Qi gathering. Merely a step away from the open origin realm. Hee. Otherwise how could I have wagered with that by Euron? Lin Fan smirked mischievously. Lin Xian chuckled, realizing that this mischievous boy had indeed inherited his father's good habits. Alright, focus on your cultivation. When the time comes, just have Xiaoya deliver this note to the head of the Xiao family. Lin Xian handed Lin Fan a note, which Lin Fan accepted eagerly, without questioning its purpose. Dad, I'm out of resources. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xian with hopeful eyes after storing the note. Lin Xian rolled his eyes, casually tossing 500 spirit stones to Lin Fan before heading down the mountain. Logically, 1 wound tea requires spirit stones until entering the open origin realm. But Lin Xian chose not to pry into why his son needed them. Watching Lin Xian's retreating figure, Lin Fan felt as though the spirit stones in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds, realizing that his father loved and trusted him unconditionally. Kid, whether you believe it or not, I sense that your father is quite remarkable. What do you mean? Ha, it means nothing. Your father is somewhat inscrutable to me. But fortunately, he is not your enemy. He is your father. At the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Gong Ling furrowed her brow as she perused the information in her hands. The Chui family had been restless lately, and guests from the Lingwu Sect had also arrived. With the 4th elder of the Chui family planning to head to the 6th mine, Gong Ling detected a whiff of danger. Is this news reliable? Chairwoman. It is absolutely true. Gong Ling set down the report, contemplating for a moment. Let us send this information to the Lin family, and also deliver this card along with it. This is our chamber's gold card. ISNT, it only accessible to those at least in the spirit connection realm. He, the shopkeeper, was taken aback when he received the golden card from Gong Ling. In his lifetime, he had only heard of such a thing but had never laid eyes on one. After all these years, he had only encountered copper cards. A golden card. Were it not for the fact that I can only offer this now, I could easily bestow upon him a purple gold card, as per the president's words. Gong Ling squinted slightly, her thoughts consumed by the anguish her sister felt for this scoundrel, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. Indeed, President, I shall personally deliver the card to the Lin family. The shopkeeper felt as if his worldview had shattered. Who exactly was this Lin Xian? A golden card. A rare item that could grant a 30% discount at the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The 3 great families might very well be facing their downfall this time. 10 days later, at the Lin family estate. This time, I am truly honored to have the head of the Xiao family here, Lin Xian said, smiling as he clasped his hands towards Xiao Lingyun. Oh, I am unworthy of such praise. The head of the Lin family is now subtly regarded as the foremost expert in Yunwu City, Xiao Lingyun replied with a warm smile. Not putting on any airs of superiority, Lin Xian took a sip of tea, glancing at Xiao Yura beside him. Little Yura, Lin Fan is at the back mountain. You can go find him directly. Really? Thank you, Uncle Lin, you are so kind. Xiao Yura, already distracted, dashed off in a blur upon hearing the news, leaving Xiao Lingyun somewhat helpless. Lin, you have raised a fine son. My daughter is quite smitten with Lin Fan, Xiao Lingyun said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed heartily. With his striking looks and Lin Fan's mother being an unparalleled beauty, It was no surprise that Linfan would be equally handsome. All right, Xiao brother. There have been some changes regarding the matter from a few days ago. Lin Xuan suddenly shifted his demeanor, becoming serious. Xiao Lingyun also restrained his smile, sensing the gravity of the situation. Changes? Yes, my initial plan was to take the initiative against the three great families. But now it seems we can afford to wait for them to come to us, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. He had complete trust in Gong Ling's information. After all, if she truly wished to harm him, she could have simply done so directly rather than resorting to such convoluted methods. Why is that? Xiao Lingyun asked, puzzled. Well, the three great families are likely to launch an attack on our Lin family in 5 days. At that time, we merely need to wait for them at the Lin residence, Lin Xuan remarked, still wearing a smile as he savored a sip of fine Biluakun tea. It seems the head of the Lin family possesses the most reliable information, Xiao Lingyun acknowledged, realizing he had made the right bet. The Lin family's network of information could not possibly surpass that of the Xiao family, yet they were completely unaware of this news. This suggested that Lin Xuan had someone behind him providing intelligence. In Yunwu City, Xiao Lingyun could not think of anyone more formidable than the Xiao family. Aside from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Ha, Xiao family head, when it comes time to divide the spoils, as agreed, it will be a 70-30 split, my 70, your 30. Lin Xuan had already secured his anticipated victory. That is perfectly acceptable. We, the Xiao family, are quite satisfied with 30%. Xiao Lingyun responded with a smile. Chapter 15. The family war 5 days later. At the Wu residence, the Wu family estate is situated in the most prestigious area of Yang City. Given the Wu family's formidable power, their estate is exceptionally grand, with the front courtyard encompassing over 10 acres, ample enough to accommodate thousands of guests. At this moment, the prominent leaders of the Jia and Fong families, along with several other smaller clans, had gathered in the expansive courtyard. Ah, Brother Fong, Brother Jia, Brother Qian, Brother Zhao. How delightful to see you all well, Wu Yifan remarked as he emerged from the building, his countenance radiant. Master Wu, this time we have indeed mobilized our entire forces. We are determined to annihilate the entire Lin family, leaving no survivors. Jia Ling, the head of the Jia family, declared, a cruel smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. The Jia family harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Lin family, as Lin Ao, from 3 generations past, had once grievously injured Jia Ling's youngest son, shattering his leg, a transgression that incited Jia Ling's wrath. Was it merely for the sake of his son forcibly seizing the daughters of some commoners? Lin Ao deserved to perish. The heads of the other clans turned their gazes towards Wu Yifan, echoing Jia Ling's sentiments in agreement. Rest assured, my friends. Today the Lin family shall surely face their demise, for Elder Cui has already arrived, Wu Yifan proclaimed, relinquishing his position of honor. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, frail and aged, stepped forward, flanked by 2 middle-aged men, one of whom was Cui Jian. The initial contact with the Wu family. I am Cui Yongdi. The higher authorities have decreed that Lin Xuan may be incapacitated, but not killed. There are those who require him alive, Cui Yongdi stated flatly. His words bore an undeniable authority, not as a suggestion, but as an edict. The assembly acknowledged his command. For Cui Yongdi possessed the stature to deliver such pronouncements. He was a formidable figure of the Tongxing realm, an entity they could not afford to offend. Everything shall be as Elder Cui commands, Wu Yifan responded with a respectful bow, fully aware that he had established ties with the Cui family, ensuring his protection moving forward. Indeed, my visit here is of limited duration. I must proceed to the number 6 mine by tomorrow, hence we cannot afford delays. As soon as night falls, we shall storm the Lin family estate, leaving no survivors. Only Lin Xuan shall be spared for the higher authorities, Cui Yongdi continued, his tone remarkably casual, as if discussing the mere squashing of an ant. Understood, Fang Xian and Jia Ling replied promptly. Wu Yifan felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. The members of the Lin family had no means of escape. Present were 8 formidable figures of the Yuandan realm and 1 from the Tongxing realm, not to mention over 20 from the Xiaoyuandan realm. The extermination of the Lin family was an inevitability. Let us depart for the Lin family at the hour of the rat. The president of the Tongtian Merchants Association, Cui Yongdi of the Cui family, has indeed arrived in Yang City and has made his way directly to the Wu residence, reported manager He with utmost respect. Ah, it seems as I suspected. This must be orchestrated by the elder from the Lingwu Sect, Gong Ling mused, propping her head upon her hand, her eyes narrowed in feigned indifference. President, the Wu Jia and Fong families have joined forces, and with the 2 formidable Grand Yuandan realm experts brought by Cui Yongdi, it seems they are approaching 10 powerful figures of that caliber. The Lin family may find it difficult to withstand such pressure, he, the manager, cautiously remarked. He noticed the distinct sentiment the president held for the head of the Lin family, prompting him to offer this warning. Indeed, I shall dispatch someone to keep watch. But I believe it will be fine. You may leave now, Gong Ling replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. Yes, he promptly retreated. Xiao Wu, take Tian Wei to investigate. But remember, Tian Wei shall not intervene unless faced with a life-or-death crisis. Gong Ling spoke to the empty air. Understood, came a voice from the void, before fading away. Almost ethereal in nature. Gong Ling approached the window, gazing at the encroaching night, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ninth senior brother. I too am eager to see how far you have progressed. Yunwu in the Yunwu Inn, meticulously crafted by the Xiao family of the Yunwu City Lord's residence, stands as the most upscale establishment in the city. Today, a distinguished guest has arrived in room 1 of the Tianhao suite. Young master, I have gathered all the information. Cui Yongdi from the Cui family has come to Yunwu City and headed straight to the Wu family. It appears he is targeting the Lin family. A burly middle-aged man strode in with vigor. The esteemed young master is the one who followed from the Huaqing prefecture, he added. The young master flicked his folding fan, gently swaying it a few times. Once again, it is the spirit martial sect. Each time, it is this same sect. Even a mere silver-robed elder from the spirit martial sect wields considerable power, he expressed with a hint of disdain. Young master, what shall we do now? Should we offer assistance to the Lin family? The burly man inquired. Assist? Why should we? It is the perfect opportunity to observe whether the Lin family possesses the capability to catch my eye, the young master chuckled. The burly man nodded slightly, remaining silent. Alas, Yunwu City truly is a diminutive place, with scarce vitality and an abundance of weaklings. It is rather dull, the young master sighed, gazing out the window. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. What power does that large building ahead belong to? The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the burly man reported truthfully. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The young master appeared momentarily stunned. In such a minuscule locale, how could there be a branch of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? How intriguing. This place is indeed more fascinating than I initially imagined. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is willing to establish a presence here, suggesting there is something remarkable about it. He mused. The young master tucked away his fan. Big fellow, let us pay a visit to the Lin family and assess their potential. If they demonstrate promise, they could become a covert force under my command. Understood, the burly man nodded firmly. Lin family. As night fell, ominous winds began to stir, the darkened moonlit sky foreboding. Indeed, a night suitable for chaos. Within the Lin family estate, the adept members had already gathered. Not only kin of the Lin family, but also a considerable number from the Xiao family. The Xiao family was indeed contributing significant strength this time. Xiao Lingyun, the city lord, personally led the team, accompanied by 2 formidable masters from the Xiao family at the Great Yuandan realm and 12 others at the Lesser Yuandan realm. In terms of sheer power, the Xiao family could easily overshadow the Lin family. Yet, Lin Xuan remained in the prominent position, while Lord Xiao occupied a subordinate seat. It was evident that Xiao Lingyun was somewhat anxious, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Relax, Lord Xiao, this time, victory is assured, Lin Xuan said with a warm smile. Let us hope so. Xiao Lingyun could only respond with a forced smile. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, fully aware of Xiao Lingyun's apprehension due to their slight disparity in strength. However, Lin Xuan was exceedingly confident in his own abilities. As a peak master of the Great Yuandan realm, having cultivated both the Xinhuang battle body and the Heavenly Shadow sword technique, his physical prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to master both spiritual-level martial arts. Furthermore, with the fortune of the Lin family backing him, defeat seemed unlikely, unless the opponent possessed a pinnacle master of the Tongxing realm. Yet, Lin Xuan had received word that the 4th elder of the Cui family, despite his title, was merely a fledgling master who had recently entered the Tongxing realm, ranking among the weakest in that category. Master, they have arrived. Suddenly, a loud voice called from outside, prompting Lin Xuan and the others to throw open the doors. Outside, a vast throng of individuals approached the Lin family, led by a white-haired elder whose expression bore a sinister cast, accompanied by hundreds of formidable experts. Loose. Fire all arrows. This is our first line of defense. It was only sufficient to eliminate some of the less significant foes. Launch. This time, a specially crafted breaking yuan spear from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, designed specifically to counteract yuan energy, was deployed. To their astonishment, several masters of the Yuandan realm were caught off guard, sustaining severe injuries and spitting blood. Impressive. Even Xiao Lingyun was left dumbfounded, having not anticipated that Lin Xuan possessed such a weapon. Chapter 16. The Great Battle of the Tongxing Realm and the Manifestation of Yuan Souls. How intriguing. It was becoming increasingly fascinating that this seemingly insignificant Lin family could wield such a rare artifact as the Breaking Yuan Spear, particularly one effective against masters of the Yuandan realm. The noble youth and the brawny man, standing near the Lin residence, gazed at this scene with evident astonishment. The breaking Yuan spear, a weapon tailored to counter Yuan energy, was of immense strategic value in wartime, with the most powerful variants capable of slaying Tongxing experts. Is that truly a breaking Yuan spear? The fourth elder of the Chui family, Chui Yongdi, was taken aback by the weapon's presence. This maneuver had directly injured 3 of their great Yuan Dan realm and 7 of their lesser Yuan Dan realm experts. I shall avenge them. Chui Yongdi, a fierce individual, disregarded the inept followers behind him and unleashed his full Yuan energy, charging straight toward the Lin residence. Follow Elder Chui and flatten the Lin family. Wu Yifan, witnessing Chui Yongdi's advance, immediately raised his spear and shouted. The Wu family disciples were the first to follow suit, with members from other families not lagging behind. This is not good. There is a master of the San Tongxing realm among them. The elderly patriarch of the Shao family, seated behind, gasped in alarm. What? Others were equally astonished, yet Lin Xuan remained composed. Kneel before this elder. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen meters was traversed, as Chui Yongdi's dark energy coalesced powerfully, surging towards Lin Xuan's face. Despite Chui Yongdi being a formidable figure at the Tongxing realm, Lin Xuan exhibited no fear. Earthly Fiend Palm. He boldly met Chui Yongdi's strike head-on. The tremendous shockwave of energy coalesced into a tangible form within a radius of several meters around them. With a resounding explosion, both Lin Xuan and Chui Yongdi retreated to their respective sides. Truly, one who could defeat Yang Chun was no ordinary contender. Chui Yongdi clenched his aged hand, regarding Lin Xuan with a newfound respect in his gaze. Meanwhile, the arriving Wu Yifan, Fang Xian, and Jia Ling were nearly rendered speechless. How could Lin Xuan withstand a blow from Chui Yongdi without yielding? Could it be that Lin Xuan had already attained the third passage divine realm? Fourth master, Chui Jian and another member of the Chui family approached. Chui Yongdi merely raised a hand and turned to Lin Xuan with a sinister grin. Lin clan leader, while your strength is commendable, it is merely superficial. You fail to comprehend the chasm between the third passage divine realm and the Yuan Dan realm. Today, you must perish, and your entire Lin family shall be buried alongside you. The Lin family glared at Chui Yongdi and his companions with hostility, gripping their weapons tightly. And you, members of the Shao family, I do not wish to trouble you, but if you know what is good for you, I suggest you vacate the premises. Chui Yongdi then directed his gaze at the Shao family, showing no respect for the city lord of Yunwu City. Shao Lingyun's expression darkened significantly, and behind him, Shao Shan's countenance was not much better. Hee, Elder Chui, do you truly believe you have bested this clan leader? Lin Xuan observed Chui Yongdi's arrogance and apparent confidence with a smile of irony. What? Does the Lin clan leader still cling to the hope of resistance? Chui Yongdi's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Xuan scoffed, a mere old dog who has just entered the Tongxing realm. What gives you such confidence? Old dog, my life rests here today. Can you take it? How dare you? Chui Yongdi, enraged by Lin Xuan's insult, trembled with fury as he drew a 9th-tier mundane sword and charged at Lin Xuan. Flattened the Lin clan. Wu Yifan shouted. Kill. Shao Lingyun made the prudent choice to aid the Lin family. He continued to gamble on the connection between President Gong Ling of the Tongtian Merchant Association and Lin Xuan, believing that the association would not stand idly by. Hellhound. Chui Yongdi bellowed, summoning a fearsome hellhound from thin air, its power terrifying. This was the third passage divine realm. Upon entering this realm, the first task was to cultivate the Yuan soul, the most significant and brilliant hallmark of the third passage divine realm. The vast disparity between the third passage divine realm and the Yuan Dan realm stemmed from the former's ability to cultivate the Yuan soul. As the hellhound manifested, Wu Yifan and the others were filled with envy. Standing outside, the two men observed, with the middle-aged man casually remarking, this Chui Yongdi's hellish hellhound is rather feeble. It can hardly be considered more than a third-grade spirit. Haha. An old dog nearing a century to have only entered the realm of the three connections is fortunate to possess a spirit of such caliber. A hint of derision laced his tone. Chui Yongdi erupted into a maniacal laugh, then cast an even more audacious gaze at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, do you now sense the dread of hell? Do you comprehend the disparity between the realms of the three connections and the Yuan Dan? Those beneath the realm of the three connections are destined to remain mere ants. Lin Xuan maintained his sardonic demeanor. Given your demeanor, I suspect your spirit is merely third grade. A lower-tier spirit, utterly worthless. Lin Xuan's words struck a nerve, igniting a slow simmering rage within Chui Yongdi. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he swung his long sword, unleashing a shadow of black steel that sliced through the air. Lin Xuan raised his sword to parry, perfectly countering Chui Yongdi's swordlight. Die! Chui Yongdi bellowed, as his hellish hellhound spirit surged forth, a torrent of energy erupting. This force undeniably exceeded that of the pinnacle Yuan Dan realm by several folds. However, Lin Xuan was no ordinary pinnacle Yuan Dan cultivator. His energy had been entirely transformed into Xianhuang energy, and his physique was immensely formidable. "Break for me," Lin Xuan roared, his tiny sword emanating a brilliant light, merging his essence with the weapon, subtly revealing the quintessence of intent. This sword shadow seemed capable of tearing through the very heavens, shattering Cui Yongdi's formidable energy barrier. Cui Yongdi gasped in shock, instinctively retreating, then frantically consolidating his energy once more. "Lin Xuan, you have thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to experience my ultimate technique. Hell Sword Annihilation." With a thunderous cry, the entire Lin residence appeared to plunge into an abyss of endless torment. The chilling wind howled mercilessly, and even the Yuan Dan cultivators felt an overwhelming cold that penetrated to their very bones. Die! Lin Xuan no longer held back. Cui Yongdi's technique was nearing the threshold of spiritual-level martial arts. Although Lin Xuan possessed the Xianhuang battle body, relying solely on his physical prowess to withstand Cui Yongdi's attack was sheer folly. The power wielded by Cui Yongdi, armed with a spirit, would undoubtedly surpass Yang Chen's strongest attack by 2 or 3 times. Chapter 17. Today, all shall perish. Cui Yongdi's Hell Sword Annihilation was indeed formidable, prompting the others to retreat hastily. This Cui Yongdi was displaying a technique that was, at the very least, noteworthy. The burly man clasped his fists, his tone indifferent. "Young master, if Lin Xuan withstands this strike, let us spare his life and employ him for our purposes." "Very well, my lord," the burly man responded respectfully. Meanwhile, within the Lin residence, as Cui Yongdi's Hell Sword Annihilation surged towards Lin Xuan, he would not be outdone. The Tianying Spirit Sword technique was not to be underestimated. The Tianying Spirit Sword technique manifested over 200 sword shadows, countless blades responding with a whispering sound. Spirit-level martial arts. With a startled exclamation, De Biao marveled at the astonishing feat of Lin Xuan, who, despite not having entered the realm of Tongxing, had mastered spiritual-level martial arts. This young noble, who had previously been idly fanning himself, was equally taken aback by Lin Xuan's prowess. Setting aside the source of Lin Xuan's spiritual-level martial arts, the mere fact that he could wield such abilities before reaching the Tongxing realm unequivocally indicated that he was no ordinary individual. As Lin Xuan's robes billowed in the wind, the Tian Shadow's sword in his grasp quivered ominously. "Die!" cried Cui Yongdi, launching himself towards Lin Xuan, accompanied by his hellish wolfhounds, which echoed their master's chilling wails. Over 300 sword phantoms surged toward the hellish wolfhounds with astonishing speed and terrifying power, rivaling that of a typical Tongxing realm warrior. With a resounding explosion, a torrent of vital energy erupted, propelling both Lin Xuan and Cui Yongdi backward, while the other combatants hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of the explosion. Dust enveloped the Lin family courtyard, which lay in ruins, pockmarked and ravaged. As the smoke cleared, Lin Xuan and Cui Yongdi emerged from the haze. Cui Yongdi's once pristine gray robe was now tattered, his hair disheveled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his vitality considerably diminished. In contrast, though Lin Xuan's attire was also tattered, his resilience, bolstered by the Xianhuang battle body, remained markedly superior, his state far more stable. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of spiritual-level body-forging martial arts. Lin Xuan felt a surge of gratitude towards his former master for providing him with a body-forging pill. Without it, cultivating the Xianhuang battle body would have been significantly more arduous. "This is impossible. You were struck by my Hell Sword Annihilation. How can you still stand so firmly?" Cui Yongdi, agitated by Lin Xuan's unwavering aura, shrieked in frustration. Meanwhile, Wu Yufan, Fang Xian, and Jia Ling wore expressions of profound concern. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, they now realized their previously perceived advantage had evaporated. "I've warned you, old dog. At a century old, I wonder what means you employed to enter the Tongxing realm. A wretch like you is the weakest among Tongxing warriors. I could easily end your life." Lin Xuan felt a surge of fiery blood coursing through his veins. Grappling with the notion of counterattacking a threefold God realm adversary with his mere Yuan Dan realm prowess, the thought had never crossed his mind. But he understood that one must dare to attempt the untried. The Lin family has wronged Elder Bali. Your demise is inevitable. If you surrender now, perhaps your family might still escape annihilation. Cui Yongdi, sensing his imminent defeat, resorted to verbal intimidation. Xiao Lingyun was alarmed, fearing that Lin Xuan might spare Cui Yongdi. Having already crossed the line, there was no turning back. Lin Xuan scoffed. "Do you truly believe I am but a child? The trials I have faced are far beyond the comprehension of your trivial world. Prepare to meet your end." Lin Xuan's eyes hardened, and his vital energy surged as he lunged directly at Cui Yongdi. "Protect Elder Cui." Wu Yifan and the others shouted loudly. Get away! Lin Xuan roared, his sword unwavering in its might. Wu Yifan and the other elite practitioners of the elemental core realm were no match for him. In that moment, Wu Yifan realized just how vast the chasm between him and Lin Xuan truly was. With a single strike, Lin Xuan sent Wu Yifan flying, inflicting internal injuries upon him. Dare you? Cui Yongdi exclaimed in both fury and shock, for he was the fourth master of the Cui family of the Huqing Prefecture. What is there that I would not dare? Lin Xuan's Tianying sword showed no sign of hesitation as it aimed straight for Cui Yongdi. Though Cui Yongdi was indeed a formidable practitioner of the formative realm, he could not simply be struck down by Lin Xuan. Hellhound shield. The Hellhound leaped protectively in front of Cui Yongdi. Morning dust. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as countless vibrant petals appeared amidst the dark night, cascading down like snowflakes. How beautiful! This was the unspoken thought of the cultivators locked in a life-and-death struggle. The two onlookers were equally astonished. What martial art is this? I have never heard of it, exclaimed a young master, his disbelief palpable. This martial art bore the potency of a quasi-spiritual level. It is indeed remarkable, Big Biao said. Astonished, a mere head of the Lin family had amassed both spiritual and quasi-spiritual martial arts. Especially with Big Biao's keen eye, he could discern that Lin Xuan had cultivated an exceptionally profound body technique. Otherwise, his physique would not be so fearsome. The surprises that Lin Xuan brought to the young master were increasingly delightful. He was quite satisfied with the Lin family. The young master waved his folding fan with satisfaction as the vibrant petals danced through the air, surging towards Cui Yongdi like hail in response to Lin Xuan's swordplay. Cui Yongdi was utterly horrified. You cannot kill me. I am the fourth master of the Cui family. Boom. The sword disregarded the words of the powerless. The Tianying sword pierced the Hellhound, which could not withstand Lin Xuan's formidable strike and was instantly reduced to ashes. Cui Yongdi was sent flying for dozens of meters. His aura disordered and faint, on the brink of death. Elder Cui, the members of the three great families exclaimed in shock. Two powerful practitioners from the Cui family rushed to his side. Xiao Lingyun stared in astonishment at Lin Xuan, who stood firm with his sword. And the elderly patriarch of the Xiao family looked equally taken aback. To be able to counterkill three realms with the peak strength of the elemental core realm, such a circumstance would be considered true genius even within the great wilderness empire. Yet, with such combat prowess, why had Lin Xuan not broken through to the three realms by the age of 60? Lin Xuan twirled his sword, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the incapacitated Cui Yongdi. Today all must perish. Chapter 18. Annihilating the three great families with a flash of the sword in his hand, Lin Xuan charged once more towards Cui Yongdi. Though Cui Yongdi's energy was waning, he still retained a sliver of rationality. As he beheld Lin Xuan's advancing blade, his body twisted in fear, and he screamed, You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. I am the fourth master of the Cui family. If you take my life, the Cui family shall never rest until we have our vengeance upon the Lin family. Cease your clamor. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Could this old cur truly intimidate him? With a swift motion, he sent flying two guards who sought to protect Cui Yongdi, and the heavenly shadow sword plunged directly into Cui Yongdi's chest. Cui Yongdi gazed at Lin Xuan in disbelief, blood spilling from his mouth as he reached out in vain. The life ebbed from him, and he fell lifeless, blood saturating the ground. Fourth master, Cui Jian exclaimed in terror. Lin Xuan granted no respite. Allowing them to return home with news was utterly unnecessary. Earth-shattering palm, he bellowed, unleashing a palm strike that caught Cui Jian unprepared, ending his life on the spot. Another formidable expert from the Cui family attempted to flee, but Lin Xuan was resolute. With a swift step, he pursued and dispatched the Cui family member with a single devastating blow, sending him to meet the king of hell. His decisiveness and slaughter left no room for future repercussions. The Wu, Jia, and Fong families, trembling and terrified, huddled together, weapons in hand. Lin Xuan, you have emerged victorious. We concede, Wu Yifan shouted, swallowing hard. Ah, there is no need for your admission. I am well aware that the Lin family has triumphed. This is glaringly evident. Lin Xuan replied with a chilling smile, his hands raised in mock surrender. Lin Xuan, you have already won. What more do you seek? Jia Ling cried out. Jia Ling, you have been the head of the Jia family for over 20 years. How could you utter such foolish words today? Lin Xuan retorted. Do you truly wish for a mutual destruction with our three families? Fong Xian yelled in fear, as if he believed this would intimidate Lin Xuan into submission. But Lin Xuan was not so easily daunted. I apologize, but today the three families must perish. I have stated this long ago. Lin Xuan's eyelids lowered, adopting the demeanor of a villain. Should you wish to annihilate our three families, know that even you, Lin Xuan, must pay a hefty price. Wu Yifan seethed. and alongside Zhao Ling and Fang Xian, they charged at Lin Xuan, intent on a desperate struggle. Lin Xuan sneered, curling his lips. A group of naive fools who had held their positions for decades. He twirled his sword, firmly grasping it in hand. 4 Seasons sword technique, spring flourish. Within mere days of mastering the technique, Lin Xuan had achieved a remarkable proficiency. This semi-spiritual martial art could be perfectly grasped in 7 days. A testament to Lin Xuan's unparalleled martial talent, unmatched throughout the vast Da Huang Empire. As the spring flourish of the 4 Seasons sword technique was unleashed, vitality surged through the night, yet hidden within that vibrancy lay an inexorable intent to kill. With a sickening thud, a head fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. Zhao Ling, perish. Master. The Jia family members howled in anguish. Summer Blaze. With this move, Fang Xian met his end in an instant. The members of the Xiao and Lin families observed Lin Xuan as he dispatched them one by one, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, leaving them in a state of surreal disbelief. Wu Yifan teeters on the brink of madness, especially after witnessing Fang Xian and Zhao Ling perish before him. Had I foreseen this, would I have acted differently? Once, the head of the clan merely sought to establish a foothold in Yunwu City. It was you who chose to oppose me, thus paving the way for my Lin family's rise to prominence through your demise. Observing the deranged Wu Yifan, Lin Xian's gaze held no trace of pity. To show compassion towards an enemy is to inflict cruelty upon oneself. With a single strike, winter's frost and snow, Lin Xuan sent the head of the Wu family straight to hell. In this confrontation, Lin Xuan single-handedly vanquished a master of the Tongxing realm and 5 formidable figures of the Great Yuan Dan realm. Meanwhile, Old Master Xiao dispatched 2 from the Great Yuan Dan realm, and the combined efforts of the Xiao and Lin families eliminated another. The upper echelons of the 3 great families and those from the Chui family who had arrived were collectively slain by the Lin and Xiao families. From this moment forth, Yunwu City shall no longer be home to 5 great families, but shall instead be dominated by 2, with the Lin family holding absolute authority. Lin Xuan effortlessly dispatched a master of the Tongxing realm. Even if Old Master Xiao were to ascend to the Tongxing realm, he would undoubtedly be no match for Lin Xuan. Furthermore, with Xiao Ye's extraordinary connection to Linfan, Old Master Xiao, as long as he retains his faculties, will surely know how to proceed henceforth. Lin Xuan gathered the spoils of this battle, preparing to raid the strongholds of the 3 great families, when an unexpected guest arrived. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated throughout the Lin residence. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Lin Xuan remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, splendidly said, replied the noble gentleman as he and the brawny figure, towering at a staggering height of 9.5 feet, strode into the Lin estate. His muscular frame drawing attention. The arrival of these 2 figures put both the Xiao and Lin families on high alert. In the wake of the demise of the 3 great families, the Lin family's 3rd generation emerged, led by Linfan. Father, what is the situation? Linfan inquired as he approached Lin Xuan. We have emerged victorious. The 3 great families are no more, Lin Xuan replied calmly. Linfan nodded slowly, as if he had anticipated this outcome and felt no surprise. The head of the Lin family is indeed formidable, capable of countering the 4th elder of the Chui family. Chui Yongdi, with his peak Great Yuan Dan realm prowess, truly impressive, Mingyu remarked with admiration. The noble gentleman smiled amiably, clasping his hands in salute to Lin Xuan. Exuding courtesy, one should not strike a smiling face. Lin Xuan responded with a smile of his own. My dear sir, your visit here must not merely be for pleasantries. Lin Xuan subtly glanced at the imposing figure beside the noble gentleman. This muscular giant possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing that of Chui Yongdi. Should a conflict arise, Lin Xuan felt no confidence in overcoming such a formidable opponent. The head of the Lin family had previously slain the son of Ba Li, yet that had been under a signed agreement of life and death, leaving Ba Li constrained in his quest for vengeance. However, the situation is now altered. The head of the Lin family has executed the 4th elder of the Chui family, Chui Yongdi. Should the Chui family become aware of this, it is entirely plausible that they would retaliate against the Lin family. The noble young master first articulated the intricate interests at play to Lin Xuan, or rather, to the entire Lin family. The members of the Xiao family exchanged glances, uncertain. As for the affairs of the Chui family, the Lin family would naturally take charge, and thus, there was no need for this young master to concern himself. Lin Xuan harbored no illusions regarding the intentions of this individual. He was undoubtedly scheming. Chapter 19. Accepting the old man as a little brother? The old man declines. It appears that the head of the Lin family remains oblivious to the might of the Chui family. The noble young master smiled gently and continued. The Chui family of Huaping Prefecture is one of the 3 prominent families within the region, boasting more than a handful of experts in the Tongxing realm. Moreover, this Chui Yongdi is merely the least accomplished among them. Should the Chui family dispatch other formidable warriors, do you believe the Lin family would stand a chance? The young master's assertions were undeniably sound, prompting Xiao Shanhe and his son Xiao Lingyuan to nod in agreement. Although Huaping Prefecture was but a tier above Yunwu City, the disparity was indeed monumental. In Huaping Prefecture, those at the Yuandan realm were commonplace, and even a second-rate family would have a powerful Yuandan expert to safeguard them. What of the three great families, then? Young master, what is your intention in offering such a reminder to this old man? I have never believed that there exist free lunches in this world. Lin Xuan retorted instead of responding directly to the noble young master. Ha! The noble young master closed his folding fan and laughed heartily, the audacity of his mirth irking Lin Xuan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hou Mingyu, the second son of the Eastern King's manor in Dongzhou. I believe I possess the strength to offer you protection. What? Everyone was taken aback, though Lin Xuan merely slightly altered his expression. Dongzhou is one of the 13 provinces of the Great Wilderness Empire, and the Lingwu Sect is a prominent force there. Yet, Dongzhou is not without its giants. And the Hou family of the Eastern King's manor is one such behemoth, belonging to the royal faction and historically at odds with the Lingwu Sect. The members of the Xiao family were incredulous. Their clan was only slightly superior to the Hou family. This was a superpower capable of contending with their lineage. Hou family, Lin Xuan murmured. If his memory served him correctly, during his time at the Jixier Academy, he had a junior from the Eastern King's manor named Hou Tianfeng. He wondered how that individual fared now. What do you think? Hou Mingyu observed the exaggerated expressions of those present, his pride evident. Yet Lin Xuan's contemplation earned him a measure of respect from Hou Mingyu, the head of the Lin family. Upon learning of his identity as the second young master of the Hou family, displayed no sign of astonishment. Why would the Eastern King's manor concern itself with the affairs of such a small place? What reason do you have to protect us? Lin Xuan's tone was nonchalant. He had witnessed many such scenarios during his time at the Jixier Academy. In this world, nothing comes without a price. Every matter demands sacrifice. The Lin family's only offering could only be their own lineage. Let me speak plainly, the young master declared. I wish for your Lin family to serve me and be of use to me in the future, and rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly in return. When Hou Mingyu uttered these words, he exuded an unmistakable confidence. Indeed, an innumerable number of families aspire to become vassals of the Eastern King's mansion, and even experts in the Tongxing realm hope to serve as its honored guests. However, Hou Mingyu was mistaken in one regard. Lin Xuan would certainly not be among them. The head of the family had firmly declined. What? Hou Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily convinced he had misheard. Even Xiao Lingyuan believed he had misunderstood. If the Lin family were to ally with Hou Mingyu, becoming a vassal of the Eastern King's mansion, they would ensure that even the spirit martial sect would think twice before troubling them. Why, then, did Lin Xuan refuse? Old Master Xiao regarded Lin Xuan, who remained composed throughout, with admiration. Such a person was destined for greatness. Do you comprehend what you are saying? You dare to refuse this young master? Hou Mingyu, incredulous, found amusement in the audacity of the rejection, for no one had ever turned down Hou Mingyu before. Alas, I must respectfully decline the invitation of the young prince. My sole desire is for my humble family to reside peacefully in Cloud Mist City, harboring no grand ambitions. Lin Xuan replied with a cheerful smile, reiterating his refusal. This time, the expression on Hou Mingyu's face darkened further. Linfan squinted slightly, feeling an urge to support his father's decision against becoming subservient. Such a fate was not what he envisioned. He scrutinized his father closely, noting a marked change in him since his 60th birthday. He now radiated an imposing presence and authority. Father, fret not. Grant me a mere decade, and the Eastern King's mansion shall be of no consequence. Linfan clenched his fists resolutely. Ha! I never anticipated you would dare to refuse this young master. You possess courage. Hou Mingyu seethed with indignation, yet his upbringing restrained him from acting inappropriately. Head of the Lin family, such a lack of recognition is unbecoming of an astute individual. At that moment, Dabayao, a formidable figure standing beside Hou Mingyu, stepped forward, his iron-like aura enveloping the Lin household, leaving everyone breathless. Hou Mingyu did not intervene. He wished to avoid any drastic actions against the Lin family. Yet their refusal warranted a demonstration of power. Lin Xuan's expression soured slightly. Although Hou Mingyu was not the archetypal spoiled scion, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Should conflict arise, Lin Xuan felt no confidence in overcoming this ironclad man unless he could attain the third stage of divine connection. Master Hou, if the Lin family does not wish to serve your Eastern King's mansion, why must you persist? Suddenly, a striking figure descended from the heavens. Who? All eyes turned towards the radiant figure. President Gong. Xiao Lingyun exclaimed with unbridled joy, relieved that his gamble had not been in vain. And you are? Ho Mingyu inquired, gazing at the woman before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. While Ho Minjiu remained oblivious, De Biao sensed the terrifying energy emanating from Gong Ling. Realizing it was far beyond his capacity to withstand, De Biao had already begun to perspire profusely. I am the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in Yunwu City, Gong Ling stated calmly. Ho Minjiu curled his lip in disdain, thinking that being merely the president of a branch in Yunwu City did not make her a significant figure. Old Master Luo, I have met Miss Gong, an elderly figure descended from the sky. Old Luo, Ho Mingyu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the elderly man. Clearly, he was a person of great stature, someone whose presence could compel even the young prince of the Dongtian Wangfu to address him with respect, suggesting he was likely above the Tongxing realm. Lin Xuan observed these formidable individuals one after another with a resigned posture, arms crossed, watching quietly. Linfan gazed at them, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. He was determined to become such a powerful figure one day, perhaps even surpassing them entirely. Miss Gong, my second young master, Meng Lang, has caused offense today. I shall certainly come to apologize in the future, Luo Hui stated. After which he departed the Lin residence with the bewildered Ho Mingyu and the relieved De Biao. Chapter 20. The Destruction of Families. Luo Hui, along with Ho Mingyu and De Biao, swiftly exited the Lin residence, leaving the members of the Lin and Xiao families in a state of astonishment. Just who was this President Gong Ling that even the young prince of the Dongtian Wangfu seemed reluctant to offend? Once outside, Ho Mingyu, who was unaccustomed to setbacks, was visibly displeased. Old Luo, what is the story here? What is the identity of that woman? Why do you seem so wary of her? He was perplexed. For in the eastern province, aside from the Lingwu Sect, what other power could possibly overshadow the Dongtian Wangfu? My lord, that woman is someone you must never provoke. I can only say that even if the prince were to visit, he would likely show her deference. Luo Hui replied with a shake of his head. What? Even my father must show her deference? Ho Mingyu exclaimed in surprise, while the Biao stood by, equally confused. Old Luo, that woman should be at most at the pinnacle of the Tongxing realm or at the Tongling realm. Surely the prince would not fear her? Is it her identity that warrants such caution? De Biao pondered aloud, grasping at a crucial point. Luo Hui cast a sidelong glance at De Biao and replied coolly, regardless, do not provoke that woman. If you were to offend her connections, the prince would likely be unable to protect you. Therefore, the Lin family must be treated well, not coerced. Yes, old Luo, I shall remember your words, Ho Mingyu acknowledged, showing a great deal of respect for Luo Hui, who was, after all, a protector of his father in the eastern province. Seeing Ho Mingyu's demeanor, Luo Hui felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding slightly. The prince was indeed extraordinary, and his two children were remarkable as well. The Dongtian Wangfu was destined for greatness. At the Lin residence, Lin Xuan chuckled. Thank you, President Gong, for your timely intervention. He smiled as he watched Luo Hui and the others vanish from sight, greeting Gong Ling with a respectful gesture. Xiao Lingyun and the others immediately followed suit, bowing. We pay our respects to President Gong. Linfan looked between Gong Ling and Lin Xuan, sensing something amiss. Why would the esteemed president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce come to the Lin family in the dead of night? There was undoubtedly more to this than met the eye. Humph, there's no need for gratitude. Consider it a repayment of your past kindness, Guo Ling remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xuan with a slight pout. Kindness? Xiao Lingyun felt a stir within. It was quite astonishing that Lin Xuan could evoke such indebtedness from the esteemed Guo. Lin Fan, too, gazed incredulously at his father, suddenly realizing he seemed a stranger to him. Meanwhile, Lin Wen and Lin Wu expressed their gratitude once more to Guo Ling, acknowledging that she had indeed come to their rescue this time. Lin Xuan, I shall visit the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce 7 days hence. I have matters to discuss with you, Guo Ling declared before ascending into the air and departing. Such was the marvel of the 3 realms of divine existence. The ability to soar was truly enviable. Ha ha ha. Lin Patriarch, the upper echelons of the 3 great families have mostly been eradicated. Why not seize this opportunity to raid their stronghold, leaving only 2 families in Yunwu City? Xiao Lingyun laughed heartily, eyeing Lin Xuan. The plunder from the 3 families would indeed amount to a substantial fortune. Very well, the Fong family and I bear no significant enmity. Thus, I shall leave them to you. The remaining 2 families, however, will be mine, Lin Xuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Agreed. Xiao Lingyun nodded nonchalantly, then added, though the Wu and Jia families have lost most of their high-ranking members, a few remnants remain. I can lend you the blackguards from our city lord's mansion. They will surely eradicate every last one of them. Xiao Lingyun's words carried a certain ruthlessness, Yet such actions were commonplace in the martial world. To leave any potential threat unchecked was unwise. It was better to err on the side of caution than to allow any survivors. Thank you, City Lord Xiao. Lin Xuan replied. Eldest brother, second brother, gather all our elites from the Lin family. First, we shall obliterate the Jia family, and then we will strike the Wu family, leaving not a single soul alive. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were merely preparing to slaughter livestock. Understood. Lin Wu appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Even at nearly 70 years of age, the prospect of personally annihilating his formidable foes brought him immense joy, surpassing even the delight of celebrating his own 60th birthday. Let us proceed. Lin Xuan led Lin Wu, Lin Xuan, and the elite forces of the Xiao family, the Blackguards. At that moment, the elite troops of the Xiao family treated Lin Xuan with the utmost respect, addressing him as Patriarch Lin without a hint of insolence. Such was the reverence commanded by strength. Upon arriving at the Jia family estate, Lin Xuan charged in without hesitation, swiftly dispatching the guards that stood in their way. The autumn wind howled mournfully, and as the grand strike commenced, the chilling breeze swept over the Jia family's domain in Lingwu City. The swirling autumn leaves bearing witness to the impending fall of the Jia family, destined to become but a fleeting memory. After the destruction of the Jia family, Lin Xuan and Lin Wu remained behind to assess the spoils, which would serve as resources for the Lin family's future growth. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan pressed onward with the others toward the Wu family. The residence of the Wu family stands as the grandest among the 5 prominent clans. Situated in a prime location, second only to the Xiao family, Lin Xuan has long coveted this estate, especially since the Lin residence was destroyed by the foolish Cui Yongdi. Thus, acquiring a new stronghold for the Lin family is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. This is the Wu family residence. All unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. The Wu disciples guarding the entrance shouted as they observed Lin Xuan approaching with an air of arrogance. A flicker of brilliance crossed Lin Xuan's eyes as he swiftly unsheathed the Tianying sword, dispatching the 4 guardians of the Wu family in an instant. Kill indiscriminately, men, women, and children alike. Leave no survivors. To spare even one is to invite future troubles. Lin Xuan stated indifferently. When it comes to annihilating an entire family, one must either refrain from such actions or execute them thoroughly. Otherwise, it jeopardizes one's own lineage. Yes, the blackguards of the Xiao family and the Lin disciples surged into the estate, mercilessly slashing at the unsuspecting members of the Wu family, regardless of age or gender. As Lin Xuan entered the residence, a figure attempted to flee, but with a flash of sword light. The Wu family's minor Yuan Dan realm expert was slain on the spot. This encapsulates Lin Xuan's purpose. He required no plundering or extermination of the family, merely the prevention of any Wu family members escaping. Report to the family head. All Wu family members have been eradicated. A Lin disciple exclaimed excitedly as he approached to deliver the news. Report to the Lin patriarch. There are no survivors among the Wu family. The commander of the Blackguards also approached Lin Xuan respectfully to convey the same. Very well, you have worked hard. This is your vengeance. You may leave now. Lin Xuan remarked, tossing 2,000 yuan stones to the Blackguard, who, filled with joy, departed merrily. Chapter 21. A Great Harvest, Sword-Shaped Grass. The following morning, a tremor swept through Yunyu City as the residences of the Jia and Fong families had mysteriously become vacant, while the Wu family estate now bore the name of the Lin residence. The former Lin estate lay in ruins. Have you heard? The Wu, Jia, and Fong families conspired and betrayed the nation, attempting to launch a surprise attack on the city lord's manor last night. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of City Lord Xiao and the Lin family head, the 3 families were obliterated. The City Lord's office has issued a notification declaring the Wu, Fong, and Jia families eradicated. This means that Yunyu City is left with only 2 prominent families. Can you believe it? The Lin family head turned the tide and triumphed over the 3 families. The cultivators of Yunwu City buzzed with excitement. News of this event spread throughout the city, orchestrated by City Lord Xiao, who readily attributed all blame to the 3 families. Meanwhile, regarding the Cui family of Huaqing Prefecture, they were too preoccupied with the attention of the Shangguan family to take action, and they lacked evidence to prove that Lin Xuan had killed their 4th master. Cui Yongdi, who was supposed to visit the Cui family's number 6 mine, had mysteriously gone missing, allowing Lin Xuan to firmly assert that he had never encountered Cui 4th master. At the Lin residence, the family head reported, "We have completed the inventory of the Wu and Jia family's assets. However, given the span of a day and night, this can only be a rough estimate due to the sheer volume." Within the Lin residence, transformed from the Wu family estate, Lin Xuan sat in the prominent position of the Lin family patriarch, while several accountants from the Lin family gathered below. Pray tell, I too wish to ascertain the treasures left to us by the illustrious Wu and Jia families. Lin Xuan sipped the exquisite jade green tea procured from the Wu family, which truly invigorated his spirit. Yes, esteemed patriarch, the lead accountant responded with a respectful bow, then began to recount the findings. Upon thorough examination, it was revealed that the Jia family's treasury contained 80,000 yuan stones, 7 weapons of at least 7th rank, 43 weapons ranging from 4th to 6th rank, and 231 weapons of 3rd rank and below. Additionally, the Jia family owned a mine, 3 taverns, 2 tea houses, 3 gambling establishments, 1 brothel, and even 2 escort agencies, along with a smelting workshop. Beyond these assets, numerous martial arts manuals and an assortment of peculiar elixirs had yet to be meticulously catalogued. The accountant's words flowed forth with fervor. Suddenly, hearty laughter resonated from outside, heralding the arrival of Lin Xuan and Lin Wu. Third brother, you cannot imagine. We have also discovered Jia Ling's private vault, containing an additional 20,000 yuan stones, a 9th rank weapon, a 9th rank martial arts manual, and some exceptional elixirs. Truly splendid. Lin Wu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. The cumulative worth of the Jia family's possessions exceeded 200,000 yuan stones, a considerable fortune, especially in contrast to what the Lin family possessed. Eldest brother, second brother, please take a seat. We have yet to explore the treasures of the Wu family, which has been established in Lingwu City for over 2 centuries. Undoubtedly, they possess even greater wealth. Lin Xuan remarked with a calm smile. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lin Wu and Lin Xuan promptly seated themselves, their excitement palpable. Indeed, I must report, esteemed patriarch and respected elders, that the Wu family's riches are indeed more substantial. The accountant presented a ledger, noticeably thicker than the previous one. From our search of the Wu family, we have unearthed 130,000 yuan stones, 13 weapons of 7th rank and above, 73 weapons ranging from 4th to 6th rank, and 389 weapons of 3rd rank and below. Furthermore, their assets include 2 iron mines, a small refined iron mine, 3 plots of medicinal herb fields, 1 tavern for gambling houses, and 3 tea houses. The accountant continued, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of findings. Lin Wu, unable to contain his enthusiasm, seized the ledger to peruse its contents himself, much to Lin Xuan's amusement. This bounty will sustain our Lin family for 50 years, Lin Wu declared joyfully. Lin Xuan merely shook his head gently. He knew that, far from lasting 50 years, these resources might scarcely sustain them for 3, if even that long. Nonetheless, the offerings from the Wu family were indeed substantial, particularly the iron mines and refined iron mine, valuable assets he had not anticipated. Oh, by the way, esteemed patriarch, it was previously reported by a Lin family disciple that they discovered the private vault of Wu Yufan, the head of the Wu family, and now await your esteemed presence to unlock it, the accountant continued. Lin Xuan nodded lightly before rising and making his way to the Wu family's backyard. At that moment, the backyard exuded a vibrant vitality, a stark contrast to the aftermath of the massacre. Upon reaching the residence of the Wu family patriarch, Lin Xuan and his companions indeed discovered an iron wall. Lin Xuan retrieved a key from Wu Yifan's storage pouch and unlocked the door, revealing a trove of treasures within. The cabinet, though modest in size, housed a selection of genuinely remarkable items. Is this a 9th-tier mundane grade armor? Goodness, is that a minor yuandan? And this? A kai yuandan. This is a martial art of quasi-spiritual grade. What sort of herb is this, and why does it appear so peculiar? Suddenly, a remark from Lin Xuan piqued Lin Xuan's interest. As Lin Xuan took the jade box and beheld the herb nestled within, he was taken aback. Sword-shaped grass. This is a celestial herb for comprehending the essence of the sword path. Such a rarity is not merely hard to come by in Lingwu City, but even in the vast imperial capital of the great wilderness, it is a treasure that one may encounter only by fortune. Lin Xuan recalled an auction he once attended where a single stalk of sword-shaped grass fetched an astonishing bid of 220,000 yuan stones. Several formidable figures of the spirit connection realm fought fiercely over it. However, the stalk of sword-shaped grass in Lin Xuan's possession was somewhat imperfect, yet it still held a value of 1,000,000 heavenly stones. Lin Xuan was astounded that Wu Yifan had such a treasure. He could assert that selling the entire Wu family would not equate to the worth of a single leaf of this herb. It seems that my third brother is in dire need of this, so I shall bestow it upon him. Both Lin Xuan and Lin Wu, witnessing Lin Xuan's uncharacteristic excitement, recognized the significance of this extraordinary treasure but held no objections. Dear elder brothers, this treasure shall belong to me, Lin Xuan stated without reservation. As a practitioner of the sword path, he sought to grasp its most profound essence, and he felt that he was merely a step away from comprehending the sword's true meaning. This herb was precisely what he required. After securing the sword-shaped grass, the three of them meticulously examined the remaining items in the cabinet. While they may not directly benefit from these possessions, they could serve as rewards for the second generation of the Lin family. Following the recent conflict, many members of the Lin family had experienced advancements, including those of the third generation. Particularly noteworthy was Lin Xuan's grandson, Lin Ao, who had astonishingly reached the fourth level of Kai Yuan. And there was a significant possibility he would break through to Yuan Dan before the age of 25. With Lin Xian's influence, his future prospects were boundless. Chapter 22. Rewards based on merit. Lin Mansion. After Lin Xian and his companions completed their inventory of spoils, they gathered all the second-generation members of the Lin family, as well as the third-generation disciples who had attained the Kai Yuan realm. The Wu family's council hall was indeed grander and more opulent than that of the Lin family. Lin Xian occupied the highest seat, with Lin Xuan and Lin Wu seated just below him, while the rest of the first, second, and third generations were arranged according to their strength and lineage. Leading the second generation was Lin Yang, while Lin Ao headed the third generation. Naturally, Linfan was also present at today's meeting, as he was Lin Xian's only son and the young patriarch of the Lin family. As long as Lin Xian remained steadfast, Linfan would forever hold the title of young patriarch. Linfan and Lin Xuan held relatively low positions, ranked between the second and third generations, a situation deliberately orchestrated by Lin Xian. From this day forth, the families of Wu, Fong, and Jia shall no longer hold sway over Yunyu City. The Lin and Shao families shall jointly govern this realm, Lin Xian stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the assembly erupted in joy, with many members of the Lin family unable to contain their excitement, rising to their feet and gesticulating with glee. After enduring the oppression of the three prominent families for so long, the Lin family finally had a chance to exult in their triumph. Not only had they reclaimed their dignity, but they had also decisively countered the three families, all thanks to their esteemed patriarch. With this thought, the gazes of the crowd turned toward Lin Xian, filled with newfound reverence. The patriarch had asserted before the battle that the greater one's accomplishments, the more substantial the rewards would be. Now was the moment for him to fulfill that promise. Lin Xian, seated in the main position with his leg crossed, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. The crowd rejoiced, though they remained composed, especially the second and third generation members of the collateral branches, who were brimming with excitement. In other families, collateral branches were often looked down upon, unless they possessed power that could threaten the main lineage, which was evidently not the case here. Yet, the patriarch treated them with equal regard, deeply moving them. Second generation, Lin Yang, you have performed admirably. Your rewards include 1,000 essence stones, a 9th grade martial art, and a 9th grade weapon of the mundane level. You may collect your rewards from the martial arts and weaponry halls, Lin Xian announced, beginning with Lin Yang, who had indeed made significant contributions and was currently a representative figure of the Lin family's second generation. Thank you, patriarch, Lin Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. The prospect of acquiring a 9th grade martial art and a mundane 9th grade weapon promised to elevate his prowess considerably. The onlookers watched with envy, recognizing that Lin Yang had earned such accolades through his abilities. Lin Yang's father, Lin Wu, observed the scene with a nod of approval, feeling a sense of pride. Next, Lin Xuan, your contributions were commendable as well. You will receive 300 essence stones, a 7th grade martial art, and a mundane 7th grade weapon. Thank you, patriarch, Lin Xuan replied gratefully. Lin Xian continued to call out names, bestowing rewards upon the members of the Lin family's main lineage, until he finally reached the collateral branches. Lin Feng, Lin Xian called, directing his attention to this particular member of the collateral family, who was in his 30s and had achieved the 7th level of the opening origin realm, a remarkable feat present. Lin Feng responded, rising steadily upon hearing the patriarch's summons. Lin Feng, I have observed your performance throughout this endeavor, and it has been quite impressive, Lin Xian praised with a smile. Even though Lin Feng was typically composed, such commendation from his patriarch caused a blush to rise on his cheeks, filling him with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. The other collateral disciples were equally exhilarated. While the praise was not directed at them, witnessing one of their own receiving recognition from the patriarch was a profoundly different experience. However, as Lin Xian scrutinized the records, he noted, Lin Feng, at 32 years of age, you possess an opening origin 8th level cultivation, with martial arts and weaponry both at the 5th grade. This is somewhat lacking. Let us proceed with the rewards. 1 Kaiwan Dan, a volume of 8th grade martial arts, an 8th grade weapon, and 500 yuan stones. What? The main lineage and all collateral branches were utterly astonished, not because the rewards were insufficient, but because they far exceeded their expectations. Lin Feng stood there dumbfounded, his lips quivering. What? Are you dissatisfied with the rewards bestowed by the clan leader? Lin Xuan chuckled as he gazed at Linfan. Thank you, clan leader. For the Lin family, I, Linfan, am willing to sacrifice my life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Linfan knelt and bowed 3 times to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan rose promptly to assist Linfan back to his feet. Your grandfather and my father were brothers. I am also your elder. We are all one family. Yes. Clan leader, Linfan nodded in acknowledgement. The collateral branches regarded Lin Xuan with increased respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Linfan looked at his father with eyes filled with reverence. All right, Linfan, here is the Kaiwan Dan. As for the other rewards, you may retrieve them later, Lin Xuan said, producing a Kaiwan Dan from his storage pouch and tossing it to Linfan. Cradling the Dan in both hands, Linfan expressed his gratitude once more. Next, the second-generation collateral disciples received their rewards. The greater the merit, the more substantial the rewards, and all were thoroughly impressed by Lin Xuan's decisions. Now, it was time for the third generation. Lin Xuan scanned Lin Ao, Lin Long, Lin, and others. Sensing Lin Xuan's gaze, they immediately straightened their postures. Although the third generation had initially lacked the qualifications to enter the council hall, their presence there now felt transformative, as if they had matured enough to stand alongside their elders in the face of external foes. Lin Ao, 20 years old, at the 4th level of Kaiwan, quite commendable. Not weaker than I was at your age, Lin Xuan remarked with a smile. Hearing praise from his most respected third uncle, the usually aloof Lin Ao couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. Here, 1 Kaiyuan Dan, a 7th grade weapon, a volume of 7th grade martial arts, plus 300 yuan stones. Lin Xuan waved his hand, distributing generous rewards. Many gasped in astonishment, as Lin Ao's rewards surpassed those of most second-generation members. Overjoyed, Lin Ao stood up and clasped his hands, saying, Thank you, third uncle. Well done, Lin Xuan replied with a smile, and Lin Ao took his seat again. Lin Xuan beamed with pride. Although he himself may not have excelled, his eldest son certainly did. Lin Chang'an, a leading figure among the third-generation collateral branches, is quite remarkable at 18 years old, at the 2nd level of Kaiwan, even surpassing Lin Ao. Lin Chang'an, present. Lin Chang'an stepped forward immediately. The clan leader takes a particular interest in you. Very commendable. Here is 1 Kaiwan Dan, 300 yuan stones, and a 7th grade weapon and martial arts volume, identical to Lin Ao's. Thank you, clan leader. Lin Chang'an exclaimed joyfully, kneeling in gratitude. The Lin family does not encourage kneeling. Henceforth, simply clasp your hands in thanks. Understood. The remaining third-generation members also received their rewards. Chapter 23. The System Awards, Comprehending Sword Intent. After the meeting concluded, everyone departed the council hall with satisfaction. Especially Lin Ao and Lin Chang'an, who received rewards from Lin Xuan, would be able to ascend to a higher level upon their return. Of course, Lin Xuan still possessed several Kaiwan pills, which he openly declared could be claimed by those who had made contributions, much to the delight of all the Lin family disciples. The Wu family estate was indeed vast and equipped with comprehensive facilities, particularly under the leadership of Wu Yufan, the head of the Wu family, who had a dedicated cultivation chamber that was both luxurious and sturdy, serving as an excellent place for seclusion and training. Now, however, it had already become Lin Xuan's domain. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Lin Xuan seated himself cross-legged upon a mat. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the 3 major families of Yunyu City, dominating Yunyu City, and receiving the reward, enhancement of bone structure and the low-grade spiritual martial art, Dragon Step. Even with Lin Xuan's current temperament, a smile could not help but grace his face. He had actually improved his bone structure and acquired a martial art for movement. At present, Lin Xuan's offensive martial arts included the low-grade spiritual technique, Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Technique, the quasi-spiritual technique, Seasonal Sword Method, and the physical technique, Mysterious Wilderness Battle Body. Indeed, his movement martial arts had become a minor shortcoming. The arrival of Dragon Step was, therefore, quite timely. Mastering this martial art would render Lin Xuan a figure devoid of weaknesses. After claiming his reward, Lin Xuan couldn't resist glancing at his status panel. Host, Lin Xuan Identity, head of the Lin family, disciple of the Jixia Academy Cultivation, peak of the Great Yuan Dan Realm Secondary Profession, None Personal Fortune, Yellow Grade, Medium, Family Fortune, Orange Grade, Medium, Offensive Martial Arts, Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Technique, Low-Grade Spiritual, Seasonal Sword Method, Quasi-Spiritual, Earthly Calamity Palm, 9th rank of Mortal, Movement Martial Arts, Dragon Step, Low-Grade Spiritual, Shadow Tread Step, 8th rank of Mortal, Body Refinement Martial Arts, Mysterious Wilderness Battle Body, Low-Grade Spiritual, Self-Created Martial Arts, Morning and Evening Dust, Quasi-Spiritual, Other Martial Arts, Myriad transformations, divine art, incomplete, weapon, heavenly shadow sword, 9th rank of mortal, family rank, non-influential family of the great wilderness. This was quite commendable. Even his personal fortune and family fortune had risen by a notch, with the latter capable of elevating the overall fortune and bone structure of the entire family. For a family to thrive, an auspicious family fortune was undeniably essential. Clearly, the family fortune was heading in a favorable direction. Lin Xuan exited the system panel and retrieved Cui Yongdi's storage bag from his bosom. As a master of the transcendent shape realm, it was reasonable to assume that this old fellow's storage bag would contain a considerable number of valuable items. However, upon opening the storage bag, Lin Xuan felt somewhat disappointed. Although Cui Yongdi was a master of the transcendent shape realm and the fourth heir of the Cui family, the contents of the storage bag were indeed pitifully scarce. There were merely over 3,000 elemental stones, alongside some mediocre medicinal herbs and pills, and a 9th rank mortal weapon, with no cultivation of spiritual martial arts whatsoever. Lin Xuan suddenly recalled that typically, one could only cultivate spiritual martial arts upon reaching the 3 transcendences realm. And many who had just broken through to the 3 transcendences realm had yet to find the opportunity to practice. It seemed that this fourth heir of the Cui family, who had only reached the 3 transcendences realm at the age of 100, was likely in a similar predicament. Moreover, the spiritual level martial arts are regarded as treasures of the clan for families like the Cui family, and thus it is unthinkable for any member of the family to carry them outside. Lin Xuan had been rummaging for quite some time, believing he had found nothing of significance, when suddenly he spotted a piece of parchment made from beast hide within the storage pouch. Lin Xuan furrowed his brows slightly, pinching the parchment between his thumb and index finger, sensing something unusual about its material. Although Lin Xuan possessed limited strength, he had once been a member of the Jixia Academy and was well versed in various matters. If he were not mistaken, this piece of beast hide was likely derived from a formidable beast at the 3rd level of divinity, and not just any ordinary creature. Upon unfolding the parchment, Lin Xuan was taken aback. It detailed a location at the 100 Hidden Mountains, situated to the east of Lingwu City, marking the boundary between the Great Wilderness Empire and the East Wind Empire. The Cui family's 6th mining cave lay somewhat above the 100 Hidden Mountains. Geographically, the Huqing Prefecture is positioned at the far eastern edge of the eastern province, in close proximity to the 100 Hidden Mountains, serving as a crucial defensive city against the East Wind Empire, while Lingwu City evidently also rests on the eastern frontier. Gazing at the indications on the map ignited Lin Xuan's curiosity. A place associated with such a fierce beast hinted at the presence of opportunities. Contemplating the notion of fortune, Lin Xuan became increasingly intrigued. The 100 Hidden Mountains were not far from Lingwu City, and with Lin Xuan's agility, he could reach the mountains within 2 days. He carefully tucked away the parchment, resolved to visit the 100 Hidden Mountains. It would be regrettable to miss out on any potential treasures. After securing the parchment, Lin Xuan cautiously retrieved a jade box containing the sword-shaped grass from the storage pouch. It was hard to believe that a mere Wu family could possess such a celestial wonder. As he opened the box, the sword-shaped grass lay within, its 3 small leaves emanating a sword intent capable of piercing through the heavens. An ordinary person might even be injured by this grass if not careful. Lin Xuan extracted the sword-shaped grass, directly channeling his mental energy to comprehend the sword intent within it. The sword intent of the sword-shaped grass was not particularly clear. Typically, a single sword-shaped grass would not suffice for one to grasp the sword intent. Many powerful practitioners had expended 7 or 8 sword-shaped grasses to develop their own sword intent, even in its rudimentary form. However, Lin Xuan was well acquainted with over 800 martial arts texts from the Jixia Academy, nearly 400 of which pertained to swordsmanship. His extensive knowledge had laid a solid foundation for his sword path, rendering a single sword-shaped grass entirely sufficient for him. The sword-shaped grass resonated with Lin Xuan's mental energy, releasing waves of sword intent that enveloped the entire training room, immersing Lin Xuan in a rich essence of swordsmanship. With his eyes gently closed, he meticulously sensed the fluctuations of the sword intent, experiencing its ethereal dance, an exquisitely profound sensation. Thus, Lin Xuan dedicated an entire day within the training chamber. After he fully comprehended the sword-shaped grass, it withered away, becoming a useless stalk. Lin Xuan let out a long sigh, gazing at the now dry sword-shaped grass, unable to refrain from shaking his head in a semblance of regret. The path of martial cultivation truly demanded immense resources. The sword-shaped grass, valued at over 2 million, has vanished in the span of a single day and night. Nevertheless, despite the wilting of this precious grass, Lin Xuan has achieved remarkable gains. Rising to his feet, he stands within the cultivation chamber like a celestial sword, emanating an imposing aura that rivals the might of thunderclouds. imbued with a formidable sword intent that compels one to avert their gaze. What is sword intent? It embodies the essence of the sword path. Achieving this level signifies one has ascended to the status of a sword master. It is noteworthy that within the vast expanse of the great wilderness empire, only a select few can comprehend the martial arts realm, with many formidable beings at the spirit formation stage failing to grasp such an understanding. Lin Xuan had gleaned insights at the Academy of Jixia, recognizing that to perceive the martial arts realm at the spirit formation stage is commendable. Those who can do so at the form transformation stage are considered prodigies, and those who understand it even before reaching this stage are hailed as true martial geniuses. This implies that those capable of perceiving the martial arts realm prior to the form transformation stage are deemed qualified to ascend to the true martial divine realm. Clearly, Lin Xuan has become one of these exceptional individuals, albeit slightly older in age. As he retracted the overwhelming sword intent enveloping him, he suddenly noticed numerous sword marks etched into the iron walls surrounding him, a testament to his inability to contain his sword intent. The iron utilized in this chamber is of the highest quality, yet it was effortlessly carved by Lin Xuan's sword intent, showcasing its terrifying power. Lin Xuan could confidently assert that should he engage in battle with the fourth master of the Chui family, he would effortlessly subdue Chui Yongdi within a mere 10 breaths. Having reigned in his sword intent, Lin Xuan exited the chamber and made his way towards the Lin family courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by the family head. The courtyard serves as a training ground for the Lin clan's third-generation disciples, and numerous members had gathered there. At the center stood a martial arts platform, a square arena measuring 10 zhang on each side, currently bustling with the movements of 2 figures in combat. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xuan recognized one of them as his son, Linfan, while the other was Lin Long, a direct descendant of the third generation of the Lin family. Lin Long, the eldest son of Lin Hai, possessed only mediocre talent. At 19 years of age, he had only recently achieved the second level of the opening realm. The clash between Linfan and Lin Long piqued Lin Xuan's interest. He chose not to interrupt the intense duel, but rather settled onto a step to observe. Lin Long was employing a 5th-grade martial technique, the explosive fist, characterized by its sheer power, albeit lacking agility. In contrast, Linfan faced him with composure, his steps unwavering, demonstrating a rhythm that was both fluid and instinctual. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, perceiving with his keen vision that Linfan's footwork was exceptional, likely exceeding the 9th grade. Such footwork was uncommon within the Lin family, as the finest technique they possessed was Lin Xuan's shadow stepping, now evolved into the dragon's dance. Oh, the 7 Souls Divine Fist. Lin Long emanated an overwhelming aura, radiating golden divine light. The 7 Souls Divine Fist is a 6th-grade martial art, a reward bestowed upon him by Lin Xuan. It was evident that Lin Long intended to settle the contest with this technique. Lin Long is truly serious. Lin Fan observed the move, his expression remaining unchanged, yet a hint of a smile graced his lips. Hee, uncle, receive my 7 Souls Divine Fist. Lin Long bellowed, charging directly at Lin Fan. The Lin family disciples gathered around, all excitedly watching this spectacle. Those at the opening Yuan realm were relatively rare among the 3 generations of the Lin family. A flicker of dragon essence coursed through Lin Fan's body as he swiftly formed hand seals, and soon, a dragon-shaped seal appeared before him. Dragon Breath Seal. With a hushed murmur, the Dragon Breath Seal was unleashed. Boom. The 7 Souls Divine Fist collided with Lin Fan's Dragon Breath Seal, and to everyone's astonishment, Lin Long was sent reeling backward, only managing to stabilize himself at the edge of the arena. Lin Fan, quick to react, executed an unusual stride that brought him before Lin Long, pointing a finger at his neck. You have lost, Lin Fan said, a subtle smile curling his lips. Lin Long sighed deeply. He acknowledged his defeat. In a life-and-death battle, this blow would have meant his demise. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Xuan approached, slowly applauding. Greetings, Patriarch. Father. Lin Fan greeted Lin Xuan with a fist salute, exuding a sense of confidence. Lin Long also hurriedly performed a bow. This contest was quite impressive, Lin Long. Your mastery of the 7 Souls Divine Fist has shown notable progress and merits recognition, Lin Xuan remarked with a smile. Upon receiving the Patriarch's praise, Lin Long expressed his gratitude, visibly elated. After addressing Lin Long, Lin Xuan turned his gaze to his son. Fanner, come with me. Huh, all right. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon followed Lin Xuan. The onlookers could only envy this scene, for within the Lin residence, no one dared to underestimate this young master any longer. Defeating Lin Long, who was at the 2nd level of the opening Yuan realm at the tender age of 16, meant that if he were deemed useless, then the entire Lin family would be considered so. Father, what is it? Lin Fan inquired cheerfully as he walked beside Lin Xuan. Fanner, I understand that everyone harbors secrets. I have no interest in yours. But you must know one thing. Keep your secrets well hidden and do not disclose them to anyone. Lin Xuan's gaze was serious as he spoke to Linfan. Lin Xuan cherished his only son dearly and could not help but express his concern. Moreover, if he did not hold his son in high regard, he would find it difficult to explain to Linfan's mother. Linfan, upon hearing his father's words, was momentarily startled again, then beamed with a smile. Father, I understand, I will. Good lad, considering your current cultivation, you must have reached the second level of the opening Yuan realm. Lin Xuan affectionately tousled Linfan's hair, chuckling. Yes, I just broke through to the second level of the opening Yuan realm a few days ago. As for my combat prowess, it's hard to say. During my battle with cousin Lin Long, I only exerted 50% of my strength. Linfan shrugged nonchalantly. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, bemused by the audacity of this lad. Who dared to feign innocence when I, your father, have never pretended? Father, Linfan inquired, his smile fading as a more serious expression took its place. What troubles you? My dear boy? Lin Xuan, filled with joy at his son's remarkable fortune, sensed an impending greatness in Linfan's future. I have never met my mother. And you have never taken a concubine. I wish to know where my mother is. Linfan turned to Lin Xuan, his eyes brimming with hope. Lin Xuan found himself momentarily speechless, his throat constricted, at a loss for words to explain. Ah, Lin Xuan sighed ruefully. Your mother has likely gone to a very distant place. How far? The mention of his mother being alive filled Lin Xuan with elation. I do not know, but it must be farther than the entire great wilderness. Chapter 25. The grand gathering of the Huaqing estate in the eastern courtyard of the Lin residence. Lin Xuan strode purposefully toward a small courtyard, where a man and a woman sat conversing. The woman was Lin Xuan, while the man, seated in a wheelchair, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xuan, both possessing remarkable good looks. Third uncle, Lin Xuan greeted respectfully. Third brother, the man also nodded at Lin Xuan, a smile gracing his features. How are you, fourth brother? Do your legs feel any better? Lin Xuan approached and sat before Lin Chunfeng. This man, named Lin Chunfeng, was Lin Xuan's fourth brother, once a celebrated genius in Huaqing Prefecture and even throughout the eastern state. Alas, destiny was unkind. Lin Chunfeng was gravely injured during an expedition and returned to the Lin family on the brink of death. Lin Xuan exerted every effort to save Lin Xuanfeng's life, but his cultivation was irrevocably lost. Lin Xuanfeng's meridians lay in ruins, making it nearly impossible for him to tread the path of martial arts. It was known that Lin Chunfeng was 5 years younger than Lin Xuan and had reached the third level of the divine realm before the age of 30, only to be rendered incapacitated by 40. Ah, third brother, you needn't concern yourself with my treatment. I am well aware of my condition, Lin Chunfeng replied with a smile. Though a hint of melancholy lingered in his eyes, Lin Xuan remained silent, and Lin Xuan looked on with deep compassion for her father. Rest assured, fourth brother, I shall seek out miraculous herbs to heal your meridians, Lin Xuan asserted, standing and patting Lin Xuanfeng's shoulder with unwavering determination. Lin Xuan truly believed that with the support of his system, he could restore his dear brother's health. Thank you, third brother, Lin Chunfeng replied, his smile warm and heartfelt. I recall you were injured while attempting to save a woman, correct? Lin Xuan suddenly asked. Lin Chunfeng fell silent. Alas, for the woman I loved, I became like this. Was it worth it? Lin Xuan expressed his sorrow. Ah, third brother, we are of the same ilk. I believe it was worth it. Even though I no longer know her name, I still believe it was worth it. Lin Chunfeng waved dismissively, appearing remarkably carefree. Her name was Linger, wasn't it? I shall find this individual for you shortly. After Lin Xuan uttered these words, he departed from the east courtyard without allowing Lin Chunfeng a chance to respond. Lin Chunfeng let out a soft sigh, the whimsical figure of Linger flashing through his mind. It seemed her name was Linger. Lin Xuan gradually made his way into the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, where manager he greeted him with a beaming smile. Patriarch Lin, our president has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, ascend to the upper floor. In the past, manager he may have underestimated Lin Xuan. But as the manager of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, he had become aware of Lin Xuan's involvement in the demise of Cui Yongdi. A matter not to be taken lightly. Very well. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, then proceeded to the 9th floor of the chamber. Enter, Gong Ling remarked, sensing Lin Xuan's aura as she languidly sat in the loft. Lin Xuan, devoid of courtesy, pushed the door open. What greeted his eyes was Gong Ling. Her demeanor still as frosty as ever, seemingly devoid of human warmth. Lin Xuan couldn't help but grimace. How had the once innocent and charming little girl transformed into this aloof version? Please, have a seat. Gong Ling, her gaze fixed upon the letter in her hands, spoke without raising her head. Lin Xuan remained silent, settling onto the sofa. The Huaqing Prefecture is likely still unaware that you have slain their fourth elder. However, once they discover it, they will undoubtedly take action against your Lin family. Gong Ling stored the letter back into her storage ring and lifted her head to speak coolly. They will take action against our Lin family? Are you suggesting that the Chui family will send people to Yimyu City? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. Indeed, even the mightiest dragon struggles against the local snake. Your ability to kill Chui Yongdi indicates that the Lin family is not an ordinary clan easily extinguished by mere Tongxing realm cultivators. Thus, it is highly unlikely they will strike against you in Yimyu City. Gong Ling remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. If they do not act against the Lin family in Yimyu City, then it must be at the Huaqing Prefecture's family convention. Lin Xian clenched his teeth as he uttered these words. Precisely, it seems you have already deduced the truth. It will occur during the family convention, at that very moment. Gong Ling nodded slightly. The family convention is the grandest banquet of the Huaqing Prefecture, held every 5 years, serving as a grand assembly for all families from the 18 cities under its jurisdiction. All families with members in the Yuandan realm are required to attend, showcasing their prowess and highlighting their value and future. The older generation will engage in competitions, while the younger generation will also have their own contests. The tangible benefits include resource allocation, and if the talents within the family are recognized by the major sects or powerful factions, it can lead to meteoric rises in status. Furthermore, it serves as an evaluation of power. Families within the Great Wilderness Empire are classified into 9-star levels. A family with 1 Tongxing realm member can attain 1-star status, while possessing 3 or more Tongxing realm cultivators or 15 or more Yuandan realm cultivators elevates them to a 2-star family. A family boasting 5 or more Tongxing realm members, including at least 1 at the peak of the Tongxing realm, can be rated as a 3-star family. Currently, the Chui family stands as a 2-star family. Calculating the time, there are merely half a month remaining until the family convention at Huaqing Prefecture. As the last 2 prominent families of Cloud Mist City, the Lin family undoubtedly had to attend. Their absence would be perceived as a slight against the grand gathering and the illustrious Huqing manor. It appears that even fate seeks to challenge me. Lin Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head, though his countenance betrayed little concern. If you find this daunting, I can assist you in resolving the matter, Gong Ling remarked coolly. I initially thought you had come to confront me, yet here you are, offering your help repeatedly. Lin Xian responded with a bemused smile. Do not flatter yourself. My assistance is merely a favor to my former 9th senior brother, and I shall not maintain any further connection with you afterward. Gong Ling's indifferent words elicited a wry smile from Lin Xian. It seemed that his abrupt departure from the past still weighed heavily on some hearts. How is Wu Yu faring these days? After a prolonged silence, Lin Xian could no longer refrain from inquiring. Gong Ling cast a disdainful glance at him and replied coldly, so you finally expressed concern for your sister. Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head. Humph, my sister is now the tutor of the current crown prince of the Great Wilderness Empire, and her suitors are experts in the realms of spirit and divinity. Given your current status and strength, you stand no chance, Gong Ling added, deliberately infusing her tone with sarcasm. Lin Xian maintained a serene expression, unaffected by her words. Well, that puts my mind at ease, he replied calmly, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the once formidable 9th senior brother in Gong Ling's eyes. Chapter 26. The Journey to Bian Mountain by the Way. Regarding Home Mingyu from the Eastern Heavenly Prince's residence, I have already sent him on his way. As for whether he will pose difficulties for the Lin family in the future, I cannot say for certain, Gong Ling continued. Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly. The second son of the Eastern Heavenly Prince had ventured to their humble abode, harboring ambitions to subdue the Lin family. Seemingly perceiving Lin Xian's confusion, Gong Ling elucidated. The Eastern Heavenly Prince's residence and the Eastern Prefecture's lord have long been at odds with the Spirit Martial Sect. As the Spirit Martial Sect gains prominence and influence in the Eastern Prefecture, the Eastern Heavenly Prince's residence seeks to forge alliances to counteract this rising power. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. Where there are people, there will be conflict. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Indeed, the Spirit Martial Sect had extended its reach considerably over the years, encroaching upon the territories of the Eastern Heavenly Prince's residence and the Eastern Prefecture's lord. However, the Spirit Martial Sect is formidable, being one of the 5 major sects of the Great Wilderness. It would indeed be challenging for the Eastern Heavenly Prince's residents to contend with them. Be cautious of that, Bali. You have slain his son, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution, Gong Ling advised after a moment's contemplation. Lin Xian smiled faintly and nodded, accepting her prudent warning. Oh, and this is for you. Do take care not to perish outside, Gong Ling said, retrieving a piece of inner armor from her storage bag and tossing it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian caught the armor, astonished to find it was a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons, imbued with spiritual energy, command exorbitant prices in the great wilderness, with even the most inferior fetching nearly 1,000,000. This is exceedingly precious. Lin Xuan hastily intended to return the spiritual weapon, but Gong Ling's gaze turned even colder as she commanded, "Keep it. This spiritual weapon is merely lent to you. I simply do not wish for you to perish so easily." Her tone brooked no dissent. Reluctantly, Lin Xuan accepted the spiritual armor. "My thanks," he said, clasping his fists toward Gong Ling, who seemed disinclined to engage further, prompting him to take his leave. As he departed, Gong Ling remained rooted in place, pondering, "Sister, if I truly bring him back to the capital, will he find happiness? He is far too proud. How can such inherent pride thrive under your protection in the imperial city?" With a faint sigh, she grasped a piece of exquisite jade from her storage bag, her beautiful eyes momentarily reflecting profound tenderness before she sighed again. After leaving the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Lin Xuan did not return to the Lin family, but instead set his course toward Bian Mountain. He felt no concern for his family. He was merely their ultimate warrior, while the affairs of governance were left to his elder brothers. Disengaging from such matters was a necessity for a true warrior. Bian Mountain lay over 3,000 miles from Yunwu City, and at its base stood Bian Town, a fortification not among the 18 cities. Riding a swift steed, Lin Xuan reached the Bian Gate in less than 2 days. Upon entering, he was met with the ruggedness of the place. Many men strode about shirtless, their upper bodies marked with scars, indicative of mercenaries fighting for their survival. As he ventured further, he encountered several formidable practitioners at the Yuandan realm, suggesting a notable presence of independent cultivators. As dusk approached, Lin Xuan sought lodging, for the treasure indicated on the map lay within the inner perimeter of Bian Mountain, and the quest for it would require time. "A moment's rest shall sharpen my resolve," he decided. "Waiter, a room, please." Entering the tavern, he produced a yuan stone and tossed it onto the table. The young attendant, noting the man's prominent nose, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows framing his dark hair, found him strikingly handsome, appearing to be in his 40s, a truly distinguished gentleman. "Ah, esteemed guest, we have rooms available. Allow me to escort you," he said, discerning the man's evident wealth. Lin Xuan nodded slightly and followed the attendant upstairs to a spacious room. "Oh, and 3 jin of robust beef, and a jin of Baiyu Chun, delivered to my quarters," he added, tossing 2 more yuan stones over his shoulder. "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment," the attendant replied, his face lighting up with delight as he hurried off to prepare the meal. Lin Xuan entered the room, finding the wild delicacies of Bian Mountain quite palatable. After a few bites, he prepared to rest. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in his room. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, questioning, "Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary?" Suddenly, the window of Lin Xuan's room swung open, and a woman clad entirely in black rushed in. Her breath was weak, clearly indicating she had sustained grave injuries. Outside the room, several presences of the Yuandan realm were in pursuit. Lin Xuan, reluctant to embroil himself in trouble, was about to remain a mere spectator when the woman grasped his pant leg. "Esteemed sir, save me. I am willing to divulge the secrets of the Tongxing realm to you." The mention of the secrets of the Tongxing realm caught Lin Xuan off guard. Although individuals of the Tongxing realm were not particularly formidable, they certainly possessed valuable assets. Lin Xuan felt a stir of interest. "Humph, I trust you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, your fate will be even more dire." With a glance at the woman, he unleashed the full force of his peak Yuandan realm energy. "Who dares to intrude here and cause a ruckus? Esteemed sir, have you encountered a black-clad thief? Begone." The few Yuandan realm cultivators, daunted by Lin Xuan's might, immediately scurried away. "Now that they have departed, I hope the secrets you possess will satisfy me," Lin Xuan stated calmly. "Esteemed sir, I was once the legitimate daughter of the Yuan family within Bian Pass, but the knowledge of our family's secrets regarding the Tongxing realm led to our annihilation. I beseech you to avenge my family." With a thud, the black-clad woman knelt before Lin Xuan. His eyes narrowed. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Xuan seized her neck without a hint of compassion. How dare she attempt to manipulate him into avenging her family? The mere act of rescuing her was already a monumental favor. "Sir, if you aid me, I vow to serve you for life and offer all the secrets of the Tongxing realm." The black-clad woman struggled to breathe under his grip. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before releasing her. The woman gasped for air, nearly on the brink of death. "Ah, what a splendid proposition. I help you exact revenge, and you marry into my family, perhaps to one of my younger kin. What say you?" Chapter 27. A fortuitous acquisition of a daughter-in-law. Annihilation of the wild dog gang. What? The woman was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xuan's words left her bewildered. She considered herself to be well endowed, of pleasing appearance, and a minor expert in the Yuandan realm. Yet this powerful figure showed no desire for her, instead proposing to marry her off to his descendant. "Consider this. Your family has been destroyed, leaving you homeless. I offer you a new home. Does that not appeal to you? Moreover, the individual I have in mind for you is also of the Yuandan realm, ensuring you are not dishonored. Lin Xuan spoke with a hint of amusement. The man Lin Xuan envisioned was none other than his promising descendant, Lin Yang. Lin Yang's wife had passed away years ago, and he had remained unmarried and childless, much to the concern of his father, Lin Wu. For years, Lin Wu had been urging Lin Yang to remarry and produce an heir. Yet finding a suitable match had proven to be quite the challenge. Lin Yang, adhering to the principle of being selective rather than hasty, found himself still without a wife. The woman in black, possessing an attractive appearance and a graceful figure, was a cultivator at the minor Yuandan realm, making her a fitting match for Lin Yang and a splendid prospective daughter-in-law. I have no objections, she remarked, biting her lip. For now, her kin were at the mercy of others, leaving her with no ground for dissent. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What is your name? And what is the name and strength of the family that annihilated yours? Speak plainly." The woman in black straightened her posture and replied, "My name is Yuan Ying. I am 35 years old, born into the Yuan family. It was the Wild Dog Gang that destroyed my family, a formidable faction in the 100 Hidden Pass, led by a master at the late minor Yuandan stage, who is accompanied by a deputy of the same rank and several cultivators at the minor Yuandan level." Lin Xuan fell into deep contemplation. How could a mere Wild Dog Gang possess greater strength than the Lin family? Indeed, the name was aptly wild. He continued, "Does the Wild Dog Gang have any backing?" It was crucial for Lin Xuan to ascertain this. If the Wild Dog Gang were supported by the Spirit Martial Sect or the East Heavenly King's mansion, he would need to tread carefully, as the Lin family currently lacked the power to confront such forces directly. Yes, the Wild Dog Gang is supported by the Chui family of the Hucking Mansion, Yuaning replied. Lin Xuan's expression shifted, realizing the bitter irony of fate. The Chui family had become his sworn enemy. The chance to eliminate even a stray dog from the Chui family was an opportunity he would eagerly seize. Noticing Lin Xuan's silence, Yuaning watched him cautiously, fearing that he might hesitate in the face of the Chui family. If that were the case, the feud of the Yuan family might never see retribution in this lifetime. If you were discussing other matters, I might weigh my options, but since this involves the Chui family, I shall certainly assist you in obliterating the Wild Dog Gang," Lin Xuan declared with a grin. Yuan Ying was overjoyed, immediately prostrating before him in gratitude. "Enough of this kneeling. Rest here for now and provide me with the address of the Wild Dog Gang, as well as details of their high-ranking members. I shall pay them a visit post-haste," Lin Xuan asserted, adhering to his principle of immediate action. "The Wild Dog Gang is indeed a formidable faction," Yuan Ying said timidly. "Do not concern yourself with that. Just give me the address," Lin Xuan replied impatiently. "In the eastern part of 100 Hidden Pass, on Daxing Street, lies the Wild Dog Gang's stronghold, where all their leaders are gathered," Yuan Ying promptly informed him. "Very well, wait here for me. If I eliminate the Wild Dog Gang and you escape, then pray you do not fall into my hands, for I would make you wish for life to be unendurable." Lin Xuan's words were chilling, and with that, he leaped through the window, leaving Yuan Ying dazed on her seat. The Wild Dog Gang, true to its name, was a band of vicious creatures, instilling fear in all factions within the 100 Hidden Pass. The Wild Dog Gang was aided by a formidable warrior named Go, a late-stage Yuandan cultivator, whose presence commanded respect throughout the entirety of Baiyin Pass. At this moment, within the confines of the Wild Dog Gang, Go appeared visibly agitated. With a resounding crash, a cup was hurled to the ground, shattering into several pieces. "You useless fools. You couldn't even capture a severely injured girl. And you let that wretched woman escape?" Inside the gang's stronghold, 3 high-ranking members of the Yuandan realm trembled as they knelt on the floor. While Go paced back and forth in the grand hall, his expression dark and menacing, the scars on his face enhancing his ferocity. "Boss, when we arrived at the inn, that woman had already vanished. We intended to search the inn, but there resides a powerful Yuandan cultivator. We dared not provoke them." One of the high-ranking members sobbed, fearful of incurring Go's wrath. "A Yuandan cultivator?" Go furrowed his brow. "Even those at that level must bow before me in Baiyin Pass." His tone was chilling, asserting that the opportunity of the Tongxing realm must be his own. "Boss, time is of the essence. We must immediately gather our men and head to the inn. Otherwise, that person may flee in fear of our Wild Dog Gang," the second-in-command suggested. "Indeed, rally the troops. We shall go to the inn and find that individual." Go barked furiously. "Are you looking for me, old man?" Suddenly, Lin Xuan strode through the entrance, effortlessly dispatching the guards with a swift motion. As Lin Xuan entered, the members of the Wild Dog Gang stood on high alert. "So, it is you who has hidden the person I seek," Go declared, referring to himself with a sense of superiority that left Lin Xuan incredulous. What audacity to claim such a title. You take others' wealth and act as their shield. Today, your wild dog gang shall meet its doom, Lin Xuan proclaimed, drawing the Tianying sword from his storage bag with a grin. You old fool, what makes you think you can threaten the wild dog gang? Chingo seethed, charging towards Lin Xuan with lethal intent, his hands stained with the blood of many. Four Seasons sword technique, autumn winds whisper. Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination as the Tianying sword flashed forth, a brilliant beam slicing through the hall, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Chingo stood rigidly in place, his head severed from his body. The leader of the wild dog gang is dead. The onlookers were paralyzed with disbelief. Their leader had fallen so easily? None shall escape. Scorching summer. Lin Xuan cast a glance at the fleeing members of the gang, unleashing a spell that incinerated the wild dog gang, which had dominated Baiyin Pass for 7 or 8 years. Chapter 28. The Dragon Emperor's Tomb. If word got out that the notorious wild dog gang had been obliterated so swiftly, it would surely be the talk of the town. After dispatching the gang, Lin Xuan promptly began to loot the corpses and pillage the gang's treasury. True to its reputation as the largest faction in Baiyin Pass, the wealth amassed was considerable, totaling no less than 50,000 stones. Lin Xuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief as he looked at his gains. So this is how lucrative plundering can be. It's far quicker than making money through legitimate business. After tidying everything up, Lin Xuan left with ease and returned all the way to the Daolai Inn. Yuan Ying, surprisingly sensible, hadn't he fled? She remained seated quietly on a stool. You, little girl, are quite sensible after all. Lin Xuan gave a faint smile, then took a few severed heads from his storage bag and tossed them onto the ground. Chingo. Yuan Ying recognized the heads, gasped in shock, and then her eyes filled with intense hatred. I have avenged your clan as destruction. Now it's your turn to fulfill what you promised me. Sitting on the bed, Lin Xuan took a sip of Bu Chun tea and said with a calm smile. Rest assured, sir. Since I made the promise, I will not go back on my word. Yuan Ying is willing to marry your descendant and serve him like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life. Yuan Ying knelt before Lin Xuan with a heavy thud, knocking her head 3 times on the floor, tears welling in her eyes. This time, Lin Xuan did not refuse. These 3 kowtows were what he deserved. I will write a letter for you. Take it to the Lin family in Lingwu City and hand it over to them. After saying this, Lin Xuan wrote the letter and also took off the jade pendant he was wearing, handing both to Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying carefully placed the pendant and the letter into her storage bag, then took out a small black box. Sir, this box contains the secret of the 3-passage divine realm. Our Yuan family guarded it for 100 years, and it was because of this that our family suffered such a calamity. Yuan Ying looked at the black box in her hands, her eyes showing not a trace of greed, only resentment. How did the wild dog gang know your family had this? Lin Xuan grew curious and took the box to examine it. It was actually the Chui family of Huaqing Prefecture who knew the secret. The wild dog gang was merely acting on their orders. Lin Xuan was slightly taken aback and quickly opened the black box. Inside lay a piece of parchment and an ancient black key. The location recorded on the parchment perfectly matched the map found in the storage bag of the Chui family's 4th elder. It seems there is more than one copy of this map, but this key must be the most crucial part. This secret is related to a powerful figure from over 100 years ago. Yuan Ying gazed at the key in Lin Xuan's hand and began recounting the story. Oh, tell me more. Over 100 years ago, there was a powerhouse who called himself the Dragon Sovereign. He was a Tongxian realm expert with a powerful dragon-shaped soul, capable of battling true martial divine realm opponents despite being in the Tongxian realm. However, he too eventually met his end. It is said that the location recorded on this map is his tomb, and the key is what unlocks its gate. Yuan Ying recounted truthfully, and Lin Xuan was astonished. The Dragon Sovereign. This was a figure Lin Xuan had heard his own master speak of. The Dragon Sovereign and Lin Xuan's master, the Wine Sovereign, were figures from the same era. The two even shared a significant connection. While at the Jixia Academy, Lin Xuan had often heard his master praise this individual as a peerless genius. Who would have thought he had turned to dust and ashes? Wait a moment. If this is the tomb of the Dragon Sovereign, how could it possibly be only the Chui family that has taken notice? Under normal circumstances, one would expect the prominent figures of Dongzhou, or even the imperial capital of the Great Wilderness, to send representatives as well. Lin Xuan mused as he toyed with the key in his hand, his tone unperturbed. For, aside from the most esteemed members of our Yuan family, no one else is privy to the knowledge of this being the Dragon Sovereign's tomb. Our patriarch of the Yuan family once served as a retainer to the Dragon Sovereign. This information leaked only because of a traitor within our ranks, a wretched scoundrel who merely recognized this as the tomb of the Santong Divine Realm, which subsequently morphed into the tomb of a Tongxing realm powerhouse once it spread. Yuan Ying reported candidly, her teeth clattering. Clearly, there are traitors within the Yuan family who would jeopardize our lineage for personal gain. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, understanding the situation. Very well, in that case. I shall explore this tomb. Lin Xuan smiled as he tucked the key away. The primary condition for entering the Santong divine realm is to awaken one's original soul, which one must seek for oneself. Lin Xuan had been at a loss regarding the awakening of his original soul, but now it seemed fortuitous, for the dragon sovereign likely left behind treasures. My lord, this secret has already been divulged. Several families outside are likely aware of it, and our Yuan family is merely one of the retainer families of the dragon sovereign. There are 3 other families, making a total of 4 keys. Lin Xuan was at a loss for words. After all of this, must I collaborate with others? What a predicament. Forget it. This opportunity lies before me, and I shall not let it slip away. Take what I have given you, and proceed to Lingwu City. There will be those who will attend to you. Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Understood, my lord. Yuan replied respectfully. The next morning, Yuan first returned to the ruins of the Yuan family to tidy up, and then set off towards Lingwu City. As for Lin Xuan, he did not venture into the 100 hidden mountains. Since the treasures were confined within the mountains, they would undoubtedly remain there. Thus, Lin Xuan followed Yuan back into Lingwu City. To be truthful, Lin Xuan did not entirely trust Yuan when treating her injuries. He had intentionally held back a bit. Should Yuan prove disobedient, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. Yuan, however, appeared genuinely obedient. Heading directly towards the Lin family. Restricted area of the Lin residence. No trespassing allowed. As Yuan approached, several disciples of the Lin family immediately blocked her path. I am the fiancé of your elder Lin Yang. Please inform him, Yuan stated with poise. The disciples of the Lin family were momentarily taken aback. Just then, Lin Xuan, who had returned from outside, overheard her words and was taken aback as well. Is she truly my sister-in-law? Lin Xuan inquired. Regarding Yuan with curiosity, Yuan presented an envelope and a jade pendant. After Lin Xuan perused the items, he was astonished, his face breaking into a wide smile as he welcomed Yuan back to the Lin family. Please wait a moment. I will summon Brother Yang and the 2 elders. Very well. Yuan nodded slightly as she took a seat on a stone bench. At that moment, Lin Yang was still in his courtyard, sweating profusely, bare-chested, exuding a masculine charm. Brother Yang, do you not want a wife? As soon as you speak, my elder brother, I shall deliver it to you promptly. Chapter 29. A sword to repel the Monkey King. Lin Xuan departed from Lingwu City with great satisfaction. Yuan had already settled down in the Lin residence, and with Gong Ling's support, the likelihood of any issues arising was minimal. With approximately 10 days remaining until the family gathering at Hucking Mansion, Lin Xuan aimed to acquire the treasures within the Dragon Sovereign's tomb before the event. He intended to utilize these treasures to achieve a breakthrough into the 3-passage divine realm, thereby elevating the Lin family to a 1-star family status. Upon returning to Lingwu City, Lin Xuan made his way directly to 100 Hidden Mountain. The Dragon Sovereign's tomb lay within the treacherous confines of 100 Hidden Mountain, a perilous area teeming with ferocious beasts, numerous Yuan Dan realm beasts, and even beast kings of the 3-passage divine realm could be found in the inner region. Boom. As Lin Xuan arrived at the inner area of 100 Hidden Mountain, he was greeted by a resounding roar. He swiftly moved towards the source of the commotion. Beneath a colossal waterfall, a group of young men and women found themselves encircled by a band of flower monkeys. Lin Xuan donned a prepared hat and adorned himself in elegant black attire, exuding a certain flair. Roar. Flower monkeys are social beasts, often found in groups of 3 to 500. Clearly, this particular group was not an ordinary assembly. The Flower Monkey King had already ascended to the 3-passage divine realm, commanding a dozen formidable Yuan Dan realm flower monkeys. Among the 6 individuals present, the eldest appeared to be no older than 25, yet even the weakest among them, a young woman, had reached the 9th level of the opening origin realm. Lin Xuan could not help but reflect upon the stark contrast, realizing that the Lin family was indeed lagging behind in comparison. This was dire. There were too many flower monkeys, and the Flower Monkey King was exceedingly powerful. The handsome young man at the forefront wielded a blade, his eyes narrowed, emanating the strength of a peak Yuan Dan realm fighter. The remaining 5 included 4 at the Yuan Dan realm and 1 at the 9th level of the opening origin realm. What shall we do, Brother Luo? Are we to perish here? Exclaimed a young woman, her face drained of color. The youngest girl also turned pale with fear. Damn it, let us fight these monsters, declared the spear-wielding young man, his lips pressed together, his gaze fierce. Lin Xuan glanced at the scene briefly, finding it uninteresting. He considered abandoning his impulse to assist, to respect the lives of others. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed the white jade pendant at the waist of the little girl. Remarkably, it was from the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family is one of the 3 great families of the Great Wilderness Empire, and their patriarch, Ouyang Yi, was a friend of Lin Xuan's master, the renowned wine merchant. The Ouyang family held considerable renown throughout the empire, and Lin Xuan had some past ties with them. Having once received their kindness, it seemed that today he might have the opportunity to repay that debt. "Kill!" shouted the young man with the blade, unleashing a powerful strike that generated waves of energy. His swordsmanship was impressive. A flower monkey, newly entered into the Yuan Dan realm, was swiftly vanquished by the young man. Clearly, this young swordsman exhibited strength beyond that of an ordinary peak Yuan Dan realm fighter. Roar! The flower monkey king was infuriated, its wrath palpable. Upon hearing the furious roar of the ape king, the other flower apes echoed with their own anguished howls. In an instant, over 100 flower apes lunged towards the group of young individuals with wild abandon. "Protect Qingluo," bellowed the man wielding a blade, while those with firearms and swords nodded solemnly. Should anything happen to Qingluo, their families would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. The three young men, displaying considerable courage, engaged in fierce combat with the multitude of flower apes. The two women, though pale and visibly frightened, steadfastly shielded the young girl. The Ape King, a formidable beast of the three realms, unleashed its ferocity with devastating effect. The swordsman was struck squarely in the chest by a punch from the Ape King, instantly incapacitating him. "Shinxiu!" cried the man with the blade, while the young man with the firearm quickly fell back in defense. "Qingluo, you must flee. You too. Take Qingluo and go," the swordsman urged the two women. However, escape was no longer an option. 300 to 400 flower apes had completely surrounded the waterfall. "This is bad. We are doomed." The man with the firearm turned pale, fear etched in his eyes. "Damn it, you beast. I'll fight you to the end." The blade-wielding man roared, charging at the Ape King. His strength was remarkable, managing to push the Ape King back with a single strike. The Ape King, incensed by such insolence, was enraged that its majesty had been challenged by mere ants. With a thunderous roar, the Ape King retaliated, its punch carrying the force of several tons. The man with the blade narrowly evaded the blow. Yet, the others were not so fortunate. 7 or 8 powerful flower apes lunged at the remaining individuals, tearing into them mercilessly. The man with the firearm was instantly drenched in blood. "Brother Shun!" Ouyang Qingluo cried out, her lips pressed tightly together, tears glistening in her eyes. It was all her fault. Had she not come in search of a peculiar treasure map, they would not be in such peril today. Roar! A peak flower ape charged directly at Ouyang Qingluo. "No!" The man with the blade glared fiercely, wishing to rush forward, but he was ensnared by the Ape King, helplessly watching as the towering flower ape lunged towards Qingluo and the others. Ouyang Qingluo retrieved a rune from her storage bag, and suddenly, whoosh, a long sword manifested out of thin air, piercing the forehead of the flower ape, instantly slaying it. "What?" The crowd rejoiced, believing a powerful ally had arrived. The flower apes, witnessing their general's demise, became even more agitated. At that moment, Lin Xuan leapt in front of Ouyang Qingluo. "Are you from the Ouyang clan? What is your relation to Ouyang Zhan?" Lin Xuan queried, ignoring the frenzied monkeys. Ouyang Qingluo cautiously glanced at Lin Xuan, who wore a conical hat, and replied softly, "He is my father." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, indicating that all was well. "Qingluo, are you unharmed?" The man with the blade rushed over, positioning himself protectively beside her. "Brother Yu, I'm fine," Ouyang Qingluo replied with a sweet smile. "You all should retreat." Lin Xuan gazed ahead at the flower monkey king and said with a calm demeanor, "Roar." The flower monkey king was infuriated, as its regal authority had been provoked time and again. The earth trembled beneath the mighty 3-meter-tall flower monkey king as it charged forward. Yu Feng and the others felt a sense of impending doom, yet Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. 4 seasons sword technique, the vibrancy of spring. Lin Xuan bellowed, and the celestial shadow sword seemed to come alive, its green blade piercing directly towards the flower monkey king. The king instantly sensed a lethal threat and raised its fists in defense. Boom! With a single move, the flower monkey king was sent staggering back several dozen feet, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Chapter 30. A gathering of noble young masters, and Mrs. Yu Feng and the others rejoiced, realizing that Lin Xuan was indeed a formidable expert. 4 seasons sword technique, the scorching heat of summer. Lin Xuan initiated another attack, thrusting his sword with overwhelming force. 4 seasons sword technique, the melancholic winds of autumn. 4 seasons sword technique, the bitter cold of winter. Every strike from the 4 seasons sword technique landed upon the flower monkey king, whose body was soon drenched in blood from the relentless assault. Boom! The flower monkey king fled in disgrace, and upon witnessing their leader's retreat, the other flower monkeys also began to withdraw. Lin Xuan observed the retreating horde, but chose not to pursue. With hundreds of flower monkeys, a desperate confrontation would yield no favorable outcome for him. "Thank you for saving my life," Esteemed senior, Yu Feng said as he approached Lin Xuan, bowing in gratitude. Meanwhile, the man named Xin Xiu helped the swordsman to his feet, and the two other ladies stepped forward to express their thanks as well. Do not mention it. Ouyang Qingluo. Remember to inform your father that I have repaid the favor he once bestowed upon me. Lin Xuan replied to Ouyang Qingluo with a nonchalant tone. Senior, do you know my father? Ouyang Qingluo inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she flashed Lin Xuan a sweet smile. The others exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing that such an impressive figure as Lin Xuan would naturally have connections with the head of the Ouyang family. Indeed, we were acquainted once. Lin Xuan responded with a smile, amused by Ouyang Qingluo's endearing nature, reminiscent of his niece, Lin Xuan. Senior, would you care to join us in seeking treasure? It is rumored to be the burial site of a formidable figure in the Tongxing realm. Look, I have a map here, Ouyang Qingluo said, producing a piece of animal hide parchment from her pocket. Yu Feng and the others were caught off guard, unable to intervene. Lin Xuan sighed, contemplating how Ouyang Zhan had raised his daughter. Ouyang Qingluo, barely 16, had already reached the 9th level of the opening Yuan realm. Her talent was extraordinary. Yet, her experience in the martial world was akin to a blank slate. Where did you acquire this animal hide parchment? Lin Xuan inquired, recognizing that it was identical to his own. It was obtained from an auction, along with this key, Ouyang Qingluo explained, revealing the key she had brought along. Lin Xuan understood. It appeared that other families were intentionally discarding this hot potato. The fate of the Yuan family served as a cautionary tale. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing precious treasures can lead to peril. I have it here as well. Let us proceed together. Lin Xuan remarked with a slight tilt of his head. There was no alternative. Lin Xuan was genuinely apprehensive about the prospect of Ouyang Qingluo perishing in the 100 Hidden Mountains. Such a fate would render his debt of gratitude void. Very well. Very well, Ouyang Qingluo exclaimed with evident excitement, trailing closely behind Lin Xuan. Yu Feng and Xin Xiu exchanged glances, resignedly following in Lin Xuan's wake. Given Lin Xuan's prowess in defeating the Flower Ape King with merely 3 strikes, it would be a trivial matter for him to eliminate them if he wished. Thus, accompanying such a formidable elder was indeed preferable. Lin Xuan led the group of 6 towards their destination, during which he gleaned insights into their backgrounds. The leader, Yu Feng, was in his early 20s and currently ranked 113th on the Dragon and Phoenix list, a prodigy, nonetheless a mere scion of the Ouyang family. The one wielding a spear was named Xin Xiu, while the swordsman was called Lu Xian. The other 2 young ladies were named Qing Yu and Huang Yu. It was surprising that Ouyang Zhan had personally ventured to Dongzhou, while Ouyang Qingluo accompanied him merely for leisure. In recent days, Ouyang Qingluo and her companions had been enjoying their time in Huqing Prefecture. Apart from Yu Feng, the other 4 hailed from prominent families within Dongzhou's capital. I am quite curious as to why Ouyang Zhan did not assign you a guardian, Lin Xuan inquired, puzzled. Typically, esteemed families would provide protectors for their direct descendants to ensure their safety. For instance, the young prince from the Eastern Heavenly King's residence had not only a formidable bodyguard, but also a highly skilled elder accompanying him for protection. There was one, but I was capricious and forbade him from following, Ouyang Qingluo admitted, slightly embarrassed. Yu Feng, too, felt a tinge of awkwardness. He had assumed his own strength would suffice, only to find himself in peril shortly after entering the 100 Hidden Mountains. Had Lin Xuan not intervened, they might have met a dire fate. Let us move on. Once we conclude this matter, I shall escort you out. Lin Xuan sighed gently before leading the group towards their objective. Throughout the journey, Ouyang Qingluo chattered incessantly, leaving Lin Xuan feeling somewhat exasperated. How could the daughter of Ouyang Zhan possess such a demeanor so unlike her father? At last, they arrived at their destination, a valley that offered a panoramic view. You, too, must have come here with a key. A few groups of individuals approached Lin Xuan and his entourage. Huh, a bunch of fledgling Great Yuan Dan cultivators dares to come here. A burly man with a black beard scoffed, yet despite his derision, he couldn't help but feel a pang of apprehension at the sight of such youthful faces. Achieving Great Yuan Dan at such a tender age suggested that their lineage was far from ordinary. And you, a mere novice in the Tongxing realm, dare to be so arrogant? Lin Xuan replied, casting a casual glance at the burly man. The tomb was rumored to belong to a powerful Tongxing cultivator, and such burial sites held immense allure for cultivators below the Tongxing realm, as they might contain spiritual-level martial arts and weapons. Both of these items possess a compelling allure for the realm of transformation. The burly man with a black beard exhibited a volatile temperament, launching an immediate attack towards Lin Xuan. In the world of martial arts, a mere disagreement can result in the loss of life. The slain can only blame their lack of skill or unfortunate fate. However, Lin Xuan was certainly not one to fall into such a category. He retaliated with a powerful punch, meeting the black-bearded man head-on. With a resounding impact, Lin Xuan staggered back 3 steps, while the burly man retreated 7. Impressive! Exclaimed Ouyang Qingluo, joyfully leaping at the sight. Following this exchange, the black-bearded man's gaze towards Lin Xuan grew considerably more serious. Hee, we are all here for the treasure. There is no need for such hostility. A new figure approached. Chui family, Chui Yongyuan. The elder introduced himself with a cheerful smile. Lin Xuan was taken aback to discover he was in the presence of a member of the Chui family, and judging by appearances, this Chui Yongyuan seemed to be significantly stronger than Chui Yonggi. I am Sun He, a member of the Sun family from Dragon City. The black-bearded man introduced himself. Luohan, third chief of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, a shadowy figure added. Xian Lin, a wandering cultivator, Lin Xuan replied, employing an alias. Excellent. We now possess 2 keys. We still require 2 more. Might I inquire how many keys you have, Brother Xian? Chapter 31. Entering the tomb, we have enough keys. Here is one. Lin Xuan produced a key, and Ouyang Qingluo followed suit. Hee, it appears luck is on our side. We shall soon unlock this treasure, Chui Yongyuan remarked with a grin, though a shadow lurked in his eyes. Let us proceed to the tomb. Lin Xuan disregarded Chui Yongyuan, heading straight for the site. The others quickly followed suit. The tomb of the Dragon Sovereign was astonishingly situated atop a steep cliff, with a grand entrance standing 3 zhang high, flanked by 2 stone lions. Hee. It seems the information I received holds a certain degree of credibility. Luohan of the Dragon and Tiger Gang chuckled. I too have some information. Initially, I was skeptical about the tomb of the Dragon Sovereign, but it appears to indeed possess a measure of truth. Sun He grinned widely. Lin Xuan and Chui Yongyuan maintained their composure, having received advance notice. However, Ouyang Qingluo and Yu Feng's expressions shifted dramatically, exchanging glances filled with unease. Retrieve the keys. Sun He directed his gaze toward Lin Xuan and the others. Hee, it seems one among your trio lacks a key. Lin Xuan smirked, tinged with mockery. You. The one struck always cries the loudest, and it was clear that Sun He was among them. These youngsters lack the strength to possess a key. They should simply hand it over to me. Sun He glared menacingly at Ouyang Qingluo and the others. Hee, you old hound. Do you think you are worthy to give orders here? Yu Feng brandished his sword, showing no respect for Sun He. You insolent wretch, you have some audacity. Sun He, consumed by fury, charged towards Yu Feng. Though Yu Feng was merely at the pinnacle of the great Yuan Dan realm, he was a prodigy listed on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Confronting a mere transformation realm practitioner from a small locality posed little challenge for him. With a swift stroke of his blade, he unleashed a radiant arc of light. Boom. The two were propelled backwards, each retreating several steps, their clash resulting in a stalemate. Both Luohan and Chui Yongyuan wore expressions of concern. Although Lin Xuan was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, they could discern that he was at least in his 40s. His formidable combat prowess rendering him a figure of respect. In stark contrast, Yu Feng was barely over 20, yet he stood his ground against Sun He, a testament to his exceptional skill at the peak of the great Yuan Dan realm. Ah, these young gentlemen are clearly not ordinary. Yu Feng remarked with a hint of amusement. Shall we proceed to the tomb? Brother Sun, lacking a key is no disgrace, you may follow behind. Though ostensibly critiquing Sun He, Chui Yongyuan was implicitly defending him. According to conventional wisdom, without a key, Sun He should not enter the tomb. Yet Chui Yongyuan's words sought to grant him access. Indeed, Elder Chui, Sun He acquiesced, clearly willing to heed Chui Yongyuan's counsel without protest. Humph. Ouyang Qingluo snorted derisively, dismissing the individuals around her as mere jesters. Even the figures standing behind, like Shin Xiu, wore expressions of disdain. Their respective families could effortlessly dominate the so-called Chui family with ease. Time is of the essence. I've heard whispers that news of the Dragon Sovereign's tomb has spread, potentially attracting powerful entities from the spirit transformation and even divine transformation realms. We must expedite our efforts, Luohan intoned gravely. Indeed, a sound argument. Let us unlock the door. Chui Yongyuan concurred. Lin Xuan and Ouyang Qingluo expressed no dissent and approached the tomb door. The door featured 4 keyholes, clearly matching 4 keys. Together, the 4 inserted their keys into the slots, and suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating them. What? Sun He, both astonished and enraged, watched as the golden light enveloped Lin Xuan and his companions, who then vanished without a trace. Qingluo, Yu Feng exclaimed in shock, rushing to the tomb door only to find no sign of it having been opened. Lin Xuan and the others had seemingly disappeared into thin air. Do not worry, brother Yu. With that elder safeguarding Miss Ouyang, all will be well, Shin Xiu reassured him. Yu Feng nodded slightly, evidently reassured that Lin Xuan harbored no ill intentions toward Ouyang Qingluo. Ah, this is infuriating. Sun He seethed, advancing to strike the wooden door with several forceful blows. But it remained unyielding. "It's all your fault, you wretched little brats. I told you to hand over the key." His ire turned towards Yufeng and the others. "How dare you? I am of the Xin family from the Eastern State." One declared. "I am from the Eastern State's governor's office." Another asserted. "I am of the Qing family from the Eastern State." Yet another stated. "I am from the Bai family of the Eastern State." One more chimed in. As Xin Xiu and his companions introduced themselves one by one, the color drained from Sun He's face, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were all members of prominent families in the Eastern State. Any one of them could easily obliterate the Sun family multiple times over. Upon entering the tomb, Lin Xuan and his companions arrived at a magnificent stone platform. It was truly astonishing. Not only was it beyond the realm of the Tongxing stage, but even those in the Tongling realm would find it unattainable. This could undoubtedly be the tomb of the Dragon Sovereign. Cui Yongyuan trembled with excitement, surveying the tomb with eager eyes. Even the usually stoic Luohan could not suppress a smile. "Senior, my father came to Dongzhou specifically for this Dragon Sovereign tomb. I never expected to arrive here before him," whispered Ouyang Qingluo softly into Lin Xian's ear. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the existence of the Dragon Sovereign tomb was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of society. 3 paths lay before them. Perfect. One for each of us. Since this young lady is brought by you, Xian, naturally you shall lead her down one of them, Cui Yongyuan remarked with a grin. Glancing at Lin Xian nodded slightly, without sparing a glance at Cui Yongyuan. Suddenly, Ouyang Qingluo tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve and subtly pointed towards the left path. "Let us take the left." Lin Xian, having spoken, led Ouyang Qingluo down the left pathway. Cui Yongyuan ventured to the right, while Luohan proceeded down the central avenue. "Qingluo, why do you wish to take the left path?" Lin Xian could not help but inquire once they entered the left passage. "Hee, senior, you may not be aware, but Qingluo has had an extraordinary sixth sense since childhood. My instincts regarding such matters are never wrong." Lin Xian chuckled softly, realizing it was merely based on intuition. However, he soon reflected that those with great fortune often stumble upon opportunities and treasures, particularly protagonists from tales who could find valuable items even among the most insignificant of objects. Ouyang Qingluo was evidently no ordinary individual. Her fortune was certainly formidable, though Lin Xian's current system did not permit him to assess the fortunes of others. "Very well. Let us proceed further. Senior, we should hasten our pace. I sense that my father and the others are approaching this way. If they arrive, these treasures will no longer be ours." Ouyang Qingluo's words left Lin Xian in astonishment. Goodness, what a predicament. Chapter 32. The 9 Pillars in his astonishment. Lin Xian cast an amused glance at Ouyang Qingluo. Ouyang Zhan's daughter certainly had a peculiar charm. The thought of possibly bringing Ouyang Qingluo back as a daughter-in-law was quite thrilling, especially considering Ouyang Zhan's expression. Merely imagining it was delightful. "Senior?" Noticing Lin Xian lost in thought, Ouyang Qingluo called out with curiosity. "Ahem, let us proceed and see what treasures this tomb holds." Lin Xian cleared his throat awkwardly before striding toward the interior of the tomb. "Oh," Ouyang Qingluo responded obediently, following closely behind as they ventured deeper into the tomb. "Good heavens, there is an alchemical chamber," Lin Xian exclaimed with delight upon discovering a small burial chamber. The alchemical chamber, as its name suggests, was a room designated for storing elixirs. Generally, elixirs contained in jade vials had a shelf life of approximately 300 years, and naturally, the more potent the elixir, the longer its durability. As Lin Xian and Ouyang Qingluo entered the alchemical chamber, they found it indeed filled with numerous elixirs. However, both individuals inadvertently cast their gazes towards the uppermost shelf, where 3 jade vials rested. Lin Xian carefully retrieved the vials, opening the first one, only to be taken aback by a sharp intake of breath. To his astonishment, the first vial contained not 1, but 7 great breaking yuan pills, which had previously been awarded to him by his system and proved to be exceptionally useful, perfect for his family's needs. "Humph, I thought it would be something remarkable. Turns out it's just this sort of trinket," Ouyang Qingluo remarked dismissively, her interest evaporating instantly. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Indeed, without comparison, there could be no discernment of value. The Ouyang family was one of the 3 prominent clans of the Great Wilderness, and Ouyang's grandfather was a formidable figure of the same era as the Dragon Sovereign. As the direct descendant of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qingluo naturally looked down upon such trifling elixirs. Lin Xian unapologetically pocketed the great breaking yuan pills before proceeding to open the second vial. To his delight, it contained a Tongxing pill. This particular elixir was of even greater worth. When consumed at the pinnacle of the Great Yuan realm to break through to the Tongxing realm, it could significantly enhance one's probability of success by threefold. This was undoubtedly a genuine treasure. Oh, it's actually a Tongxing pill. Senior, may I have one? I wish to give it to you, Go, for he is on the verge of breaking through to the three-tong divine realm, Wiang Qingluo exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with eagerness at the sight of the Tongxing pill within the vial. Even within the Wiang family, Tongxing pills were a rare commodity. Observing the 3 pills in the jade vial, Lin Xuan generously tossed one to Wiang Qingluo. Elated, she quickly withdrew a jade vial from her storage bag to carefully store the Tongxing pill. Thank you, Senior, she beamed sweetly at Lin Xuan. He merely nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. The 3rd vial contained an explosive yuan pill. This type of elixir was even more formidable, capable of enabling a Tongxing realm practitioner to unleash double the energy for a brief period, and even allowing a Tongling realm individual to augment their vitality by 50%. It was indeed a precious life-saving item. As Wiang Qingluo had no use for it, Lin Xuan naturally claimed it without hesitation. Let us proceed. I believe there are more treasures ahead, he urged. Wiang Qingluo, uninterested in the other pills on the shelf, advanced ahead. While she dismissed them, Lin Xuan could not afford to overlook them, promptly gathering them into his storage bag before hastening to catch up with her. At that moment, 7 figures sped across the sky above Huqing Prefecture. Brother Wiang, we have received credible information from the Tongtian Merchant Association. The Dragon Sovereign's tomb should be located at Bian Mountain, a middle-aged man declared with a smile. Indeed, it is surprising that the Dragon Sovereign was buried in eastern Zhou. Ouyang Zhan, positioned centrally, nodded slightly. It certainly piques one's interest. An elderly man beside him stroked his beard, chuckling. Let us move. We should arrive in about 2 hours. But let it be clear, upon entering the tomb, treasures shall be claimed solely by one's own merit. Ha ha. I fear you would suggest an equal division. I have in mind the principle of merit. Whoosh. The 7 figures, each radiating immense vitality, continued their swift journey. Lin Xuan and Ouyang Qingluo traversed for over half an hour before finally reaching their destination. Along the journey, Lin Xuan stumbled upon numerous valuable items, including several 8th and 9th grade weapons, carelessly strewn about, as if they were mere refuse. Ouyang Qingluo, unimpressed, paid them no heed, while Lin Xuan eagerly collected them. Though these salvaged treasures were not exceptionally noteworthy, they would serve as excellent equipment for his family. The duo eventually arrived at the final hall, where a stone sarcophagus sat prominently, flanked by 9 pillars, each adorned with a box atop. How unfortunate it was that they had found nothing along the way, only to discover that the real treasures lay within this main chamber. At that moment, another passageway saw the entrance of Cui Yongyuan, his face smeared with grime, clearly having encountered some traps along his path, and his words revealed that his route yielded nothing of value. Shortly after, Luohan emerged, his countenance equally grim, indicating that he too had come away empty-handed. Lin Xuan cast a subtle glance at Wiang Qingluo, surprised by the accuracy of her 6th sense. Brother Xuan, Brother Cui, did you find any treasures in your secret passage? Luohan forced an unsightly smile, bowing slightly to Lin Xuan and Cui Yongyuan. Humph, what treasures? Just a plethora of traps. Cui Yongyuan replied, his expression sour. We have no traps here, but alas, no treasures either, Lin Xuan stated, shaking his head gently. It seems the treasures are indeed contained within this main tomb, Luohan said, his eyes greedily fixed on the 9 pillars. These pillars, standing here, were undoubtedly relics left by the Dragon Sovereign. Lin Xuan surveyed the pillars, ultimately focusing on the 9th one. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Each pillar exuded immense allure. Yet if he had to choose, the 9th pillar captivated him most. Let the best man win. Without further ado, Cui Yongyuan soared towards the pillar. Qingluo, wait for me here, Lin Xuan cautioned, also making his way to the pillar. The treasures are mine, Luohan cried out in excitement. Slaughtering palm, Cui Yongyuan turned back, launching a deadly strike at Lin Xuan. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had anticipated this and managed to fend off Cui Yongyuan's attack. Here shall be your grave, Brother Luohan. Let us join forces to eliminate these 2. We shall share the treasures between us, Cui Yongyuan said with a sinister grin. How could I refuse? Luohan immediately sided with Cui Yongyuan, his eyes glinting with murderous intent directed at Lin Xuan and Ouyang Qingluo. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, observing the duo. He had not anticipated their collaboration. You 2 truly lack shame, resorting to such underhanded tactics, Wiang Qingluo exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Cui Yongyuan and Luohan. Her indignation palpable. Humph, be silent, little girl. In the world of martial arts, one relies on skill, not a tongue, Luohan remarked, his gaze towards Wiang Qingluo filled with wicked intent. Even if you 2 old scoundrels join forces, I fear you not, Lin Xuan declared boldly. Lin Xuan retrieved a 9th grade long sword he had found, and with a flick of his wrist, the blade shimmered with radiant light. Such audacity! Cui Yongyuan bellowed, delivering another palm strike towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's expression grew slightly grave. This Cui Yongyuan was likely not a mere early-stage practitioner of the transformation realm, but rather a formidable opponent of mid-stage. As for Luohan, he too stood as a mid-stage practitioner, far beyond the capabilities of Cui Yongdi. The great serpent flipped over. Die. Elder. Luohan summoned his primordial spirit, and a colossal python materialized behind him. The enormous tail of the serpent lashed towards Lin Xuan with astonishing speed and tremendous force. Simultaneously, Cui Yongyuan's palm strike loomed above Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan could no longer conceal his abilities. The disparity in their cultivation levels was immense. With both opponents at mid-stage transformation realm, while he remained at the pinnacle of the great Yuan Dan realm, the pseudo-sword intent was instantly activated, creating a sword intent domain spanning 30 meters around Lin Xuan. The Four Seasons sword technique, a springtime flourish. The long sword in Lin Xuan's hand seemed to come alive, unleashing a flurry of sword blossoms. The Four Seasons sword technique, a blazing summer. The Four Seasons sword technique, an autumn breeze rustling. The Four Seasons sword technique, a winter chill with frost and snow. In a mere half-breath, dozens of sword shadows were unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions as both Cui Yongyuan and Luohan retreated in panic, their faces etched with astonishment. Is this sword intent? Cui Yongyuan muttered in disbelief, feeling a piercing pain throughout his body. Beside him, Luohan could not suppress a gulp. How could such ordinary sword techniques withstand the combined might of himself and Cui Yongyuan? There was only one possibility. Lin Xuan's swordplay contained something extraordinary. Now, it is my turn, you old geezers. Lin Xuan, sword in hand, advanced rather than retreated, charging directly at the two. Misunderstanding. We can share the treasures atop that pillar. Indeed, Brother Xuan, if we engage in battle here, we shall only suffer mutual destruction. Cui Yongyuan and Luohan conceded, fighting against a swordsman with sword intent. Even if they were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. It was better to transform conflict into camaraderie. Truly? Lin Xuan's eyes concealed a murderous intent, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. For those who wished to take his life, Lin Xuan would show no mercy. Moreover, he considered himself a man who would repay any grievance in kind. Of course, we will divide the spoils atop the pillar. Cui Yongyuan forced a smile, which appeared utterly ludicrous. Very well. Lin Xuan slightly curled his lips, offering no objection. Lin Xuan disregarded Cui Yongyuan and Luohan, making a beeline for the ninth pillar, while the other two raced towards their chosen pillars. Suddenly, a rebound force caused Lin Xuan to stagger back in shock. There was a protective barrier enveloping the pillar, evidently safeguarding the treasures atop it. The Four Seasons sword technique, a springtime flourish. Lin Xuan unleashed the power of his sword intent against the barrier, causing it to tremble. Meanwhile, Cui Yongyuan and Luohan pounded against the frame of the barrier as well. Several individuals relentlessly struck a fragrant incense stick for an extended period, and only then did the luminous barrier crack slightly. The Heavenly Shadow Spirit sword technique. Lin Xuan felt a stirring within his heart and decided to unleash his ultimate move. In an instant, over 300 sword shadows manifested within the main tomb chamber, akin to a multitude of swords paying homage. This display astonished Cui Yongyuan and his companion, who were taken aback by Lin Xuan's formidable prowess. Fortunately, they had not engaged in conflict with him. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered like an eggshell. Layer by layer, the treasure atop the ninth pillar was now within reach. Lin Xuan refrained from examining the treasure and promptly concealed it within his pocket. Observing this, the other two individuals also unleashed their signature abilities, relentlessly bombarding the barrier. This is not good, uncle. I sense my father's aura nearby, and he is likely very close. Ouyang Qingluo whispered, interrupting Lin Xuan's thoughts of breaking through another barrier. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, calculating the time. It was evident that attempting to breach another barrier was no longer feasible. Ouyang Zhan, Qingluo's father, was at least a master of the spirit realm, and undoubtedly, he was not the only one who had come here. Choosing to withdraw while the opportunity was favorable, Lin Xuan decided to forego any additional treasures. Greed for such trinkets could lead to a futile endeavor, or worse, cost him his life. However, before making his escape, Lin Xuan resolved to execute a cunning maneuver. The barrier before Cui Yongyuan was merely a step away from collapse. The divine eagle's claw. A spectral eagle emerged behind Cui Yongyuan, its claw striking the barrier, which shattered in response. Lin Xuan transformed, embodying a fierce spirit, and charged directly at Cui Yongyuan. Xuan, how dare you? Cui Yongyuan exclaimed in shock, hastily gathering his energy to defend himself. Yet, Lin Xuan's technique was no ordinary martial art. Thousands of petals coalesced into sword chi, piercing toward Cui Yongyuan. Taken by surprise, Cui Yongyuan was forced to retreat repeatedly. With swift reflexes, Lin Xuan seized the box atop the pillar and stowed it away. "How dare you, Xuan?" Cui Yongyuan shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he prepared to retaliate. Lin Xuan, undeterred by the confrontation, grasped Ouyang Qingluo and fled toward the exit. "Cui, there are still 6 pillars remaining. Let us gather those treasures. They are no less valuable than the 2 that Xian has taken," Luo Han remarked cheerfully. Cui Yongyuan quickly realized the implications. Lin Xuan had escaped with only 2 treasures, leaving the remainder for them. Humph, that old fool. Truly discarded the watermelon to pick up the sesame seeds. Cui Yongyuan abandoned the pursuit of Lin Xuan and instead selected another pillar to attack. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Ouyang Qingluo had successfully vacated the tomb. "Qingluo, I must take my leave. Here is the key. Once you exit, please hand it to Sun He." Lin Xuan smirked cunningly, declaring that none of those old rascals could escape. Chapter 34. The 7-man team comes to seize opportunities. Ouyang Qingluo was momentarily taken aback, blinking her bright, watery eyes, then responded with a cheerful smile. "All right, I'll go out and deliver gifts to them." Lin Xuan smiled nonchalantly, thinking how clever this little girl was. It would be splendid to deceive her into becoming his daughter-in-law. "Very good. Next time, Uncle will reward you with delicious treats." After speaking, Lin Xuan handed his key to Ouyang Qingluo and led her out of the tomb. Seeing Ouyang Qingluo emerge safely, Yu Feng and the others were elated. If anything had happened to her, they would have faced severe consequences with the Ouyang family. "Finally, you all have come out." Sun He was furious, yet dared not express his anger openly. This group was like their ancestors. He, elder son, while brothers Cui and Luo are still gathering treasures inside. "You think you can compete with them?" Lin Xuan, having exhausted his provocation, soared off in the opposite direction. Sun He was momentarily stunned watching Lin Xuan leave, while Ouyang Qingluo tossed the coveted key to him. "Here you go. I have no use for it anyway." Unfazed, Ouyang Qingluo threw the key that Sun He had longed for. Receiving the key, Sun He felt bewildered. "Whether you can enter or not depends on you. But I advise you, it's best not to go in. Even the elder cannot partake, let alone you," Ouyang Qingluo said with a cheerful smile. "Humph. Would I be afraid? What does it matter if that useless Xian Lin cannot partake?" Sun He seethed with rage. As he was originally in cahoots with Luo Han and Cui Yongyuan, they all deserved to share, so why shouldn't he? With this thought, Sun He grasped the key and entered the tomb. "Qingluo, what is the situation inside?" Yu Feng could not help but inquire. There are indeed treasures, but they are surely not destined for them," Ouyang Qingluo replied sweetly. Just as Yu Feng was about to speak again, 7 figures descended from the sky. Qingluo, the leading middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, was taken aback upon seeing Ouyang Qingluo. "Father!" Ouyang Qingluo exclaimed in surprise at the sight of her father. "Greetings, foster father." Yu Feng immediately bowed respectfully. "What brings you two here?" Ouyang Zhan asked with concern. "Father, someone has already entered. There truly are treasures in the tomb. It's the tomb of the dragon sovereign." Ouyang Qingluo shouted anxiously. "What?" Ouyang Zhan remained calm, while the others grew anxious. "Damn it! Who dares to compete with me for opportunities?" A burly man, resembling an iron lump, furiously punched the tomb door, yet it did not budge. "Do not waste your strength. This tomb door was forged by the dragon sovereign. Unless you possess divine realm strength, it is all in vain." Ouyang Zhan stood atop a long spear, hands behind his back, exuding an imposing presence. "Damn it! Who is the rascal that dares to compete with me for opportunities?" The burly man grumbled, visibly displeased. The remaining individuals bore expressions shrouded in shadows. "There is no rush. We shall await our opportunity while they assist us." Ouyang Zhan gradually descended before the tomb entrance, displaying indifference. "Father!" Ouyang Qingluo exclaimed as she flung herself into Ouyang Zhan's embrace. "You foolish girl, promise me you won't act recklessly again. The items bestowed upon you by your great-grandfather can only be relied upon a few times. What will we do if we encounter too many dangers?" Ouyang Zhan, a quintessential doting father, affectionately stroked Ouyang Qingluo's head with a smile. The other 6 also landed before the tomb entrance. Among the 7 who had arrived, aside from Ouyang Zhan, 2 hailed from the capital, while the other 4 were from the eastern state. The general's mansion of the capital, the chancellor's residence. The Lingwu Sect, the eastern king's mansion, the Song family of the eastern state, and the governor's mansion of the eastern state. Each was a formidable force. After a few tranquil hours of waiting, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the tomb. "Damn it, you two better explain yourselves. Why do you each receive 3 treasures while I am entitled to merely 1? Sun He continued to grumble. Meanwhile, Cui Yongyuan and Luo Han wore expressions of disdain. Just as Cui Yongyuan was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed several more figures outside the tomb. "Who are you?" Cui Yongyuan inquired with caution. He. We have finally awaited your arrival. Hand over the treasures swiftly. A burly man approached, exuding an air of rudeness. And you are? I am the second elder of the Cui family from the Huaqing prefecture. What nonsense is this Cui family? I've never heard of it. Just hand it over. The burly man displayed palpable impatience, emanating an aura of death. Under his gaze, Cui Yongyuan felt as though he were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Collapsing to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, Luo Han and Sun He, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale with fear. Ouyang Zhan observed the scene with a smile, refraining from interference. While the other five looked on as though they were watching a farcical play, Ouyang Qingluo, with eyes gleaming with mischief, remarked, hand over the dragon sovereign's treasures, or I shall have to retrieve them myself. After emerging from the tomb, Lin Xuan seemed to glide away with the wind, hastening into the distance. Just moments after his exit, Ouyang Qingluo predicted that her father would arrive at the scene within 10 minutes, instilling fear in Lin Xuan as he executed his movements with utmost precision. Though he shared a modicum of camaraderie with Ouyang Zhan, the latter would not likely impose difficulties upon him. The others, however, could not be so easily gauged. Certainly, Ouyang Zhan would not jeopardize his standing with individuals of equal rank for Lin Xuan's sake. Of course, Lin Xuan had previously conveyed certain sentiments to Ouyang Qingluo, who would relay them to Ouyang Zhan, allowing the latter to deduce the source. Nonetheless, having known Ouyang Zhan for 2 decades, Lin Xuan recognized him as a person of integrity and broad-mindedness, unlikely to create trouble for him. Even in the most adverse scenario, should Ouyang Zhan indeed seek to confront him, Lin Xuan would not hesitate to approach his master for a fair resolution. Deep within Lin Xuan's storage bag lay the disciple token of the esteemed Jixiao Academy. Lin Xuan departed from the Jixiao Academy 22 years ago. However, the academy has never revoked his token, nor has the esteemed Master Jiu ever issued an order for Lin Xuan's expulsion. This indicates that Lin Xuan is still regarded as a member of Jixiao Academy. Furthermore, as Master Jiu's direct disciple, Lin Xuan possesses the right to serve as a teacher within the academy, in accordance with its regulations. The token he carries, crafted personally by Master Jiu, holds a remarkable feature. It allows for 2 random teleports. This is a technique of the true martial divine realm, and it represents the first gift bestowed upon Lin Xuan as Master Jiu's cherished disciple. Having already utilized it once, he has 1 teleport remaining. After pondering briefly, Lin Xuan set forth directly towards Baiyin Pass. Chapter 35, Dual Source Soul? Silence, old man. Upon departing from the tomb, Lin Xuan stealthily made his way to Baiyin Pass. However, he did not enter the pass itself, but instead ventured into a forest outside its walls. There, he discovered a cave, swiftly eliminating the beast within and indulging in the delightful aroma of roasted meat. Let me see what treasures the dragon sovereign has left behind. With eager anticipation, Lin Xuan opened his storage pouch, retrieving 2 boxes of varying sizes. The smaller box, about the size of 2 palms together, caught his attention. He smirked slightly and proceeded to open it. Upon lifting the lid, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Inside lay a black pearl. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled having seen this object before. Within the vast library of Jixiao Academy, a peculiar tome titled the Compendium of All Treasures documented the origins of this pearl. A dragon pearl. Indeed, it was a dragon pearl. Lin Xuan could hardly contain his excitement. He had not anticipated that the dragon sovereign would leave behind a dragon pearl within his tomb. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be merely a pearl of a flood dragon. Lin Xuan also remembered that the dragon sovereign possessed a dragon soul. Yet this soul belonged to a black water flood dragon. Nevertheless, even a flood dragon is an extraordinary existence, a rare and exceptional soul. Dragons are the sovereigns among beasts, and any creature even remotely associated with dragons is formidable, let alone the flood dragon, which is only a step away from becoming a true dragon, separated by the tribulation of heavenly thunder. It seems that fortune has smiled upon him. His source soul now has a promising prospect. With a smile, Lin Xuan carefully stored the flood dragon pearl, intending to refine it shortly. When one possesses a valuable item that can enhance their strength, it is imperative to utilize it immediately. The elevation of one's cultivation is of utmost importance. Otherwise, it may serve merely as a garment for another. Next, Lin Xuan opened the second box, which was longer, approximately 3 feet in length. As he revealed its contents, an ancient, broken sword came into view. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Was it merely a broken sword? As he examined the blade, he could not discern the material from which it was made, but the fracture clearly indicated it had been shattered in the throes of battle. I had initially believed I had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure, only to be met with a mere broken sword, which was rather disappointing. Lin Xuan curled his lip. Although, by conventional standards, this broken sword having been placed in the main tomb of the Dragon Lord, must possess some extraordinary origins. Nevertheless, regardless of its illustrious history, it remains a broken sword, utterly useless to Lin Xuan at this moment. Resigned, he returned the broken sword to its box and departed, hoping that it might prove useful in the future. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Xuan once again retrieved the Dragon Pearl. Not only did he take out the Dragon Pearl, but he also procured 50,000 stones and the Tongxing Dan he had discovered within the Dragon Lord's tomb. This time, Lin Xuan intended to make a decisive leap into the Tongxing realm. He aimed to achieve this breakthrough before the grand family gathering at Huqing Prefecture, thereby allowing the Lin family to rightfully ascend to the status of a one-star family. Attaining such a status would mean formal recognition within the Great Desolation Empire, granting them a level of protection against arbitrary targeting. Of course, this also depended on their strength, for the imperial family of the Great Desolation would not concern themselves with trivial matters. With all preparations complete, Lin Xuan consumed the Tongxing Dan in one gulp, immersing himself in the understanding of its power. Concurrently, the Yuan Dan within him began to dissolve, and the resulting energy coalesced into a misty cloud. Lin Xuan, having learned the theoretical aspects of breaking through to the Tongxing realm at the Jixia Academy, faced no issues in that regard. The Jiaolong Pearl, propelled by Lin Xuan's energy, began to levitate, suspended in midair. The energy contained within the pearl transformed into a liquid, flowing into Lin Xuan's body and swiftly reaching his dantian. With eyes gently closed, Lin Xuan savored the overwhelming surge of energy. The power of the dragon was indeed formidable. Legends spoke of true dragons possessing the strength of the true martial god upon hatching, while a Jiaolong also emerged with the prowess of the Tongxing realm. Such beings were undeniably fearsome. The immense power enveloped Lin Xuan's limbs and bones, gradually merging with the energy cloud in his dantian, slowly coalescing into a dragon shape. The breakthrough progressed methodically when, quite unexpectedly, Lin Xuan discovered an additional energy cloud within his dantian. A mix of astonishment and joy washed over him, for he recalled that a certain type of Tongxing realm was known as the dual soul Tongxing realm. This indicated the possession of dual Yuan souls. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare even within the Great Desolation Empire, where even in the capital, the presence of dual Yuan souls was exceptionally uncommon. Lin Xuan had never dared to dream of having dual Yuan souls. He had merely hoped to succeed in breaking through to the Tongxing realm. Yet, fate had smiled upon him, bestowing upon him this extraordinary gift. However, Lin Xuan soon discovered a pressing issue. He had not prepared materials for a second Yuan soul. Frowning slightly, he grappled with the realization that he had never anticipated the possibility of possessing dual Yuan souls. While he contemplated a solution, the broken sword from his storage bag suddenly shot out, piercing directly into his forehead. Lin Xuan was taken aback, pondering the true nature of this broken sword. Its intent was unmistakable, as it surged directly towards Lin Xuan's dantian, voraciously absorbing his second essence cloud. "Curse it, you wicked sword, cease your voracity," Lin Xuan lamented, tears welling up in his eyes as he realized his dual essence was being ravaged. The broken sword paid no heed to Lin Xuan's anguished cries and, within mere breaths, consumed his second soul entirely. Thus, Lin Xuan's dream of dual souls lay shattered. He felt numb, having initially thought he had ensnared Cui Yongyuan, only to find himself ensnared instead. What was once a flourishing dual essence had now dwindled to a singular soul. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan resolved to stabilize his primary essence, fearing that the broken sword might also devour his first soul. He was relieved to find the sword had become docile after consuming his second soul, quietly floating above his dantian and granting space to his first essence. In haste, Lin Xuan retrieved 50,000 yuan stones from his storage pouch. This breakthrough would undoubtedly carry a hefty cost. The sum of 50,000 yuan stones was just the beginning. He even expended all the pills acquired from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. In total, Lin Xuan's endeavor to bolster his dragon essence consumed at least 200,000 yuan stones. It was no wonder the dragon essence was so formidable. The caliber of this breakthrough was unparalleled. Chapter 36. The family gathering commences. The Lin family faces ridicule. 10 days later, Huqing Prefecture was bustling with activity. The wide asphalt road, stretching Tianzhong, was filled with caravans coming and going, while curious citizens lined the sides. Today marked the quinquennial family gathering of Huqing Prefecture, an event notorious for its entertaining occurrences. For instance, a small family might unveil a prodigious talent, drawing the attention of major sects and soaring to prominence. Or a hidden ancestor with profound abilities could suddenly emerge, elevating their lineage to a star-rated family. There were even instances of long-standing feuds erupting into violence during the gathering, with some families meeting their demise. The Sun family from Long City had arrived. As a caravan of dozens slowly approached, Many citizens of Huqing Prefecture gasped in astonishment. Although the Sun family did not belong to the local powers of Huqing Prefecture, they enjoyed considerable renown even within its borders, primarily because they were a one-star family, reportedly on the cusp of attaining two-star status. Leading this delegation was Sun Qianlong, a distinguished figure in the Sun family. Sun Qianlong, at the late stage of the forming shape realm, was regarded as one of the prominent experts in all of Huqing Prefecture. What has become of Sun He? In the first carriage, adorned in an exquisite yellow robe, Sun Qianlong exuded an air of nobility. Since elder Sun He returned from the 100 Hidden Pass, he has been in a state of madness. Alas, even the renowned alchemist Zhou from Huqing Prefecture has proven ineffective, a middle-aged man lamented, riding alongside the first carriage. Sun Qianlong's expression was less than favorable. Originally, accounting for Sun He, the Sun family was poised to qualify as a second-tier family today. However, with Sun He's madness, their aspirations for becoming a second-tier family were shattered. The family head vowed to investigate fiercely who had brought Sun He to such a state. He would ensure that the perpetrator faced dire consequences. Sun Qianlong's tone was frigid as he suppressed the fury within. Yes, family head, we have gathered some clues. A middle-aged man responded with a slight nod. Look, that is the sword-begging sect of Great Dragon City. Suddenly, someone pointed at a group of individuals. The crowd turned to see the foremost sect of Great Dragon City, known for its formidable backing. That must be the Yang family from Great River City. And there goes the Luo family from Outcloud City. The air buzzed with chatter as many speculated about the families present. Clearly, all these families entered with heads held high. Those who could make such a grand entrance at the very least had formidable experts at the Great Yuandan realm. While not considered top-tier combatants in the Huqing Prefecture, they were nonetheless regarded as first-rate masters. Even the elders of the three major families in Huqing Prefecture were merely at the Great Yuandan realm. Wait, why is the leader of that family only at the minor Yuandan realm? A voice suddenly questioned. The crowd followed the gaze to see a group bearing the Lin family's banner entering the estate. Can a minor Yuandan family be so ostentatious? How bold they are, flaunting their status without fear of retribution. The onlookers derided them. I remember now. This Lin family is the one where the family had once faced two spirit martial sect managers single-handedly. A voice exclaimed in shock. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. So it was that Lin family. Lin Xuan, the head of the Lin family, had achieved the remarkable feat of defeating one and injuring another of the spirit martial sect's managers, a tale that had spread throughout the Huqing Prefecture. While Lin Xuan's formidable prowess was indeed astonishing, it was his audacity that left people in awe. He had slain a manager of the spirit martial sect without hesitation. Though a life-and-death bet had been established, other families, even if victorious over a manager, would typically offer an apology. Yet, the head of this Lin family acted like a reckless youth, showing no mercy. Killing a member of the spirit martial sect would undoubtedly bring trouble to the Lin family. I foresee that after this family gathering, the Lin family will likely meet their end. Someone, unable to contain their disdain, mocked openly. Indeed, you are correct, Brother Imo. It takes immense audacity to kill a manager of the spirit martial sect. The Lin family head must possess a lion's heart. I have heard that the manager slain by the Lin family head was the son of Elder Bali of the spirit martial sect. Elder Bali is no ordinary character and will certainly not let the Lin family off easily. It seems this family gathering will be quite the spectacle. Just wait and see. The Lin family won't last more than half a month. This brother overestimates the Lin family. I wager they won't survive even 7 days. I bet 200 yuan stones on it. I wager 3 days. Amidst a flurry of discussions, the consensus was decidedly unfavorable towards the Lin family. In Dongzhou, the most formidable adversary one could provoke was the Lingwu Sect, a prominent entity among the 5 great sects of the vast wilderness, and indeed the preeminent power in Dongzhou. Who would dare to tug at the tiger's whiskers? Listening to the surrounding jeers and malicious glee, the members of the Lin family seethed with indignation. Father, they are utterly excessive. Uncle's assassination of that Batong was merely an act of rightful retribution, a matter of life and death. Lin Yang, astride a magnificent Dewan steed, expressed his vexation. In the forefront of the Lin family stood 4 individuals, Lin Wen and Lin Wu slightly ahead, while Lin Yang and Yuan Ying trailed half a step behind. Indeed, Yuan Ying and Lin Yang had recently become betrothed, awaiting Lin Xian's return to officiate their wedding. Brother Yang, you are mistaken. This world is inherently predatory. Although our patriarch's actions against Batong are justified, the Lingwu Sect embodies the unwritten laws of Dongzhou. Yuan Ying sighed. She felt somewhat like a harbinger of calamity. How could her arrival at the Lin family coincide with such grave troubles? The Lingwu Sect was a formidable force, far overshadowing even the Chui family of Huqing Prefecture in her eyes. Lin Xuan, however, remained unperturbed, stating calmly, Trust in your patriarch. As long as he stands firm, our Lin family shall not falter. His words served to uplift the spirits of those present. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Lin family bristled with righteous indignation. Humph. They are merely a pack of arrogant fools. Lin Xuan, now a transformed figure, was the first to voice his disdain. Upon the return of their revered third granduncle, the naysayers would surely fall silent. The younger members of the family harbored unwavering faith in their patriarch, whose strength resonated deeply within each Lin family member. Riding a swift steed, Linfan remained silent, his demeanor composed. "Brother Fan, has third uncle not returned yet?" inquired Lin Xuan, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Rest assured, father will return today. He has a penchant for timing," Linfan replied with a slight smirk. Chapter 37. The Xiao family's intervention, breaking through the Tongxing realm. As the Lin family progressed, numerous onlookers pointed and whispered, convinced of the Lin family's impending downfall. Other families regarded them with scorn and derision. A mere small clan from Yunwu City daring to oppose the Lingwu Sect was tantamount to courting disaster. The Lin family of Yunwu City, with their limited prowess merely at the minor essence realm, had the audacity to tread the righteous path, refusing to step aside for the larger families behind them. Suddenly, 5 figures blocked the Lin family's path. Dressed in identical attire, they clearly belonged to a single family. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our Lin family's way?" Lin Xuan, suppressing his fury, confronted the 5 with a steady gaze. "We are the Lin family of Shuiyin City. What gives your Yunwu City Lin family the audacity to flaunt yourselves so brazenly? Are you courting death?" The leader scoffed, exuding an air of superiority despite standing firmly on the ground, looking down upon the Lin family with disdain. It turns out that this is the Lin family of Shuiyin City. This family is not to be underestimated. It is said that their patriarch, Lin Xuan, is a peak practitioner of the great Yuandan realm. The Lin family boasts 3 powerful figures in the great Yuandan realm and more than 10 in the minor Yuandan realm, making them a formidable clan within the Huqing prefecture. Now it becomes clear why they dared to obstruct the convoy of the Lin family from Yunwu City. Oh. A spectacular confrontation is anticipated as the Lin family of Shuiyin City faces off against their counterparts from Yunwu City. A crowd gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama, with even several families venturing inward pausing to observe with curiosity. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu wore grim expressions, having encountered difficulties right upon their arrival in Huqing prefecture. "Humph. Your Lin family from Yunwu City is merely a name without substance. You should promptly withdraw and allow the families behind you to enter. The weak ought to wait outside." The leader of the opposing faction sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt. Boom. His imposing presence revealed him to be a practitioner of the minor Yuandan realm. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. With Lin Xuan absent, his confidence was considerably diminished. Just as Lin Xuan and Lin Wu found themselves in a precarious situation, a resonant voice broke through the tension. "Ah, the head of the Lin family is capable of overcoming 2 stewards of the spirit martial sect, in terms of strength. I doubt you surpass the Lin family of Shuiyin City." It was the convoy of the Xiao family. The speaker was Xiao Lingyun, the head of the Xiao family, while the leader of their group was the esteemed elder, Xiao Shanha. "Thank you, Lord Xiao. Grateful for the Xiao family's timely intervention." Lin Xuan and Lin Wu bowed deeply in appreciation. "No need for thanks. Our Xiao family and Lin family are both clans of Yunwu City. Now that your Lin family has been insulted, it is only natural for us to intervene," Xiao Lingyun replied with a warm smile. Upon realizing that the Xiao family had stepped in, the Lin family of Shuiyin City frowned slightly. The Xiao family was indeed the only prominent clan from Yunwu City and held considerable influence as the ruling power there, aligned with the authority of Huqing prefecture. "Xiao family, are you truly standing with the Lin family of Yunwu City?" The leader of the Shuiyin City Lin family questioned, his expression darkening. "Ah, my good sir, do not jest. The Xiao family has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Lin family. Moreover, as both our families hail from the same city, it is only right that we look out for one another," Xiao Lingyun responded with an air of nonchalance. "Humph, Lord Xiao possesses courage. Yet the Lin family of Yunwu City has offended the spirit martial sect. Do you not fear the repercussions of associating with them?" The leader retorted before departing with his entourage. As the onlookers realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they began to disperse. "Thank you once again, Lord Xiao." Lin Xuan and his companions expressed their gratitude to Xiao Lingyun. "And who might this be?" Xiao Lingyun inquired, momentarily taken aback as he observed Yuan Ying. "Allow me to introduce her to you, Lord Xiao. She is my son's wife, named Yuan Ying," Lin Wu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Yuan Ying smiled warmly and acknowledged having met Lord Xiao. Lin Yang cast a cautious glance at Yuan Ying, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of satisfaction, evidently pleased with the choice of his family head's bride. "Ah, Lin Yang, to be blessed with such a lovely partner is indeed fortunate," Xiao Lingyun remarked with a smile. I am unworthy of such praise, Lin Yang humbly responded. Lin Yang chuckled softly, his words claiming reluctance while his eyes sparkled with mirth. Oh, by the way, you should be cautious. The Lin family from Shuiyun City is connected with the Chui family, and their visit this time may be an attempt by the Lin family to assert themselves. Xiao Lingyun's expression suddenly grew somber, and he spoke with a measured tone to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu furrowed their brows, taken aback by the troubles that had already befallen them upon their arrival in Lingwu City. The head of the Chui family has some acquaintances with Elder Bali of the Lingwu Sect, and it is evident that this is orchestrated by Bali. It seems he intends to take action against you. Thank you for your warning, City Lord Xiao, Lin Xuan replied with a respectful gesture. There's no need for such formalities. I hope your Lin family can weather this storm, Xiao Lingyun said with a smile before departing with his family. Father, Lin Yang murmured, glancing at Lin Wu. Alas, we can only wait now for your third uncle's return. Without him, our Lin family is but a shadow of its former self, Lin Wu sighed deeply. Leading the Lin family in another direction, Lin Yang clenched his fists tightly, and many of the third-generation disciples mirrored his sentiment. Their family's humiliation today stemmed primarily from their lack of strength. If the family head were present, would the Lin family of Shuiyun City dare to act so presumptuously? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, his fists tensing and then relaxing, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. What a formidable Lin family of Shuiyun City. If there can only be one Lin family, then yours must be eradicated entirely. Outside the Baiyin Pass, Lin Xuan, after 10 days of merging, finally integrated the dragon spirit completely into his being. In his dantian, the original essence was replaced by a small dragon and a broken sword. Lin Xuan stood up, exhaling gently, feeling his vital energy surge dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming aura wreaked havoc on the ground for dozens of feet around him. Is this the power of the Tongxing realm? It truly cannot be compared with the Great Yuan Dan realm. I could defeat Cui Yongdi in the Great Yuan Dan realm. It seems I truly possess extraordinary talent. Lin Xuan clenched his fists, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He had yearned for this level for 60 years, and today he finally achieved a breakthrough, feeling invigorated. However, as he looked at the devastated surroundings, he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, realizing he had exhausted all his spirit stones in the process of breaking through to the Santong Shun realm. Moreover, a significant portion of his elixirs had also been consumed. Damn it, having spent so many resources on this breakthrough, if my combat prowess does not rise accordingly, it would be utterly unacceptable. Chapter 38. The Chui family's further harassment. By Rong's attitude, Lin Xuan calculated the days and realized today marked the family gathering at Huqing Prefecture. He could not afford to waste any time and flew directly toward Huqing Prefecture. Why are the Santong Shin realm and the Yuan Dan realm two different worlds? The Tongxing realm not only possesses a spirit, but can also soar through the skies and seize the high ground. In the past, Cui Yongdi was nothing short of a simpleton, or perhaps it could be said that he inherently looked down upon Lin Xuan, who was merely at the Great Yuan Dan realm. Otherwise, had Cui Yongdi truly wished to escape, Lin Xuan would have found it exceedingly difficult to retain him. Lin Xuan, unwilling to squander time, unleashed the full power of his Yulong step. The family gathering of Huaqing Mansion is typically organized by the three prominent families of the Huaqing Mansion, the Tongtian Merchant Association, the Longhu Gang, and the mansion's lord, among other influential forces. While other factions are not entirely excluded, they often lack the qualifications to participate. The hosting party for this family gathering was unexpectedly the Chui family. The Lin family members felt a sense of helplessness upon learning this news. Despite having eradicated all evidence after killing Cui Yongdi, the Chui family's intelligence network was certainly not inept and had likely already uncovered the truth. This family gathering was to be held at the Chui family estate, which sprawled over a vast area, capable of accommodating thousands without a hint of overcrowding. Various families gradually entered the Chui residence, only to be greeted by formidable figures at the Great Yuan Dan realm. This spectacle only served to amplify the reverence that smaller families held for the Chui family. All guests are welcomed. Please, enter the mansion, the Chui family representatives proclaimed amiably. However, when it came to the Lin family, the demeanor of the Chui household shifted dramatically. Despite the festive occasion, the elders of the Chui family showed no courtesy. The Lin family from Yunwu City? What is this? Why have only a few insignificant individuals arrived? Do they look down upon our Chui family? The sarcasm in the Chui family's words was palpable. What did you say? Lin Yang exclaimed, pointing angrily at the Chui elder. How dare you? The elder of the Chui family, showing no restraint, charged forward and struck Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang was already in the mid-phase of the small Yuan Dan realm, he was no match for the Chui elder and was sent staggering back several meters before managing to steady himself. With a cough, Lin Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Gu, Yang Heir, Uncle Yang. The Lin family members were filled with a mix of shock and fury. Such an ignorant fool, daring to disrespect this elder. The Chui elder sneered, reveling in the attention his actions had garnered. Chui Sheng, what is the meaning of this? Inquired a representative from another family. This Lin family disrespects us, openly insulting this elder. Naturally, I must impart a lesson. I beg your pardon for the spectacle. Chui Sheng replied with a smile, bowing to the other families, truly embodying duplicity. Some families, still unclear about the situation, and others who feared the authority of the Chui family, sided with them, vehemently chastising the Lin family. It is you Lin family again, a bunch of insignificant rascals. To be allowed to attend the family gathering is a tremendous honor. Why do you not quickly apologize to Elder Chui? Lin family members. Will you not kneel and beg for forgiveness from Elder Chui? Humph, what a pathetic Lin family. In my opinion, such a worthless clan should be expelled without hesitation. I stand in support of Brother An's words. The crowd rallied behind the Chui family, vehemently condemning the Lin family, irrespective of who was truly at fault. The Chui family undoubtedly held greater power than the Lin family, and by an immeasurable margin. The Bai family from Huaqing Prefecture has arrived. The Shangwan family from Huaqing Prefecture has also arrived. At this moment, the other two prominent families of Huaqing Prefecture joined the fray. The leader of the Bai family is the current patriarch, Bai La, an elderly man with a grizzled beard, a master of the Tongxing realm, and the father of Bai Rong, as well as the grandfather of Bai Yuran. Following Bai La were several esteemed elders of the Bai family, among them Bai Rong. The sixth elder, who bore a striking resemblance to Bai La. He is Bai Yuran's father and Lin Xuan's sworn brother. However, upon witnessing the humiliation of the Lin family, Bai Rong showed no inclination to defend them. Elder Bai, Brother Shangwan, you have arrived, Elder Chui remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of cordiality as he beheld the arrival of the Bai and Shangwan families. The leader of the Shangwan family is the clan head, Shangwan Jian, a man of 50, whose prowess is nearly on par with Bai La. He once nearly graced the Dragon and Phoenix talents list, missing it by a hair's breadth. Yet he is already regarded as a super genius in Huaqing Prefecture. However, that title has now been usurped by the Bai family's eldest daughter, Bai Yuran. Is this the Lin family from Lingwu City? Shangwan Jian remarked nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance at the dozen or so individuals from the Lin family, his tone inscrutable. Humph. Merely a rabble, Elder Chui scoffed lightly. The members of the Lin family seethed with indignation, particularly the leading figures, Lin Xuan and Lin Wu, whose faces flushed with rage. Yet they lacked the strength to retaliate. The younger generation of the Lin family clenched their fists in fury, yearning to be masters of the Santong divine realm, ready to confront these scoundrels. The Lin family's impotent fury and silent resentment drew derisive glances from other families, scornful and contemptuous gazes that weighed heavily upon them. I recall that the sixth elder of the Bai family shares quite a history with the Lin family, doesn't he? Elder Chui suddenly remarked with a smile directed at Bai Rong. Bai La also turned his gaze toward Bai Rong, as did the members of the Lin family. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu had encountered Bai Rong on 2 occasions, and remembered how Lin Xuan had welcomed Bai Rong with camaraderie, as if they were brothers. Bai Rong addressed Lin Xuan as brother with warmth, and Lin Xuan returned the sentiment with joviality. Moreover, Bai Rong had shown great respect toward Lin Xuan and Lin Wu, exhibiting genuine courtesy and approachability. Yet at this moment, Bai Rong's gaze toward the Lin family had transformed entirely. The marriage pact between our Bai family and the Lin family has devolved into such a farce. What bonds of friendship remain? It is irrelevant, Bai Rong declared with a smile, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Lan nodded in satisfaction. Elder Chui's eyes gleamed with mockery, while Shangwan Jian wore an expression of indifference, though a hint of disdain flickered within his gaze, the target of which remained unclear. As for the Lin family, a searing pain truly radiated from their faces at this moment. The gazes of the surrounding families towards the Lin clan grew increasingly mocking. It seemed that the Lin family would lose face in a most humiliating manner today. Chapter 39. An old dog dares to harm my son. So that is how it is. Chui Sheng's laughter resonated throughout all the families. I had said it before. The esteemed Miss Bai Yurong of the Bai family is the foremost genius of our Huqing mansion. Being betrothed to the Lin family's waist of a young master is simply a disservice to her stature. Indeed, Elder Chui is correct. I have heard that the young clan leader of the Lin family is nothing but a complete failure. The laughter from the other families echoed harshly into the Lin family's midst. Lin Xuan seethed with anger, yet Lin Fan remained as composed as ever. As he observed Lin Xuan preparing to argue on his behalf, he gently grasped her wrist and subtly shook his head. Lin Xuan bit her lip, her eyes brimming with concern as she gazed at Lin Fan. Come now, Lin family, Let this elder witness the true appearance of your so-called wasteful young clan leader. Cui Sheng, emboldened by his sense of righteousness, initiated his mockery, determined to strip the Lin family of their dignity in front of all the clans of Huqing Mansion. Cui Sheng, of course, was not idly engaged in this endeavor. He had been instructed from above to ensure the Lin family's humiliation. For Elder Ba Li was intent on making the family of the murderer, who took his son's life, experience the bitter taste of disgrace. Cui Sheng's words incited another round of raucous laughter from the gathered families. Before the family assembly even commenced, the Cui family had already served up a tantalizing appetizer of mockery. Huh, a mere jester. Bai La sneered disdainfully at the Lin family before striding towards the Cui mansion. Bai Yurong was Bai La's most cherished granddaughter. Because of her, Bai La harbored no goodwill towards the Lin family. Bai Rong also remained true to his word, indifferent to the Lin family's plight, watching their humiliation with cold detachment. As for the members of the Shangwan family, they refrained from entering the Cui mansion, instead choosing to join various families in observing the spectacle. I am the young clan leader of the Lin family. At this moment, Linfan stepped forward, unwavering as he met Cui Sheng's gaze. The onlookers regarded Linfan with curiosity as he stood his ground. Indeed, he appeared to be a handsome yet ineffectual individual. Huh. This country bumpkin dares to aspire to the likes of the Bai family's esteemed daughter? With such a former fiancé, Bai Yurong truly bears a stain on her life. Just a failure. Such a worthless being is hardly worthy of even Miss Bai's consideration. Regardless, they all sought to curry favor with the Cui family, engaging in senseless ridicule. Lin Fan, upon hearing these venomous taunts, did not waver in expression, nor did his gaze betray any significant change. Shang Wanjian, observing Lin Fan as if he were an outsider, suddenly found himself taken aback. This youth, possessing such an aura, reminded him of the prodigies he had seen on the Dragon and Phoenix Talents ranking. No, the prodigies on that list were not even a match for this Lin Fan. You are Lin Fan. Cui Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, realizing he was merely at the initial stage of the opening Yuan realm, appearing rather mediocre. However, when compared to Bai Yuan, he fell woefully short. It was rumored that Bai Yuan had already reached the 5th level of the opening Yuan realm, and she was still a tad shy of 17 years of age. I am Lin Fan, the young patriarch of the Lin family. May I inquire why Elder Cui has summoned me? Lin Fan appeared remarkably composed, entirely unlike the typical adolescent. Shang Wanjian regarded Lin Fan with renewed respect. Huh. A mere child attempting to feign composure before this elder. Kneel. Cui Sheng, emboldened by his initial verbal insults towards the Lin family, proceeded to exert physical dominance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Lin family members shifted dramatically. While verbal insults could be tolerated, demanding that their young patriarch kneel was an outright affront before the entire Huaqing prefecture. What transgression has our Lin family committed? Lin Fan inquired nonchalantly. Before Cui Sheng could respond, Lin Fan continued. We, the Lin family, have come to Huaqing prefecture for the family gathering, yet upon our arrival, we were targeted by the Lin family of Shuiyun City. Now, before we have even set foot in the gates of the Cui residence, we find ourselves under attack from your family as well. Is this your way of welcoming guests? I had anticipated that the hosts of the family gath, however. The Cui family is one of the 3 prominent families of Huqing Mansion. The Bai family harbors a disdain for the Lin family, and the Shangwan family remains indifferent. Naturally, the mansion's lord would not offend the Cui family over a trivial matter concerning the Lin family. As for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, it has always maintained a stance of neutrality. Other families are even more intimidated by the Cui family, some seeking to ingratiate themselves and engage in nefarious deeds. Kneel before this elder. Cui Sheng laughed with unrestrained arrogance, anticipating that Lin Wu would soon receive a blow. Suddenly, a radiant sword descended from the heavens, piercing through Cui Sheng's shoulder. Cui Sheng was instantly pinned against the wall, screaming in agony. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and then a figure descended from above. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer wore a magnificent blue robe, appearing to be in his 40s, with an extraordinary demeanor and imposing presence. An old dog dares to harm my son. Chapter 40. You best remain silent while the family head acts. Third uncle, father, family head, third brother. The members of the Lin family rejoiced, as if they had found their pillar of support. Hearing their words, the others regarded Lin Xuan with curious expressions, wondering if he was indeed the legendary Iron family head, Lin Xuan. Indeed, a man of iron, delivering a resounding slap to the Cui family right upon his arrival. How dare you harm me? Cui Sheng clutched his bleeding shoulder, howling in pain. Yet, Lin Xuan paid no heed to this fool, striding directly to Lin Fan's side. You rascal, are you alright? Hee, I'm fine, I can endure it. Lin Fan grinned, displaying an air of nonchalance. You brat, trying to play the hero. See where that has led you. Lin Xuan chuckled as he retrieved a healing pill from his storage pouch and handed it to Linfan. Linfan accepted the pill without reservation, rolling his eyes at his father's teasing. Hey, you dare to glare at your father. Lin Xuan laughed, playfully tapping Linfan's head. Third uncle, brother Linfan, is injured. Please refrain from mocking him further. Lin Xuan, unable to bear it any longer, transformed into a fierce protector, frowning with pouted lips. Lin Xuan chuckled in realization. This mischievous lad, not only did he inherit my talent, but he also shares my charm with the ladies. The others, observing the father-son duo's display of affection, were instantly unsettled. Here they were in the Chui family, having injured a Chui elder, and yet they dared to enact a scene of familial tenderness at the gates of the Chui residence? In my Chui family, Lin family, do you not think you are being overly audacious? The main figure has appeared. The head of the Chui family, Chui Yongzhou, is among the most formidable forces in Hucking Mansion. The members of the smaller families hurriedly bowed and paid their respects to Chui Yongzhou. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The main figure has arrived. What now? You permit the Chui family to bully my son, yet you deny me the opportunity to retaliate against your clan? How brazen of the Chui family! The crowd gasped in astonishment. The actions of the Lin family patriarch were undeniably a blatant provocation towards the Chui family. Chui Yongzhou, hearing the derisive tone of Lin Xuan, felt his countenance darken considerably. What a remarkable display from the Lin family, particularly their head. It appears that Cloud Mist City possesses a surprising audacity. Chui Yongzhou's voice was frigid, sending a shiver down many spines. Lin Xuan smiled nonchalantly, dismissing Chui Yongzhou's words entirely. Suddenly, a voice rang out, announcing the arrival of Lady Gong Ling, the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in Hucking Prefecture. The crowd turned to see a stunning woman clad in a green dress, accompanied by members of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, approaching slowly. Lin Xuan was somewhat taken aback. What brought Gong Ling here? And how had she ascended to the presidency of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? The assembly greeted President Gong with respectful gestures. This new president was no ordinary figure. She assumed leadership without the slightest objection from the former president, which left many pondering the circumstances surrounding her elevation. Isn't the family gathering about to commence? Why linger outside? Gong Ling spoke with a smile, though her tone bore an edge. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle. Please take your seats. Some matters can await the conclusion of our family gathering. With that, Chui Yongzhou cast a pointed glance at Lin Xuan and his companions, implying that retribution was forthcoming. Lin Xuan, with a dismissive smile, led the Lin family members into the Chui residence. Upon entering, Lin Xuan and Gong Ling exchanged a subtle glance. Though Gong Ling's eyes betrayed little emotion, Lin Xuan smiled faintly before masking his expression as they proceeded into the estate. Every family occupies its rightful place. In total, Hucking Prefecture boasts 18 cities, and astonishingly, there are over 200 families within the ranks of the minor origin Dan realm. The assembly comprised 3,000 to 4,000 individuals. Yet, as Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings, he could not locate the position of the Lin family from Cloud Mist City. Lin Xuan and Linwu also recognized the issue. Their anger palpable. Such childish targeting was utterly distasteful. Apologies, I neglected to prepare tables and chairs for your Lin family. Attendants, please set up 5 tables at the entrance for them. Chui Yongzhou mocked, clapping his hands. The crowd erupted in murmurs, casting derisive glances at Lin Xuan and his kin. Let us see how the Lin family handles this. Gong Ling occupied a prominent position, refraining from defending Lin Xuan, instead observing him closely, curious about how he would navigate this predicament. As for Bai Rong of the Bai family, a flicker of shame appeared in his gaze towards Lin Xuan, but it quickly vanished. Lin Xuan snorted dismissively and addressed Chui Yongzhou directly. I recall that the family gathering is to be organized by strength. Pray tell, does the Lin family of Cloud Mist City not qualify? Before Chui Yongzhou could respond, Lin Xuan strode confidently towards another family, the Lin family of Shuiyun City. Lin Xuan had already heard from his family that the Lin family of Shuiyun City was the most exuberant. Could you kindly move aside? Your position is not befitting your virtue. Lin Xuan spoke with a disdainful tone, laced with mockery. The elder of the Lin family, Lin Xia, rose in a fit of rage, slamming his hand on the table. Who do you think you are? Chui Yongzhou snorted derisively. Lin family head. It would be more prudent for you to take your designated seat. Lin Xuan, however, paid no heed to Chui Yongzhou and seized Lin Xia with a firm grip. The might of the third realm was simply incomparable to that of a peak Yuan Dan realm. Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically, yet he found himself unable to break free from Lin Xuan's sword-intent confinement. With a resounding thud, Lin Xuan lifted Lin Xia and hurled him away. Lin Xia crashed heavily against the surrounding wall, utterly humiliated. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the gathering. so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The elder of the Lin family, Lin Xuan, a figure of peak Yuandan realm, had been instantaneously vanquished by the head of the Shuiyun City Lin family. Not even a hint of resistance had been afforded to Lin Xia. Family head. The members of the Shuiyun City Lin family were taken aback, rushing towards Lin Xia. This is splendid. I had hoped to avoid dirtying my hands. Brothers, come over. There's now room. Lin Xuan cheerfully beckoned to Lin Xuan and the others. They swallowed hard, incredulous, realizing their family had seemed to have grown even stronger. Though astonished, their bodies obediently moved to take their seats within the Shuiyun City Lin family's domain. Cui Yongzhou's face turned ashen. The Shuiyun City Lin family belonged to their Cui family. A family gathering was meant to be a place for amicable exchanges, and the Lin family's actions seemed excessively domineering. Before the Cui family could rise in protest, members of the Sun family were already unable to contain themselves. We are all in this together, they exclaimed. In the face of the Sun family's reproach, Lin Xuan merely smiled calmly and addressed the crowd with a nonchalant demeanor. I suggest you remain silent regarding my actions. Chapter 41. Outburst in the presence of a great figure. Arrogance. It was utterly outrageous. Many present had lived for 70 or 80 years. Yet none had ever witnessed such audacious behavior from a young family head. Truly deserving of the title Iron-Headed Patriarch, Lin Xuan's thoughts were straightforward. For over 50 of the past 60 years, he had lived like an NPC, navigating the intricacies of the capital with trepidation. Now, having encountered his demise and possessing hidden backing, it would be utterly disgraceful to remain subservient. Lin family head, your arrogance knows no bounds. Cui Yongzhou's eyes darkened. His expression grim. Even the well-versed Cui Yongzhou had never encountered someone so obstinate. To openly challenge the Cui family was beyond his wildest imagination. More importantly, the Cui family was the host today, and Lin Xuan's actions were grounded in reason, leaving Cui Yongzhou momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Master Cui, I have heard from my kin of the Lin family that the ruffians of Shuiyun City have been making things difficult for us since our arrival. Were it not for the just words of the Xiao family, our Lin family would surely have become a laughingstock. Moreover, when the Lin family of Shuiyun City troubled us, your Cui family, as the host of this grand family gathering, did not intervene. Thus, my actions now should pose no issue, should they? Lin Xuan, with a cheerful demeanor, casually took his seat, while Lin Xuan, Lin Wu, and others followed suit without hesitation. The younger generation, Lin Ao and Lin Chang'an, appeared somewhat hesitant. What? Are you afraid to take your seats? Lin Xuan turned to the younger ones, his tone slightly stern despite his smile. If our own descendants lack such resolve, how can the Lin family hope to grow stronger? Of course not. Lin Chang'an smiled lightly and sat down, prompting Lin Xuan to nod slightly in approval. A promising youth indeed. Lin Ao and the others promptly settled into their places as well. Cui Yongzhou's expression darkened. He had been challenged. The Lin family of Yunwu City, you have gone too far. The Lin family of Shuiyun City was now filled with indignation. For not only had Lin Xuan struck their elder, but he had also brazenly usurped their seats. When you troubled us in Shuiyun City, you claimed that only the strong deserved such privileges. Look closely, the seats at the entrance were reserved by Master Cui for you. Lin Xuan gestured mockingly towards the tables at the entrance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You. Lin Xia trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Lin Xuan. And suddenly, he coughed up blood. Elder, grandfather. The members of the Shuiyun City Lin family gasped in shock, crying out in distress. Cui Yongzhou's expression grew increasingly grim. Gong Ling, observing Lin Xuan, felt a glimmer of admiration. This was the same carefree and unrestrained ninth senior brother from the Jixia Academy. In contrast, the members of the Bai family regarded Lin Xuan with entirely different eyes. Bai La's gaze was laced with disdain and malice, while Bai Rong inexplicably felt a sense of trepidation. Shang Wanjian took an interest in Lin Xuan. This father-son duo was indeed intriguing. Xia Yi, the lord of Hua Qingfu, surveyed the legendary headstrong master with curiosity. Lin Xuan dismissed the Lin family of Shuiyun City as mere buffoons, while the true puppeteer loomed above. He cast a glance at the prominent families in attendance, pausing for a moment on Bai Rong. Bai Rong, seemingly sensing Lin Xuan's gaze, averted his eyes, perhaps out of shame. Lin Xuan, unable to discern his expression, withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the awkward atmosphere. Elder Ba of the Lingwu Sect has arrived. Upon hearing this, Cui Yongzhou rejoiced, rising to his feet, eager to welcome Elder Ba. Lin Xuan looked curiously towards the entrance, while the other members of the Lin family appeared somewhat tense. The Lingwu Sect, a force that held dominion over half of Eastern Zhou, in the Eastern State. Offending the spirit martial sect is far more dire than incurring the wrath of the Eastern King's manor or the State Lord's office. one would essentially find it impossible to establish a foothold in the region. As the gazes of the crowd converged, several figures made their entrance. At the forefront stood a man clad in white robes, his beard flecked with gray, and his sunken eyes exuded an aura of profound restraint, yet he was undeniably extraordinary. The individuals trailing behind him walked with an air of superiority, their heads held high, conveying an ethereal sense of detachment. "Elder Ba, please take your seat," said Cui Yongzhou, who, at that moment, was no longer the domineering master of the Cui family, but appeared somewhat obsequious. Elder Ba inclined his head slightly, and then seated himself in a conspicuous position, while 4 young men and women stood attentively behind him. The Li family of Taiyuan City pays respects to Elder Ba, wishing him longevity and health. The Sun family of Dalong City pays respects to Elder Ba, wishing him fortune as vast as the Eastern Sea. The Ko family of Daliang City pays respects to Elder Ba, wishing him a steady ascent in rank. Almost 90% of the families from the Huaqing Manor scrambled to extend their blessings to Elder Ba, eager to curry favor as if they wished to kiss the very soles of his feet. To have their family acknowledged by such an elder would be akin to soaring to great heights in an instant. Yet, Elder Ba was merely a silver-robed elder of the Spirit Martial Sect, yet he could single-handedly command respect that left an entire manor hesitant to breathe audibly. "Oh, you are all too kind," Elder Ba replied with a slight smile, though beneath his facade lay a concealed disdain, buried so deeply that none could discern it. "What an impressive display. Is this the renowned silver-robed elder? All these families are fawning over him." The younger generation from the Lin family observed this scene, unable to suppress their murmurs. Lin Ao remarked quietly, "You too may one day become such individuals, or even surpass them." No member of the Lin family dared to question Lin Xuan's words. He was, after all, the very embodiment of their clan's aspirations. "I have come merely to witness the familial gathering at Huaqing Manor. Should I find any promising talents, I might consider taking on a disciple." Elder Ba's understated declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Excitement ignited in the eyes of the gathered families. If their family could have a disciple favored by an elder of the Spirit Martial Sect, it would signify an ascent to great heights. Upon uttering this statement, Elder Ba cast a subtle glance at Lin Xuan, his eyes betraying a tempest of resentment. The vendetta over one's son is an irreconcilable grudge. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, declaring, "The young prince of the Eastern King's manor has arrived." The crowd fell into a stunned silence, including Elder Ba. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. The young prince was none other than Ho Mingyu, the one who sought to make Lin Xuan his servant. The mere thought of it ignited Lin Xuan's ire, for his father had once doted on him, referring to him as ninth senior brother. As Ho Mingyu entered, the assembly stood once more, bowing in greeting. Although the influence of the Eastern King's manor paled in comparison to that of the Spirit Martial Sect, the presence of the young prince carried far greater weight than that of a mere silver-robed elder. Observing Ho Mingyu overshadowing him, Elder Ba's expression soured. Yet he could only suppress his fury and swallow it down. The elder in the silver robe from the Lingwu Sect finds himself overshadowed by a mere young prince from the Dantian Wangfu. After all, there are hundreds of elders in silver robes within the Lingwu Sect, whereas the young princes of the Dantian Wangfu are few in number. The youths accompanying Bali cast envious glances at Ho Mingyu, thinking, "How arrogant. If not for your lineage in the Dantian Wangfu, you'd amount to nothing." The presence of the young prince is indeed a blessing for our Huqing prefecture. It was Xia Yi who stood up to speak. The Dantian Wangfu is an esteemed royal title bestowed by the Great Wilderness Imperial family, representing the official authority of the realm. The prefect of Huqing, belonging to the royal faction, naturally extends the utmost respect to the young prince. With the prefect rising to greet him, other families promptly stood to offer their welcome. Ho Mingyu merely waved his hand dismissively. "I come only to enjoy the scenery and fortuitously learned of the family gathering at Huqing Prefecture. I hope I may be welcomed." "Of course, you are most welcome. The arrival of the young prince is indeed a fortune for our Huqing. Please, take your seat. Prepare a table for the young prince." Cui Yongzhou, having lost his temper, immediately attempted to ingratiate himself. Ho Mingyu scanned the room briefly and spotted Lin Xuan's group, but merely glanced at them before averting his gaze. I shall just sit for a while." Though he said this, he confidently walked to the elevated position designated for him by Cui Yongzhou, while the Biao stood beside him. The presence of a Tongxing realm expert as a bodyguard showcases the profound influence of the Dantian Wangfu. Countless families gazed at Ho Mingyu with admiration, while many young ladies feigned modesty, hoping to capture his attention. However, having encountered numerous beauties in Dongzhou, Ho Mingyu held no interest in their superficial charms. Today, our Huqing prefecture is graced by Elder Bali of the Lingwu Sect, as well as the young prince from the Dantian Wangfu. Truly, It is a great honor for us. The family gathering commenced, but it was not Chui Yongzhou who took the floor, rather it was Prefect Xia Yi. Given the significance of the gathering to Hucking, Xia Yi warmly welcomed both Elder Bali and Ho Mingyu, then shifted to a more somber expression. As you all are aware, our Hucking prefecture has faced challenges in the recent decades regarding the prefectural examinations. We have consistently ranked at the bottom for the past 25 years in the great competition of the 18 prefectures. This statement cast a pall over the gathering, leading to a heavy silence, with many families voicing their discontent with sighs. Father, what does this mean? What is the great competition of the 18 prefectures? And why have we been at the bottom for 25 consecutive years? Linfan, seated beside Lin Xuan, appeared puzzled. The other younger generation members were equally curious, as it was their first time attending this family gathering, leaving them entirely unaware of its historical context or purpose. The purpose of our current family gathering is primarily to select the families from Hucking Prefecture that will participate in the great competition of the 18 prefectures. Linwen explained with a smile, stroking his beard. What is the grand competition of the 18 prefectures? Lin Xuan inquired with curiosity. In our eastern province, there are 18 prefectures. Every 5 years, the provincial lord of the eastern province, in collaboration with the Eastern Heavenly King's Manor, organizes this grand competition. Not only to determine the allocation of resources among the prefectures, but also to select talents for the royal family. Unfortunately, our Huaqing prefecture has consistently ranked at the bottom in the previous 5 competitions, either 16th or 17th, and at one point, we even placed last. Lin Yang explained to the group with a hint of resignation. The youth gasped in astonishment. They had believed Huaqing Prefecture to be quite significant, yet were taken aback by its dismal performance in the competitions. I see, Linfan nodded slightly, lost in thought. He chuckled. With more than half a year until the grand competition of the 18 prefectures, if you all put in the effort now, perhaps you could shine brilliantly in the event. Lin Xuan responded with a calm smile. The grand competition is not merely a simple contest. It is a significant initiative orchestrated by the Da Huang royal family. Lin Xuan had learned at the Jixiao Academy that ever since the last emperor, who had attained the true martial divine realm, passed away due to illness a century ago, the royal family has been on a decline. Moreover, a sect known as the Divine Church has risen to prominence, now exhibiting an unstoppable momentum, even overshadowing the royal family. The Divine Church is a remarkably enigmatic sect, not only the foremost among the 5 major sects of Da Huang, but also the leading faction among numerous other sections. Many sects across the 13 states of Da Huang look up to the Divine Church as their guiding star. To counterbalance the Divine Church, the royal family has specifically instructed the governors of each state to host competitions, aiming to cultivate talents for the royal family and select powerful families to confront the sects. This is the royal family's strategy, to rely on families to challenge the sects. With the royal family's waning influence, they can no longer contend with the Divine Church and must instead depend on nurturing a similarly formidable force to oppose it. As for the other 4 major sects, the Lane Temple in the western province professes to be untouched by worldly affairs, while the Ice and Snow sect in the northern province remains confined to its region. Only the Feiyun Palace in the southern province and the Lingwu Sect in the eastern province remain in play. However, the Feiyun Palace is currently in a state of uncertainty, and the Lingwu Sect has surprisingly grown close to the Divine Church. This has led the royal family to abandon the idea of cultivating sects and instead opt to consolidate the power of families. Lin Xuan was aware of all this, but he understood that some knowledge is best kept discreet. His words ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Lin Ao and Lin Chang'an, as the prospect of showcasing their skills in the eastern province was indeed exhilarating. Lin Xuan smiled faintly at the eager expressions of Lin Chang'an and the others. With their current strength, competing would be akin to seeking punishment. The grand competition of the 18 prefectures would undoubtedly feature superlative talents from the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Fortunately, the competition is divided into several categories. There are contests for both the youth and the elder generation. The youth category comprises competitors aged 22 and below, while the elder category has no age restrictions, relying solely on strength for victory. The final rankings are determined based on the overall scores. Moreover, the elder generation occupies half of the score. Lin Xuan recalls that the last time a few individuals from the Huaqing mansion were utterly humiliated. Among them were Chui Yongzhou and Bai Lang. Chapter 43. The grand gesture of the Eastern King's mansion during the previous competition among the 18 mansions. Although our Huaqing mansion did not fare well, the head of our mansion firmly believes that this time will undoubtedly surpass previous endeavors. We not only have the formidable masters such as the heads of the Chui, Shangwan, and Bai families, but we also boast Bai Xiaojia, a future prodigy destined for the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. This time, we shall surely excel. Xia Yi uttered a plethora of empty words, which, in Lin Xuan's eyes, were scarcely distinguishable from mere nonsense. Bai Yuran, indeed, possesses considerable talent within Huaqing Mansion, yet when compared to the prodigies from other mansions, her advantages appear rather meager. Furthermore, the younger generation can only account for 50%. The elder generation's 50% is merely an invitation to suffering for Huaqing Mansion. Lin Xuan slightly curled his lips, dismissing these matters with indifference. To him, the competition among the 18 mansions seemed trivial. How much resources could one truly gain? Moreover, many things still require personal effort to attain. Xia spoke at length, filling the air with platitudes, while during this time, Bali cast several glances at Lin Xuan, who feigned ignorance. Bali was likely at the late or peak stage of the Tongxing realm, and given Lin Xuan's current cultivation and combat prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult for Bali to gain any advantage in a confrontation. Well, today marks the commencement of our family gathering. Now, let us invite the host of this gathering, head of the Chui family, to share his insights. Once Xia Yi concluded her remarks, her gaze shifted toward Chui Yongzhou. Lin Xuan sighed in resignation, feeling as though every world was plagued by such trivialities, perpetually mired in endless chatter. Chui Yongzhou seized upon Xia Yi's comments, eloquently delivering a lengthy discourse to encourage the assembly before he began to announce the rules for today's family gathering. This family gathering differs from previous ones. This time, we shall engage in 3 rounds of contests. The first round will feature prodigies under the age of 18, the second round will involve prodigies aged 18 to 22, and the third round will see the clan leaders take the stage for their contests. Upon hearing Chui Yongzhou's words, the crowd brightened with intrigue, as this arrangement closely mirrored the rules of the 18 Mansions competition. The 18 Mansions contest was divided into 4 rounds, under 18, 18 to 22, 22 to 40, and above 40. This division holds its rationale. In the realm of martial arts, the ages between 12 and 18 are deemed a golden period, recognized as the youth's golden phase. Subsequently, the ages from 18 to 22 represent another significant period, often referred to as the youth's explosive phase. From the age of 22 to 40, the pace of cultivation may experience a slight decline. However, it still constitutes a commendable period for sustained practice. Beyond the age of 40, the deterioration becomes increasingly pronounced with the advancement of years. Of course, this observation pertains primarily to those below the realm of Tongxing. Upon reaching the realm of Tongling, one not only enjoys a lifespan of 300 years, but also experiences a significant extension of their cultivation period. As one ascends to the realms of Tongxian, or even Jinwu Shen, this duration is further amplified. For those in the Jinwu Shen realm, even 200 years is hardly noteworthy. I have brought several young talents from our Lingwu Sect to witness the grandeur of Huqing Prefecture. I wonder if they might be allowed to participate in a trial? Suddenly, Bari chuckled, the creases on his face deepening with mirth. The members of Huqing Prefecture were somewhat at a loss. Their prodigies seemed but flickering fireflies compared to the resplendent moon that was the talents of Lingwu Sect. Chui Yongzhou and Xia Yi also appeared troubled, fully aware of the chasm that lay between Huqing Prefecture and Lingwu Sect. Even selecting mid-tier candidates from Lingwu Sect would likely render their own prodigies outmatched. Let us proceed thusly. As the elder, I have 4 disciples, 2 under 18 and 2 between 18 and 22. For these 2 rounds of competition, I am willing to offer a reward of 20,000 yuan stones to the first place in each. Bari smiled as he extended 2 fingers, exuding an air of ease. A collective gasp echoed throughout the Chui residence. Is this the profound backing of the silver-robed elder from Lingwu Sect? That amounts to a staggering 40,000 yuan stones. It is known that many families at the great Yuan Dan level would struggle to amass such a sum. Yet, Bari appeared utterly unfazed. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Bari smiled with satisfaction and turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan and Ho Mingyu. Lin Xuan discreetly glanced at his son, who was visibly excited, and with a gentle smile, he silently expressed gratitude to his old friend for the generous 2,000 yuan stones bestowed upon his son. Since Elder Bari is so magnanimous, I, too, must not disappoint the East Tian Wangfu. Thus, for this contest presided over by the clan leader, the victor shall receive 50,000 yuan stones, along with an opportunity to enter the secret realm of East Tian Wangfu. Oh, and I shall grant 2 spots. Ho Mingyu sat upright in his wicker chair, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he raised 2 fingers, emanating an aura of formidable strength that left Bari momentarily speechless. With this proclamation, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Truly, the young prince of East Tian Wangfu is extravagantly wealthy. Remarkable, indeed, such a sum could equate to several years of revenue for our Shun family. What is the secret realm of East Tian Wangfu, you ask? Are you truly unaware? How naive. Perhaps you are simply unacquainted. During my travels in the eastern province, I heard tales of the extraordinary nature of the secret realm of East Tianwangfu. The members of the Lin family were equally curious. Aside from Lin Xuan, even the elderly Lin Xuan and Lin Wu were oblivious. The distance between the eastern province and Yunwu City is considerable, and many things remain inaccessible to the inhabitants of Yunwu City throughout their lifetimes. And Lin Xuan and Lin Wu are no exceptions. Certainly, the second and third generations of the Lin family have largely grown up in a similar environment. Lin Xuan took the opportunity to elucidate to the members of the Lin family. The Eastern Tianwang Mansion was established over 160 years ago in our eastern province, specifically atop a secret realm known as the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Within this realm lie immense opportunities, ranging from the Kaiyuan to the Santong Divine Realm, attracting countless cultivators. Many formidable rogue cultivators likely joined the Eastern Tianwang Mansion for the allure of this secret realm. Lin Xuan's words enlightened the Lin family, broadening their horizons. The concept of a secret realm is rather ethereal, especially for those who have grown up in a small city like Yunwu City. He chuckled softly, realizing that entry into such a realm is not easily attained. It seems the Eastern Tianwang Mansion has begun to engage in a contest of strength with the Lingwu Sect, and it appears that the Divine Sect may be stirring as well. Lin Xuan sighed slightly, acknowledging that his master aligns with the royal faction, indicating a forthcoming confrontation. Chapter 44. The old man will no longer be modest. Without further ado, let us commence. Ho Mingyu clapped his hands with a smile. Very well. Since the young prince has spoken, let our family gathering begin immediately. Please proceed to the Hucking Battle Platform. The Hucking Battle Platform, true to its name, is the grandest martial stage in Hucking Mansion, funded by the royal family, though the actual authority lies with the mansion's lord. Upon arriving at the Hucking Battle Platform, those who had never visited were left in awe. The platform was immense, adorned with various martial instruments that dazzled the eye. Members of prominent families stepped onto the stage, which boasted thousands of seats divided into 4 distinct sections. The first section, the most prestigious, featured private boxes known as the star-level family area, suggesting that only those of star-level families could be seated there. The second section was reserved for city lords, accessible only to the lords of major cities. The third section catered to families of the Great Yuan Dan realm, while the fourth was designated for those of the small Yuan Dan realm. Prominent forces such as the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the Bai family, the Shangwan family, the Chui family, the Longhu gang, and the Sun family made their way directly to the first area. As Chui Yongzhou passed by Lin Xuan, whether intentional or not, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xuan and remarked softly, "Do you know? To me, your Lin family resembles mere buffoons. You have provoked forces you cannot afford to challenge." After speaking, Chui Yongzhou departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, as the Bai family approached the Lin family, Bai La ignored Lin Xuan and directed his mocking gaze at Linfan, saying scornfully, "Young man, I advise you to recognize your own standing and refrain from provoking those beyond your means. My daughter, Yuan, is not someone of your ilk that you could ever hope to match." Bai La's strength allowed him to easily control the volume of his voice, yet he deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring that many surrounding smaller families overheard. At that moment, thousands of eyes, both large and small, turned toward the Lin family, most of them settling on Linfan. Linfan clenched his fist momentarily, only to release it swiftly, unwilling to trouble his father. Within 4 years, he vowed to show these individuals the meaning of do not underestimate the impoverished youth. The other members of the Lin family seethed with anger, yet dared not voice their discontent. The Bai family's influence loomed large, further compounded by the fact that Bai Yuan was a direct disciple of the spirit martial sect, rumored to have secured a formidable master, truly soaring to great heights. After Bai La left abruptly, Lin Xuan did not take the old man's words to heart. Instead, he fixated intently on Bai Rong. Once, the two had shared a bond akin to brothers, a friendship forged through life and death. Was it truly so fragile now? Lin Xuan harbored a hope that Bai Rong was merely a pawn in this game, yet reality often proved to be harshly unforgiving. Lin Xuan, my daughter is indeed not a match for your son. As for that absurd 4-year agreement, I can dismiss it on her behalf. But your son must accept my daughter's withdrawal from the engagement. Bai Rong's words pierced Lin Xuan's heart like daggers, delivered with unyielding coldness. Lin Xuan forced a self-deprecating smile. It seemed reality was indeed as unforgiving as it appeared. Noting Lin Xuan's silence and his tranquil gaze, Bai Rong felt an inexplicable pang of regret wash over him, though he quickly extinguished it. Why should he feel remorse? You once saved my life, and thus I shall not treat you unjustly. After the annulment of the engagement, I can provide you with 20,000 spirit stones, and thereafter, we shall owe each other nothing. Having uttered these words, Bai Rong brushed past Lin Xuan with an air of indifference. Brother, let it go. We were never on the same path, Lingwu sighed, patting Lin Xuan on the shoulder. Lin Xuan merely shook his head slightly. Having lived for 60 years and experienced much at the Jixia Academy, he had encountered all manner of individuals. This trivial matter would not deter him. Rather, he found it somewhat ironic. Haha, Brother Lin, I have faith in you. For reasons unknown, Shangwan Jian also passed by the Lin family, offering a soft word before departing. Lin Xuan was taken aback. It seemed Shangwan Jian truly possessed discernment. As several prominent families departed, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce also passed by the Lin family. Leading the way was Gong Ling, followed respectfully by the former president of the Huaqing Prefecture branch, Shenao. Do not disappoint me, do not let your sister down, and certainly do not let your master and junior sister down. If you possess the strength, do not hesitate. Trust that you have your master and the Jixia Academy behind you. Gong Ling whispered these words, audible only to Lin Xuan, before taking her leave. Lin Xuan paused for a moment, exhaling deeply. Indeed, Gong Ling's words held a semblance of truth. Each family proceeded to their designated areas, leaving only the Lin family behind. The head of the Lin family, Lin Xuan, remained motionless, and naturally, the others followed suit. Many families cast scornful glances at the stationary Lin family, mocking the obstinate patriarch who seemed to have been disheartened by Bairong's words. Let us take our seats as well. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, his spirits lifted. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu nodded in agreement, preparing to head towards the realm of the great Yuan Dan, only to be taken aback as Lin Xuan led them instead towards the territory of the star-ranked families. The members of the Lin family followed Lin Xuan with bewildered expressions, their steps hesitant. What is happening? They were all perplexed and astonished. Could it be that the head of the Lin family had lost his mind? Why would he venture into the star-ranked family territory? Many were aware that the head of the Lin family seemed merely a late-stage great Yuan Dan practitioner, even if he had recently made a breakthrough. It should only be to the pinnacle of the great Yuan Dan. Not only were the smaller families left dumbfounded, but even the Shao family, as well as the Bai, Shangwan, and Chui families within the star-ranked area, were equally puzzled. What is the meaning of this move by the Lin family? Chui Yongzhou squinted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan. He was no fool and recognized that Lin Xuan was not one to act recklessly. Thus, Lin Xuan's audacity suggested he had some form of backing. He chuckled. A star-ranked family, you say? How fortuitous, for we, too, belong to that esteemed rank now. Lin Xuan replied with a calm smile, sparking another wave of astonishment. Could it be that the head of the Lin family had indeed ascended to the realm of the three channels? The members of the Lin family looked at their patriarch with incredulity. Had their leader truly achieved such a breakthrough? Surely it could not have happened so swiftly. Chui Yongzhou narrowed his eyes at Lin Xuan, his tone laced with skepticism. The moment he spoke, the crowd turned their curious gazes towards Lin Xuan. Including Ho Mingyu and Bali, Lin Xuan chuckled softly, noting their disbelief in his advancement to the three channels. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his being, soaring skyward and enveloping the entire arena. Chapter 45. Still want to challenge me? I shall no longer pretend. As the overwhelming aura of Lin Xuan's energy filled the air, the hundreds of family members present were struck with shock, many left utterly speechless. Who could have imagined that the head of the Lin family from Yunwu City was hiding such depths? Meanwhile, the Lin family from Shuiyun City had grown numb in the great Yuandan region, only to realize that they had provoked a formidable practitioner of the three channels. If Lin Xuan sought vengeance, what could they possibly do? Chui Yongzhou stared intently at Lin Xuan, now convinced that his family's fourth elder, Chui Yongdi, had likely fallen victim to Lin Xuan. Bali gazed at Lin Xuan with a fierce glint in his eyes, his aged hands clenching and then relaxing. This Lin Xuan must have deceived his son and Yang Chun, subsequently slaying his offspring with the prowess of the three channels, truly deserving of his fate. Ho Mingyu and De Biao were genuinely struck with disbelief. They distinctly recalled that not long ago, Lin Xuan was merely at the pinnacle of the great Yuan Dan. And now he had inexplicably ascended to the realm of the three channels. How terrifying. The three channels realm is not easily attained. Otherwise, why would there be so few among the billions of people in the great wilderness empire? Upon a solitary glance at the Huaqing mansion, it becomes apparent that the total number of formidable warriors at the third transcendence level is scarcely 30. Gong Ling of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce smiled faintly, affirming her initial perception. Indeed, this individual has genuinely ascended to the third transcendence. Although the nature of his breakthrough remains a mystery, the achievement itself is commendable. The Bai family was equally astonished, with Bairong experiencing a profound sense of regret that overshadowed his surprise, accompanied by an inexplicable fear. In contrast to the shock exhibited by other families, the members of the Lin family were on the verge of jubilation, barely containing their excitement. as they were acutely aware of the need to maintain their family's dignity in the presence of so many witnesses. Surely. Our Lin family has now earned the right to sit among the elite, Lin Xuan remarked with a grin, directing his gaze toward Xia Yi. Having emerged from her own astonishment, Xia Yi reflected on the family assembly. Noting the unexpected emergence of a dark horse this year, the headstrong patriarch who had antagonized both the Chui family and the Lingwu Sect, a family that, despite its concealed depths, likely faces a short-lived existence. After all, the Chui family and Ba Li are formidable forces. If the Lin family merely stands as a newly elevated one-star family, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding such titans. Hold on, Lin family head, I must apologize, but the prime area of the family gathering has limitations. Thus, regrettably, there remains no place for your Lin family this time. However, we shall ensure a designated spot for you at the next family assembly, Cui Yongzhou said with a smile, subtly warning Lin Xuan, while his heart had already sentenced the Lin family to an inevitable demise. Do you truly believe there will be a next gathering for your Lin family? Upon hearing these words, some families, perplexed, genuinely assumed that there was a shortage of space. Yet, those with a modicum of insight quickly discerned that the Chui family was deliberately obstructing Lin Xuan. It is evident that the Chui family and Ba Li maintain a strong alliance, and the elder in silver robes from the Lingwu Sect has conspired with the Chui family against the Lin family, plunging them into turbulent times. Cui Yongzhou's statement. Although seemingly an evasion, bore an underlying truth. The status of star-rated families must indeed be officially documented in the Great Wilderness. However, the notion of insufficient space was met with skepticism by Lin Xuan, who recalled that a decade ago, there were 2 additional one-star families, both of which had perished, leaving behind vacant slots. Cui Yongzhou, it seems, is intent on complicating matters for me. Lin Xuan scoffed with disdain, dismissing the notion that he could be trifled with. Very well, if space is indeed lacking, I shall graciously accept the words of the Chui family head, yet I recall that we can challenge for our position, cannot we? His retort caught Cui Yongzhou and the others off guard. Indeed, such a rule exists. This regulation was established decades ago when the prime area truly lacked sufficient space for star-rated families, leading to the decree that only the capable may occupy it. Indeed. That rule exists, and I can attest to it, remarked Shengwan Jian, surprisingly interjecting in agreement with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded appreciatively at Shengwan Jian, recognizing his goodwill and responding with courtesy. Meanwhile, the Bai and Chui families, along with Ba Li, harbored a growing dissatisfaction towards the Shengwan family. Very well. The head of the Lin family can now challenge any clan at will, Lin Xuan remarked with a faint smile. However, should you prevail, that clan's position shall rightfully belong to you, added Gong Ling, her voice equally composed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was utterly extraordinary that this enigmatic president of the branch would support Lin Xuan. Shen Ao cast a deep glance at Lin Xuan, seemingly striving to etch his visage into memory. Nonetheless, with such a rule in place, Lin family head, you may now choose which clan you wish to challenge upon the stage. Victory will secure your family's standing, while defeat will necessitate your withdrawal. Seeing Gong Ling take the initiative, Xia Yi also smiled, extending a gesture of goodwill. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, then surveyed the numerous private boxes. The 3 prominent clans appeared unperturbed by Lin Xuan's challenge. As for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and the Longhu Gang, Lin Xuan deemed it unnecessary to confront them head-on. He had investigated the Sun family. Their head, Sun Qianlong, was a formidable force at the late stage of the Tongxing realm, ranking among the elite in Huqing Prefecture. While Lin Xuan held no fear of him, there was no need to target him directly. Lin Xuan contemplated demonstrating his prowess, but recognized the folly of revealing his full strength. Such an act would be foolhardy. You shall do, he declared, fixing his gaze upon the Zhao family. Zhao family. Lin Xuan's selection of the Zhao family was deliberate. The Zhao clan was a local first-tier power in Huqing Prefecture, with their head, Zhao Tai, being a practitioner in the early stage of the Tongxing realm. The family held a significant alliance with the Chui family, often acting as their primary support, which included intermarriages between the 2 clans. Does the Zhao family think of itself as a soft persimmon? Zhao Tai's expression soured upon being chosen. He leaped from the platform, landing at the center of the arena, visibly displeased. Dear Zhao family head, you misunderstand. I did not select you because I perceive you as a soft persimmon, Lin Xuan replied with a grin. Then why? Zhao Tai retorted, clearly displeased. I merely find it entertaining to trample the Zhao family underfoot, Lin Xuan responded softly. The crowd fell silent, astonished by the headstrong family head's audacity. Zhao Tai paused momentarily, then erupted in fury. Lin Xuan, you have gone too far. The hammer of the barbarian king. Zhao Tai brandished a 9th-grade ordinary hammer, hurling it directly at Lin Xuan, demonstrating a blatant disregard for martial ethics. The power of the Tongxing realm was indeed formidable, that strike likely bore the force of several dozen tons. Were a practitioner at the Danyuan realm to withstand such an attack, they would either meet their demise or suffer grave injury. With a swift movement akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon, Lin Xuan evaded effortlessly. "Ah, Zhao family head, do exert yourself, I can still keep up," he teased. Chapter 46. Defeating Zhao Tai with ease. The hammer of the barbarian king was indeed slow, failing to even graze the hem of Lin Xuan's garment. The Lin family's onlookers erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. Zhao Tai, panting heavily, appeared comically flustered, lacking the demeanor of a master. The lone wolf appears. Zhao Tai bellowed. And a fearsome wolf, cloaked in gray fur, materialized behind him. It measured 2 zhang in length and nearly 1 zhang in height, exuding an aura of dread. Ah, this must be the solitary wolf of the Zhao family's primordial soul, reputed to be of the 4th rank, which is quite commendable. Indeed, it is said that this solitary wolf was acquired by the Zhao patriarch in Dongzhou for a staggering 38,000 yuan stones. 38,000 yuan stones, such exorbitance. This is merely a 4th rank primordial soul. One can only imagine the price of those of greater prowess. Naturally, it is well known that the affluent excel in martial prowess, while loose cultivators languish due to lack of resources and primordial stones. The presence of this solitary wolf is genuinely terrifying. It appears that the Lin patriarch may be in peril. Lin Xuan regarded the solitary wolf behind Zhao Tai with an impassive countenance, perceiving it merely as a wild dog. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Lin Xuan, who, however, did not summon his own primordial soul. What could this signify? Why do you not call upon your soul? Zhao Tai squinted slightly, his demeanor fierce. "Ah, for you, a primordial soul is unnecessary," Lin Xuan replied with a smirk, lifting his finger and giving it a slight shake. Such audacity. His arrogance was palpable. Not only did the members of various families find Lin Xuan's demeanor audacious, even those from the Lin family themselves felt their patriarch was exceedingly presumptuous, yet they found it delightful. "You insolent wretch, how dare you insult me? Prepare to meet your end." Zhao Tai seethed, flames of fury igniting within him. He could not tolerate such disdain and resolved to demonstrate his might to Lin Xuan today. "Windclaw!" Zhao Tai roared, a gust swirling around him as he charged directly at Lin Xuan. From the bones of his fingers sprouted 10 wolf-like claws, each razor-sharp. The claws lunged at Lin Xuan, who adeptly evaded the first swipe with his dragon-treading step, dodging 7 or 8 more strikes in the span of a single breath. Is evasion all you can do? Zhao Tai's confidence surged, his speed noticeably increasing as one claw caught the hem of Lin Xuan's robe, leaving a distinct claw mark. "Patriarch!" The Lin family members shouted in alarm. Lin Xuan glanced at the claw mark on his sleeve, unperturbed. "If you wish to be defeated, I shall oblige you and broaden your horizons." No sooner had Lin Xuan spoken than he shot forth like a cannonball, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Earth-shattering palm. He struck out with tremendous force, matching Zhao Tai's earlier wind claw in ferocity. Boom. Zhao Tai channeled all his primordial energy to meet Lin Xuan's palm, yet he found himself slightly overpowered, staggering back 7 or 8 steps. Storm Finger. Lin Xuan pivoted in midair, extending a finger to unleash the Storm Finger technique, a formidable martial art from the Jixia Academy, particularly effective in one-on-one combat. Wolf Shield. Zhao Tai exclaimed in alarm, and the solitary wolf primordial soul enveloped him in a protective embrace. Bang! The Storm Finger proved remarkably powerful, causing the solitary wolf to flicker into a somewhat illusory state. Cough! Zhao Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. The primordial soul and the martial artist are mutually reinforcing. If the primordial soul suffers injury, the martial artist will inevitably be affected. It is said that if a primordial soul is obliterated in battle, the martial artist may suffer severe repercussions. Should the primordial soul be utterly annihilated by brute force, the martial artist could face crippling injury or even death. Zhao Tai's gaze was fierce as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a menacing expression. "Very well, Master Lin. Let us see what you can truly offer." At that moment, the lone wolf behind Zhao Tai surged in size, instantly expanding dramatically. "Oh, it seems that Master Zhao is preparing to unleash his trump card," commented Cui Yongzhou with a grin, observing Zhao Tai's escalating presence, which had nearly doubled compared to earlier. Bala lowered her gaze, saying nothing. In contrast, Shang Wanjian scoffed, sensing that even with his ultimate move, Zhao Tai would meet with an ignoble defeat. Gong Ling maintained a calm demeanor, watching intently. Ho Mingyu appeared intrigued, pondering the strength of Lin Xuan, who had ascended to the Tongxing realm and could now contend with the master of the Lin family at the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm. What formidable spirit would Lin Xuan possess? As for Ba Li, his eyes were cold, lost in thought. "I wonder if you can withstand this move of mine, Lin Xuan." 7 kills rising sun. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled as he recognized the formidable power of the spiritual martial arts. Yet, how formidable could it truly be? He had mastered this technique long before reaching the Kaiyuan realm. Drawing forth the Tianying sword from his storage bag, a flash of sword light surged forth as Lin Xuan spoke softly yet assertively. The 4 seasons sword technique, bursting with the essence of spring, scorching summer, the melancholic autumn breeze, the frigid winter snow. This 4 seasons sword technique had become Lin Xuan's most frequently employed skill, feeling extraordinarily effective, especially since he had acquired it from Yang Chun. However, Lin Xuan's execution surpassed that of its original master, Yang Chun, in both power and finesse. With such absolute strength, there was no need for pretense. As the 4 seasons sword technique unfolded, the ethereal beauty of all 4 seasons manifested upon the hucking battle stage. The gentle spring breeze, the sweltering summer heat, the chilling autumn air, and the biting winter cold were all encapsulated in that moment. The sword light surged forth, for blades striking against Zhao Tai's resplendent lone wolf. With a thunderous roar, smoke enveloped the battle stage, dust swirling into the air. All eyes were glued to the spectacle, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Cui Yongzhou's expression darkened as he beheld the sword technique, realizing that indeed, Cui Yongdi had fallen victim to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, Lin family, I shall ensure that your entire clan is ground to dust. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Xuan stood with his robes billowing in the wind, exuding an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. In stark contrast, Zhao Tai before him coughed up blood once more, his vitality waning, and the spirit behind him had vanished. Master, the Zhao family members were taken aback, their faces ashen, shocked that their leader had been defeated. Victory belongs to our master. Unlike the Zhao family, the Lin family erupted in cheers, exhilarated by the triumph. Master Xia, it seems that our Lin family has emerged victorious. Lin Xuan bypassed Cui Yongzhou and smiled at Xia Yi. Emerging from her shock, Xia Yi regarded Lin Xuan with newfound admiration. Indeed, it is only natural. Since Master Zhao has lost, the position of the Zhao family shall rightfully belong to your Lin family. Upon the utterance of Xia Yi's words, the Zhao family's countenances turned ashen, while Ba Li, Cui Yongzhou, and others displayed their displeasure unabashedly. Ho Mingyu's curiosity was piqued. Who exactly was this head of the Lin family, possessing such formidable prowess at an advanced age? Chapter 47. The arena awaits Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an. After vanquishing Zhao Tai, the Zhao family naturally yielded their positions, allowing the Lin family to follow Lin Xuan into the box that once belonged to them. The stark contrast of entrance and exit caused the Zhao family to flush with embarrassment. The box indeed offered the finest vantage point, providing an unobstructed view of the arena below. Lin Xuan took his seat at the head of the box, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, I never imagined that my Lin family would witness such a day." Lin Xuan, visibly exhilarated, trembled slightly from the excitement. Lin Xuan merely chuckled, gently patting his elder brother's shoulder, fully aware of the sacrifices his brother had made for the family. This time, the contest among the younger generation rests upon your shoulders, Lin Xuan said, casting a brief glance at the younger Lin descendants seated behind him, his smile unwavering. You shall certainly not disappoint the head of the family. Lin Ao, Lin Chang'an, and the others sprang to their feet, proclaiming with conviction, their spirits soaring. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, assessing the capabilities of his younger kin. They were, at best, barely adequate. Among the 3 generations of the Lin family, he had identified 3 individuals worthy of note. First was his elder brother Lin Ao, aged 20, at the 5th level of Kaiyuan. Next was the collateral disciple Lin Chang'an, aged 18, at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. And lastly, Lin, also 18, at the 2nd level of Kaiyuan. In comparison to Yu Feng, they appeared rather unremarkable. Yu Feng, the offspring of Ouyang Zhan, was now at most 22 years old and tantalizingly close to attaining the 3rd realm of divine communication. It was likely that he had already broken through, especially since Lin Xuan had gifted Ouyang Qingluo a transcendence pill. Of course, this was Hucking Prefecture, incomparable to Dongzhou or the Empire. Bai Yuan, who broke through to Kaiyuan at 15, was already hailed as a prodigy of Hucking Prefecture. In this realm, achieving Kaiyuan at 16 was exceedingly rare. Thus there was no cause for concern. Lin Ao and Lin Chang'an could also be considered minor geniuses of Hucking Prefecture, a testament to Lin Xuan's influence. Not only had he provided them with abundant training resources, but he had also subtly enhanced their family fortune, improving their physiques and comprehension. For instance, although Lin Chang'an reached the 3rd level of Kaiyuan at 18, his exceptional insight allowed him to grasp the martial arts bestowed by Lin Xuan with remarkable ease, and his combat awareness was commendable as well. Once the family's fortune flourished, Lin Chang'an's achievements would likely be substantial. As for his own son, Lin Xuan found himself somewhat perplexed. Linfan had concealed his true abilities exceedingly well. Lin Xuan suspected that Linfan might be at the 4th level of Kaiyuan. Contemplating this, he cast a fleeting glance at Linfan, who, upon noticing his father's gaze, flashed a broad smile revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head in amusement. As the grand tournament commenced, Xia Yi stepped forward and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Now, let the young prodigies aged 18 and below take the stage." As soon as the words fell, a figure swiftly ascended the stage. It was Sun Zia, the grandson of the Sun family, the son of the family patriarch. At the tender age of 18, he had already reached the 5th level of the Kaiyuan realm. A promising future awaited him. No wonder he exuded such an aura. He was indeed the son of the Sun patriarch. The first to take the stage was this prodigy, suggesting that this gathering would be nothing short of spectacular. The crowd buzzed with whispers, casting furtive glances at Sun Zia on the stage. Meanwhile, in the Sun family section, Sun Qianlong observed his younger son with a nod of approval, evidently satisfied with his offspring. Sun Zia flashed a confident smile, as if he were a paragon of excellence among the elite. "Huh, brother Sun, I assure you, I have not stolen your thunder." Suddenly, a figure darted forth from the direction of the Chui family. It was Chui Wu, the genius of the Chui clan, also 18 years old, possessing the same level of cultivation. As Chui Wu took to the arena, prodigies from various esteemed families and sects began to leap onto the stage. Bai Yuxiang from the Bai family, Shangguan Shan from the Shangguan clan, Wu Shan and Qiu Chun from the Longhu gang, Zhao Kuang from the Zhao family, Su Wanwan from the Su family, and Jian Shi from the Baijian sect. As Lin Xuan squinted slightly, he took particular note of Shangguan Shan and Jian Shi among the gathered talents. Shangguan Shan was no ordinary contender. She was renowned as the 2nd most gifted beauty of Huqing Prefecture, second only to Bai Yuran. At merely 16 years of age, she had already attained the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, a remarkable feat indeed. Moreover, she was the cherished one of Shangguan Jian, possessing a gentle disposition. The whispers among the populace suggested that any man fortunate enough to wed Shangguan Shan would be exceedingly fortunate. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Xuan turned to the few individuals behind him. "You too, Longan and Fan Air, it is your turn. Remember, with the green hills remaining, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. As your patriarch, even at over 60 years of age, I can still hold my own. You are both still young. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." "Understood, patriarch." "Yes, father." Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan both bowed respectfully to Lin Xuan before stepping out of the box and leaping onto the stage. As they ascended, they drew the attention of numerous onlookers, including Chui Wu from the Chui family, Sun Zia and Sun Zihan from the Sun family, and Zhao Kuang from the Zhao family, who seemed to harbor a desire to eliminate Lin Fan and his companion. Suddenly, a resounding voice rang out, "Lin Hao from the Shuiyun City Lin family. I challenge both of you." A youth leaped onto the arena, pointing directly at Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an. The crowd turned to look. Lin Hao appeared exceedingly excited, his gaze towards Lin Fan imbued with a sense of greed. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, discerning that the Shuiyun City Lin family had likely received instructions from the Chui family. Otherwise, they would not dare to provoke someone of his stature. "Lord Patriarch, the match has yet to commence. Is it permissible to challenge?" Lin Fan turned to Xia Yi, first offering a respectful bow before inquiring. "A contest can take many forms. It is not solely about martial prowess. At times, it may entail tests of endurance, combatability, or other evaluations. Haha. Personal grievances may be accepted or declined at your discretion." Xia Yi regarded Lin Fan with a sense of satisfaction, her gaze towards him imbued with a hint of admiration. "Thank you, esteemed lord of the mansion, for clearing my doubts." Lin Fan bowed respectfully, then allowed a smile to grace his lips, a flicker of battle intent igniting in his eyes. "Uncle, why employ a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Allow me to handle this fellow." Suddenly, Lin Chang'an interposed himself before Lin Xuan, speaking with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Chang'an had always maintained a lukewarm attitude towards Lin Fan. However, after experiencing defeat at Lin Fan's hands a few days prior, his perception of Lin Fan transformed from indifference to fervent admiration. The young master, his own uncle, was indeed a true genius. That so-called Bai Yuran, in her ignorance, would undoubtedly come to regret her foolish actions in the future. Chapter 48, Lin Family, Lin Chang'an. "Please enlighten me." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had contemplated personally confronting the reckless Lin Hao, he naturally would not refuse Lin Chang'an's suggestion. "Very well, then. This fellow is entrusted to you. Make sure he doesn't emerge unscathed. Ideally, let him shed some blood." Lin Fan whispered in Lin Chang'an's ear. With a subtle smile, Lin Chang'an reassured him, "Rest assured, uncle. A mere Lin Hao shall find himself laid low. However, do exercise discretion and refrain from excessive force. Understood, Lin Chang'an replied. Then advanced to upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment. How could it be that the humble Lin family of Cloud Mist City harbored such a prodigy? This distant relative was indeed extraordinary. Lin Chang'an squinted his eyes and bellowed. Void-piercing finger. He directed a single finger towards Lin Hao, with no means of evasion. Lin Hao had no choice but to muster all his vitality to conjure a protective barrier. Yet, Lin Chang'an's void-piercing finger was a 6th-grade martial art, renowned as one of the most formidable techniques within the Lin family's martial arts academy. How could Lin Hao possibly withstand it? In the blink of an eye, the technique breached Lin Hao's energy shield, the force penetrating into his very being. Lin Hao let out a mournful cry before being sent hurtling backward, collapsing onto the arena, coughing up blood. As for Lin Chang'an, he cast a cold glance at Lin Hao, retracted his energy, and retreated to stand beside Linfan. Lin Hao had been vanquished in just 2 moves. Xiao Hao. The Lin family members gasped in horror at the sight of Lin Hao, gravely injured and bleeding. Rushing towards him in a frenzy. Lin Chang'an, you are far too ruthless for a junior. This is merely a spar, yet you resort to such cruelty. Elder Lin Xia of the Lin family slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Lin Chang'an and shouting in anger. Master, this junior has indeed acted with undue severity. I implore you to bring justice for this old man. After vehemently scolding Lin Chang'an, Lin Xia immediately turned to Xie Yi, seeking sympathy. Before Xie Yi could respond, Lin Xuan interjected coolly, Old fool, swords and blades show no mercy. Who is to blame for your Lin family's weakness? Despite merely a minor disparity in rank, your Lin Hao was nonetheless severely injured by my Lin Chang'an in just 2 moves. Could it be that the Cloud Mist City has indulged this Lin Hao too much? Lin Xian's words dripped with sarcasm, eliciting quiet murmurs among the onlookers from surrounding families. Indeed, Lin Chang'an was no ordinary talent. It seemed his combat prowess at the 3rd level of the opening origin realm was commendable. It was unforeseen that the Lin family's finest prodigy would emerge from a collateral branch. Yet, why did it appear that Lin Chang'an was aligned with Linfan? How foolish. Regardless of the circumstances, Linfan is still the young master of the Lin family. As long as Lin Xuan is present, Linfan will forever remain the scion of the Lin family. Does Lin Chang'an dare to contradict Linfan? The realization dawned on many that the Lin family was reaching an impasse. With such a gifted prodigy from a collateral branch, failing to nurture him while allowing the talent to serve the family's ineffectual young master was nothing short of foolishness. Indeed, how utterly foolish. These sentiments reached Lin Xian's ears, but he remained unfazed. He treated all equally. Besides, if a collateral branch overshadowed his own son, he believed they would be inclined to eradicate the collateral line. Furthermore, he held the conviction that his son Lin Fan was the true strongest prodigy of the entire Lin family. After being reproached by Lin Xuan, Lin Xia found himself at a loss for words, his trembling fingers betraying the fury within. So it is you, the head of the Lin Xia family. It seems I inadvertently injured your prodigy. This time, it was indeed Lin Chang'an's fault. Suddenly, Lin Chang'an took the initiative to step forward and offer an apology. The crowd watched on with curiosity, pondering the unexpected turn of events regarding Lin Chang'an. The head of your family has declared that there is nothing to worry about, and yet you still display such cowardice? While numerous clans and the proud elites on the field deemed Lin Chang'an to be an utterly ineffectual and feeble individual, Lin Chang'an continued with a grave demeanor. I initially believed that Lin Hao possessed some degree of strength, hence I exerted only 70% of my power. However, I did not anticipate that the talents of Shuiyun City would be of such a low caliber. In a moment of carelessness, I severely injured your so-called genius. My sincerest apologies. Lin Chang'an enunciated the term genius with particular clarity and emphasis. Lin Xia's face turned a shade of green. He had been outmaneuvered by a junior of the opening origin realm. A soft chuckle escaped from Shang Wanchan's lips. The others exchanged glances of mild astonishment at Lin Chang'an. Even Jianxi couldn't help but smirk slightly, having previously assumed Lin Chang'an to be a timid character, only to discover that he was, in fact, a cunning individual. Even Lin Xian and the others were momentarily bewildered by Lin Chang'an's audacious display. This Lin Chang'an is quite intriguing, exceedingly captivating, indeed. Striking a chord with our family head, Shangwan Jian of the Shangwan clan suddenly laughed heartily, applauding without a care for the Lin family's dignity. Lin Xia's face flushed crimson. To think he would endure such humiliation at his advanced age. Chapter 49. Threefold battle, fourfold challenge. Enough. Family head Lin, take your grandson away to recuperate. What kind of decorum is this, crying and making a fuss here? Cui Yongzhou waved his hand in displeasure. Many were aware that the Lin family was allied with the Cui family, Yet Chui's faction found it challenging to pinpoint a valid attack against Lin Xuan. Accusing Lin Xuan of killing their fourth elder? Regrettably, there was no substantial evidence. As for Lin Xuan's four-seasoned sword technique, it was not originally theirs to claim. Cui Yongzhou had no choice but to bide his time, waiting for an opportunity. Seeing that Cui Yongzhou had spoken, Lin Xia could only swallow his humiliation. Very well. Lin Xia cupped his hands and subsequently led his grandson away. Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Cui Yongzhou. This family head Cui is indeed exceedingly cautious. Lin Xuan mused, recognizing that Cui Yongzhou was awaiting the right moment. To be frank, such an opponent proved to be quite troublesome, akin to a concealed venomous serpent. They would strike with lethal intent when the opportunity arose. All right then. Xia Yi was about to speak when unexpectedly, Zhao Kuang from the Zhao family interjected. Lord Mansion Master, I, too, am feeling a bit restless and would like to challenge the genius of the Lin family. The crowd turned their attention to Zhao Kuang. It was evident that Zhao Kuang was significantly stronger than Lin Hao. At 18 years of age, he possessed the strength of the fourth opening origin realm, which was quite commendable within Hucking Mansion. Lin Chang'an, Linfan, do you accept? Xia Yi inquired of the two. I do not accept. To everyone's astonishment. Linfan shook his head slightly. Zhao Kuang was taken aback, and in an immediate fit of rage, he resorted to provocation. Linfan, Lin Chang'an, are you two truly afraid of me? Cowards like mice. His insults were harsh, yet Linfan remained unfazed, arms crossed, calmly observing Zhao Kuang's tirade. The cacophony of barking dogs only intensified as they sensed no fear in their human counterparts, growing more irate and vociferous. Ah, how pitifully cowardly you two are. Truly, you are nothing but worthless trash. Linfan waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain. If you wish for us to accept your challenge, it is possible. Yet I believe a price must be paid. If you can challenge us without offering anything in return, how might we deter others from following suit? Linfan's words resonated with Lin Xuan's own thoughts. Lin Xuan chuckled softly. His son was indeed a reflection of himself. Not only was Linfan as strikingly handsome as he had been in his youth, but he also mirrored the very essence of his youthful spirit. Meanwhile, Ho Mingyu's interest peaked, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Linfan seemed to possess a certain charm. As for Bali, his gaze bore a fierce intensity. Wishing nothing more than to devour Linfan, the son of his adversary, Lin Xuan. I shall ensure that Lin Xuan experiences the agony of losing a child. Bali's eyes glinted malevolently as he whispered to the two youths beside him. The boy and girl nodded slightly. Their gazes now laced with a hint of ferocity directed towards Linfan and Lin Chang'an. From the stands, Linfan's assertions held merit. Zhao Kuang snorted disdainfully. Very well. I shall wager 2,000 essence stones. To his astonishment, Linfan nonchalantly raised 5 fingers. 5,000. Zhao Kuang's fury erupted. This insolent brat was audaciously demanding more. Even the Zhao family members seethed with anger, finding Linfan as loathsome as his father. Fine. 5,000 it is. But at least you won't have your lives to claim it. Zhao Kuang retorted with a sinister grin, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chang'an, will it be you or shall I take the lead? Linfan gazed at Lin Chang'an with a calm smile. Although Linfan was nearly 2 years younger, the familial hierarchy made it entirely appropriate for him to address Lin Chang'an by his given name. Merely at the 4th level of the opening Yuan stage. Dear uncle, allow me to handle this. You may focus on dealing with those self-important young lords. Lin Chang'an replied with a serene smile. Very well. Linfan acquiesced with a simple response before taking a seat off to the side. Indeed, my initial assessment was correct. Linfan lacked true strength and relied heavily on his peers. How could a toad aspire to court a swan? Miss Bai Yuran was clearly beyond the reach of such a worthless individual. It was rather amusing that the Lin family had such a feeble young patriarch. In my opinion, it would be far better to have Lin Chang'an as the family's young patriarch. Linfan was simply a liability. The onlookers felt a sense of disdain for Linfan's retreat, perceiving it as cowardice that forced Lin Chang'an to step forward in his stead. Bai Yuxiang scoffed, indeed. He is utterly ineffectual. I could eliminate him with ease. The Cui brothers and others shared similar sentiments. However, Gong Ling, with a glimmer in her eyes, observed Linfan and perceived in him a confidence and an air of tranquility that truly set him apart as a remarkable individual. Xia Yi gazed at Linfan, her eyes subtly shifting. In the face of such mockery from the crowd, his remarkable composure led her to doubt the notion of him being a mere inept. Lin Xuan, casually crossing his legs, observed silently, offering no explanations. A true victor must possess the art of concealment and a formidable mindset. Having endured 18 years of disdain and ridicule after turning 20 at the Jixia Academy, Lin Xuan understood this well. Zhao Kuang, come forth. Compared to the ineffectual Lin Hao, Lin Xuan was determined to give his all against Zhao Kuang, a formidable opponent at the 4th level of the Kaiyuan realm. You dare to challenge me at the 3rd level? Today, I shall make you experience the feeling of severe defeat. Zhao Kuang grinned widely, exuding a brazen confidence. Boom. Zhao Kuang struck first, launching a punch toward Lin Xuan. Unperturbed, Lin Xuan deftly evaded, gliding past Zhao Kuang's fist. What a clever lad. Allow me to return the favor. Zhao Kuang shouted, retrieving a level 7 ordinary grade battle knife from his storage pouch. No surprise, as the young master of the Zhao family could wield such a weapon at the 4th level of Kaiyuan. Previously, only Lin Xuan and Lin Wu from the Lin family had the privilege of possessing a level 7 weapon. Seeing Zhao Kuang brandish his weapon, Lin Xuan was not one to back down. He promptly drew his own weapon from his storage pouch, a long spear, also a level 7 ordinary grade. Clang. The sharp sound of steel meeting steel echoed as the two instantly took their positions apart. The onlookers were astonished to see Lin Xuan wielding a level 7 ordinary grade weapon. A generous gift from the Lin family to their collateral branch. Generally, such weapons could fetch a few thousand stone in the market, a considerable resource indeed. Damn it. Even with a level 7 weapon, you must bow before me. Zhao Kuang fumed, his battle knife glowing with a bright light. Let us see what you've got. Lin Xuan tightened his grip on the spear, his aura surging dramatically. Chapter 50. Lin Family S. Lin Xuan exhibits unmatched talent. Lin Xuan grasped the spear firmly. His gaze steady. Zhao Kuang soared into the air, his blade descending towards Lin Xuan's crown. Earth-splitting slash. With a fierce roar, he initiated with a 6th level martial art, revealing his prowess. However, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, his spear dancing in a whirlwind of motion. The clash of weapons erupted with a series of resounding impacts. As the two engaged in a tumultuous battle, the spectators watched in disbelief as Lin Xuan, merely at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, managed to hold his ground against the onslaught of Zhao Kuang. Though surpassing the 1st level of the Kaiyuan realm was not impossible, witnessing such cross-level combat from a collateral member of the Lin family was indeed astonishing. Lin family head, this lad of yours is quite exceptional, remarked Shangwan Jian, stroking his beard with a smile as he regarded Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Lin Xuan as a promising talent. In fact, within the entire Lin family, Lin Xuan was the one Lin Xuan valued most among the 3rd generation. At merely 18 years of age, possessing only the cultivation of the 3rd level of the opening Yuan realm. Even if one's combat prowess is commendable, it is likely that one's achievements in this lifetime shall be limited to the realm of the great Yuan Dan. A sudden voice interjected, unmistakably belonging to the disdainful Cui Yongzhou. What do you think, Elder Ba? After his mockery, he turned his gaze towards Ba Li, who chuckled while stroking his grizzled beard, his words dripping with derision. At 18, reaching the 3rd level of the opening Yuan, such talent could only qualify you as a servant disciple in our Lingwu Sect. Lin Xuan scoffed internally, maintaining a facade of composure. The future accomplishments of Lin Xuan are beyond the comprehension of you, mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Indeed, my esteemed master spoke wisely. I recall that during our last recruitment conference for external disciples, the requirements stipulated that one must reach the 2nd level of the opening Yuan by 17 and the 4th level by 18, remarked a younger man beside Ba Li, seemingly reporting to Ba Li, yet his words were directed at all present, particularly aimed at Lin Xuan. This demand elicited gasps from the crowd. To achieve the 4th level of the opening Yuan by 18 was an exceedingly rare feat throughout the entire Huqing Prefecture, and that was merely for external disciples. Many of the foremost prodigies from various clans were not even eligible to enter as external disciples. How utterly ironic. Indeed, the Lingwu Sect is truly the foremost sect in the eastern state. I hold great admiration for it, exclaimed Cui Yongzhou, rising to slightly bow towards Ba Li. Ho Mingyu, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh. The Lingwu Sect truly considered itself the sovereign of the eastern state, as most factions were only aware of the Lingwu Sect, disregarding the vast Huang royal family. How laughable. Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Ba Li and Cui Yongzhou, remaining silent. As for Shangwan Jian, he too lost interest in continuing the conversation, and the atmosphere grew tense and quiet as all eyes turned to the combat stage. At that moment, the battle between Lin Xuan and Zhao Kuang had escalated to a fervent climax. Lin Xuan fought with increasing fervor, despite sustaining multiple wounds, while Zhao Kuang, true to his name, was unable to display any wildness. He was gripped by fear at Lin Xuan's reckless fighting style. This was a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Zhao Kuang's heart screamed in protest, paralyzed by trepidation. It appears that the young master of the Zhao family is rather ineffectual. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, showing no restraint. Zhao Kuang, prepare to receive my final move, the dance of thunder and lightning. This technique was classified as a 7th-grade martial art. Typically, 7th-grade martial arts are cultivated by those in the Great Yuan Dan realm, while those in the Opening Yuan realm are limited to practicing 6th-grade techniques. Of course, there are prodigies capable of grasping higher-level martial arts prematurely, like Lin Xuan, who comprehended a spiritual-level martial art at the Opening Yuan stage, truly terrifying. Zhao Kuang, however, was evidently incapable of mastering a 7th-grade martial art. Faced with Lin Chang'an's formidable technique, he stood frozen in shock. "Kuanger, be careful," Zhao Tai exclaimed, horrified. Rushing towards the combat stage to protect his son, Lin Xuan scoffed internally, executing the dragon step to approach the stage. "Zhao family head, this is a duel, not child's play." Lin Xuan's right hand, with the index and middle fingers together, sent a surge of sword energy directly towards Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai was instantly repelled, left helplessly watching as Lin Chang'an's lightning-imbued spear lunged toward Zhao Kuang. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated, mingled with Zhao Kuang's anguished cries. "Kuanger!" Zhao Tai cried out in despair, rushing forward to catch his son. As for Lin Chang'an, having executed his technique, he too was drained of energy, kneeling on one knee, gripping the spear tightly, gasping for breath, his body covered in blood and wounds. Clearly, Lin Chang'an had not achieved victory effortlessly. Nevertheless, defeating an opponent of a higher rank was quite commendable. Lin Xuan descended beside Lin Chang'an, presenting him with a healing pill, smiling as he remarked, "Well done, young man. You have not brought shame to our Lin family. This battle has greatly enhanced our family's reputation." Receiving Lin Xuan's praise, Lin Chang'an smiled as well, transforming once more into the refined and graceful youth he once was. "Thank you for the commendation, family head. Here, take this advanced healing pill first. You'll need your strength for the challenging battles ahead." Understood. Without hesitation, Lin Chang'an accepted the healing pill, consuming it immediately before settling into a meditative position to recover. Observing Lin Chang'an's recovery, Lin Xuan turned his gaze towards the Zhao family. The previous wager had been heard by all the families present. 5,000 spirit stones, Zhao family head. "Surely you can provide them?" Lin Xuan said cheerfully. Zhao Tai clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Lin Xuan, wishing to eliminate him, yet feeling utterly powerless. 5,000 spirit stones. One must honor their bets. Zhao Tai tossed a storage bag to Lin Xuan before taking his son to tend to his injuries. Lin Xuan glanced at the storage bag, confirming it indeed contained 5,000 spirit stones. However, these spirit stones rightfully belonged to Lin Chang'an, earned through his arduous victory, and Lin Xuan would not seize resources meant for his junior. After the battle concluded, the surrounding families began to whisper amongst themselves. "Impressive. I never expected this branch of the Lin family to be so formidable. Truly remarkable. Lin Chang'an possesses extraordinary talent. If the Lin family can weather this storm, I would truly wish to marry my finest granddaughter to him. He is indeed a worthy son-in-law, but alas, he belongs to the Lin family." The crowd expressed their admiration, tinged with regret. Everyone was aware that the Lin family had stirred trouble with the Ba, Li, and Cui families, and now the Bai family bore a grudge against them as well. The Lin family's path to survival was fraught with challenges. Chapter 51. The mysterious prodigy ascending the 17th ladder. Lin Xuan paid no heed to their chatter, returning to the private suite and leaving the battlefield to the younger generation. I too wish to witness the prodigies of Huaqing Prefecture." At that moment, a young man and woman, following closely behind Ba Li, suddenly leaped onto the combat stage. Both were remarkably young, yet possessed considerable strength. Lin Xuan focused intently. These two individuals were indeed exceptional within Huaqing Prefecture. Truly worthy of being Elder Ba's esteemed disciples. Their talent is indeed extraordinary, remarked Cui Yongzhou, smiling in admiration. The other families echoed their praises, captivated by the display before them. Upon hearing the praises from the crowd, the two individuals on the platform slightly raised their heads, their faces adorned with pride. While they may not hold significant standing within the Lingwu Sect, in the diminutive realm of Huqingfu, they naturally bask in glory. This elder's two disciples. The male named Yin Jun is just shy of 18 years old, yet has already reached the 6th level of the Opening Yuan realm, while the female, Yang Hong, is just over 17, boasting a 5th level of the same cultivation. Ba Li chuckled as he stroked his beard, exuding a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, there is reason for pride. Among all present, the prowess of these two is formidable. However, in Lin Xuan's eyes, Jin Shi and Shang Wanchan far surpass them. Truly, they are the esteemed disciples of the elder, showcasing remarkable talent. Such aptitude, within our Huqingfu, is indeed at the pinnacle. Is it any wonder that the Lingwu Sect produces such prodigies? Bai Xiao is particularly exceptional, having been designated a personal disciple of the Lingwu Sect. Truly astonishing. It seems the Bai family is on the verge of rising to prominence. As the crowd spoke of the Bai family, they inevitably recalled the Lin family and Linfan, deriding him for his overconfidence. Now, as the grand competition begins, the preliminaries for those under 18 are divided into 3 rounds, with the first round being a test of perseverance. Xia Yi, with one hand behind his back and the other extended forward, presented himself with solemnity. Do you see the ladder before you? It consists of 18 levels, known as the 18 ladders. The higher you ascend, the greater your ranking. Xia Yi's words elicited nods of agreement from all present. For sometimes, the contest among geniuses lies in endurance, innate talent, and foundational strength. If the competition were solely a martial contest, it would not only lose some of its allure, but also be limited in scope. Young prince, if I recall correctly, you reached the 13th level last time, did you not? De Biao whispered to Mingyu. Indeed, it was the 13th level, although it was merely the 13th. My father claims I possess a talent for spiritual connection. As for transcending to the divine, there is hope, albeit rather slim, Mingyu replied nonchalantly. As if it were a trivial matter. De Biao nodded slightly, smiling as he remarked, Hee, I doubt anyone in Huqingfu could even reach the 10th level. Let us not be too absolute. I believe there are still geniuses among them. Moreover, ascending the ladder is significantly related to perseverance, Mingyu said with a casual smile, appearing somewhat languid and indifferent. Clearly, despite his words, he harbored great confidence that no one in Huqingfu could surpass him. The ascent of the ladder commenced. As a throng of young men and women fidgeted with anticipation before the heavenly ladder, Xia Yi softly uttered a few words. No sooner had his voice faded than the group surged toward the ladder. This heavenly ladder of Huqingfu is only suitable for cultivators below the Yuan Dan realm. A testing apparatus crafted by the royal family of the Great Wilderness, utilized throughout the vast expanse. Lin Xuan recalled that there was a similar ladder at the Jixia Academy, also comprising 18 levels, where he had once stood on the 17th level. Lin Xuan possessed exceptional perseverance and comprehension, yet alas, his foundational strength was lacking. Many young individuals, upon embarking on the first step, immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Some of the more frivolous among them even stumbled and fell comically. Oh, these youngsters are in for a rude awakening, truly believing that the 18 steps are a mere trifle, remarked Shangguan Jian, stroking his beard with a sense of schadenfreude. I once thought it would be simple as well, yet I only managed to traverse 9 steps, which fills me with great shame, replied Cui Yongzhou with a faint smile. Shaking his head, indeed, I too exerted myself to the utmost, and only reached 10 steps, Shangguan Jian said, casting a glance at Cui Yongzhou with a grin. Cui Yongzhou's expression darkened. How dare you come here to show off? I wonder how many steps Elder Bali managed to ascend? The group turned their gaze toward Bali. Bali's eyelids flickered, feigning composure, and declared, I, lacking in talent, ascended 11 steps. Impressive indeed. As expected of an elder from the Lingwu Sect. Cui Yongzhou expressed his admiration deeply. And how many steps did the young prince ascend? Everyone turned to Mingyu. Mingyu slightly raised his gaze, appearing nonchalant. 13 steps. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Even Bai Yuran had only ascended 12 steps, yet the young prince had surpassed them with 13. Remarkable. The young prince, as the son of the Eastern king, truly embodies the adage of a tiger father not raising a dog's son. Indeed, in our Huqing prefecture, there has not been a single individual to ascend 13 steps in over 3 centuries. I believe the young prince stands at the pinnacle within the entirety of the Eastern province. Ha ha ha, with such talent, the young prince would stand unrivaled even in the Great Wilderness. The crowd showered Mingyu with praises, having heard flattery since childhood. Mingyu responded with an air of indifference. Hee. In the Eastern province, there are no fewer than a dozen individuals who have ascended 13 steps. Even Mo Qingfeng of the Lingwu Sect has reached 15. Once again, the crowd gasped in astonishment. 15 steps, an unfathomable number. It is said that ascending the 7th step brings one closer to the 3rd realm, while the 11th step leads to the spiritual realm. The 13th step hints at the divine, and the 15th step? That suggests the true martial realm. Although merely rumors, they indicate just how formidable it is to reach 15 steps. It is no wonder that the foremost figure in the Eastern province has such a prodigy, comparatively. Bai Yuran's entrance into the Lingwu Sect does not place her among the elite. 15 steps, such a feat would be nearly unattainable even in the Great Wilderness, remarked the leader of the Tiger Tooth Gang with a smile. Everyone concurred, but to their surprise, Mingyu slightly shook his head and said, no. It is said that 40 years ago, at the Jixia Academy, the 9th disciple of the current wine master ascended 17 steps, and it is rumored that he refrained from ascending the 18th. Another collective gasp echoed, 17 steps. Does that not imply an inherent talent for reaching the true martial divine realm? the presence of a martial deity. However, I have heard during my own experiences that while this individual excels in many aspects, he possesses remarkably poor bone quality. Seemingly unable to ascend even to the third divine realm, Cui Yongzhou remarked with a smile. The crowd, intrigued, wondered what sort of person this could be. Lin Xuan's eyelids twitched, and he chose to remain silent, opting to disregard the conversation entirely. Gong Ling cast several amused glances at Lin Xuan. Chapter 52. Linfan's display of power. As the crowd engaged in conversation, their chatter gradually subsided, their attention drawn to the celestial ladder in the center of the arena. At the forefront stood 5 individuals: Yin Jun and Yang Hong from Lingwu, Cui Wu from the Cui family, Bai Yuxiang from the Bai family, and Xiu Chun from the Longhu gang. These 5 had ascended to the 6th tier, and beyond lay the esteemed position of the 3rd passage. Trailing behind them, a second echelon of 9 included Shengguan Shan from the Shengguan family, Jian Shi from the Baijian sect, Cui Sheng from the Cui family, Wu Shan from the Longhu gang, among others. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Fan from the Lin family had remarkably surged ahead, reaching the 5th tier. Meanwhile, Lin Chang'an stood at the 4th tier. This Lin Fan had managed to keep pace with Cui Sheng and the others, demonstrating notable prowess. Wow, I never expected Lin Fan to possess such hidden talents, someone remarked. I find myself intrigued by this Lin Fan. The young master of the Lin family seems to be quite the enigma. The crowd began to speculate about Lin Fan. Inadvertently overlooking the 5 individuals on the 6th tier, Yin Jun from Lingwu felt a surge of anger. He had come to this remote place seeking recognition and the admiration of the masses, yet now their attention was fixated on Lin Fan. How could he tolerate such a slight? With a roar, Yin Jun ascended to the 7th tier, firmly establishing his position. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience as the first individual on the 7th tier emerged. The celestial ladder served as a dividing line. Climbing from the 3rd to the 4th tier marked a significant threshold, as did the ascent from the 6th to the 7th. Many of the young contenders had faltered beneath the 3rd tier, and only half managed to reach the 4th. Before Yin Jun could bask in his moment of triumph, Xiu Chun and Cui Wu swiftly followed suit, while Yang Hong and Bai Yuxiang lagged behind. At that moment, Lin Fan had also reached the 6th tier, with Lin Chang'an standing on the 5th tier. Ah, Lin family patriarch, I never anticipated your son had such depth, Shengguan Jian remarked with a grin, gesturing toward Lin Fan. Indeed, it appears the Lin family patriarch is a master of concealing his talents, Cui Yongzhou observed, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xuan, his smile lacking warmth. The Bai family members exchanged concerned glances, realizing that Lin Fan was not the worthless individual they had believed him to be. Particularly, Bai Rong felt an increasing sense of regret. Even if he is not a waste, he pales in comparison to Yu Ran, who could find a far more suitable match within Lingwu, Bai Rong pondered. Gong Ling's beautiful eyes briefly assessed Lin Xuan before shifting to Lin Fan, and an idea began to form in her mind. This Lin Fan holds potential for further development. Could this be considered aiding Lin Xuan? In response to the crowd's admiration and subtle jabs, Lin Xuan remained non-committal, smiling and bowing slightly. This old man's son has his own aspirations. At his current level, even I am uncertain of his true capabilities. The crowd scoffed. As Lin Fan's father, how could he possibly be unaware of his son's situation? If Lin Xuan were privy to their thoughts, he would vehemently protest his innocence, for he genuinely did not know. Lin Fan, this young lad, likely harbors secrets as complex and numerous as those of his father. After several breaths, it was astonishing to see Yin Jun ascend to the 8th rung. Yet, upon reaching that height, he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Clearly having reached his limit, the 8th rung was evidently his peak. Watching Yin Jun's probable cessation at the 8th rung, Bali's expression grew increasingly grim. What peculiar affinity did he have with the number 8? At this moment, Lin Fan remained composed, not a single bead of sweat gracing his temples. He stepped onto the 7th rung, and with equal grace, his other foot followed suit. Wow! Brother Lin Fan has reached the 7th rung, Lin Xuan observed, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons, captivatingly beautiful. This enchanting voice drew the attention of Hou Mingyu, who beheld an exquisite figure before him. Clad in a simple white dress, adorned with minimal embellishments, the simplicity took Hou Mingyu's breath away. It appeared that Fan was ready to showcase his talents today. Lin Xuan, oblivious to Hou Mingyu's gaze, was entirely focused on the heavenly ladder. He harbored no concerns for Lin Fan. Rather, his apprehension lay with Lin Chang'an. While Lin Chang'an was doing reasonably well, the heavenly ladder posed a formidable challenge for him. After another series of breaths, Yang Hong, Xiu Chun, and Cui Wu also ascended to the 8th rung, while Bai Yuxiang struggled to place his other foot upon it. His cheeks flushed with the weight of pressure and the scrutiny of onlookers. Lin Fan paid no heed to Bai Yuxiang and prepared to step onto the 8th rung. Meanwhile, Lin Chang'an had already reached the 6th rung, with 1 foot on the 7th. Chang'an, do not let our family head down, Lin Xuan urged, his heart racing in tandem with his focused gaze on Lin Chang'an. Not just Lin Xuan, but also Lin Xuan, Lin Wu, and others felt their breaths quicken. Another incense stick's time passed, and to everyone's astonishment, someone reached the 9th rung, not Yang Hong, nor Yin Jun, but rather Cui Wu and Qiu Chun. This revelation left Yang Hong and Yin Jun flushed with embarrassment, realizing they had been surpassed by these seemingly insignificant rivals. Furthermore, Linfan had ascended to the 8th rung, alongside Jin Shi and Sheng Wanchan, placing them on par with Yin Jun and Yang Hong. As for Bai Yuxiang, he found himself stuck between the 7th and 8th rungs. Distressed, especially as Lin family's collateral line had reached the 7th rung and was attempting the 8th. The world had gone mad. The leader of the Bai Jianmin observed Jian Shi with a composed demeanor, while Sheng Wanjian looked at his beloved daughter with affectionate indulgence. Ba Li's face was ashen. Bai La's expression darkened. Cui Yongzhou concealed a smile, and Hu Ye wore a satisfied grin. Truly, a myriad of expressions. Wow, they've ascended. Sheng Wanchan, Jian Shi, and Lin Fan have all reached the 9th rung. How remarkable! Countless voices erupted in exclamation. Who would have imagined these 3 youths, barely 17, would surpass expectations? Cui Wu's expression soured. He had thought surpassing the 2 pretentious wastes of Ling Wuzong would secure his victory, but he was astonished to see 3 others catch up. My goodness, Lin Chang'an seems to be nearing his limit, yet he still bravely reached the 8th rung. Suddenly, many gazes were fixed upon Lin Chang'an, who was shouting fervently. The patriarchs and clan leaders in the private room nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Such a person exemplified true inner strength, possessing the determination to rival the extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Chang'an was drenched, kneeling on the 8th step, gasping for air. Everyone believed he was on the verge of surrendering. However, to their astonishment, Lin Chang'an turned his gaze towards the 9th step, and even higher. Lin Xian's heart trembled profoundly. Lin Chang'an evoked a genuine sense of comfort within him. With such a talent in the Lin family, how could they not prosper? Chapter 53, Stand Firm. While Lin Xian's heart was in turmoil, Lin Chang'an's resolve remained unwavering. He placed 1 foot on the 9th step, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure nearly caused him to lose his balance and tumble down. Lin Xian truly wished for Lin Chang'an to concede, yet simultaneously, he did not wish for him to yield, creating a conflict within his heart. Patriarch, perhaps we should allow Chang'an to give up. The 8th step and the 3 realms of the divine are still within reach, Lin Xuan and Lin Wu remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer. Yet, Lin Xian merely shook his head slightly, stating, Chang'an's ambition rivals that of the celestial phoenix. I respect his choice. Henceforth, I decree that Chang'an shall be an esteemed member of our Lin family, enjoying the finest privileges. No one among the Lin clan opposed this. Such a prodigy deserved nothing less. Lin Chang'an's veins bulged, his skin flushed crimson. Su Guanshan, who stood before him, was taken aback by Lin Chang'an's fervor. Turning to witness his arduous struggle, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat, then raced wildly. Chang'an, well done. Lin Fan observed Lin Chang'an, inhaling deeply, filled with admiration. Wow. Jin 11 has actually reached the 10th step. I had never heard of him before. Such a prodigy is truly remarkable. Indeed. Who would have thought that the Sword Sect harbored such hidden talents? The crowd's admiration did not seem to please the Sword Sect's leader, who maintained an expressionless demeanor. Lin Xian pondered this scene. Jin 11 exuded an air of nobility not characteristic of Huqing Prefecture. Something was amiss. After Jin 11 reached the 10th step, he appeared largely unaffected, while Qiu Chun and Cui Wu had already hit their limits, stopping at the 9th step. At this moment, the majority on the celestial ladder had reached their thresholds, with only a few still climbing. Su Guanshan, Jin 11, Lin Fan, and Lin Chang'an were particularly notable. Lin Chang'an had ascended to the 9th step. The crowd gasped, astonished. Though already 18 and only at the 3rd layer of the Yuan opening, he had nonetheless persevered to the 9th step. Truly terrifying. Cui Wu and Qiu Chun looked at Lin Chang'an with expressions of deep admiration. However, Cui Wu's gaze harbored a layer of murderous intent. This individual from the Lin family must be eliminated. Yang Hong and Yin Jun's faces turned increasingly pale, as they never anticipated that a mere waste, who had only reached the 3rd level of the Yuan stage at 18, could surpass them. They had now become nothing more than a complete joke, wishing they could simply vanish into the ground. The arrogance they displayed when they first took the stage was now overshadowed by the embarrassment they felt. Chang'an, are you all right? Lin Fan inquired, glancing at Lin Chang'an, who was panting heavily beside him. Rest assured, uncle, I won't die, Lin Chang'an replied with a grin. His words roused a stir among the onlookers. What did he mean by won't die? This was a test, not a life-and-death battle. Shang Wanchan bit her lip and softly addressed Lin Chang'an. Here, this is my handkerchief. If you don't mind, you can use it to wipe the sweat from your forehead. Lin Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, looking at the beautiful woman before him, feeling slightly confused as he did not seem to recognize Shang Wanchan. Thank you, miss, he said, accepting the handkerchief and somewhat clumsily wiping the sweat from his brow. The fragrant cloth quickly absorbed the odor of sweat. Ahem, Miss Shangwan, I apologize for soiling your handkerchief. I will wash it and return it to you, Lin Chang'an said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at her. It's nothing, Shang Wanchan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, pretending to dismiss the matter. Chang'an, take care of yourself. I will continue up the steps, Linfan said, noticing that Lin Chang'an appeared to have regained some strength as he made his way to the 10th step. The 10th step seemed to be a natural progression. Wow, Linfan has stepped onto the 10th step. Incredible, simply astounding. Is this truly the waste you spoke of? I must be dreaming. The Bai family clearly lacks vision to publicly cancel the engagement with such a prodigy. The murmurs reached the ears of the Bai family, leaving many feeling rather embarrassed, especially Bai Rong, who felt an acute sense of discomfort. There is no need to pay attention. It is merely the 10th step. Yu Ran is not someone of such humble origins that she is suited for. Her world lies in the eastern state, or even the vast wilderness. Her match will undoubtedly be a super genius from the Lingwu Sect, Bai Liao said calmly. The crowd found a certain logic in his words. On the celestial ladder, Chui Wu and Xiu Chun were equally stunned. Is this truly the waste that the Bai family spoke of? You tell me a waste can ascend to the 10th step? Shang Wanchan chose not to ascend any further and instead walked alongside Lin Chang'an. He strained to ascend the 10th step. Yet the immense pressure felt as though it might shatter his spine. At that moment, Lin Chang'an's forehead nearly touched the ladder, appearing utterly disheveled. Seeing this, Shang Wanchan felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. She wanted desperately to urge Lin Chang'an to give up, yet the words remained stuck in her throat. Lin, you and Lin Chang'an are quite impressive, Jianxi remarked, gazing at Linfan before glancing at the struggling Lin Chang'an. Linfan was perplexed, while Jianxi continued. I can no longer ascend. It is time for me to descend. Linfan paused in bewilderment, pondering the meaning of his words. He sensed that Jianxi had yet to exert his full strength. Why then was he not ascending? Just as Linfan was engulfed in confusion, Jianxi leapt from the heavenly ladder. The onlookers were equally baffled, yet seeing the leader of the Baijian sect remain silent, they chose to refrain from further inquiries, engaging in quiet speculation instead. On the heavenly ladder, Linfan persisted, reaching the 11th step, once again astonishing the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Chang'an was caught in a frenzied struggle between the 9th and 10th steps, his muscles bulging and veins protruding. Blood even began to seep from his nose, ears, and eyes. Chang'an. The Lin family members rose, their hearts heavy with concern. Steady yourself, Lin Chang'an bellowed hoarsely, finally managing to stand on the 10th step. On the 10th step, Lin Chang'an was already bleeding profusely from all 7 orifices, completely drained of strength, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as he was about to fall, Shang Wanchan suddenly embraced him. Lin Xian took the opportunity to arrive, carefully receiving the weakened Lin Chang'an from Shang Wanchan's arms. Thank you, Miss Shangwan. You are indeed a kind-hearted young lady. Chapter 54. A step forward after Lin Xian carried Lin Chang'an away from Shang Wanchan. A hint of worry lingered in her eyes. Lin Xian brought Lin Chang'an back to the Lin family's private room and promptly placed a high-grade healing pill in his mouth. True to its name, the high-grade healing pill worked wonders, and Lin Chang'an's injuries were completely healed in less than a stick of incense's time. These healing pills, Lin Xian had obtained from the tomb of Dragon Sovereign. He had plenty, treating them as mere candies. Patriarch, Chang'an did not bring shame upon you or the Lin family. Lin Chang'an opened his eyes, his first words moving the Lin family deeply. With such a son, the Lin family was truly blessed, a stroke of fortune. Yuaning glanced at Lin Xian and then at Lin Chang'an, feeling an inexplicable confidence in this currently weak family, despite being surrounded by adversaries. On the heavenly ladder, Linfan had already claimed the first position. Chui Wu and Xiu Chun had reached their limit at the 9th step, while Jianxi had given up. After reaching the 10th step, Shang Wanchan also found it difficult to ascend further and chose to forfeit as well. Thus, even if Lin Fan decided to give up at that moment, he would still emerge as the victor. As Lin Xian had anticipated, Lin Fan indeed halted his advance. It was not that Lin Fan was unwilling to continue. Rather, he intended to keep some strength in reserve, reflecting Lin Xian's own thoughts. In the past, Lin Xian had boldly showcased his talents at the Jixia Academy because his mentor was the renowned wine sovereign of the Great Wasteland. Otherwise, he too would have held back. Haha, the victor of the first round of competition is Lin Fan of the Lin family, Xiaoyi announced with a cheerful smile. The crowd was taken aback by this outcome, finding it utterly unfathomable. Initially, it was presumed that this round of competition would favor the two individuals from the Lingwu Sect. However, it was unexpected that they did not even ascend to the 9th tier. Astonishingly, the ultimate victor turned out to be the seemingly ineffectual young patriarch of the Lin family. And it was truly commendable that a branch member of the Lin family exhibited such remarkable resilience, risking life and limb to reach the 10th tier. In the next round, a test of composure awaits you. You will be immersed in an illusionary realm, and the first to emerge from this illusion shall be declared the victor of this round. Xiai stated calmly. The crowd then made their way to a location resembling an altar on the northern side of the battle platform. This was also a creation of the great wilderness, where cultivators could sit cross-legged within to enter the illusion. Though this opportunity was solely intended for those at the opening Yuan realm. Head of the family, I am feeling much better now. I shall proceed first, Lin Xuan announced. Having nearly recovered from his injuries thanks to the healing elixir, the gazes of the onlookers towards Lin Xuan had completely transformed. Engaging in battles beyond his level and achieving the stature of the 10th tier, he would not be considered weak even throughout the entirety of Eastern State. The crowd settled on the illusionary platform, each finding a position to sit cross-legged. This round primarily targets the inner resolve of the martial artists and their self-discipline. Shangwan Jian remarked with a gentle smile. Indeed, this round holds considerable intrigue. Huya laughed heartily. Yet, Bali remained silent. Having lost face in the previous round of the ladder, Lin Xuan yawned nonchalantly, perceiving this round as yet another stage for Lin Xuan and Linfan. He found his son inscrutable. Lin Xuan possessed an extraordinary level of composure and a martial conviction that was difficult for others to fathom. The light curtain on the altar illuminated, and the youths present were drawn into the illusion. The illusionary world was astonishingly realistic, and some individuals began to display distressing expressions, clearly having encountered frightful illusions. Shall we place a wager on who will be the first to escape the illusion? Let us wager 5,000 yuan stones, shall we? Huya from the Longhu gang proposed with a laugh. Need I say more? I wager on my own clan's Chui Wu. Chui Yongzhou responded with a smile. I place my bet on Yin Jun from the Lingwu Sect, Bai La laughed. The rationale behind betting on Yin Jun was twofold. First, as a disciple of the Lingwu Sect, he undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities despite his unfortunate loss in the latter. Second, it served to curry favor with Ba Li, an elder of the Lingwu Sect. I bet on Xiu Chun. I bet on Yang Hong. Haha, in that case, I shall place my wager on Lin Xuan. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Jian chose to bet on Lin Xuan. Lin Xian felt somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Ho Mingyu spoke up with a calm demeanor. Since esteemed heads of families are so interested, I too shall partake. I wager on Linfan of the Lin family. Upon hearing Ho Mingyu's words, the expressions of the Chui family, Bai family, and Bali shifted, surprised that Ho Mingyu held Linfan in such high regard. I shall also wager on Linfan. Gong Ling chimed in. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The enigmatic vice president of the Tongtian Merchants Guild, who had scarcely uttered a word since arrival, had unexpectedly placed a bet on Linfan. Could it be that the Tongtian Merchants Guild had taken an interest in Linfan? The expressions of Chui Yongzhou, Bai La, Bai Rong, and Bali darkened instantly. If the Tongtian Merchants Guild truly valued Linfan, they would indeed hesitate to act against the Lin family. After all, the overall strength of the Tongtian Merchants Guild was not only on par with that of the Lingwu Sect, but perhaps even superior. Lin Xian cast a glance at Gong Ling, who appeared cold and aloof, yet within her heart, she remained strikingly similar to the adorable girl she once was, still just as endearing. Since everyone else has placed their bets, it is only fitting that this family head does not miss out. I shall bet on my son as well, Lin Xian declared with a grin. As soon as Lin Xian's words left his lips, someone on the altar surprisingly broke free from the illusion. Having done so in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the person who stood up was none other than Linfan. Elemental stones. It seems that I shall gladly accept your offerings. Lin Xian laughed heartily. The others' faces turned ashen, yet they could only concede defeat. Especially in front of the entire Hucking Prefecture. A total of 13 families, 3 sects, along with the Tongtian Merchants Guild and Ho Mingyu participated, culminating in a sum of 90,000 elemental stones. Those who bet on Linfan's victory included Lin Xian, Ho Mingyu, and Gong Ling, who would split the 90,000 elemental stones 3 ways, 30,000 each. Lin Xian, holding the heavy storage bag, felt an overwhelming joy. It turned out that earning elemental stones was quite profitable. In such a short time, 30,000 had already been gained. His own family toiled year-round for meager earnings. Yet this sum was equivalent to several years' worth of their previous struggles. Who would have thought that this young master could recoup his investments? Ho Mingyu took the elemental stones, casting them carelessly onto the table without a glance, displaying an attitude as if money were mere refuse. His gaze, however, could not help but wander towards Lin Xuan, though she did not spare him a single glance. Chapter 55. Elder Ba is bestowing gifts again after emerging from the illusion. Linfan bore no trace of surprise at being the first to break free. His expression remained impassive as he quietly found a corner to sit in. Observing Linfan's demeanor, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, scolding his son. This little rascal is even more pretentious than his father. Not long after Linfan exited the illusion, Jianxi also emerged, appearing relatively at ease. Following him was Lin Xuan, who astonishingly secured third place once again, eliciting murmurs of amazement from the crowd. However, Ba Li and Cui Yongzhou's expressions were far from pleasant. The animosity between Ba Li and the Lin family had grown considerably, particularly for Ba Li, as the vendetta over his son's death was one that could not be overlooked. This grudge was one Ba Li had brought upon himself. Thus, the Lingwu Sect would not publicly intervene on his behalf, yet it did not preclude Ba Li from seeking vengeance, provided it did not tarnish the sect's reputation. As for the Cui family, while there remained a slim chance for reconciliation with the Lin family, should they choose that path, it was evident they would stand opposed to Ba Li. Let us not dwell on the long-standing camaraderie between Cui Yongzhou and Ba Li. To offend Ba Li for the sake of a mere Lin family is indeed a folly of the highest order. Furthermore, a genius that has yet to flourish remains nothing more than an ant, easily crushed. Lin Xuan observed Lin Fan meditating nearby and approached him with a smile. As he passed by Jianxi, Lin Xuan kindly nodded in acknowledgement. In an unusual display of warmth, the typically stoic Jianxi returned the gesture with a slight nod, before lowering his gaze slightly and reverting to his usual cold demeanor. With a resigned smile, Lin Xuan settled down beside Lin Fan, adopting a cross-legged position. After several breaths had passed, Shang Wanchan emerged from the illusion, followed closely by Cui Wu and Xiao Chun. Upon exiting, Cui Wu noted that only Jianxi remained standing, striking a pose, while the others sat in self-satisfied repose, as if to proclaim their second-place triumph. Ahem, Cui Wu, we are right here sitting as well. Don't overlook us, Shang Wanchan playfully remarked, turning her head to wink at him. Cui Wu, taken aback, cast an awkward glance at Lin Fan and the others. Realizing the game was up, Xiao Chun chuckled in resignation, acknowledging that he was indeed outmatched by this group of mere 16 or 17-year-olds. Truly, there are always higher peaks to be scaled. Soon after, Yang Hong and Yin Jun also emerged from the illusion, but upon discovering several individuals standing upon the altar, their expressions darkened, almost to the point of dripping water. The previous round's defeat could be tolerated, yet another dismal performance in this round was intolerable. I believe the Lingwu Sect is indeed brimming with prodigies, but it seems these two have not quite lived up to the expectations, or else they would not repeatedly lag behind, Lin Xuan remarked with a grin, reclining in his chair, his words unrestrained. You, Ba Li fumed, yet found himself at a loss for words, utterly unable to retort. What more could be said? The performances of Yang Hong and Yin Jun were decidedly lackluster, leaving him utterly humiliated. He would have to face disciplinary action upon his return. My son Lin Fan has claimed victory twice in a row. I dare say the outcome of the third round is already decided in his favor, Lin Xuan remarked, dismissing Ba Li's discontent and smiling at Xia Yi instead. Oh, it may be too early to celebrate. Should Lin Fan perform poorly in the final round, then overall, it cannot be said that he has triumphed. Cui Yongzhou interjected with a raised hand and a smile. The crowd paused, contemplating the validity of his point. Oh, then what shall the final round entail? I am quite curious, Lin Xuan inquired with a smile directed at Cui Yongzhou. Let us say this. The final round was originally intended to be a different event, but the head of the family felt it lacked excitement. Thus, we shall change it to a duel, for it is more direct and engaging. This sudden announcement of a duel left the audience in stunned silence. Generally, prior to the great competition of the 18 prefectures, family gatherings within the major houses refrain from employing duels among prodigies, as it risks revealing their hidden strengths to rival houses, a strategy that could lead to their downfall. Summer E was evidently aware of this principle and appeared somewhat hesitant. Master Xia, I believe this can stimulate their potential. Besides, there is still more than half a year until the grand competition of the 18 houses, providing them ample time to enhance their abilities. In 6 months, everything will be transformed, Cui Yongzhou explained with a grin, though his reasoning seemed somewhat tenuous. I share the same sentiment. Therefore, for the third round of the contest, I shall additionally reward the first place with a 9th grade ordinary inner armor. Ba Li was determined to regain his standing, sparing no expense to ensure that the final match would be victorious, especially as his two disciples held a significant advantage in terms of rank. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 9th grade ordinary weapons are valued at tens of thousands of stones in the market, particularly armor, which is life-preserving equipment. The most expensive pieces can even fetch 6,000 to 8,000 stones, and in Huaqing House, they are often available, but still in short supply. Lin Xuan was taken aback by this grand gesture. Was Bali truly so reckless as to casually spend 70 or 80,000 stones? Lin Xuan cast a curious glance at Bali. To his surprise, Bali indeed produced a 9th-grade inner armor from his storage pouch. Upon inspection, it was of superb quality, certainly among the finest of the 9th grade, and would not be priced below 70,000 stones in the marketplace. Most practitioners of the Tongxing realm typically wield 9th-grade weapons, with only a select few able to utilize spiritual weapons or pseudo-spiritual weapons. The scarcity of weapon masters in the Great Wilderness contributes to the exorbitant pricing of spiritual weapons. Lin Xuan recalled witnessing an auction at the Jixia Academy, where a high-grade spiritual weapon incited fierce competition among numerous prominent figures, ultimately selling for an astounding 10 million stones. Even the least valuable low-grade spiritual weapons generally command prices exceeding 1 million stones, while pseudo-spiritual weapons typically range from 2 to 300,000 stones. In any case, ordinary practitioners of the Tongxing realm are indeed unable to afford spiritual weapons, and someone like Bali, a silver-robed elder of the Lingwu Sect, likely resorts to using pseudo-spiritual weapons as well. Presenting such a set of inner armor must weigh heavily on Bali's heart. Lin Xuan subtly smiled, relishing this outcome. As he held immense confidence in his son, within Linfan, Lin Xuan sensed an extraordinary power. He firmly believed that Linfan possessed his own remarkable qualities and exceptional abilities. This 9th-grade inner armor would surely serve as a trophy for the Lin family. Very well then, let us proceed as such. After contemplating for a moment, Summer helplessly waved his hand, reasoning that since the last grand competition of the 18 houses had resulted in a bottom-tier finish, it was improbable that they could perform any worse this time around. Chapter 56. Linfan and Lin Xuan in the final match was a duel. First, you must all stand in the arena at the center. Although the battlefield occupies an acre, it cannot accommodate hundreds of you. Thus, in the first round, a chaotic melee will ensue, leaving only 20 participants by the end, Cui Yongzhou stated calmly. The crowd of talented individuals was taken aback, while the families outside were left in astonishment. To reduce hundreds of participants to merely 20 in the end was an arduous feat indeed. This also implied that nearly 90% of the participants would be eliminated without any noteworthy performance. Cui Yongzhou continued, stating that due to the limited time available, with hundreds of exceptional talents facing off against one another, they had chosen this particular method, and he hoped that the various families could understand. After finishing his remarks, Cui Yongzhou smiled and cupped his hands in apology to the gathered crowd. Who among the families would dare express dissatisfaction with your Cui family? How formidable is your clan? The Cui family has cultivated numerous influences outside. Should anyone provoke them, they might find themselves utterly annihilated. Seeing that he had successfully swayed the crowd with reasoned discourse, Cui Yongzhou could not help but smile in satisfaction. Truly impressive. The head of the Cui family persuades through reason. Indeed, a paragon for our generation. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, bowing to Cui Yongzhou, his tone laden with sarcasm. Cui Yongzhou's previously cheerful demeanor instantly faded, leaving him with only a forced smile, unable to confront Lin Xuan publicly, inwardly cursing him. How thick-headed can one be? Saying whatever comes to mind. Would you kindly be quiet? Lin Xuan, oblivious to Cui Yongzhou's thoughts, felt his mission accomplished simply by irritating him. With an irreconcilable enmity now established between their families, it was a matter of either their demise or survival. Now, everyone, please take your places on the platform. Xiaoyi declared solemnly. Linfan and Lin Chang'an stood together. Uncle, this is not good. Cui Wu, Cui Sheng, as well as Yang Hong and Yin Jun, seem to have their sights set on us, Lin Chang'an remarked, surveying the surroundings and noticing several hostile gazes. That's not all. Did you not see the look in by Yuxiang's eyes? It's as if he wishes to skin me alive, Linfan jested, mocking his own predicament. Lin Chang'an, observing Linfan's ability to still find humor in the situation, could only smile wryly, increasingly perplexed by his enigmatic young uncle. The great melee begins now, Xiaoyi suddenly announced. As the battle commenced, hundreds of individuals from various families immediately engaged in fierce combat, disregarding identities or affiliations, intent on eliminating one another. Get down. You. Why are you laughing? You should join them. What are you grinning for? Get down already. If you're so skilled, come challenge me one-on-one. Oh, you dare to antagonize me? Taste my lightning 9 whips. The scene descended into utter chaos, a whirlwind of confusion and disorder. Lin Xuan, disinterested in the tumult, fixed his gaze on Linfan and Lin Chang'an, noting that their situation appeared precarious. 4. Cui Wu, Cui Sheng, by Yuxiang, as well as Yang Hong and Yin Jun, We're converging on the two. You two little pests. Do you want me to throw you down, or will you jump yourselves? Lin Jun brazenly surveyed Lin Xuan and Linfan from his elevated position. Bai Yuxiang shot an irritated glance at Lin Jun, inwardly musing, what a show-off. My sister is a direct disciple of your Lingwu Sect. Heh, gentlemen, having lost the first 2 rounds, how does it feel? Is your face stinging? Linfan is indeed the offspring of Lin Xuan, and his words are equally sharp and cutting. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun suddenly felt a searing pain on his face, as if he had been slapped, igniting a fierce urge to retaliate. How dare you both seek your own demise? Enraged, Lin Jun drew a 7th grade longsword and charged directly at Linfan and Lin Xuan. Observing Lin Jun's aggressive move, Yang Hong, the Chui brothers, and Bai Yuxiang swiftly followed suit, brandishing their weapons to assault Linfan and Lin Xuan. Stand together, we must not separate, Linfan murmured softly. Positioning himself at the forefront, Lin Xuan remained silent, committing the moment to memory as he unsheathed a spear, closely following Linfan's lead. Linfan wielded a sword. Not a cumbersome broadsword, but a tang saber, entirely black and measuring over a meter in length, with a blade of 25 inches, classified as an 8th grade ordinary weapon. Specifically chosen for him by Lin Xuan. After all, as his beloved son, a little extra care was warranted. Slashing technique, Linfan murmured, and in an instant, the tang saber radiated a cascade of shimmering blade lights towards the 5 adversaries. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and the 5 were astonishingly repelled by Linfan's strike. Just as they were regaining their composure, Lin Xuan unexpectedly surged from above. Dance of Thunder. This move, though slightly less potent, caught the 5 off guard. Boom! Another explosion resonated, sending the 5 reeling once more. Particularly vulnerable among them was Chui Sheng, who narrowly avoided being knocked off the battle platform. Hiss! The audience gasped in awe. Who would have thought that Linfan and Lin Xuan could repel Lin Jun's team? It was known that each of Lin Jun's companions could easily rank among the top 10 in strength, yet now, even united, they were thwarted by the duo. A truly astonishing feat. Well done, Lin brother. The Lin family is fortunate to have such talented sons. Shang Wanjin chuckled, stroking his sparse beard in admiration. Lin Xuan also allowed a slight smile, exclaiming, "Haha, brother Shangwan, you flatter me. These 2 youngsters from the Lin family still have much room for growth. Humility must be maintained. Humph, merely a temporary setback. Once Lin Jun regains his footing, I fear your 2 young lads from the Lin family will struggle to hold their ground." The speaker was neither Chui Yongzhou nor Bali, but rather Bai La. Bai La had recently taken a disliking to Lin Xuan and the Lin family. Lin Xuan cast a glance at the elder of the Bai family, choosing to disregard him entirely. Bai La, incensed by Lin Xuan's blatant dismissal, fumed with indignation, yet Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. Gong Ling, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow, as stubborn as ever, refuses to concede an inch. Shen Ao observed Gong Ling's laughter and deepened his gaze towards Lin Xuan, sensing something unusual about him. Chapter 57. The Twin Prodigies of the Lin Family. A beautiful heroine rescues a hero. Lin Fan. You must endure today. Bai Yuxiang grew increasingly exasperated. How could a worthless fool, rejected by his own sister, repeatedly surpass him? It was an affront to his dignity, a blatant slap in the face. Not only was Bai Yuxiang beside himself with rage, but Yang Hong and Lin Jun were also filled with both anger and trepidation. They had come to Huqing Prefecture expecting to showcase their prowess, only to find themselves utterly humiliated by the locals, especially by the worthless fiancé of Bai Yuran, the newly esteemed disciple of the spirit martial sect, who had also slain members of their master's family. The repeated disgrace inflicted upon them filled their minds with dread at the thought of their master's wrath upon their return. All of this turmoil was instigated by the likes of Linfan and Lin Xuan. Die, Lin Jun declared, launching a lethal assault, his sword gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Linfan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the seriousness of the attack, and quickly retreated, feeling the pressure from the combined assault of 5 opponents. Noticing this, Lin Xuan promptly followed suit. Within the private box, Lin Xuan observed the unfolding scene with an unruffled demeanor. This was all within his expectations. The crux of the matter lay in his insufficient strength and the lack of respect commanded by the Lin family. If his power and the family's prestige could instill fear in all, who would dare to plot against the scions of the Lin family on the battlefield? It seemed that the guise of a humble tiger was a poor strategy. It was time to exhibit their true might. Chang'an, lend me your strength. Linfan suddenly shouted with his back to Lin Chang'an, who immediately understood. Dance of Thunder. The spear was enveloped in crackling lightning, though it bore no offensive intent. Linfan seized the momentum from Lin Chang'an's spear and soared into the air. Phantom slash of the celestial vault. With a single stroke, he unleashed an astonishing force. The ninth-tier martial technique left by Yu Xiong and his companions momentarily stunned, yet the strength of the five was not to be underestimated. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated as dust and debris filled the arena. Lin Xuan and Linfan retreated swiftly, positioning themselves at the edge of the battlefield. As the dust settled, it became evident that by Yu Xiong, Cui Wu, and Yin Jun had merely been pushed back, appearing somewhat disheveled but largely unscathed. Their collective assault had neutralized Linfan's powerful strike. However, this also served to affirm the potency of Linfan's technique. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the spectators. Linfan had not only mastered the ninth-tier martial art, but wielded it with remarkable efficacy, indicating that he had indeed reached a commendable level of proficiency. Ahem. Lin Xuan waved his hand before his nose, exclaiming in resignation, "It seems they are intent on taking this seriously." Indeed, they are unwilling to see the Lin family rise to power, Linfan replied coolly, brandishing his blade. "Get down." Suddenly, before Lin Xuan could react, a figure surged forth from the side, clearly having lain in wait for an opportune moment. What? Lin Xuan was taken aback, yet he could not evade the assault. Although the vitality shield protected his body, he was still sent flying. He narrowly avoided being thrown off the stage, but at this moment, he merely managed to plant his spear into the wall of the arena, hanging limply from it, a mere shadow of resilience. The crowd turned their gaze towards the assailant, revealing it to be a scion of the Zhao family. This individual, named Zhao Fei, was the second of his generation within the Zhao clan and possessed a cultivation level of the fourth stage of the Kaiyuan realm. He appeared quite refined, evidently having awaited this opportunity for some time. "Ha ha ha, well done, Zhao Fei. Defeat that Lin Xuan," Zhao Tai exclaimed, his excitement palpable, especially as he thought of his son still recuperating, his heart bleeding at the prospect of Lin Xuan tasting the bitterness of defeat. "Xuan." Lin Fan sensed the dire situation and immediately rushed to assist Lin Xuan. However, Yin Jun and others seized this chance to block Lin Fan's path. Despite Lin Fan's strength, he found it difficult to break through the numerous obstacles before him. "Lin Xuan, descend at once." Zhao Fei sneered, preparing to force Lin Xuan down, when suddenly, a beam of sword light surged forth. With a clear clang, Zhao Fei was sent tumbling back several meters. The crowd focused their attention to discover it was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Chan. "Ha ha ha, brother Shangwan. I owe your daughter my gratitude for saving my Chang'an," Lin Xian remarked, bowing respectfully to Shangwan Jian. Shangwan Jian, surprised by his daughter's intervention, observed Lin Chang'an with a hint of suspicion before smiling in response to Lin Xian. "Hee, my daughter has always harbored a sense of justice. She likely disdains those who resort to underhanded tactics and bullying." The expressions of Ba Li, Cui Yongzhou, and Bai La instantly darkened. "Are you two casting veiled insults?" They pondered. "Oh no, this cannot merely be veiled. This is outright mockery. Hee, this is indeed a grand melee stage, where camaraderie and alliances are commonplace, is it not?" Cui Yongzhou hastily interjected. "Ha ha ha, that's not necessarily the case. This is clearly targeted. Fortunately, none of the five have managed to eliminate our Lin family's twin prodigies." Lin Xian retorted with disdain. Lin Wen and Lin Wu, seated nearby, were immensely gratified, stroking their beards with smiles that could barely contain their delight. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was cheering on Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an from the sidelines. Ho Mingyu struggled to avert his gaze from Lin Xuan, yet his peripheral vision betrayed him as it gravitated towards her. Ba Li and the others wore expressions of embarrassment, questioning why they had yet to eliminate Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan. "Thank you, Miss Shangwan." Lin Chang'an, grateful for Shangwan Chan's timely intervention, leaped onto the arena and, with a cheerful demeanor, clasped his hands in thanks. "No need for thanks. I simply could not abide their underhanded tactics," Shangwan Chan replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she waved her hands in a flustered manner. "Humph, Lin Chang'an, even with Shangwan Chan protecting you today, you must be brought down." Bai Yuxiang and Cui Sheng broke away from the crowd attacking Lin Fan, intent on taking him down one by one. To their surprise, a figure wielding a sharp sword emerged. Utilizing numbers to overwhelm is not the act of a gentleman. If you insist on proceeding this way, then I, Jin Shi, am more than willing to engage you and see if you can eliminate me as well, or if my sword truly possesses its famed sharpness. Chapter 58. Thunderchild. The crowd was taken aback by Jian Shi's unexpected appearance, leaving them in a precarious position. Jian Shi is a direct disciple of the sect leader of the sword-bowing sect, a formidable organization rumored to be backed by significant power. Not only Jian Shi, but Shangwan Chan also stood beside Lin Chang'an, clearly reflecting her stance. Although Lin Chang'an was somewhat astonished, he chose to remain silent. "Heh, Lin Fan, Lin Chang'an. You two are indeed fortunate," Yin Jun remarked coldly, his words laced with barely concealed frustration, just as Lin Fan was about to respond. Xia Yi shot a spark into the sky. The first round of the chaotic battle concluded, leaving only 20 participants. Yin Jun and his companions' expressions grew darker upon realizing that Linfan and Lin Xuan had managed to escape. Bai Li, Cui Yongzhou, and Bai La's faces soured even further, filled with embarrassment at their failure to take down a mere member of the Lin family. Especially Bai Li, whose aged hands clenched and relaxed on the armrest of his chair, feeling extreme disappointment towards his two incompetent protégés. These two fools should never have been taken under my wing, he lamented inwardly. However, there was no turning back now. It would depend on whether his disciples could eliminate Linfan and Lin Xuan in the upcoming one-on-one battles. With 20 individuals remaining, they would face off in pairs through a drawing of lots. Xia Yi stated calmly, producing a box for the lottery. Heh, it seems you truly have no chance left. Just wait for our one-on-one match. Linfan glanced at Yin Jun, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Humph, you better pray you don't encounter me, otherwise I will make your demise quite ugly. Yin Jun's murderous intent toward Linfan was palpable, confident that even if he killed Linfan, his master would protect him. He believed that such an act would not only absolve his previous failures, but also earn him great merit. Linfan discerned the murderous intent in Yin Jun's heart, but merely smiled disdainfully. Such a character hardly warranted his concern. Chang'an, your cultivation still requires refinement. If you face someone too formidable, it would be wise to concede a little, Linfan advised as they walked together. Lin Xuan's words rang true. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. To boast of temporary prowess while risking one's life is to lose everything. As long as one is alive, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yes, I understand. Lin Xuan nodded, for he was not a fool and naturally understood the principle at play. Subsequently, the remaining 20 individuals queued to draw lots. The 20 who remained on stage were predominantly offspring of prestigious star families, save for a couple of exceptions. Linfan drew his lot, number 5, which, to his surprise, matched with Bai Yuxiang. Indeed, fate had conspired to place rivals in close quarters. Meanwhile, Lin Chang'an found himself pitted against Sun Yu of the Sun family, a figure known for his quiet demeanor, akin to a venomous serpent. Jian Shi and Shang Wanchan faced off against lesser-known competitors. In the initial bouts, Qiu Chun faced Yin Jun, and remarkably, Qiu Chun chose to concede. This was likely due to the formidable backing of Yin Jun. Yang Hong secured victory over a common member of a one-star family, while Cui Wu triumphed with relative ease. Now, it was finally the turn of Lin Fan to confront Bai Yuxiang. Clad in pristine white attire and theatrically wielding a fan, Bai Yuxiang proclaimed, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you, Lin Fan, that my little sister is beyond your reach. A commoner will forever remain a commoner." His gaze fixated on Lin Fan, filled with malice. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Had Bai Yuxiang truly forgotten that Lin Fan was adept in 9th grade martial arts? Surely, he could not be so foolish. This sentiment was echoed not only by Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an, but also by several clan leaders in the VIP box. "Uncle Bai, your young scion exhibits a rather audacious demeanor. Could it be he possesses 9th grade martial arts as well?" Shang Wanjian remarked, his sarcasm unmasked. Bai Yu's expression soured, his embarrassment evident as he shot a glare at Bai Rong. What manner of teaching has led to this folly? Bai Rong, equally flustered, pondered if Bai Yuxiang had mistaken himself for Bai Yuran. "Kneel before me." Bai Yuxiang brazenly charged at Lin Fan. With a deft spring, Lin Fan soared into the air, his battle blade materializing in his hand. Flash! The 8th grade martial art unleashed its formidable power. Yet, Bai Yuxiang did not retreat. Instead, he drew a long sword and engaged fiercely. The clash of forces erupted with a resounding boom, sending Bai Yuxiang hurtling backward, landing squarely on the battleground. His once spotless white garb now sullied and tattered. "Lin Fan, I shall slay you." Bai Yuxiang roared as he regained his footing, seething with rage, and charged once more. This reckless behavior revealed to all present that Bai Yuxiang was nothing short of a fool. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Bai Rong had sired such an arrogant son. Perhaps the intelligence and talent had been bestowed upon his daughter instead. With another powerful strike, Lin Fan sent Bai Yuxiang flying yet again, leaving him disheveled and defeated. "You, a commoner, shall perish," Bai Yuxiang shrieked, suddenly retrieving a small black orb from his storage pouch and hurling it toward Lin Xian. As Lin Fan observed the approaching orb, a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Thunderbolt!" Lin Xuan abruptly rose to his feet, his tones seething with fury. The Thunderbolt, a type of one-time use weapon, possessed immense power. Even the weakest variant could slay a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. The others were utterly stunned, taken aback that Bai Yuxiang had produced a Thunderbolt. Ba Li and Cui Yongzhou exchanged glances filled with malice and delight. This foolish lad from the Bai family had unwittingly aided them. Bai Jia's Bai La and Bai Rong were equally taken aback. This was a gift from my sister for self-defense, but now it is being used against you. Linfan, prepare to meet your demise. Bai Yuxiang laughed maniacally, already envisioning Linfan being obliterated by the thunderbolt. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed, and the arena was engulfed in smoke. Yin Jun and the others were momentarily paralyzed by the force of the explosion. They surmised that if they had been within the blast radius, they would have been left gravely wounded, if not dead. Ha ha, perish. The country bumpkin deserves to die? Bai Yuxiang's laughter was wild and unrestrained. Lin Xuan was unable to intervene, but he was confident in his son's safety, having already bestowed upon Linfan the protective inner armor. Chapter 59. The King of Heaven has arrived. My son is innocent. Observing Lin Xuan's demeanor, which seemed unconcerned for his son's safety, Cui Yongzhou inquired with a grin. Hehe. Is the use of such one-time weapons permitted on the stage? Lin Xuan turned to Xia Yi for clarification. However, there is no explicit prohibition against using the thunderbolt. Bai La interjected, hastily providing an excuse for his grandson. Excellent. Lin Xuan silently scoffed. Third uncle, is Linfan all right? Lin Xuan asked, her face etched with worry. Her fists clenched tightly. Fear not. Your brother Linfan is quite capable. Lin Xuan reassured her with a gentle pat on her head. As anticipated, when the smoke cleared, Linfan emerged, dusting off the remnants of the explosion from his attire. Cough, cough, impressive. You actually employed a thunderbolt. I nearly fell into your trap. Although disheveled and slightly battered, Linfan had only sustained minor injuries. What? The crowd was incredulous. How could such a powerful thunderbolt have only inflicted superficial injuries upon Linfan? Had he perhaps reached the Yuandan realm? You wasted my heart shield, Linfan exclaimed, tossing 2 fragments of the heart shield to the ground, his tone a mix of resignation and slight regret. The crowd soon realized the truth. It was indeed this artifact that had protected him. The heart shield, a life-saving weapon of one-time use, was quite expensive in the market, and it was evident that Linfan possessed one. Everyone assumed it was the heart shield that had shielded Linfan, but only Lin Xuan smiled faintly, recognizing the boy's cleverness in concealing it, a clever ruse. You've had your fun, now it is my turn. Suddenly, Linfan's eyes sharpened, exuding an air of ruthless determination. Decisive word technique. Dragon Leap. Linfan charged directly at Bai Yuxiang, who was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault and was swiftly overwhelmed by Linfan's onslaught. A piercing scream escaped Bai Yuxiang's lips as a deep gash appeared on his arm. Another cry echoed through the air as a fresh wound marred his leg. In mere moments, Bai Yuxiang bore multiple lacerations, clearly subjected to Linfan's torment. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Linfan of the Lin family was indeed ruthless and merciless. Truly, he was one to repay every slight, unwilling to endure even the slightest loss. In future encounters, it would be wise to keep a safe distance. What is your family doing? This is a contest, not a place for your reckless antics. Bai Lao shouted in fury, slamming his palm onto the table. You better hold back. While the rules may not explicitly state it, they certainly do not permit such cruelty. Lin Xuan abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Lao, his voice a thunderous rebuke directed at the head of the Bai family. A fresh wave of gasps filled the air as the head of the Lin family stood his ground with unwavering resolve, living up to his formidable reputation. You. Bai Lao appeared momentarily speechless, his trembling finger unable to articulate a response. Lin Xuan, your son has truly gone too far. This act will destroy the long-standing friendship between our families. Bai Rong interjected, his tone dripping with irony. Friendship? Huh, Bai Rong. How did I not see you for the treacherous fiend you are? I once saved your life, and yet you dare to threaten me. You had better step aside. Even if the heavens descended, my son has done nothing wrong. With a thunderous surge, Lin Xuan's immense aura erupted, exuding an aura of terror. What do you intend to do? Bai Rong was taken aback, astonished that Lin Xuan would confront the Bai family directly. He recalled how Lin Xuan had once been so gentle and refined, possessing an air of dignity, and now he had transformed into this fearsome figure. Master Xia, is there any issue with my son's actions? Lin Xuan inquired, turning his gaze towards Xia Yi. Xia Yi shook his head slightly. Indeed, there were no regulations against such actions, thus rendering them permissible. Oh, Bai Yuxiang, now riddled with wounds, writhed in agony and began to kneel in a plea for mercy. I was wrong. Spare me, please. Father, save me. Grandfather, help me. His previous arrogance had crumbled into sheer desperation. Fear not. I have not inflicted any grievous harm upon you. These are but superficial wounds. Linfan declared cheerfully as he sheathed his blade. Sword 11 observed Bai Yuxiang with keen interest, particularly the myriad of wounds adorning his body. Linfan's strikes were swift and precise. It was evident that his mastery of the blade was profound, igniting a flicker of combativeness within Sword 11. As for Shang Wanchan, she pursed her lips, unable to bear the sight of such a bloody spectacle. Lin Chang'an regarded Bai Yuxiang with a cold expression akin to that of a dead dog. Meanwhile, Yin Jun and his companions wore grim expressions. They had underestimated Linfan, who was far more ruthless than they had ever imagined. Stop! Command your son to cease at once. Bai Lao exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury evident in his voice, for this was his own grandson. He chuckled, mentioning the 20,000 stones, urging his son to stop. The protective mirror his son possessed was worth that much. Surely, some compensation was in order. Lin Xuan, with a playful smile, raised 2 fingers. You are simply demanding an exorbitant price. Bai Rong exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation. Will you, or one to you? Lin Xuan reclined back into his chair, seemingly indifferent, for he had ample time to waste. Father, save me. In the brief span of time, Bai Yuxiang's clothes were almost in tatters. I will. Bai La gritted his teeth in response. Very well, Fanner, let us spare Bai Yuxiang this time. Yes, father. Lin Fan nodded slightly, then sent Bai Yuxiang tumbling off the battle stage with a swift kick. 20,000 stones, indeed, a substantial sum. Lin Xuan beamed as he held the stones. He had effectively profited, amassing a total of 50,000 stones, an exhilarating feat that left him utterly elated. Bai Rong, with a gloomy countenance, escorted Bai Yuxiang away for healing. Bai La fell silent, his expression darkening. The surrounding families appeared to have witnessed a splendid spectacle. Each year S family gathering boasted its share of entertainment. Yet this year was particularly remarkable. As the Lin family openly clashed with the Chui and Bai families from Huaqing Prefecture, it seemed that the Bai and Chui families were at a disadvantage, while the Lin family subtly gained the upper hand. Impressive, your blade is sharp and swift, Jian Shi remarked, glancing at the sword in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan replied with a friendly smile. Indeed, your sword must be equally formidable. I look forward to a friendly spar. Likewise, that was precisely my intention. The next match commenced, featuring Lin Chang'an of the Lin family against Sun Ya of the Sun family. Having emerged victorious, Lin Fan was eager to proceed to the next bout. Chapter 60. Breakthrough in battle. Sun Ya ascended the battle stage slowly, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Lin Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing this understated opponent who had remained in the background for 2 rounds. The Sun family, allied with the Chui family for generations, would undoubtedly harbor no goodwill towards the Lin family. Hee, Sun family, Sun Ya, I seek your guidance, he said with a chilling smile. Lin family, Lin Chang'an, I too seek your guidance. Lin Chang'an readied himself for combat. Boom. Sun Ya struck first, launching an all-out attack, wielding a 7th-grade sharp sword. His speed was astonishing, while Lin Chang'an's agility faltered, leaving him no choice but to endure the onslaught. Free spear divine shield. Lin Chang'an swung his spear, forming a protective barrier. Bang. A thunderous explosion resonated as Lin Chang'an was propelled backward. Sun Ya surprisingly possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of Kaiyuan. It seems the good fortune of the Lin family head has reached its limit. You, Lin Chang'an, are merely at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. Even against the Zhao family's madman, you barely secured a victory. Now, facing the 5th level Sun Ya, you are destined for defeat. Chui Yongzhou chuckled, stroking his beard with self-satisfaction. After all, Chui Yongzhou could be considered a distant relative of Sun Ya. Sun Qianlong remained silent, watching intently, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Xuan, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Lin Xuan sensed the fierce light in Sun Qianlong's eyes and furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that the Sun family held quite a prejudice against him. Understandably so, considering the familial ties between the Sun and Chui families. Lin Chang'an, be defeated. Water sword. Sun Ya shouted, enveloped in a mist, conjuring a water sword that lunged toward Lin Chang'an. Rather than retreating, Lin Chang'an advanced, declaring, dance of thunder and lightning. His spear whirled, surrounded by crackling electricity, colliding with Sun Ya's assault. With a tremendous crash, Sun Ya only staggered back a few paces, while Lin Chang'an was forced back several more. The disparity in their levels was evident, with Lin Chang'an nearing the edge of the arena, prompting concern from Lin Fan. Similarly, Shang Wanchan's eyes reflected her worry. At the 5th level of Kaiyuan, you cannot compare to my 3rd level. Sun Ya roared once more, launching a ferocious attack toward Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an furrowed his brow tightly, gritting his teeth. Though pressed into a corner, he retaliated fiercely. With a swift strike, Sun Ya's blade cut into Lin Chang'an's arm, blood streaming forth. Chang'an! Lin Fan shouted in alarm. Ah! Shang Wanchan gasped anxiously. Lin Chang'an glanced at the wound on his arm, murmuring to himself, almost there, just a little more. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Lin Chang'an was no fool, and would not foolishly allow himself to be tormented by Sun Ya. Thus, there must be a rationale behind his actions. What could it be? Even Lin Xuan found it difficult to discern immediately. As more wounds marked Lin Chang'an's body, he appeared quite fearsome, drenched in blood. Head of the Lin family. Your branch seems rather resilient, enduring so many strikes, Cui Yongzhou remarked with a faint smile. How foolish, to resist while 2 levels below. All that awaits is a body covered in injuries, while he added with a calm smile. Sun Qianlong could not help but smile in agreement. Meanwhile, Ho Mingyu's heart was already half with Lin Xuan. Gong Ling rested her head on one hand, seemingly indifferent, as she observed the battle without a hint of concern. Heh! Lin Chang'an, you are tenacious. Do not blame me for being ruthless today. Great round moon slash. Sunya shouted, a full moon materializing behind him. Clearly a 7th-tier martial technique of considerable power. That will suffice. I am grateful to you. Lin Chang'an replied, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with unwavering determination as he grinned at Sunya. What do you mean? Sunya felt a sudden unease, mirrored by the astonishment of those around him. Lin Xuan suddenly understood, shock washing over him. He realized that Lin Chang'an was deliberately provoking Sunya to unleash his potential, aiming for a breakthrough. Achieving a breakthrough in the midst of battle was often deemed the act of a madman, as the danger was exponentially heightened. Even if it was merely a minor level. Within Lin Xuan's heart, he held Lin Chang'an in even higher regard. This Lin Chang'an appeared to be someone worthy of meticulous cultivation. Once properly nurtured, the realm of the 3 passages might not even represent his highest achievement. Congratulations to you. Sunya, our gap has narrowed by 1 level. With a resounding shout, Lin Chang'an's previously waning spirit surged dramatically. He had broken through to the 4th layer of the opening yuan, a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Such terror. All present gasped in astonishment, witnessing a breakthrough occur amidst combat. Gong Ling's eyes flickered. Breakthroughs during battle were exceedingly rare, even in the capital. She was taken aback by the audacity of a branch of the Lin family. This only elevated her regard for him further. Even if you have broken through, you must still bow down before me. Sunya, momentarily stunned, suppressed his inner turmoil and swung his long sword down upon Lin Chang'an with fervor. Lin Chang'an wielded his spear with both hands, blood splattering the ground. Dance of Thunder. This iteration of the Dance of Thunder exhibited a potency far surpassing its predecessors, reaching the 5th layer of the opening yuan. Ah! Break! 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 Lin Chang'an shouted in frenzy. The full moon met the power of the thunder, resulting in a resounding explosion. Lin Chang'an and Sun Yu were both caught in the blast, sending them tumbling off the battle stage. The match ended in a draw. Though it was a tie, Lin Chang'an had undeniably triumphed in spirit. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough in battle, but he also managed to hold his own against Sunya, who was at the 5th layer of the opening yuan. This indicated that Lin Chang'an's combat prowess was exceptionally outstanding for his level. Sun Qianlong, witnessing his son's defeat, wore a grim expression but refrained from further commentary, simply sending someone to retrieve his son. In contrast, Lin Xuan personally descended to escort Lin Chang'an back to the private box. You rascal! To attend a family gathering and sustain 2 severe injuries is quite the audacity. Lin Xuan chuckled, his words lacking harshness, yet filled with affirmation for Lin Chang'an. Despite his considerable injuries, Lin Chang'an revealed a bright smile. Hee. Did Chang'an tarnish the Lin family's reputation? Not at all. Instead, you have brought honor to our clan. Lin Wen remarked, his face beaming with satisfaction as he regarded Lin Chang'an. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as the direct descendant of the Lin family. Upon returning home, the clan leader shall bestow upon you ample rewards. Thank you, clan leader. Chapter 61, The Final Showdown, Linfan vs. In June, with the first round of competitions concluded, only 10 individuals remained to advance. The Lin family S. Linfan and Lin Chang'an. The Cui family S. Cui Wu and Cui Sheng. The Shangwan family S. Shangwan Chan. Lingwu Sect S. Yang Hong and In Jun, Beijiamen S. Jinshi. Su family S. Su Wan, and Longhu Gang S. Wu Shan. The next round would commence with another draw for matchups. After a half-hour wait, allowing everyone time to recuperate, Xiaoyi spoke calmly. Chang'an, your injuries are severe. Should you encounter a formidable opponent, do not hesitate to forfeit. Lin Xuan spoke softly. Understood. Lin Chang'an was acutely aware that his current strength had diminished to merely 50 or 60%, rendering him incapable of contending with the individuals present. Ironically, Linfan drew Lin Chang'an as his opponent. Consequently, Lin Chang'an promptly opted for a forfeit. As for the remaining participants, the final 4 consisted of Yang Hong, In Jun, Cui Wu, and Jianxi. When Shangwan Chan faced Jianxi, she surprisingly conceded defeat. It seemed that Shangwan Chan held an indifferent attitude towards victory or loss. Conversely, Shangwan Jian exhibited no reaction to his daughter's decision to forfeit, demonstrating that his primary concern was her happiness. With the commencement of the 3rd round of the draw, one individual would receive a bye. To everyone's astonishment, Linfan was again granted a bye. Holding the bye card, Linfan fell into contemplation, pondering whether his luck was excessively fortuitous. Ba Li and Cui Yongzhou found themselves in a state of utter helplessness, with Linfan's assured position in the top 3. Coupled with his victories in the previous 2 rounds, he was undoubtedly destined to claim the overall first place. In the final match of the 3rd round, only Yinjun and Jianxi remained. When Yinjun faced Cui Wu chose to forfeit without contest. Meanwhile, Yang Hong shockingly fell to Jianxi. Jianxi had already manifested his sword intent, clearly progressing along the path of sword mastery. Following Yang Hong's defeat, Ba Li's expression darkened considerably. It was a striking humiliation for a minor sect to vanquish his disciple. The sect master of the Baijian men, however, viewed this development with no surprise. Lin Xuan observed Jianxi in the arena, raising an eyebrow. This Jianxi was indeed extraordinary. Fanner, Chang'an, what are your thoughts on Jianxi? Lin Xuan inquired of Linfan and Lin Chang'an. He is remarkably formidable. I cannot decipher his abilities, and should we engage? My chances of victory are less than 20%. Lin Chang'an gradually shook his head in contemplation. Linfan nodded in agreement. Father, Jianxi possesses profound comprehension of the sword. I cannot fathom his depths. He seems to possess a commendable nature. And it appears he harbors goodwill towards both of you. If possible, you two should consider forging a friendship with him. Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile and a wave of his hand. Indeed, that is my intention, Linfan responded cheerfully, and Lin Chang'an subtly nodded in accord. In the next segment, the stage was set for the decisive battle. Xiaoyi stepped forward and declared, I forfeit. Jianxi extended his hand and calmly stated, I also forfeit. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Jianxi, unexpectedly, chose to forfeit. Oh, Jianxi, do you truly wish to forfeit? Xiaoyi inquired. Gazing at him. Yes, I forfeit. I no longer wish to compete, Jianxi replied, casting a regretful glance at Linfan before retreating to the Baijianmen's private area. Interesting, this Jianxi has a story to tell, Lin Xuan remarked with a subtle smile. Thus, the final round will feature Linfan against Yinjun. Xiaoyi continued. Finally, it's our turn. Yinjun's eyes blazed with intensity as he regarded Linfan. Linfan could only smile wryly, realizing he had become an object of envy. Suddenly, he recognized that the Lin family was now surrounded on all sides. The Bai and Cui families of Huaqing Mansion, the Sun family of Longcheng, and the silver-robed elder from Lingwu Sect all cast a shadow over the Lin family, which seemed as fragile as a young sapling. Yet, Linfan discreetly glanced at his father, who sat composed in his seat, and smiled gently. Although he could not discern the reason, Linfan sensed that his father seemed entirely devoid of any sense of crisis. In the face of these threats, Linfan felt his father possessed an innate assurance, as though he held all the reins. Linfan placed his unwavering trust in his father, and even the whispers surrounding him hinted at his father's extraordinary nature, suggesting that many secrets lay hidden in his wake. Upon ascending the battle platform, Linfan beheld the venomous countenance of Yinjun cough. It seems we have no enmity between us, so why this glare? Linfan spoke with a nonchalant smile, feigning indifference. Linfan, today, I shall ensure your demise. Only with your death can I atone for my sins. Yinjun smirked wickedly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The smile that had adorned Linfan's face faded, for he realized that Yinjun was indeed intent on taking his life. As the match commenced, the declaration was made. To the point. With that, Xiaoyi retreated to her seat. Dai, Yinjun brandished an ordinary grade, 8th tier katana, charging directly at Linfan, his prowess at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm unmistakable. The onlookers fixated on Gongling's expression remained impassive as she slightly nodded her head. Lin Xuan understood immediately and smiled. The path ahead for his son would indeed be much smoother. Chapter 62. Profound gains within the private room. The heads of various prominent families observed the battle unfolding in the arena, each harboring their own thoughts. The combat on the stage had reached a fever pitch. The current scene depicted Yinjun launching a fierce assault, while Linfan defended with his blade, his footing steady and unhurried. Suddenly, Yinjun produced a small sword and hurled it towards Linfan with remarkable speed. Linfan narrowed his eyes at the incoming blade, his steps quickening. Dragons ascend. Linfan let out a soft hum, soaring into the air like a dragon. Towering over Yinjun, Yinjun's expression shifted, his gaze darkening as he charged forward with his sword. Great river sword technique, Yinjun shouted, his long sword producing a flurry of dazzling sword flowers, which were soon followed by a tumultuous wave of attack. Heavenly slash. Linfan also uttered a low hum, his voice barely audible, yet his vitality surged dramatically. The two figures, one high and one low, collided in an instant. A resounding boom echoed across the entire hucking arena, leaving the spectators from various families in awe. This sensation rivals that of an ordinary 8th-level combatant. Indeed, these two are remarkably formidable. Is this truly the wasteful young patriarch of the Bai family who was rejected? How can he be so powerful? Haha, it seems Linfan has concealed his talents quite well. If the Lin family can weather this storm, they are bound to soar to great heights. Indeed, it is best not to offend either side. Choosing the wrong faction could lead to the ruin of an entire family. Bai La tightened her grip, feeling as though events were slipping beyond her control. Initially believing the Lin family's waste would be utterly ineffectual, she was taken aback to discover a cunning tiger in disguise. Despite earlier comments regarding the disparity in strength, witnessing Linfan's extraordinary talent filled the Bai family with a subtle sense of unease. Linfan, you are truly impressive. Lin Xuan clapped her hands joyfully, her smile radiating purity and charm, causing Hou Mingyu from another private room to be momentarily spellbound. Lin Xuan raised his teacup, taking a sip and nodding in satisfaction. Huh. Who would dare to claim our Lin family's young patriarch is a waste? He is undoubtedly a prodigy. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu were equally elated. After the thunderous clash, Linfan and Yin Jun separated, both bearing wounds of varying severity. Cough, you little rascal. I didn't expect you to possess such skill. Yin Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Linfan shook his sword, offering a slight smile. Dragon's Ascent. Sword of Decimation. Linfan's next move was somewhat unexpected. Without hesitation, he launched into a new round of attack. Yin Jun was taken aback, having been prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, only to find Linfan charging forward without warning. Uft. Linfan's strike was swift, so rapid that the other young onlookers could scarcely discern its trajectory. Even Yin Jun was sent flying several meters by a single blow. You old scoundrel. Yin Jun's words had yet to fully escape his lips when Linfan abruptly appeared behind him, delivering a forceful kick to his head. Yin Jun's movements were abruptly halted, and he soared through the air once more, resembling a deflated balloon. Yin Jun was thoroughly defeated, and even Cui Yongzhou and Ba Li were astonished by Linfan's triumph over Yin Jun. Despite Yin Jun's shortcomings compared to Linfan, he was still a formidable practitioner at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. This revelation prompted a collective inquiry among the spectators. What level of cultivation did Linfan currently possess? Ha, Master Xia, it seems our Linfan has emerged victorious. Lin Xuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he looked towards Xia Yi. Xia Yi, observing Yin Jun lying on the ground like a defeated dog, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The victor of the final round is Linfan of the Lin family. Although Xia Yi personally announced the results, the crowd continued to gaze at Linfan in disbelief. The first match had indeed concluded with a member of the Lin family achieving victory. Master Lin, with such a prodigious talent in your family, congratulations are in order, Shang Wanjian said with a smile, bowing respectfully to Lin Xuan. Indeed, the Lin family possesses such a gifted individual, truly enviable. Huya from the Tiger Gang chimed in with cheerful compliments. Ba Li, Cui Yongzhou, and Bai La, who already wore somber expressions, found their countenances darkening further upon hearing the praises from others. My Linfan still has a long way to go. Lin Xuan replied with a smile and a respectful bow. As the first round concluded, the victor was declared to be Lin Xuan, along with the promised yuan stones and armor. Elder Ba, what do you have to say about this? Lin Xuan suddenly turned to Ba Li, a sly grin on his face. Ba Li's expression shifted dramatically. Internally, he was tormented by the thought of having to hand over money to his adversary. Master Lin, some things may be yours to take, but beware of the cost of your life. Ba Li gritted his teeth as he spoke, then tossed a storage bag towards Lin Xuan. In front of all those present, he could not allow himself the indignity of retracting his words. Lin Xuan accepted the storage bag. Though his demeanor remained composed, his heart was filled with joy. In just a few short hours, he had earned 75,000 yuan stones and acquired a 9th-grade ordinary inner armor, valued at around 70,000 stones. This meant he had profited a total of 145,000 stones, a remarkable windfall. Lin Xuan stored the bag away, choosing not to glance at Ba Li again. Father. Linfan returned to the private room, grinning as he addressed Lin Xuan. Well done, my boy. You've brought no shame to your father. Lin Xuan patted Linfan's shoulder, his face beaming with joy. The others joined in the laughter. Brother Linfan, you are truly incredible, Lin Xuan exclaimed, linking her arm with his, her eyes sparkling with delight like crescent moons. Linfan, feeling a touch bashful, shyly rubbed his nose. The next match is for those aged 18 to 22. Lin Ao, remember that your strength may be inadequate, so if you cannot win, do not hesitate to concede. There is no shame in admitting defeat, Linfan remarked with a frown as he looked at Lin Ao. Aware of his own limitations, Lin Ao could only nod slightly, a fleeting shadow of despondency crossing his eyes. The second grand competition begins now, Xia continued to announce. It was Lin Ao's turn to compete. Lin Xuan remained seated quietly in the private box. Master Lin, this is a letter from our president. Suddenly, a maid entered the Lin family box, smiling as she presented a letter to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, casting a discreet glance at Gong Ling before accepting the correspondence. Upon opening it, he scanned its contents briefly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this was splendid news. Chapter 63. The Attitude of Ho Mingyu Father? What is it? Did President Gong from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce send this? Linfan inquired with narrowed eyes, observing Lin Xuan with a look of curiosity. He harbored serious suspicions regarding the connection between the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and his father. The others also instantly turned their attention to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu were aware that their younger brother had been taken away by a wandering immortal during his childhood, but they were oblivious to where that immortal had taken him. However, they were certain that their brother had experienced a rather exciting life beyond their family. Cough. You young child, why are you so concerned about such matters? Lin Xuan remarked with irritation, then calmly added. I have a friend in the capital who claims he can facilitate Linfan and Chang'an's journey to the capital for their training. The crowd was taken aback and elated. Such an opportunity was indeed remarkable. Of course, this will not happen immediately. The grand competition is still more than half a year away. What I mean is that for the next half year, I will guide you, Fanner, and Chang'an in your training, and afterward, I will send you both to the capital. Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Lin Chang'an seemed visibly excited, unable to believe he would have the chance to train in the capital. Lin Fan, however, appeared somewhat astonished, pondering the extent of his father's influence. Do not rejoice too soon. The capital is the heart of the great wilderness, teeming with formidable powers. Families like the Bai and Shui are numerous, and half of those on the Dragon and Phoenix talents list hail from the capital. Should you venture there, you will find that talent abounds everywhere. Without diligence, you will fade into obscurity. Lin Xuan said with a smile, his words tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it had been 22 years since he had left the capital, and he was uncertain of what it had become. Chang'an will surely strive with all his might. Lin Fan has taken note. Both Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an declared, clasping their fists in a show of unwavering determination. Lin Wan and Lin Wu were overjoyed. It seemed the Lin family was truly on the verge of a resurgence. With Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan in the family, even if they were to perish now, they would have no regrets. Yuan Ying was equally astonished and elated. She had initially thought the Lin family was surrounded by danger. Yet it appeared that her uncle possessed an intriguing air of mystery. As the Lin family engaged in conversation, Lin Ao had already taken to the stage. The battle extended into the night before a victor emerged, ultimately revealing the disciple of Bali as the champion. Lin Ao, on the other hand, faced a devastating defeat. Bali had dispatched 2 disciples, one at the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm, while the other astonishingly reached the minor Yuan Dan stage. In comparison, Lin Ao was utterly outclassed. He suffered a severe beating from the disciple at the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm, and had it not been for Lin Xuan intervening to concede on Lin Ao's behalf, he might have been left in a critical state. Nevertheless, he emerged with significant injuries. Lin Ao felt he had brought shame upon the Lin family, and humbly requested punishment from the family head. Returning to the private room, battered and bruised, Lin Ao knelt before Lin Xuan, his face etched with shame as he clenched his fists tightly. This battle had dealt a severe blow to his confidence. First, tend to your wounds, Lin Ao. Remember, the worth of a hero is not determined by victory or defeat. Moreover, this is but a minor setback. In due time, you shall reclaim your honor, rendering today's loss merely a source of motivation. Lin Xuan spoke softly, gazing at the kneeling Lin Ao. Indeed, brother Ao, we have ample time ahead of us. Do not despair. The members of the Lin family encouraged in unison. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of unity enveloped the Lin family. Deeply moved, Lin Ao wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, rising with unwavering determination. He vowed to grow stronger, ensuring that the family's reputation would not tarnish under his stewardship. Lin Xuan nodded in approval, reiterating that failure is not to be feared, but rather the loss of spirit amidst adversity is truly daunting. Esteemed guests, this battle has concluded. I invite you all to the Hucking restaurant for an evening of camaraderie. Tomorrow marks the family head-esque contest, and following that, the Tongtian Commerce will host a grand auction at Hucking Mansion. I hope to see you all there. Xia Yi exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor, addressing the assembly. Everyone was taken aback. The Tongtian Commerce was indeed organizing an auction, and it promised to be an event not to be missed. The treasures auctioned at their events were often dazzling, many of which were unheard of in their small locale. Now, The day's events have come to a close. Please return and recuperate. Fan, Chang'an, Lin Ao, I will conduct special training for you later. Lin Xuan remarked, casting a glance at Linfan and the others. Yes. Father, family head. At the banquet and hucking restaurant, Lin Xuan took his place in the foremost private room, seated alongside the most influential figures of Hucking Mansion. Naturally, Cui Yongzhou and Bai La were displeased, yet Lin Xuan had garnered the support of Shangguan Jian, with even President Gong personally extending an invitation. This left Cui Yongzhou and his companions feeling somewhat apprehensive. Earlier, they had heard whispers of the Lin family head's unparalleled swordsmanship. They wondered if he might showcase his skills in person. Bali's discomfort grew as he set down his cup, his face contorted into a myriad of wrinkles. Watching Lin Xuan with a sly smile, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Xuan, anticipating Bali's impending challenge. To request the head of a family to perform swordplay publicly could be construed as a form of humiliation. Lin Xuan leisurely took a sip of the freshly brewed wine, then spoke with a hint of indifference. I have heard that the Lingwu Sect is renowned for its exceptional techniques. And Elder Bali's hammering method has reached an unparalleled level. If Elder Bali is willing, I would be honored to dance alongside him. Lin Xuan's words darkened Elder Bali's expression. This Lin Xuan truly exhibited an audacity that left him at a loss. In the past, when dealing with family heads from lesser clans, a mere display of discontent would send them trembling in fear. Yet, with Lin Xuan, the situation was entirely different. How could Elder Bali, a respected elder of the Lingwu Sect, be compelled to engage in a sword dance again? Cui Yongzhou immediately sought to salvage the situation, his words carrying a deeper implication. What status do you, Lin Xuan, have to compare yourself with Elder Bali? Lin Xuan, unhurriedly setting down his wine cup, was about to begin his act of feigned indifference when, surprisingly, Ho Mingyu intervened on his behalf. As the head of the Lin family, you should not be required to engage in a sword dance, especially considering that the Lin family is now recognized as a first-tier clan. That would be quite inappropriate. Ho Mingyu's remarks left many puzzled. Could it be that Lin Xuan had somehow allied himself with the powerful Dong Tianwang mansion? Everyone harbored doubts, including Lin Xuan, who wondered if Ho Mingyu harbored intentions of recruiting him as a subordinate. Truly, this was intolerable. Chapter 64. Midnight Conversations. Cui Yongzhou and Elder Bali dared not disregard the young prince from the Dong Tianwang mansion, thus they ceased their contention. Lin Xuan, enjoying the tranquility, engaged in light conversation with Shangguan Jian during the banquet. Strangely, Ho Mingyu not only personally offered a toast, but also apologized for his previous rashness, ultimately descending to the lower floor to share a drink with the members of the Lin family. Lin Xuan and his kin were left bewildered by Ho Mingyu's unexpected behavior. However, Lin Xuan chose not to dwell on it, finishing his drink before departing the Hucking Tavern with his family. In the dead of night, the Hucking Mansion still flickered with flames and light in many areas. Even on the Hucking River, numerous boats drifted about, with cultivators exchanging cups and laughter, adding warmth and a touch of spring to the cool night. Beneath a grand willow tree by the riverbank, two figures sat facing each other, a man and a woman, exuding an air of harmony. What brings you to summon me at such an hour? Lin Xuan asked, regarding the woman, Gong Ling, with a faint smile. Your Lin family has hidden its depth well. I remember when I first arrived 6 months ago, your family was merely at the bottom tier, devoid of any potential. Who would have thought that now? Not only is there the resolute Lin Chang'an, but also your precious son, who leaves me utterly perplexed. Over the past 20 years, Gong Ling had certainly sharpened her tongue, speaking without a hint of mercy. Lin Xuan could only shake his head in resignation, smiling faintly, while inwardly sighing. It seemed his sudden departure had indeed caused much anger and sadness among many. In response, Lin Xuan could only adopt a slightly more amiable demeanor, fervently hoping that Gong Ling would not become so incensed as to tug at his hair. Of course, it was unlikely that the current Gong Ling would engage in such childish antics. He chuckled inwardly, given the family's insufficient strength. How could one dare to reveal their cards so casually? Lin Xuan was undoubtedly well prepared for every possible scenario. He chuckled to himself, finding solace in his own reasoning. Naturally, he could not divulge to Gong Ling that his newfound confidence stemmed from having acquired a system. Yet, it was undeniably true that Lin Xuan had endured a great deal of frustration since the age of 20, 40 years of it, in fact. No one truly understood the depths of his discontent during that time. Now that he had obtained this system, Lin Xuan was resolute in his desire to cease enduring and to ensure that the Lin family no longer remained in the shadows. Listening to Lin Xuan's words, Gong Ling paused momentarily, her eyes reflecting a flicker of sentiment and sadness. What troubles you? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Gong Ling with a puzzled expression. She exhaled softly, realizing that it had been 22 years, She had almost forgotten that he was now 60 years old, no longer youthful, and had even begun referring to himself as old man. Lin Xuan was taken aback. The term old man was one he had adopted in his 50s. In his younger years, he preferred to call himself I, and during middle age, he often referred to himself as I, the head of the family. However, upon reaching his 50s, he felt it inappropriate to continue in such a youthful manner, and thus followed in the footsteps of his two elder brothers, embracing the title old man. Indeed, I am no longer young. It is only natural to refer to myself as old man. Lin Xuan sighed in response. Ah, but your appearance has also faded. You now resemble a little old man in your 40s or 50s, while my sisters still retain their former stunning beauty, Gong Ling retorted sharply, as if driving a knife into Lin Xuan's heart. Lin Xuan scoffed internally. How could she call him a little old man? He had been strikingly handsome in his youth and could still be considered a charming uncle. What nonsense was that? All right, enough of this. I did not come here to endure your hurtful remarks. What is it that you truly wish to discuss? Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. What are your plans moving forward? Gong Ling straightened her posture, gazing intently at Lin Xuan. What plans? Lin Xuan sighed deeply. Without the system, he would have merely intended for the Lin family to survive after his departure. However, now that he had the system, Lin Xuan was filled with numerous aspirations. First and foremost, he needed to locate the mother of his child, though he had no idea where she might be. As for his other thoughts, they could only be described as whimsical fantasies. Ahem, I do not have many plans. I have broken through to the third realm of divine enlightenment and now focus solely on expanding the Lin family. Lin Xuan spoke without revealing his true intentions, appearing unconcerned as he did so. Is it solely for the Lin family? What about yourself? Gong Ling's tone grew more intense, her breath slightly unsteady due to her agitation. Ah, why such anger? Anger harms the liver and spleen. I recall the time when I was gravely injured. I was not expected to survive long. Yet, due to my adherence to the principles of health preservation, I have managed to endure until now. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, lifting a wine cup and downing its contents in one go. What a fine wine, Gong Ling. However, I must admit that nothing compares to the Zhuaxian brew I once crafted. Lin Xuan remarked with a jovial grin. Zhuaxian brew is a creation of Lin Xuan from the Jixiao Academy, where individuals in this fantastical realm devote themselves entirely to cultivation, who would indulge in trivial pursuits. While the wines of the cultivation world may hold properties that accelerate one's training, their flavors leave much to be desired. Thus, Lin Xuan employed the winemaking techniques from his previous life, merging them with the mystical properties of this realm, resulting in the finest wine in the Great Wasteland. The Zhuaxian brew. Bang! Gong Ling's hand struck the stone table, startling Lin Xuan. You were gravely injured. Gong Ling's sharp gaze pierced through Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan cleared his throat twice, assuring her that he was fully healed and unscathed. His injuries were inflicted by no ordinary individual, and he would undoubtedly repay the debt to the one who caused him such harm. A cold glint flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. For 22 years, he had remembered that lofty figure who looked down upon him with disdain. Once he had matured, he would ensure that the one who had wronged him would face the consequences. Observing that Lin Xuan seemed genuinely unharmed, Gong Ling finally relaxed. Very well. Regarding your earlier dilemma, besides living for the Lin family, what else is there? What about yourself? The intensity of Gong Ling's gaze made Lin Xuan feel somewhat cornered. He averted his eyes, not out of fear of her, but from the weight of those he felt he had wronged, his esteemed mentor, his beloved little junior sister, and the one who once danced for him upon the desolate river, among many others. Sigh. It has all passed. 22 years have long since faded into memory. Lin Xuan feigned nonchalance and waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 65. Celebrating the 300th birthday of the wine sovereign. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Gong Ling's small fists clenched tightly, her silver teeth grinding audibly, as if she were ready to take a bite out of him. Lin Xuan, should you dare harbor such thoughts, I shall personally ensure that my sister pays you a visit. Gong Ling's slight aura of authority hinted that Lin Xuan felt the weight of her presence. Ahem, Gong Ling, what is it that you truly wish to say or express? Speak plainly, Lin Xuan insisted, coughing lightly to feign ease. Gong Ling seemed merely intent on intimidating Lin Xuan, but seeing that he was unfazed, she withdrew her imposing demeanor. The great competition of the 18 houses is set to occur in 6 months. There are indeed significant opportunities awaiting. However, if the family's strength is lacking, participating would only serve to add to the numbers. Lin Xuan, I hope that the Lin family's capabilities extend beyond this. Otherwise, attending the great competition of the 18 houses would prove perilous, if not utterly futile. Hee, I thought you might say something. Rest assured, the strength of the Lin family is indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Xuan feigned mystery as he spoke. At present, this is true. However, in 6 months, everything will surely change dramatically. Well, regarding the great competition of the 18 prefectures, as you are aware, it is presided over by the imperial family. And sects like the Lingwu Sect vehemently oppose it. They will certainly employ various legitimate means to obstruct it. And your Lin family will likely become a focal point for the Lingwu Sect. Gong Ling continued. Lin Xuan curled his lip. He was already aware of this, even without Gong Ling's words. He had long prepared himself for the repercussions of offending the Lingwu Sect. Moreover, both his son and Lin Chang'an are exceptionally talented, so facing obstacles was to be expected. Furthermore, after the conclusion of the great competition, I can bring Linfan and Lin Chang'an to the capital for training. What about you? Gong Ling finally posed the question she had been eager to ask. Lin Xuan suddenly froze, gazing at Gong Ling's hopeful expression, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Me? He chuckled lightly, saying, "Let us see when the time comes." Once more, he waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance, and then raised his cup to drain it in one gulp. Do you not wish to go to the capital? Gong Ling, seeing Lin Xuan evade the crucial question, decided to be straightforward. What would I do in the capital? Lin Xuan set down his cup, furrowing his brow. Gong Ling pouted. It seems she would have to bring out the heavy artillery. In less than a year and a half, it will be your master's grand birthday celebration. Do you realize the significance of this occasion? Lin Xuan was taken aback once more. His master's birthday? Reflecting on the time he had inquired about his master's age at 13. He recalled that his master was already over 250 years old then. Doing the math, it appeared to be a milestone of 300 years. Lin Xuan suppressed his excitement and replied, Hee, it's fortunate you haven't forgotten your master's age. Indeed, in just over a year. It will be the 300th birthday of the wine master. At that time, the Jixiao Academy will invite all the powers of the great wilderness. As the wine master's direct disciple, how could you not attend? Gong Ling asked with a smile. It seemed that not attending would indeed be difficult to justify. Setting aside all else, Lin Xuan also missed his master dearly, having followed his master since the age of 9, for 29 years. The bond between Lin Xuan and the wine master was akin to that of father and son. Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment before sighing deeply. I understand now. As a disciple, I must attend my master's grand birthday celebration. I will personally go to wish him well. Gong Ling finally smiled, knowing that as long as Lin Xuan decided to go to the capital, everything would be fine. Oh, by the way, when did you find me in Yunwu City? Lin Xuan inquired curiously. It was indeed quite a challenge. You had never mentioned where your family was located. In the great wilderness, with 13 states, over 230 counties, and more than 5,000 cities, along with over 100,000 small towns, finding your little Lin family was no small feat. Especially since you kept it hidden, Gong Ling said, her tone filled with indignation. Lin Xuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness. I, too, found you only a little over half a year ago. I understand what you wish to know. Rest assured, your junior sister is likely unaware of your whereabouts. But my elder sister is probably aware that you are in Cloud Mist City. Gong Ling continued to elaborate. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, content with this information. The primary reason I sought you out today was to inquire about these matters, but for everything else, it is up to you. Moreover, you have many adversaries. The weaker ones, such as the Chui family and Ba Li, I could easily handle for you. However, your true rivals are not them, so you must remain vigilant. Gong Ling stood up, delivering her message succinctly. Lin Xuan smirked slightly, realizing that the Chui family and Ba Li were merely minor players. In truth, he had never regarded Ba Li and Chui Yongzhou with any seriousness. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded them from the very beginning. As for his true opponents, if he were still the feeble Lin Xuan of old, he would not be worthy of contending with them. Yet, the current circumstances had shifted, and he would inevitably confront them in due time. But would Lin Xuan be afraid? Dongzhou, one of the 13 states, is home to the Lingwu Sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Great Wilderness, thus placing it among the foremost in the 13 states. The Lingwu Sect resides in a realm apart, claiming an impressive 999 mountain peaks, each soaring into the clouds. Within a grand estate atop one particularly imposing peak, Yang Chun was currently bowing deeply before a young man clad in splendid robes. Yang Chun, you truly bring shame upon us, losing to the leader of a minor family. Do you think you are fit to manage affairs for our Lingwu Sect? The robed youth scoffed coldly. In his eyes, aside from the local Dongzhou, all other regions were insignificant. Losing to the wild men from such a trivial place was utterly disgraceful. Lin Xuan is indeed formidable. He killed Ba Tong. And just days ago, Elder Ba Li has gone to Huqing Prefecture, presumably to seek retribution from Lin Xuan, Yang Chen reported, visibly trembling. I care not for such trivialities. A family of no standing holds no interest for me. My focus is on the grand competition of the 18 prefectures. As for this incident, it is merely the leader of that small family slapping our Lingwu Sect in the face. When the grand competition arrives, I shall ensure someone takes care of him. The robed youth casually waved his hand, clearly dismissing the lesser family. Yes, sect leader. I shall take my leave. Very well. Yang Chun slowly descended the mountain, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of men and women, among whom was Bai Yuran. However, Bai Yuran was not the leader. That honor belonged to a strikingly handsome youth. Chapter 66. A bounty rewarded. I have met Mo Xiao. Yang Chun respectfully bowed to the leading youth. The youth glanced at Yang Chun with a frosty demeanor, reproach evident in his tone as he said, Manager Yang, I have heard that you were defeated by the leader of a minor family in Huqing Prefecture. You are failing in your duties. Yang Chen's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he could only clasp his hands in a gesture of apology once more. In my earlier folly, I overlooked certain details. Otherwise, these words would have been superfluous. Today, I have come in search of my father. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall endeavor to eradicate that insignificant family. The youth concluded his remarks with a smile, patting Yang Chun on the shoulder, treating him as though he were a mere servant. Yet, Yang Chun could do nothing but acquiesce, for Mo Chengxiang was the cherished son of the mountain lord. You may leave, he commanded. Yes, I shall take my leave. After Yang Chun departed with a sense of defeat, Bai Yuran glanced at his retreating figure and remarked, Brother Mo, it was my fiancé's father who triumphed over Manager Yang. Mo Chengxing's senior brother nodded indifferently, clearly aware of the situation. Rest assured, Sister Bai. Should the Lin family partake in this year's grand competition of the 18 prefectures, I shall ensure they pay the price. Haha, thank you, Brother Mo. But there is no need for you to intervene personally. He is but a waste. I shall handle it myself. Bai Yuran flashed a sweet smile at Mo Chengxiang, exuding confidence, for she believed she had greatly improved. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me, Mo Chengxiang said with genuine concern, his tone imbued with warmth. At Huqing Prefecture, Lin Xuan bid farewell to Gong Ling and returned directly to his chamber. No sooner had Lin Xuan entered than the system responded with fervor. This was to be expected, as the Lin family had recently produced two remarkable prodigies, thereby uplifting the entire family's morale and indirectly enhancing their fortune. The elevation of family fortune is a straightforward matter, primarily reliant on a select few individuals. When a once declining family suddenly gives rise to an extraordinary talent, it is likely to soar to great heights. Linfan is that prodigy, and Lin Xuan does not believe he is inferior to his own son. With the Lin family's reputation soaring and the twin prodigies stirring up Huqing Prefecture, their fortune rose, yielding rewards, a puppet core, a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Wanling sword, and an elevation in cultivation level. The rewards were commendable. Although Lin Xuan did not fully grasp the significance of the puppet core, the Wanling sword was a true spiritual weapon, with even the most mediocre ones fetching a price of 60 to 70,000 spirit stones. Was this not a substantial reward? Lin Xuan retrieved the Wanling sword provided by the system. The blade measured 24 inches, radiating a brilliant white hue, exuding an aura of intelligence that resonated with him upon grasping it. What an exceptional sword! Lin Xuan murmured contentedly, realizing that his previous weapon, the Tianying sword, had become inadequate. It was indeed time to upgrade his equipment. With this spiritual sword, Lin Xuan's combat prowess would ascend to new heights. After putting away the Wanling sword, he turned his attention to the puppet core, a rarity he had never encountered before. Upon examining its capabilities, Lin Xuan could not help but take a deep breath. The puppet core has the power to transform anyone into a mere puppet. In simpler terms, Lin Xuan merely needs to incapacitate an individual to the point of utter submission, after which he can inject a puppet core into their body. Within just a few breaths, that person will transform into a mere shell, devoid of will and autonomy. Naturally, there are limitations. The transformation cannot exceed the Tongxing realm, and the intellectual capacity of the transformed individual will diminish, halting their cultivation. More significantly, this state can only persist for 2 to 3 years, with a rough average being taken into account. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. Armed with the puppet core, Lin Xuan has devised an excellent plan. If he could turn that adversary into an ally, how splendid would that be? The thought is indeed enticing. Converting the esteemed elder of the Lingwu Sect into his puppet would be nothing short of a grand achievement. Additionally, there lies the reward of an elevation in cultivation, which is quite favorable, as Lin Xuan would otherwise need to toil for a year and a half. Now, he has saved himself nearly half a year of effort, which is rather advantageous. Lin Xuan glanced at his attributes panel. His personal fortune remained unchanged, yet the fortune of his family had seen a slight uplift. Host, Lin Xuan identity, head of the Lin family, disciple of the Jixia Academy Cultivation, mid-stage Tongxing Realm Primordial Soul, ever-changing Flood Dragon, 9th grade. Unknown Broken Sword Martial Intent. Ordinary Sword Intent Secondary Profession, none personal fortune, yellow grade, upper tier, family fortune, yellow grade, lower tier, offensive martial arts, celestial shadow spirit sword technique, spirit grade lower tier. Four seasons sword technique, quasi-spirit grade. Earthly fiend palm, 9th grade mortal, movement martial arts, wandering dragon steps, spirit grade lower tier, body refinement martial arts, profound wilderness battle body, spirit grade lower tier, self-created martial arts, morning and evening dust, quasi-spirit grade, other martial arts, ever-changing divine technique, incomplete, weapon, ever spirit sword, lower tier spirit weapon, family level. Great wilderness 1-star family, this is quite commendable. He has already set foot on the right path. Speaking solely of Lin Xuan's personal strength, with a 9th grade ever-changing flood dragon primordial soul, coupled with his sword intent, spirit weapon, and several spirit grade martial arts, Lin Xuan confidently proclaims himself to be a paragon within Huqing Prefecture. At least, the heads of the 3 prominent families would pose no threat to him. Only Gong Ling could potentially challenge him. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply, relishing the empowering sensation of wielding control over his own destiny. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the brightly lit Huqing Prefecture and gazed into the distance at the capital city. The Great Wilderness capital stands as the epicenter of the Great Wilderness, a place where myriad formidable forces converge and countless prodigies shine brightly. It is said that among the Dragon and Phoenix prodigy rankings, out of 1,000, 500 hail from the capital. This is no exaggeration, and the actual number may very well exceed 500. Jixiao Academy, located in the northern part of the capital, occupies an extensive area. Within a pavilion of the academy, 2 elderly men engage in a game of chess. Master, you seem somewhat distracted, remarked the elder with a black beard as he captured several pieces from the elder with a white beard. The white-bearded elder chuckled softly, shaking his head. Mo Shang, your chess skills have indeed become increasingly refined. Huh, it is merely that Master's mind is elsewhere. Without waiting for the white-bearded elder to speak, the black-bearded elder continued. Master, you must be missing junior brother Jiu. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded elder's hand, which was stroking his beard, trembled slightly, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. In just over a year, it will be your grand birthday. Master has treated junior brother Jiu like a beloved son. I believe he will come. I am quite conflicted, sighed the wine master, stroking his beard. What troubles you, master, is that you wish for junior brother Jiu to come, yet simultaneously wish for him not to, am I correct? The black-bearded elder seemed to understand the wine master well. Oh, by the way, have there been any updates on the Shisui Dan? The wine master shifted the topic. It is said that there might be Shisui Dan available in the Great Zhou Empire. Very well, I shall make the journey personally when the time comes. Chapter 67. The family primarily aims to raise you as second-generation cultivators. The following morning, the various families had already arrived at the Hua Qing mansion for the event, since this final duel was to determine the family patriarch, Cui Yongzhou. As the patriarch of the Cui family was evidently no longer suitable as the main host, Xia Yi slowly rose and addressed the family heads. You are the pinnacle of strength in our Hua Qing mansion, the most esteemed individuals among us. Naturally, we cannot engage in childish one-on-one duels. Instead, we shall partake in an intriguing game to compete for the pearls. Xia Yi's calm words left most attendees bewildered. Lin Xuan sat quietly, realizing that his current strength was akin to facing challenges head-on. It was time for him to take action. In his youth, he had not strived to surpass his father, but had indeed surpassed his master. Now, his son not only faced the humiliation of a broken engagement, but was also ridiculed by countless others. This reflected poorly on him as a father. So Lin Xuan resolved to let his son experience the invigorating sensation of truly competing for family honor. He also intended for the younger generation of the Lin family to feel the thrill of leveraging their lineage for advantage. The competition for the pearls was quite simple. The mansion's master had concealed 10 pearls of varying sizes in the 100 hidden mountains, each possessing a unique aura. The family heads who could safely retrieve the pearls would be ranked among the final 10, with their positions determined by the size of the pearls they secured. After Xia Yi concluded, Linfan and the others expressed their curiosity. They had not expected the family competition to be so straightforward, merely contending for those 10 pearls. However, there was a deeper consideration. The 100 hidden mountains were quite distant from Huaqing Mansion, and those below the Yuandan realm would find their energy insufficient. Moreover, the mountains were home to numerous fierce beasts, while those at the Yuandan level might fare well. A group of juniors who had yet to reach that level might find themselves in peril. Upon hearing these rules, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! The ones who established the rules could not have been Cui Yongzhou and Bali. After all, this was a family grand event, and Bali's influence did not extend that far. Thus, only one person remained. Lin Xuan cast a discreet glance at Gong Ling. who sipped her tea and conveyed a knowing look to him. Received. Lin Xuan revealed a slight smile. It seemed he truly needed to seize this opportunity. Lin Xuan, lost in thought, glanced at Bali, who at that moment harbored intentions towards him, aligning perfectly with his own desires. Truly, it is a case of relentless pursuit yielding effortless results. The grand competition among the clans is set to commence. I implore each clan leader to make their way to Baiyin Mountain. After Xie uttered these words, he took his seat, falling into a contemplative silence. Father, the rules this time seem suspiciously directed at you. If those individuals are scheming against you. Linfan expressed his concerns as he regarded Lin Xuan with a hint of worry. Not only Linfan, but also Lin Chang'an, Lin Wu, and Lin Xuan shared their apprehensions, voicing their thoughts aloud. Today, the head of our clan will indeed show you that you too can become a second or third generation cultivator. Lin Xuan patted Linfan and Lin Chang'an on their shoulders before soaring into the sky, heading towards Baiyin Mountain. Watching Lin Xuan's departing figure, the Lin family members were filled with a resolute belief in their clan leader's invincibility. In contrast, the families at odds with the Lin clan gazed upon them with a sense of schadenfreude. This time, it seemed the Lin clan was destined for calamity. Offending Elder Bali, as well as the Chui and Sun families, surely spelled trouble for the Lin clan's leader. The governor was perplexed, having agreed upon today's rules yesterday. Why had President Gong chosen this particular stipulation, which clearly disadvantaged the Lin clan leader? Xie, observing Chui Yongzhou and the others departing, turned to Gong Ling. As someone who had lived for 60 to 70 years, Xie could subtly discern that President Gong was somewhat partial to Lin Xuan. However, this stipulation placed Lin Xuan in a perilous position. The intricacies of a woman's thoughts are indeed difficult to decipher. Governor Xie need not inquire further. You shall understand in due time, Gong Ling replied with a mysterious smile. Xie furrowed his brow, wondering if Gong Ling believed that Lin Xuan could evade this calamity. It must be noted that Bali was a formidable expert in the late stages of the transformation realm, a senior elder of the spirit martial sect, wielding immense power. In contrast, Lin Xuan appeared to be merely a novice in the early stages of the three-connection divine realm, a stark disparity indeed. However, Gong Ling clearly had no intention of clarifying Xie's doubts. As Lin Xuan made his way to Baiyin Mountain, he did not rush. Instead, he ambled leisurely, as if savoring the scenery. After 2 full days of travel, Lin Xuan began to feel drowsy, yet Bali had not yet made his move. What was going on? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, and 3 figures emerged at 3 points surrounding Lin Xuan. At the forefront stood Bali, while the identities of the other 2 remained unknown to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, you must have been waiting quite a while, haven't you? To ensure absolute certainty, I have specially hired the renowned duo of the Fat and Thin Elders. Bali spoke with a chilling tone. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the notorious Fat and Thin Elders were indeed well known in the eastern state. These 2 individuals, reputedly twins, present a stark contrast, one robust and the other slender, one towering and the other diminutive. They share an unspoken bond, both possessing strength at the mid-tier of the transformation realm. It is said they have once united their might to vanquish a formidable foe at the later stages of the transformation realm. Indeed, their prowess is quite remarkable. Furthermore, Bali has undoubtedly taken ample precautions to ensure absolute certainty. Who would have thought that my life held such value? Lin Xuan exhibited no sign of trepidation. Casting a jovial glance at the trio, Jia, Master Lin, do not blame us. For it is our duty to fulfill the obligations of those who have paid us for your demise. The tall, gaunt elder sneered coldly. Master Lin. It is only just that one pays with their life for the life they have taken. You have indeed wronged Elder Ba by slaying his son, and thus you must repay with your own life. The short, stout elder echoed with a sinister grin. These 2 old men, even before engaging in battle, had already launched a mental assault. Lin Xuan scoffed dismissively, flicking his robes to unleash a tumultuous wave of energy. Enough of this prattle. Today, let me see what you 3 can truly do against me. Arrogant, the stout elder bellowed, charging towards Lin Xuan with astonishing speed. Lin Xuan did not retreat, meeting the stout elder's advance with a forceful palm strike. The clash erupted in a tremendous surge of vital energy, creating ripples of energy that swept through the air. Mid-tier of the transformation realm. Bali, this is not what you indicated. Jia, Elder Ba, you must increase your payment. Chapter 68, The Might of the Dragon. Elder Ba had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant master of the Lin family concealed such power. Thankfully, he had summoned the duo of the stout and slender elders today. Otherwise, Lin Xuan might have indeed escaped. A sinister smile crept across Bali's lips, revealing his current sense of superiority. Before Lin Xuan could utter a word, Bali turned to the stout and slender elders. Rest assured, gentlemen, I will add an additional 60,000 stones to the previously agreed sum of 100,000. This was precisely the moment the two elders had been awaiting. Ha ha. Elder Ba is indeed generous. They replied with mirth. Suspended in midair, Lin Xuan regarded Ba Li with mockery. Elder Ba, what a grand expenditure. Investing 1,600,000 stones to take my life. I am truly flattered. The vengeance for a slain son is insatiable. I have but one son, and you have taken him from me. Thus, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Ba Li's eyes blazed with fury, as though he yearned to devour Lin Xuan. Enough with the chatter, eliminate him at once, commanded the gaunt elder, a wicked smile adorning his face as he drew a tang blade from his storage pouch. Lunging towards Lin Xuan, the stout elder, in perfect synchronicity, retrieved a pair of gauntlets from his own storage and advanced on Lin Xuan as well. Both wielded weapons of the pseudo-spiritual class, each valued at approximately 200,000 stones, a remarkable quality. Lin Xuan felt his vital energy surge. Activating his Xian Huang battle body to its zenith, the myriad spirits sword materializing in his grasp. Spring's vitality of the Four Seasons sword technique. Lin Xuan unleashed a flurry of sword blossoms from the myriad spirits' sword, confronting the onslaught of the stout and slender elders head-on. A thunderous roar echoed as the stout old man descended from the heavens, while the tall, lean elder surged forth from beneath Lin Xuan's feet. Meanwhile, Ba Li was not idle either, resolutely intent on ensuring that Lin Xuan would remain in this desolate wilderness today, even if it took 3 against 1. For killing my son, Lin Xuan, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Ba Li bellowed fiercely, a long sword materializing in his grasp. With a flourish, he lunged at Lin Xuan, his blade imbued with formidable energy, aiming to deliver a lethal strike. In response, Lin Xuan ceased to conceal his prowess, executing the dragon's dance as he deftly parried the tall elder's battle blade, soaring into the air and evading the encirclement of the 3. Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Technique. With the Wandering Spirit Sword in hand, Lin Xuan flawlessly channeled the Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Technique, unleashing its full potential. Hundreds of ethereal swords surrounded him, each emanating the terrifying might of a pinnacle great Yuan Dan realm warrior. This is troublesome. This old coot cannot be judged by common standards. The stout elder gasped in shock. The tall elder swiftly reacted, employing his signature skills. Ba Li's eyes gleamed with malice and disbelief. He had never anticipated that a clan leader from such a humble origin could wield such power. All 3 unleashed their formidable techniques simultaneously. Attack! Lin Xuan commanded, and hundreds of phantom swords flew forth like needles, their speed astonishing and their power unparalleled. A series of explosive booms resonated through the air, affecting the surroundings for miles. Ba Li and his companions retreated several hundred meters before halting. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained composed and unruffled. The Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Technique, when mastered to its zenith, could summon up to 999 phantom swords. Lin Xuan had already summoned around 800, indicating his profound mastery of this martial art. Cough, damn it, Ba Li. Is this what you call a bumpkin? The stout elder wiped a sword mark off his face, glaring at Ba Li in inquiry. The tall elder too cast a wary glance at Ba Li, his demeanor laden with suspicion. Ba Li was taken aback. Could it be that a mere clan leader had turned the tables? Huh, Elder Ba Li, you have truly disappointed me. And as for the notorious duo of the stout and lean elders, I've heard you've made it onto the royal list of infamy. Capturing you would yield a handsome reward. Lin Xuan nonchalantly flicked the wandering spirit sword, exuding an air of confidence. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the expressions of the stout and lean elders darkened. Could they truly be trifled with? Had they been on the notorious list for over a decade, living carefree, only to be thwarted by a mere bumpkin? So it seems, you are wielding a spirit weapon. The tall elder suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan's wandering spirit sword, his greed palpable. The stout elder's eyes also gleamed crimson. That was a spirit weapon, and selling it would yield a considerable fortune. Ba Li was utterly astonished. Where had this bumpkin acquired such a spirit weapon? Huh, do you desire this spirit weapon? Then come and take it. Lin Xuan held his sword with one hand, gripping the hilt in a reverse manner, his white robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Open your primordial souls. The 2 elders suddenly shouted in unison. At that moment, all 3 activated their primordial souls, which slowly manifested behind them. The 3 primordial souls took the forms of a ferocious bear, a lethal bamboo killer, and Ba Li's celestial hook eagle. Although these souls were of the mid-5th grade, their quality was merely passable, neither exceptional nor utterly lacking. Attack! Ba Li commanded lightly, his speed markedly enhanced, aiming to outpace Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan had no intention of playing the fool. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate these 3. Not even the leader of the Lingwu Sect could deter him today. Prepare to witness what constitutes a superior primordial soul. The Wanling sword floated gracefully in the air, as Lin Xuan's arms opened slightly, revealing an enormous, terrifying dragon that appeared behind him. This dragon, its body a deep azure hue, possessed the powers of ice, water, wind, and thunder, and its 100-meter-long form made the 10-meter celestial hook eagle look like a mere sparrow. As for the ferocious bear, it was nothing more than a groundhog, while the lethal bamboo killer was merely a toothpick for the dragon. When the dragon emerged into the sky, the two elders and Ba Li were struck with awe, their expressions a spectacle to behold. They had never encountered such a magnificent primordial soul in their lives. The dragon exhaled, "Allow me to escort you three to the underworld." Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, realizing that they had underestimated him, not considering whether his dragon would agree to their fate. The dragon let out a mighty roar that sent the celestial hook eagle and the ferocious bear trembling, utterly defenseless. The powerful icy pillars of energy instantly encased the three primordial souls in frozen sculptures. The two elders, frightened, retreated hastily. But Lin Xuan had no intention of granting them an easy escape. Having arrived, he would make them pay a price. Summer's scorching sword technique. This technique, infused with Lin Xuan's sword intent, instantly amplified its power severalfold, severely wounding the two who lacked primordial souls. Upon witnessing this, Ba Li immediately attempted to flee. Lin Xuan, employing his swift dragon steps, teleported before Ba Li, his hand transformed into a dragon claw that seized Ba Li by the throat. Chapter 69. The Blacksmith Cough. Ba Li found himself grasped by the throat, his eyes wide with terror, his hands clawing at Lin Xuan's dragon claw, while his legs kicked frantically. Without uttering a word, Lin Xuan, uninterested in Ba Li's pleas, delivered a punch to Ba Li's chest, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Ba Li lay in the pit, having lost nearly half his life. Having dealt with Ba Li, Lin Xuan approached the two elders. "What manner of power is that?" The short, stout elder stammered in fright, yet still attempted to shout defiantly. "Hee, what's the matter? Do you wish to learn?" Lin Xuan smiled faintly, striving to appear somewhat amiable. The tall, thin elder suddenly fell to his knees before Lin Xuan. "We have recognized our mistakes and hope that you will spare us, Great One. We are willing to serve you, to be your humble servants." The tall, slender elder appeared surprisingly spry as he knelt down without a hint of hesitation, even bowing his head to Lin Xuan. The stout elder promptly followed suit, lowering his head in supplication, pleading for mercy. Lin Xuan chuckled softly and gradually approached the two, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. In an instant, a glimmer of coldness flickered in the eyes of the two elders. Suddenly, they cried out as if struck by lightning, their expressions contorted in agony, collapsing to the ground, devoid of consciousness. Lin Xuan's sword intent surged through his arms, directly infiltrating their bodies. How could the meager cultivation of the two mere mortals withstand such overwhelming sword intent? It swiftly wreaked havoc upon their internal organs, leaving them in utter ruin. Having lived for 60 years, what tricks have I not encountered? You two think you can outsmart me? Lin Xuan remarked with an indifferent gaze, effortlessly pilfering the storage bags and weapons of the two elders, even severing their heads. These two were notorious figures on the list of the great wilderness royal family, and their heads were worth a considerable sum of spirit stones. After dealing with the two elders, Lin Xuan turned his attention to Ba Li, who had now fainted, completely devoid of resistance. Observing his spoils, Lin Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of the dragon soul and the terrifying nature of martial arts. Extracting the puppet core, he pressed it into the center of Ba Li's brow. In merely a few breaths, Ba Li unexpectedly awoke, his injuries fully healed, though his gaze appeared somewhat detached and numb. This puppet core was remarkably potent, instantly restoring his injuries while preserving the subject's prior traits. Circling around Ba Li, Lin Xuan couldn't help but express his admiration. Ba Li, now head to Mount Baiyin and fetch me the largest luminous pearl," he commanded with a smile. "Yes," Ba Li responded promptly, setting off towards Mount Baiyin. Lin Xuan knew that if he were to venture to Mount Baiyin himself, he would undoubtedly face considerable opposition. He couldn't possibly eliminate everyone. Sending Ba Li instead was a far more pragmatic approach, as he could simply await the outcome. After all, Ba Li was quite powerful, and if Bai La and Cui Yongzhou, among others, managed to acquire the largest pearl, it was highly probable they would hand it over to Ba Li, who would then deliver it to Lin Xuan. As he watched Ba Li depart into the distance, Lin Xuan sat down on the spot, beginning to tally his loot from this venture. He was confident that the storage bags of 3 late-stage cultivators would not disappoint him. Opening the stout elder's storage bag first, he was delighted to find a trove of treasures. In terms of spirit stones, the two elders possessed a staggering total of over 300,000. As for martial arts, they had only 1 tome of spiritual martial arts, which unfortunately was a physical combat technique that Lin Xuan could not utilize himself, as his Xianhuang battle body was undoubtedly superior among its peers. Nonetheless, even if he could not use it, it could benefit members of his family. A well-trained physique was the true embodiment of dominance. Lin Xuan, having achieved remarkable mastery of the Xianhuang battle body, possesses an extraordinary physical resilience, rendering him nearly impervious to severe injuries. His physique perfectly supports his engagement in various high-intensity battles. Apart from the martial art known as the dominant martial technique, which he has mastered, he is also equipped with numerous other martial skills, albeit he finds them unnecessary. He possesses two pseudo-spiritual weapons, one a battle blade for his son and the other a pair of gauntlets, favored by close combat enthusiasts. Additionally, he has amassed a considerable collection of elixirs and a variety of spiritual herbs and rare fruits, the total worth of which exceeds 100,000 stones. Lin Xuan's joy is palpable, a grin stretching from ear to ear, reveling in his newfound wealth. After sorting through the storage bags of the two elder figures, he proceeds to examine Elder Bali's storage. Among the contents, he discovers a long sword, a pseudo-spiritual weapon that could serve as a reward for meritorious family members. The sword, being a widely used weapon, finds ample demand in the Lin family. To his surprise, Bali's storage also contains not just one, but two pseudo-spiritual weapons, including a long spear. Lin Xuan internally praises Bali for his generosity, realizing this bounty presents an opportunity for Lin Chang'an's reward. Further exploration reveals over 200,000 elemental stones, a volume of spiritual martial arts, and a plethora of herbs and elixirs in Bali's storage. Among the remarkable items, Lin Xuan uncovers a fascinating booklet titled Divine Forging. This tome serves as a guide to becoming a master forger, illuminating the path to a lucrative secondary profession. The realm of martial arts encompasses various trades, including alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman crafting, and array mastery, with forging being one of the rarer professions, as it involves the enhancement of one's primordial spirit. Indeed, a forger's craft centers around refining the very essence of a person's soul, utilizing extraordinary powers to elevate the quality and potential of one's primordial spirit. In the great wilderness empire, even the most ordinary forgers are esteemed guests among significant factions. Lin Xuan muses that if such a treasure were to be sold, it could fetch a price in the millions. Flipping through the pages, he marvels at Bali's fortune in acquiring such a remarkable artifact. No, he corrects himself. It is his own luck to have received such treasures from Bali, an NPC who willingly bestows gifts upon him. Carefully storing the Divine Forging booklet for later study, Lin Xuan retrieves Bali's volume on spiritual martial arts. He deems it essential to learn this new skill, as his current repertoire primarily consists of sword techniques. It is high time he delves into a martial art focused on unarmed combat. The technique, known as the Eight Gates Stupa Seal, appears unique, yet it seems incomplete. After a cursory examination, Lin Xuan finds the Eight Gates Stupa Seal well suited to his needs and promptly commits to practicing it. Chapter 70. Walking the Sword with Style. Lin Xuan's innate understanding is truly remarkable. At the Jixia Academy, only his junior sister, Zhantai Mingyue, rivals him in comprehension. Remarkably, within a mere 3 days, he has mastered the fundamentals of this spiritual martial art, demonstrating prowess that surpasses that of many others who rely on external aids. Lin Xuan rose to his feet, and suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped him. The Eight Gates Floating Pagoda Seal. A colossal octagonal light imprint materialized, bearing the ethereal image of a pagoda, surrounded by an aura of antiquity. Boom! The Eight Gates Floating Pagoda Seal struck a massive mountain peak with astonishing speed, causing it to shatter into fragments in an instant. Excellent! Lin Xuan flicked his robe, surveying his masterpiece with immense satisfaction. Who would have thought that Bali was indeed a benevolent individual, presenting me with such a grand gift? Lin Xuan clenched his fist, unable to suppress his laughter. Suddenly, a streak of light approached from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was the puppet Master Bali. Master, this is the luminous pearl. Bali opened his palm, revealing a magnificent pearl nestled within. A smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips. This is what it means to await victory effortlessly. True prestige lies in securing triumph without lifting a finger. Lin Xuan stowed the pearl away and regarded Bali, pondering momentarily before saying indifferently, in the future, simply refer to me as Lin Xuan when you see me. Do not reveal any clues. Understood, Lin Xuan, Bali responded promptly, exuding an unmistakable aura reminiscent of an intelligent automaton. Lin Xuan and Bali parted ways midway, with Lin Xuan leisurely making his way towards Huqing Prefecture. 7 days passed, and impatience began to brew among the crowd. In the Lin family's private room, Lin Ao and the others displayed signs of concern. Why has the family head not yet returned after such a long time? Do not worry, your family head will be just fine, Linwen reassured them, one after another. Fidgeting about, what a disgrace. Linwu's temperament was notably more fiery. Father, I too fear that third uncle may fall victim to the machinations of Cui Yongzhou and his cohorts. Indeed, second master, those like Cui Yongzhou are clearly targeting our family head. Curse those Cui family members, along with Bali and that by family of the Sun clan. They are truly despicable, Lin Ao said with indignation. Especially the Bai family, who are utterly loathsome. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Bai Yuron's act of breaking off the engagement is truly detestable, and Bai Rong's indifference is even more contemptible. Lin Ao looked at Linfan, advocating on Linfan's behalf. Regarding the Bai family's actions, had they chosen to privately dissolve the engagement, my father would undoubtedly have consented without any objections. Their blunder lay in publicly breaking the engagement. Nonetheless, as it did not result in any substantial loss, I have not dwelled on it, Linfan spoke calmly. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu nodded slightly. Fully aware of Lin Xian's character, he would never seek to ingratiate himself with others, and they understood Lin Fan's disposition, marked by clarity and magnanimity. Bai Rong. Having met him a few times, I sense that he has undergone significant changes, Lin Wen remarked, gazing towards the Bai family's private suite, frowning as he shook his head. Haha, people are bound to change. Lin Wen scoffed dismissively. Head of the Cui family has returned. Suddenly, someone shouted. The heads of the Shangguan Bai and Sun families have also returned. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld the return of Cui Yongzhou, Shangguan Jian, and Sun Qianlong. To my astonishment, the head of the Lin family was actually standing upon his sword. How splendid. The sword-treading technique of the Lin patriarch appears remarkably formidable. The spectators observed Lin Xian, clad in a flowing white robe, with hands clasped behind his back, gracefully soaring back upon his sharp blade, embodying an ethereal elegance. At Lin Xian's level of mastery, the distinction between man and sword becomes indistinguishable, and the art of flying upon a sword becomes a fundamental skill. The members of the Lin family watched with relief as Lin Xian returned safely, perceiving him like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lin Chang'an instantly transformed into an adoring admirer, gazing at Lin Xian with admiration. Granduncle is truly handsome, Lin remarked with a hint of awe. This impudent lad, despite his age, still revels in showing off. Lin Wen chuckled softly, unable to contain his amusement at the ethereal Lin Xian. Observing Lin Xian's impressive demeanor, Lin Wu felt a surge of inspiration. This technique of my third brother is truly impressive. I must implore him to teach me the ways of the sword in the future. Jian Shi, witnessing Lin Xian's return upon his sword, finally displayed a look of astonishment. Those from small towns may not comprehend that while many can fly upon a sword in the fundamental realm, achieving the fluidity that Lin Xian exhibited demands an extraordinary mastery over the blade, likely requiring the cultivation of the legendary sword intent. With this realization, Jian Shi regarded Lin Xian with newfound depth in his gaze. Ho Mingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the imposing figure beside him, De Biao, also wore a grave expression. Lin Xian's sword-treading flight was indeed extraordinary. As for the members of other families, they gazed at Lin Xian in awe. Remarkable. To walk upon a sword with such fluidity and grace. It appears that Brother Lin possesses a profound understanding of the sword path. Shangguan Jian, also a swordsman, recognized the depth of Lin Xian's swordsmanship at a glance. However, the expressions of Cui Yongzhou and Bai La were less than favorable. Elder Bali had not eliminated Lin Xian. Many others felt a sense of bewilderment. Why had Bali spared Lin Xian? At this moment, Bali returned. Yet he offered no greetings, quietly resuming his seat. Cui Yongzhou and Sun Qianlong were left in a state of confusion, pondering what had transpired in the interim. All right. Esteemed heads of families, those with luminous pearls may now retrieve them, Xia Yi announced with a smile, noting that most of the family heads had returned. Cui Yongzhou, Shangguan Jian, Bai La, and Sun Qianlong all possessed pearls, yet under the radiance of Lin Xian's pearl, theirs paled in comparison. What? Bai La, Cui Yongzhou, and the others gasped in disbelief. Hadn't this pearl been taken by Elder Ba Li just days prior? How had it come to be in Lin Xian's possession? Master Xia, it seems this family head has triumphed. Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings, noting that his pearl was indeed the largest and brightest. Indeed, the pearl in the Lin Patriarch's hand is truly the most magnificent. I hereby declare that in this round, the Lin Patriarch is victorious. As Xia Yi's voice faded, the expressions of Cui Yongzhou and his companions turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, starkly contrasting with the luminous pearls. Victory! The family head has triumphed. Lin Yang exclaimed joyfully, echoed by the exuberant cheers of Lin Fan, Lin Ao, and Lin Chang'an, who dared to declare that their family was doomed. It was time for Black Z to speak up. Chapter 71, The Dragon and Tiger Array, the realm of ice. The Lin family emerged victorious, securing first place in 2 of the 3 contests, achieving this remarkable feat through sheer strength. What an impressive display by the head of the Lin family. With Linfan and Lin Xuan as their 2 prodigies, the Lin family incites envy among us all. Esteemed family head of the Lin family. I am aware that Lin Xuan remains unmarried. I have a young daughter, though still quite young. I would be willing to betroth her to Lin Xuan. Good heavens. Old Han, your daughter is only 9 years old. Have some decency. Such remarks are misguided. In the realm of cultivation, a 9-year age difference is hardly remarkable. Not only did the Lin family achieve victory, but Bali also found himself unable to contend with Lin Xuan, indicating a deeper significance. A modest investment at this juncture could prove prudent. Particularly, the strategy of forming alliances through marriage is commonplace. Even if the Lin family were to falter in the future, they could easily sever ties, but should they rise, the maternal family would undoubtedly reap some benefits. Lin Xuan graciously declined numerous proposals, his spirited demeanor evoking deep admiration. Who could have imagined that the head of the Lin family, over 60 years old, harbored such depth? The once feeble Lin family now boasted such extraordinary talents. Truly a cause for astonishment. Cui Yongzhou and his companions looked upon the jubilant Lin family with bitter envy. Suddenly, Bali stood and departed from Hua Qingfu, leaving Cui Yongzhou and the others perplexed. What was the matter with Bali? Since returning from Baiyin Mountain, something felt amiss. Was he truly abandoning his quest for revenge? Bali left in such haste that his 4 disciples were taken aback and hurriedly followed after him. Esteemed family heads. Our family gathering has concluded. The distribution of resources will be based on the rankings from this event, and I shall inform you of the allocated resources in due course. Families that secured more resources this time around will need to contribute accordingly. Xia Yi addressed the assembly of family heads with a formal bow. Upon hearing this, Cui Yongzhou's expression darkened the most. During the last family gathering, the Cui family had reaped the greatest rewards, but now they were likely to relinquish a significant portion of their resources. However, the Cui family dared not resist, for this was a family gathering mandated by the Great Wilderness royal family. Should they defy it, the divine guard of the Great Wilderness would pay them an unwelcome visit. Conversely, the Lin family emerged as the greatest beneficiaries of this gathering, truly soaring to new heights. Esteemed family heads, tonight, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will hold its auction as scheduled. If any family wishes to auction items, please bring them to our auction house for appraisal. If deemed worthy, they will be eligible for the auction. Shun Ao stepped forward, smiling warmly at the gathered crowd, exuding an air of amiability, while Gong Ling remained silent, embodying an aura of cold detachment. The onlookers hastily responded in kind. At that moment, Lin Xuan led the members of the Lin family to a residence within Hucking Mansion, a property of considerable size that he had acquired. Please take your rest, but refrain from venturing outside to avoid any underhanded schemes. Once the auction concludes, we shall return to Yunwu City, Lin Xuan instructed before retreating to his private courtyard. The others nodded in agreement and dispersed accordingly. Upon returning to his chamber, the system's voice resonated once more. The family gathering has concluded successfully, resulting in an elevation of family fortune and morale. You have received a reward, 1 Dragon Tiger formation disc, a minor level increase, and an enhancement in martial comprehension. Once again, the reward was exceedingly generous. Lin Xuan genuinely appreciated the efficiency of his system, which consistently delivered tangible rewards in a timely manner. Upon investigating the Dragon Tiger formation disc, he discovered it was meant for the family S Grand formation, an esteemed protective array typically reserved for 4-star families or sections. The cost of establishing a formidable defensive formation is exorbitant, and its maintenance is beyond the means of ordinary families, especially considering the high value of such formation discs. The Dragon Tiger formation disc in Lin Xuan's possession was likely worth more than the Wuling sword he held. This disc was particularly suitable for the Lin family, whose foundation remained precariously weak. Apart from Lin Xuan, who had attained the 3rd realm, there was not a single member who had reached the Grand Yuan Dan realm. Lin Xuan resolved to significantly bolster his family's strength upon returning to Yunwu City, as a formidable family cannot rely solely on one individual. As he reviewed the next reward, another level increase awaited him, and Lin Xuan welcomed such rewards with open arms. In just a few days since arriving at Hucking Mansion, he had advanced 2 levels, now standing at the pinnacle of the late stage of the Tongxing realm. Moreover, Lin Xuan possessed a multitude of strategies and formidable hidden cards, prompting him to contemplate a contest of strength with experts of the Tongling realm. The final reward, the most astonishing of all, was the bestowal of martial comprehension upon Lin Xuan. He had never heard of martial comprehension being granted in such a manner, yet the system proved its remarkable prowess. directly endowing Lin Xuan with this invaluable gift. Upon examining the martial comprehension, Lin Xuan noted that it encompassed only a few types: the comprehension of fire, water, earth, fist, and ice. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the comprehension of ice, as fire and earth did not resonate with his dragon soul, and fist techniques were not his forte. Thus, he decisively opted for ice among the remaining choices. The ice attribute is a derivative of the water attribute, possessing immense power and terrifying restraining capabilities, making it particularly suitable for Lin Xuan. Upon choosing the realm of ice, a radiant icy blue light surged directly into Lin Xuan's body, roaring with fervor. The dragon spirit could not contain its excitement at the infusion of the ice realm. With that roar, the essence of ice gracefully entered the dragon's head of the spirit. In merely a few breaths, Lin Xuan had acquired yet another realm of ice. Who could believe that a mere practitioner at the forming shape stage could possess dual realms? In the vast wilderness, those capable of wielding dual realms at the spirit communication stage are exceedingly rare. Rising to his feet, Lin Xuan opened his palm, revealing a small icy orb of azure hue resting in his hand. Though it appeared diminutive, it harbored an overwhelming power, capable of annihilating a peak Grand Yuan Dan practitioner in an instant. As he stored the icy orb away, Lin Xuan felt a refreshing surge of energy. Chapter 72. Lin Xuan goes to return the handkerchief? There must be a trick. Emerging from his meditative state, Lin Xuan sensed the energy surrounding him before returning to tranquility. He felt invigorated, truly invigorated. Lin Xuan stretched his neck and exhaled. Had he not experienced so much, he would have been tempted to let out a long, jubilant cry to express his inner delight. Of course, at the forming shape stage, with 200 years of life expectancy, Lin Xuan, at just over 60, could not yet be considered an elder. He was merely in his middle age, he mused. Opening the door, Lin Xuan, now fully awake, stepped into the courtyard of the estate, only to discover that several individuals were still practicing at the witching hour. Aoa, Linu, Fana, observing the trio, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. In the courtyard were Lin Ao, Lin Lin, and Linfan. Lin Ao had stripped off his upper garment, revealing his well-defined muscles glistening with sweat, while Lin Lin donned a white training outfit, her forehead dotted with perspiration. Linfan stood beside them, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly guiding Lin Ao and Lin Lin. Greetings, third granduncle. Lin Ao and Lin Lin exclaimed, immediately ceasing their movements and bowing respectfully to Lin Xuan. Father. Linfan chimed in promptly. Lin Xuan nodded slightly and waved his hand casually. What brings you to train at such an hour? Third granduncle. It was Lin Ao who insisted that little uncle provide us with some guidance. After our disgrace, I am determined to train doubly hard to ensure that the Lin family does not suffer humiliation again, Lin Ao declared, his fists clenched and his body trembling slightly. Lin Lin bit her lip, acknowledging that she had not even participated in the competition. Yet, she realized that had she taken part, it would have merely been to serve as fodder. Well, the determination is commendable. I fear you may lose your spirit. Good job, Lin Ao. The family head believes you are quite impressive, Lin Xuan said with a smile, patting Lin Ao on the shoulder. Although Lin Ao had indeed suffered a crushing defeat in the competition, Lin Xuan felt it necessary to encourage his resolve. Lin Ao and Lin Lin were both filled with excitement, their spirits invigorated by the encouragement from the family head. Oh, by the way, where did that fellow, Lin Xuan, run off to? Lin Xuan glanced around but could not sense Lin Xuan's presence. Given Lin Xuan's character, he would certainly not be absent while Lin Ao and Lin Lin were diligently practicing their cultivation. Ahem. Suddenly, Linfan cleared his throat. You little rascal. Just speak your mind, Lin Xuan chided playfully. Father, Chang'an was indeed with us in the courtyard practicing just half an hour ago. However, Miss Shangwan Chan from the Shangwan family visited unexpectedly, specifically requesting Chang'an. He mentioned he needed to return Miss Shangwan's handkerchief and has yet to come back, Linfan reported. Lin Xuan's eyes involuntarily widened slightly. As someone who had lived for 60 years, he was well aware of what such behavior indicated. Lin Chang'an, indeed, had such delightful matters unfolding? Haha. Third uncle, I believe Chang'an is currently having a heart-to-heart with Miss Shangwan, Lin Ao chuckled. Shall we go have a look? Lin Fan suggested, his curiosity piqued. Lin Xuan was preoccupied but found himself being pulled along by Lin Fan and the others, who were genuinely intrigued. Leaving the temporary residence of the Lin family, Lin Fan, in high spirits today, joined them as they ventured forth. Huaqing Mansion remained brilliantly illuminated even in the dead of night, a stark contrast to Yunwu City. Vendors bustled along the streets, and shops kept their doors wide open, conducting business. The most eye-catching establishments were undoubtedly the Chunfeng Courtyard and the Wudao Building. The group had no interest in Chunfeng Courtyard and proceeded directly to Wudao Building. The Wudao Building, with its 9 stories, served as a venue for martial artists to engage in friendly contests, overseen by the master of Huaqing Mansion. It was a favored locale among warriors. Of course, friendly contests essentially meant wagering on martial battles. Participants could only spar without risking their lives, making it a suitable arena for inexperienced young fighters. Lin Xuan explained this to Linfan and the others, who nodded in understanding. Father, look, isn't that Chang'an? Linfan suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the platform on the first floor of Wudao building, where Lin Chang'an was engaged in a fierce battle with a young man. Lin Xuan followed Linfan inside, observing that several unfamiliar faces populated the Wudao building, individuals who were certainly not from Huaqing Mansion. Bang! A loud impact resonated as Lin Chang'an and the young man retreated from one another. Not bad, kid. To hold your ground against me despite being at the 4th level of Kaiyuan. Your combat prowess is impressive, the young man remarked, shaking his wrist and squinting slightly. Lu Qi, what's the matter? Are you being bested by someone at the 4th level of Kaiyuan? Lu Qi, if you can't keep up, then get down and stop embarrassing Fengtai Mansion. Ha ha ha, Lu Qi, stop acting like a coward. What's wrong? Did you spend all night with a young lady, and now your legs are weak? Young men outside the battle platform burst into laughter. In the arena, Lu Qi, who was confronting Lin Chang'an, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing such remarks. You must be brought to your knees today, he declared. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Chang'an retorted, holding his gun with one hand while casually beckoning Lu Qi with the other. In an instant, they clashed once more. Hee hee, it appears these are individuals from the neighboring Fengtai Prefecture, Lin Xuan remarked with a smile. Fengtai Prefecture? What brings them to our Huqing Prefecture? Lin asked, blinking in surprise. What else could it be? They're undoubtedly here for our Huqing Prefecture's Tongtian Chamber of Commerce auction. Once word spread, nearby prefectures couldn't resist joining in for a share. Lin Xuan continued with a chuckle. Oh, Lin Ao and the others nodded slightly. As inexperienced youths, they certainly required guidance in various matters. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chang'an, worthy of his ascent to the 10th tier, exhibited remarkable marksmanship, pressuring Lu Qi to the point where he could scarcely retaliate. A shot struck Lu Qi's arm, causing him to cry out as he fell from the arena. Chang'an is impressive. At that moment, in a corner, Shang Wanchan clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Chang'an. Suddenly, someone burst forth from the crowd, sprinting towards Lin Chang'an. 6th layer of Kaiyuan. Linfan, witnessing this, was equally unwilling to concede, and he dashed towards the arena. Bang! The two met in a clash, both being forced apart. What audacity! Exclaimed a middle-aged man, stepping forward with an air of unreasonable authority. Linfan smiled slightly. After all, Huqing Prefecture had faced consecutive last-place finishes. Could they truly be looked down upon by anyone? Chapter 73. A swift strike creates an ice wall. Hee. Are all those from Fengtai Prefecture so unreasonable? Lin Xuan slowly emerged, his hands clasped behind his back. The crowd turned to Lin Xuan. The people from Fengtai Prefecture frowned, puzzled as to his identity, while those from Huqing Prefecture gasped in astonishment. Oh, it seems the folks from Fengtai have struck a solid wall, provoking the head of the Lin family. What a spectacle awaits. Lu's family has drawn the ire of our Lin family, and they are in for a tough time. Ha ha. This is delightful, truly delightful. We shall witness the head of the Lin family reprimanding others. Step aside. Make way for the head of the Lin family. It's time for him to discipline the dogs of Fengtai. The people of Huqing Prefecture were in a frenzy, gazing at Lin Xuan with a hint of admiration. The members of the Lin family were momentarily taken aback, particularly Lin Xuan, who found himself bemused by the respect shown towards him. It must be due to their strength, he mused. Despite the simultaneous attacks from the Cui family and Bali, they had failed to shake the Lin family in the slightest. Indeed, the Lin family was growing ever stronger, instilling a sense of power in the hearts of many. The head of the Lin family was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Who are you? The Lin family? I have never heard of such a family in Huqing Prefecture, inquired the middle-aged man opposite, his brow furrowed. At this moment, Lin Chang'an had joined Lin Xuan, respectfully cupping his hands in salute. Head of the family. Indeed, not bad this time. Your marksmanship has improved, Lin Xuan remarked, deliberately ignoring the elder from the Lu family as he offered Lin Chang'an words of encouragement. Lin Chang'an wore a simple smile, casually scratching the back of his head, resembling a radiant young lad. Lin Xuan then turned his gaze toward Shang Wanchan, who stood beside Lin Chang'an, revealing a hint of inexplicable amusement. Shang Wanchan met Lin Xuan's peculiar gentle smile, her delicate face flushing slightly as she softly uttered, I am Shang Wanchan, honored to meet the head of the Lin family. Ha ha, splendid, Lin Xuan replied with a beaming smile. Such arrogance. Do you not fear being too presumptuous? A middle-aged man glared at Lin Xuan, feeling infuriated by his blatant disregard. His entire being radiated a formidable aura, showcasing his prowess. Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the man, and an icy blue glimmer suddenly flickered in his eyes, an embodiment of the ice realm. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the first floor of the martial arts building in a chilling atmosphere. Why does it feel so cold all of a sudden? What on earth? My candy has turned into ice. The surrounding cultivators were taken aback by the sudden drop in temperature. The middle-aged Lu clan member was equally startled, swallowing hard as his gaze towards Lin Xuan shifted entirely. Is the Fengtai prefecture so weak? Chang'an, what wager did you make with that young man? Lin Xuan inquired nonchalantly. A wager of 3,000 essence stones. Very bold of you to stake 3,000 essence stones directly. Esteemed elder of the Lu clan, I now kindly request you to present those stones. Lin Xuan maintained his calm demeanor while addressing the elder. You. The elder of the Lu clan seemed momentarily speechless, unable to utter a single word. Must I personally retrieve them? With a flick of his robe, a resounding crash echoed as a colossal ice wall materialized, extending towards the Lu clan's camp. The wall swept past several Lu clan members, leaving the younger generation frozen in shock, cold sweat streaming down their brows. The onlookers stood in awe, particularly the members of the Lin family, who were astonished by their head's unexpected affinity for ice magic and its terrifying potency. This scene was indeed breathtaking. The head of the Lin family effortlessly conjured a massive ice wall. The elder of the Lu clan finally grasped the magnitude of Lin Xuan's power, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Very well. I can present you with 3,000 essence stones immediately. This time, our Lu clan's disciples have been outmatched. The elder, at a loss for words, reluctantly concocted a reason and handed over the essence stones. Chang'an, please collect the stones. Lin Xuan tilted his head with a smile. Thank you, esteemed head. Lin Chang'an cheerfully stepped forward to retrieve the 3,000 essence stones from the elder's hands, who offered no resistance. Meanwhile, the younger members of the Lu clan were left dumbfounded, bewildered by their elder's submissiveness, which was utterly uncharacteristic of him. It was well known that the third elder of the Lu clan was notorious for his fiery temperament and fierce protectiveness. Haha. As the representatives of Fengtai Prefecture arrive at our Hucking Prefecture, we extend the warmest welcome, yet we kindly request adherence to our established protocols. Lin Xuan smiled gently, and with the softening of his expression, the chilling atmosphere surrounding him dissipated. The retreat of the cold also alleviated much of the tense ambience on the first floor of the martial arts building. Haha. Who would have thought that Hucking Prefecture would unexpectedly have another Lin family, and indeed, the head of this family is a formidable expert. Suddenly, a group descended from the second floor, 3 men and 2 women, led by a distinguished middle-aged man, whose demeanor exuded an extraordinary gravitas, walking with remarkable poise. May I inquire who you are? Lin Xuan inquired, casting a casual glance at the middle-aged gentleman. I am Lu Yi, the head of the Lu family from Fengtai Prefecture. The man replied softly. Lu Yi. Lin Xuan recognized the name. Unlike Hucking Prefecture, Fengtai boasts 4 prominent families, with the Lu family acknowledged as the most powerful. Lu Yi, the head of the Lu family, was once a celebrated figure on the Dragon and Phoenix Talents list, having triumphed over Shangwan Jian, and it was said he had now achieved the pinnacle of the Tongxing realm. Ah, it is an honor to meet the head of the Lu family. Lin Xuan responded with a smile and a respectful gesture. Even in the presence of the once revered talent Lu Yi, Lin Xuan felt no pressure whatsoever. What if he is the strongest head of Fengtai? What if he was once a prodigy on the Dragon and Phoenix list? What if he has reached the pinnacle of the Tongxing realm? Can he withstand my sword intent and the chill of my ice? Haha. I once thought Hucking Prefecture would surely be at the bottom this time, but upon visiting today, I realize I was mistaken. It seems that Hucking Prefecture harbors such an expert as the head of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals behind Lu Yi regarded Lin Xuan with solemn expressions. In Fengtai, the only person acknowledged as an expert by their own family head is their own lord. Yet this Lin family head has garnered such recognition. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Evidently Lu Yi had discerned the icy essence he had employed earlier. Elder Lu Feng, is it not enough that you have brought shame upon Fengtai? Lu Yi cast a glance at the Lu family members, who promptly fled in disarray. Ha ha ha, head Lin. Should the opportunity arise, let us share a drink together. I sincerely hope our next meeting is one of joyous revelry. Chapter 74. Another dramatic turn of events let us return, Lin Xuan remarked, watching Lu Yi depart, feeling little stirrings of emotion. It is merely the Lu family. Perhaps our paths will not cross significantly in the future. Head, ahem, it is just that Chana's home is quite far from here. I shall accompany her. Lin Chang'an cleared his throat, awkwardly stating to Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan was taken aback, while Lin Ao and Lin Fan observed with amusement. And Shangwan Chan's cheeks flushed, her delicate hands crossing over her abdomen in a knot. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Well, it seems the charming genes of the Lin family and the romantic lineage are not solely due to my influence. They have been inherited from our ancestors. You may go, but remember to return swiftly. Lin Xuan waved his hand, leading Linfan and the others away. Regardless, it is merely their own pigs rummaging through another's cabbage. And Lin Xuan is rather pleased with it. Lin Chang'an observed Lin Xuan and the others departing, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, unsure of where to place his hands. Chang'an, thank you for escorting me home. Ahem, it was nothing. Here is your handkerchief. I have washed it clean and now return it to you. Giggle. It is a gift for you, Lin Chang'an. You truly appeared quite dashing on the battle stage. Ah, Chang'an, you should leave quickly. If my father sees you, he might interrogate you. Oh, all right. Lin Chang'an stood 100 meters outside the Su family gate, gently clutching the fragrant handkerchief, lingering on the silhouette of Su Chan until she vanished before quietly departing. At the Su residence, Su Jian stood atop the roof alongside an elderly man. Hi hey. It seems that Chaner may have developed some feelings for that young man from the Lin family, Su Jian remarked, shaking his head slightly. Haha, quite normal. Young Chan is in the prime of her youth. It is only natural for her to be moved, the elder in black replied with a faint smile. Alas, hi hey. You must not forget that Chaner is already betrothed. Su Jian sighed suddenly, appearing somewhat troubled. The elder was taken aback, clearly startled. Sigh. That family is one we cannot afford to offend. Although the Lin family is currently quite powerful, in comparison to that family, they are but ants attempting to shake a tree. Moreover, Chaner's fiancé is exceptionally gifted, truly a prodigy among the elite. Su Jian sighed once more. The elder fell silent. And after a lengthy pause, he too sighed. What do you propose we do? While I am quite indulgent towards Chaner, the fate of our entire Su family, thousands of lives, cannot rest solely on her whims. I can only hope to ensure that Chaner enjoys herself a bit more in these next 2 years. Su Jian gazed at Su Chan, who was joyfully skipping back to her room with the little doll gifted by Lin Chang'an, his eyes filled with guilt. The elder understandingly patted Su Jian's shoulder. As the head of the family, Su Jian could not afford to be capricious. A competent patriarch must consider the family's perspective, prioritizing the family's interests above all, even at the expense of personal gain. The following day, Huaqing Prefecture was even more bustling. Adjacent to Huaqing Prefecture were 3 other estates, Fengtai Prefecture, Yulong Prefecture, and Deyuan Prefecture, all of which possessed greater overall strength than Huaqing. The most formidable was Yulong Prefecture, whose comprehensive power ranked among the top in the 18 estates. Lin Xiaoyu, daughter of Lin Xuan from the Lin family, had married Zhou Jin, the third elder from the outer house of the Zhou family in Yulong Prefecture. The Zhou family was exceptionally powerful, classified as a 4-star family, which generally comprises an outer and an inner house. The outer house primarily handles miscellaneous tasks. Lin Xiaoyu's husband, Zhou Jin, held the position of the third elder in the outer house, possessing strength in the late stages of the Great Yuandan realm, yet being distanced from the Lin family. His status within the Zhou family was rather ordinary, offering little assistance to the Lin family. Of course, the Lin family had no intention of seeking assistance from the Zhou family. They merely wished for Lin Xiaoyu to live well. Lin Xiaoyu, clearly, would not be lacking in prowess, for she is an alchemist. Although she initially held the rank of a mere first-tier alchemist, even such a novice would undoubtedly possess commendable skills. The thought of Lin Xiaoyu, his niece, brought a tinge of pain to Lin Xian's heart. The Lin family had yet to have a family alchemist, and now that they finally had one, she had married into another family. It felt akin to losing a treasure to distant relatives. In the grand courtyard of the Lin family in Huqing Prefecture, a resounding crash echoed as a massive pit suddenly appeared, from which Lin Ao emerged, laughing heartily. Haha, I have reached the 6th level. I have finally attained the 6th level of Yuan opening. His jubilant laughter drew the attention of the other Lin family members. Lin Chang'an and Lin Lin both offered their congratulations with smiles. Indeed, Aoer has reached the 6th level. The Yuan Dan is not far off. Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xuan and Lin Wu observed that Lin Ao, despite having suffered a significant defeat, still retained his spirit, which brought them considerable comfort. However, was a breakthrough to a single realm truly a cause for pride? At that moment, Lin Xian approached slowly, casting a gentle glance at Lin Ao. Instantly, Lin Ao's laughter ceased, and the others fell silent in admiration. Aoer, remember that you are still far behind. You must exert twice, even thrice the effort. Do not let a mere hint of progress lead you to complacency, Lin Xian advised sincerely, gazing at Lin Ao. Lin Ao understood, and quickly quelled his earlier arrogance. Humbly responding, yes, understood. Lin Xian nodded approvingly. As the hour approached, it was nearly time for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's auction, which would commence in about an hour. Let us go and see if there are any treasures to be found, Lin Xian suggested with a smile. Yes, master, everyone echoed in agreement. The younger generation appeared particularly curious. They had never witnessed an auction at the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, naturally piquing their interest. Lin Yang and the others had also never attended an auction in Huqing Prefecture, exhibiting a hint of curiosity, though they managed to temper their expressions. The Lin family arrived at the entrance of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce riding first-tier blood steeds. At this moment, the security at the chamber was notably reinforced, far beyond the usual strength. The guards at the gates were all formidable Yuan Dan realm experts. Look, the Zhou family from Yulong Prefecture has arrived. The crowd turned to glance towards the approaching caravan of the Zhou family. The Zhou family is renowned throughout the eastern state, and the people of Huqing Prefecture were well aware of their status. The blood steeds they employed were all second-tier demon beasts, corresponding to experts in the minor Yuan Dan realm. Truly formidable. Sighing softly, Linwen mused, I wonder if Xiaoyu has come along. The elderly man found himself reminiscing about his little daughter. The others also gazed curiously. Since Lin Xiaoyu's marriage to the Zhou family, her visits had been exceedingly rare, primarily due to the considerable distance between Yulong Prefecture and Yunwu City. Chapter 75. The gathering of great powers at Huqing. The Zhou family's caravan entered the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce first, followed closely by the Lin family. The Lin family's status has undergone a remarkable transformation, although their reputation in Huqing Prefecture may not yet rival that of the three prominent families. It stands on par with the Sun family of Dalong City. Upon entering the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, an elegantly poised maid approached them. Indeed, as a maid of the Tongtian Chamber, she not only possessed exquisite beauty but also an admirable demeanor. Esteemed members of the Lin family, your private box is No. 9 in the Tian section. Please follow me, the maid said with a radiant smile, bowing graciously to the Lin family. Lead the way, Lin Xuan replied, ceasing his idle twirling of the jade ring on his thumb, a smile illuminating his face. The maid promptly took the lead. The interior of the Tongtian chamber was indeed vast. Lin Ao and the others gazed around in awe, marveling at the expansive space. Even Lin Xuan and Lin Wu found their eyes opened to such grandeur for the first time. The auction hall within the Tongtian chamber in Huqing Prefecture spanned 5 levels. The first floor was immensely spacious, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people, and represented the most common tier. Ascending to the second floor, one would find the Huang class boxes, followed by the Xin class on the third, the D class on the fourth, and the Tian class on the fifth. The higher the tier, the more distinguished the patrons permitted entry. There were 100 Huang class boxes, 50 Xin class, 24 D class, and only 9 Tian class boxes. The Lin family fortuitously occupied the 9th. By standard protocol, the Lin family should not have been entitled to the Tian class number 9 box, suggesting this was an arrangement orchestrated by Gong Ling for their benefit. Naturally, the Tongtian chamber in Huqing Prefecture paled in comparison to that of the capital, both in terms of opulence and architectural grandeur. Esteemed guests, this is the Tian class No. 9 box. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Very well, you may withdraw for now, Lin Xuan said, casually tossing a few spirit stones as a tip. The maid accepted the stones with a smile and gracefully departed. This is truly a different experience. The maids here at the Tongtian chamber in Huqing Prefecture are remarkably refined. Many young ladies from our Yunwu city cannot compare, Lin Ao remarked, watching the maid's retreating figure with admiration. Cough, cough. Linwen cleared his throat, and Lin Ao immediately straightened up, adopting a more formal demeanor. Linfan and Lin Xuan exchanged amused glances at Lin Ao's startled reaction. Once Lin Xuan and the others took their seats, the other influential families had also settled in. Tian class number 1 was occupied by Hou Mingyu, who had surprisingly not yet departed. Following him were the heads of the Xia family, the Shengwan family, the Cui family, the Bai family, the Longhu gang, the Zhou family from Yulong Mansion, the Lu family from Fengtai Prefecture, and then the Lin family. In contrast, other 2-star families were relegated to the D-class boxes, including the Sun family of Dalong City. What does this mean for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? Why must our Zhu family of Deyuan Prefecture be seated after that Lin family? A middle-aged man within the box expressed his frustration. The surrounding individuals wore expressions of indignation, casting angry glances at the Tian class number 9 box. How dare they treat our Zhu family of Deyuan Prefecture with such disdain? Another middle-aged man added, visibly incensed. At this moment, the elder seated at the main position tapped the armrest of his chair. What a raucous display. Everything must ultimately be determined by strength. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is not something we can afford to provoke. Since he has arranged the seating this way, we shall accept it. Once the auction concludes, we can act as we wish. As the elder spoke, a chilling glint flickered in his shadowed eyes. Yes, father. Both middle-aged men responded with a respectful bow. Meanwhile, the younger generation behind them gazed at the number 9 box with resentment, feeling indignant that their esteemed Zhu family of the Great Yuan could only settle for the no. D box. They were eager to see what capabilities the Lin family possessed. In the number 1 box, Ho Mingyu stood with De Biao behind him. While seated next to him was an elder, Luo Hui, the very man who had taken Ho Mingyu away from the Lin family estate. Little prince, you have been in this hucking prefecture for quite some time. The prince is growing displeased. I must insist on taking you back, Luo Hui stated calmly. Ho Mingyu furrowed his brow slightly. He truly dared not to contradict his father, known for his fiery temperament and rigid nature. Ahem, Elder Luo. Could you possibly grant me a few more days? The prince has issued a strict order. You must return within 3 days at most, Luo Hui replied, sipping his tea and shaking his head gently. With a soft sigh, Ho Mingyu's gaze subtly drifted towards the number 9 box, where he had once again caught sight of the ethereal Lin family girl. Hee, little prince. Could it be that you have taken a liking to that young lady from the Lin family? Luo Hui mused, keeping his eyes lowered, though he had already noted every movement of Ho Mingyu. Rarely, Ho Mingyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Luo Hui smiled faintly, then shook his head slightly. Little prince, such an ordinary girl is unworthy of your status. However, you may consider her as a concubine in the future. No, I truly desire her, and only her. Ho Mingyu declared resolutely. Well, then you will need to present yourself with the means to negotiate with the prince. If you possess the necessary leverage, you may directly propose to the Lin family, Luo Hui said with a slight smile. Initially taken aback, Ho Mingyu soon felt a surge of joy, as it dawned upon him how valid this reasoning was. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall return with you in 3 days to diligently cultivate my skills. Ho Mingyu affirmed solemnly. In the number 7 box, members of the Zhou family had taken their seats, though many were left standing. Xiaoyu, is the no. 9 box yours, from the Lin family? Your family has become quite formidable, hasn't it? Zhou Jin inquired quietly, glancing at the number 9 box with curiosity, addressing the beautiful woman beside him. The woman was Lin Xiaoyu, the youngest daughter of Lin Xuan. It shouldn't be. Only my third uncle has attained the great Yuan Dan realm, Lin Xiaoyu responded uncertainly, shaking her head, as she had not returned home in 2 full years and was unaware of her family's current standing. Third brother, sister-in-law, you ought not to harbor such illusions. Considering sister-in-law's family background, what strength could they possibly possess? Suddenly, a seated middle-aged man turned to sneer dismissively. Zhou Jin and Lin Xiaoyu's expressions shifted noticeably. Ahem. What my elder brother says may not necessarily be accurate. I believe the Lin family is quite commendable. Zhou Jin appeared somewhat hesitant, yet his words still leaned towards supporting his wife's family. The middle-aged man, however, scoffed dismissively. What a fanciful notion. Xiaoyu's maternal family is rather unimpressive. Even our Zhou family's collateral branches surpass them. That family holds no value for us. This statement deepened the gravity of Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin's expressions, as it was indeed excessively harsh. Chapter 76. The Sword Forging Villa. Esteemed guests, welcome to our Hucking Prefecture Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention to the prominent seat of the Tongtian Chamber. There stood Shen Ao, the former president of the chamber, slowly making his entrance with a smile, accompanied by several middle-aged individuals clad in white robes, each exuding formidable vitality. Clearly, this auction was presided over by Shen Ao himself, while the white-robed figures beside him were the esteemed offerings of the Tongtian Chamber, each at least possessing the strength of the third divine realm. Our auction items this time encompass a range from the Tongxing realm to the Kaiyuan realm, with a total of 433 items. I am confident that you will find something to your liking, Shen Ao continued, smiling. With nearly 2,000 attendees on the first floor and only a few hundred items on offer, it was evident that the competition would be fierce. The finest treasures would invariably be claimed by those from the higher echelons, while only the less desirable items would be left for those below. Now, without further ado, let us commence the auction. The first item up for bid is a 9th-grade common weapon, the Quadragon sword, forged by the Sword Forging Villa. Crafted primarily from the bones of the 4th-tier demonic beast, the Quadragon fish. It truly ranks among the finest in the 9th-grade weapons category, starting at a base price of 10,000 stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 500 stones. As Shen Ao concluded his announcement, 2 maidens promptly approached the central auction stage, carrying a rectangular box measuring 1 meter in length. Upon opening the box, a pristine white sword was revealed before the audience, its quality evidently matching Shen Ao's claims. This sword is indeed exceptional. It undoubtedly ranks among the top-tier 9th-grade weapons. Crafted by the Sword Forging Villa, it is a masterpiece. It is no surprise that the Tongtian Chamber's first item is such a treasure. This might fetch upwards of 50,000 stones. 50,000 stones. I only brought 3,000. 3,000? My friend, The ticket alone cost you 100 stones. You dare tell me you only brought 3,000? You should turn right and head to the Lin Xuan building. This place is not suited for you. A chorus of murmurs arose among the crowd, filled with admiration and praises. Ho Mingyu did not even cast a glance at the Quadragon's sword, viewing it as rather mundane in his status as a young prince of the Dantian Wangfu. However, other families exhibited keen interest, particularly the number 10 box of the Baijian sect from the Great Dragon City. Huh. How intriguing that this is an item from our sword forging villa, remarked Jian Shi coldly. In response, the master of the sword forging gate let out a faint sigh. 11. You must remain steadfast. The sword forging manor now relies solely on you. During this time of insufficient strength, you must not reveal your identity. Yes, I understand. The sword forging manor will not perish. I am determined to restore its former glory. Jian Shi clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reflecting the turbulence within his heart. 20,000 yuan stones. The Zhou family has placed a bid, starting with an additional 10,000 yuan stones. The Liu family bids 25,000 yuan stones. The Chui family offers 30,000 yuan stones. My family, the Shangguan, is also entering the fray. With the prominent families stepping up, those beneath could only watch helplessly. A few tens of thousands of yuan stones are not easily accessible, even for a one-star family, let alone for those less reputable families that lack the qualification to partake. In the Tianzi No. 9 private box, Linfan inquired while gazing at the Shuilong sword. Is the sword forging manor truly formidable? The others also displayed a hint of curiosity. The sword forging manor is a 7-star power, renowned throughout the land for its mastery in sword forging, and is considered a top-tier force in the vast wilderness, Lin Xuan explained with a smile. The crowd collectively gasped. A 7-star power could easily overturn their Huaping mansion. Ultimately, the long sword was auctioned off to the Zhou family for 76,000 yuan stones. The fact that a common-grade weapon fetched such a high price indeed attests to the prestigious reputation of the sword forging manor. Lin Xuan had previously learned about the sword forging manor at the Jixia Academy. The entire establishment thrived on sword making, reportedly producing half of the swords in the vast wilderness. Even Lin Xuan's Tianying sword was crafted by the sword forging manor. However, it was rumored that not long ago, the manor faced a great calamity. The truth of this remains uncertain. Lin Xuan also had an old friend within the sword forging manor and wondered if he had escaped the disaster. The next auction item was a third-grade herb. One by one, the items were presented, yet Lin Xuan remained a passive observer, showing no inclination to bid, despite his personal wealth exceeding 100,000 yuan stones, with cash reserves over 60,000. While Lin Xuan appeared drowsy, Linfan, Lin Chang'an, and others were engrossed in the proceedings, encountering treasures they had neither seen nor even heard of before. The next item was a 9th-grade weapon, the Diamond Dragon Spear, of only average quality, with a starting bid of 8,000 yuan stones, and increments no less than 500 yuan stones. Upon seeing the spear presented, Lin Chang'an's eyes widened. As a practitioner of the spear, he naturally yearned for a powerful weapon to enhance his abilities. The Lin family understood Lin Chang'an's excitement at this moment. Indeed, a 9th-grade weapon is quite fitting for you. Let this serve as your reward, Lin Xuan proclaimed with a smile and a wave of his hand. Lin Chang'an was elated, and the Lin family members voiced no objections, for Lin Chang'an was worthy of such investment. As the bidding for the spear progressed, reaching 30,000 yuan stones, it began to stall. At that point, Lin Xuan decided to raise the bid. 40,000 yuan stones. His offer astonished the entire assembly. Despite the fact that the Shuilong sword can fetch a staggering 78,000, this is largely due to its creation by the illustrious Forging Mountain Manor, where sword cultivators are in abundance, thus naturally elevating the price of the Shuilong sword. In contrast, spear cultivators are considerably fewer, which renders such weaponry notably less expensive. Furthermore, this particular spear is merely an ordinary 9th-grade weapon, typically valued just above 30,000 stones, making the 4,000 price indeed exorbitant. After Lin Xuan made his offer, no one else dared to bid. As a result, this auction item, the Diamond Dragon Spear, was secured by the esteemed guest of Box 9. Shanao remarked with a smile. Lin Chang'an was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude to Lin Xuan, saying, Chang'an is deeply thankful for the esteemed head of the family granting this spear. Indeed, it is well-deserved, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Within the Zhou family's box, Lin Xiaoyu listened intently to the bidding from Box 9, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the voice. Zhou Lang, that voice sounds remarkably like my third uncle, she mused. Really? Zhou Jin exclaimed in surprise. I cannot be certain. I shall observe further, Lin Xiaoyu replied, pursing her lips. Now, the next item on our agenda shall be our piece de resistance, Shanao suddenly announced with a smile. The crowd's interest was piqued. If Shanao deemed it a highlight, It surely surpassed the value of the first item. The upcoming auction item was a tome of spiritual martial arts titled Catastrophe Transformation. Chapter 77. A father's lavish expenditure of 100,000 stones. Lin Xuan slightly curled his lip. He had indeed heard of and even seen this martial art. However, it is not regarded as particularly formidable in the vast wilderness and is considered a rather common spiritual martial art, with numerous copies available in many powerful factions. Even the Jixiao Academy possesses a manuscript of this martial art, rendering Catastrophe Transformation merely average in the realm of spiritual martial arts. At least, Lin Xuan found it unworthy of his attention. Nevertheless, while Lin Xuan dismissed it, other families and factions coveted it greatly. After all, spiritual martial arts are exceedingly rare in a place like Huqing Prefecture. Even within the Zhou family, a clan of such standing, the number of spiritual martial arts is exceedingly limited. The foundation of a family is reflected in the number and grade of its martial arts, weaponry, and available resources. Particularly, martial arts represent a legacy that can be passed down through generations. The starting bid is 100,000 stones, with each subsequent increment no less than 5,000 stones. Shanao announced cheerfully. The Liu family offers 110,000. The Zhou family bids 120,000. The Cui family bids 130,000. The Zhou family bids 200,000. The Zhu family of Diyuan Prefecture bids 250,000. These figures left Linfan and the others astounded. Their Lin family's annual income seemed trifling in comparison, a mere drop in the bucket. Ultimately, this catastrophe transformation was astonishingly acquired by the Liu family for a staggering 68,000 stones. 68,000 stones. What a monumental resource. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but exclaim. Haha. Strength determines your resources. Without formidable power, what can you do even if granted 1 million stones? However, if you possess the strength of the spiritual connection realm, resources will flow abundantly, Lin Xuan replied with a smile, prompting deep contemplation among the onlookers. It indeed seems to be the case. The next item up for auction is a 9th grade slashing knife, accompanied by an unidentified stone, with a starting price of 10,000. Each subsequent bid must exceed 500. Shen Ao continued, while Lin Fan suddenly straightened in his seat. What is the matter, Fana? Do you desire this slashing knife? Lin Xuan inquired with a smile, observing Lin Fan's movements, though his gaze subtly lingered on the black stone. It appeared that his son was keen on the black stone. Father, I wish to acquire that knife, Lin Fan replied to Lin Xuan with unwavering determination. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. It was indeed a rare occurrence for his mischievous son to seek something from him. 40,000 for the stone, the Zhou family declared. 50,000. Lin Xuan responded with a grin. This marked the second bid from the Lin family, drawing the attention of the crowd towards the VIP box number 9. It seemed that only those of considerable standing could occupy such a prestigious space. 60,000. Unexpectedly, the Zhu family from box number 1, which had initially refrained from bidding, interjected. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow at box number 1, wondering when he had incurred the Zhu family's displeasure. 70,000. 71,000. The Zhu family continued to raise their bid, causing an uproar among the onlookers. It was evident to all that the Zhu family was intent on opposing the Lin family, especially since they had not even participated at the outset. Now, the price of the long knife had soared to over 70,000, far exceeding its worth. How had the Lin family attracted the Zhu family's ire? It was rather understandable. The Zhu family was a superfamily of the Great Yuan Prefecture, a 3-star family, and had been relegated to box number 1, while the Lin family occupied box number 9. Unable to confront the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce directly, the Zhu family had naturally turned their sights on the Lin family. Laughable. I've investigated, and it appears the Lin family is merely a 1-star family. One wonders how they were elevated to such a position. But the head of the Lin family is the champion of this family gathering at Huaqing Prefecture. No wonder. Yet, going head-to-head with the Zhu family might be akin to a moth flying into the flame. Let us observe the spectacle. Inside VIP box number 9, the crowd glared furiously at box number 1. What does that foolish Zhu family intend to do? Are they targeting us? How infuriating. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Father, perhaps we should withdraw. Over 70,000 for a mere ordinary slashing knife is indeed exorbitant. Lin Xuan scoffed disdainfully and slowly rose, fixing his gaze upon box number 1. As the head of the family, I bid 100,000. Zhu family, dare you challenge me further? Lin Xuan said with a calm demeanor, eliciting another wave of astonishment from the audience. How astonishing it was for the head of the Lin family to assert his strength with such a bold bid, directly threatening the Zhu family. The members of the Zhu family seethed with anger upon hearing Lin Xuan's words. How dare you threaten us? This is outrageous. 100,000 had already drained their resources significantly, yet they could do nothing but endure. Only the elder of the Zhu family raised a hand to quell the anger and spoke with difficulty. The sum of 100,000 stones has been secured, and thus the blade and the unknown black stone now belong to the prestigious box number 9. Shin Ao exhibited little change in expression as he continued his auction. Thank you, Father. Linfan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, deeply moved. The auction price of 100,000 stones for a mere 9th-grade ordinary weapon seemed unjustifiable. Yet his father willingly bid for it on his behalf. It truly is my third uncle from the Zhou family, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement. Zhou Jin was equally elated, astonished that his wife's family possessed such formidable influence, able to stand up to the Zhu family and secure a position in the elite box. I never anticipated that your maternal family would be so audacious, especially against the Zhu family, who are no less formidable than our Zhou family. You must ensure your family remains vigilant. A middle-aged member of the Zhou family remarked with a sardonic tone. Lin Xiaoyu, visibly displeased, retorted, Brother, how can you underestimate my Lin family? The fact that we have been assigned to the elite box signifies that our family has far surpassed its former stature. Zhou Qi sneered dismissively, turning away, clearly unimpressed by the Lin family. It was evident that the seating arrangement of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce favored those with greater influence. Otherwise, how could the Zhou family only manage box number 7? Now, for the next auction item, I believe everyone will find it particularly intriguing. Shin Ao announced with a cheerful demeanor, rekindling the crowd's interest. Only Lin Xuan subtly smiled, as if he were already aware of the forthcoming item. The next item for auction was the Tremor Gauntlets, a pseudo-spiritual weapon, starting at 30,000 stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 3,000 stones. An uproar erupted in the audience. How could it be a pseudo-spiritual weapon? Such items were typically utilized by individuals at the Tongxing realm, generally. Only those at the pinnacle of this realm could afford true spiritual weapons. Consequently, many families were now ablaze with desire. The gauntlets, being versatile, were accessible to anyone, and from a market perspective, their average worth rivaled that of swords. Chapter 78. By their own methods, let them reap what they sow. The Tremor Gauntlets were, in fact, brought forth for auction by Lin Xuan, having acquired them from the two plump elders. Given that no one in the Lin family currently had the capacity to wield them, retaining them would be a waste. Thus, it was prudent to auction them off in exchange for stones. Amassing a significant sum of stones would allow for the distribution of resources for cultivation among the Lin family, maximizing their benefits. In box number 1, an elder from the Zhu family remarked, these gauntlets would be exceptionally useful for us. Chang'er is in need of such a pair. Securing them could elevate his standing on the Dragon and Phoenix talents list. The elder, seated at the head of the table, could not contain his satisfaction as he gazed upon the gauntlets. I understand now, Father. Indeed, Chang'er requires such a fine pair of gauntlets. A middle-aged man beside him replied with a grin. I'll bid 50,000 stones. The first to call out was a rogue cultivator at the Santong realm, clearly possessing considerable wealth. Humph, a rogue dares to bid. The Zhu family of Dayuan offers 60,000. The Zhou family of Yulong bids 80,000. The Bai family of Huaqing bids 100,000. In Huaqing, pseudo-spiritual weapons were also considered exceedingly high-grade merchandise. In the span of just a few breaths, the auction price surged to 250,000 stones, with only a handful of families participating in the bidding. As for the solitary cultivator, he had already withdrawn at 200,000 stones, for individual strength is often no match for the might of a family. The Zhu family bids 280,000 stones. The gravelly voice of the Zhu family patriarch echoed throughout the grand hall. A pseudo-spiritual weapon can never truly compare to an authentic spiritual weapon. Its worth is capped at around 300,000 stones, and thus, 280,000 is considered a generous offer. The Zhou family chose to withdraw, deeming it unworthy to pursue a mere pseudo-spiritual boxing glove, especially with more significant events yet to come. The Liu family also relinquished their interest, primarily because they had already expended considerable resources. And even a prosperous family like theirs cannot afford to squander excessively. Just as the Zhu patriarch was about to smile in triumph, Lin Xuan interjected calmly. 283,000. Instantly, all eyes shifted to box 9. The expression on the Zhu patriarch's face darkened considerably. This was a case of reciprocity. The Zhu family bids 290,000. Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the escalating stakes. Father, if we continue to raise our bid, what if the Zhu family refrains from countering? We could end up purchasing it, one family member cautioned. Indeed, Master, we must not increase our offer too drastically. Another chimed in. Silence. The master has his own plans, another voice commanded amidst the discussions. Lin Xuan's lips curled slightly. He had brought this boxing glove to auction himself. And if necessary, he could simply pay a few thousand stones in handling fees to reclaim it. Such a fine item would undoubtedly attract buyers. And if the Zhu family continued to provoke him, he could not simply return empty-handed without retaliating. Damn it, how infuriating. Members of the Zhu family were seething with rage. The Zhu patriarch, seated in a wicker chair, clenched his fists, clearly vexed by the mockery directed at their family. The Zhu family bids 310,000 stones. This declaration was nearly ground out between gritted teeth. 320,000 stones. Lin Xuan maintained his composure, raising the stakes without hesitation. Enough. An elder from the Zhu family slammed his hand on the table and stormed to the balcony, shouting, "Lin family, do not push your luck." The onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Lin Xuan stepped out onto the balcony, one hand resting behind his back, while the other rested casually in front of him. If the Zhu family lacks the funds, you may as well withdraw. If you cannot afford it, do not make baseless claims, he said, his voice low yet dripping with disdain. You. A middle-aged man from the Zhu family was fuming, his face reddening, yet he could find no words to counter. It really is my uncle, exclaimed Lin Xiaoyu from the Zhou family box, her astonishment evident. Zhou Jin was equally taken aback, now fully convinced of the unfolding events. All members of the Zhou family were now acutely aware. Their brows furrowed as they regarded Lin Xuan. The audacity of challenging the Zhu family came from none other than the maternal family of their Zhou family's daughter-in-law, which added an intriguing layer to the situation. By the heavens, I bid 330,000 stones, the Zhu family declared with renewed fervor. A middle-aged man from the Zhu family raised his hand and shouted, "All right, 33,000 stones, is it? The Zhu family is indeed formidable, but I, the head of the family, shall bid 33,300 stones. What will your Zhu family do in response?" Lin Xuan chuckled, nonchalantly flicking his robe and returning to the private box without even glancing at the Zhu family members. President Shun, whether the Lin family possesses 33,000 stones is a matter worth investigating. Someone from the Zhu family interjected. Even if this one-star family secured the first place at the prestigious family gathering in Huqing Prefecture, what of it? Their foundation remains unchanged. The president can attest to the fact that the head of the Lin family possesses such financial capability, Shin Ao replied, nodding slowly. Ridiculous. The boxing gloves being auctioned are merely put forth by others for sale. If Lin Xuan ends up purchasing them, the most they would earn is a mere 2% commission, just a few thousand stones, he continued. 35,000 stones. The patriarch of the Zhu family raised the bid once again. Enough, enough. You have already outbid yourselves by 70,000 stones. Very well, this round is yours. Lin Xuan said with a faint smile. The faces of the Zhu family darkened, filled with a desire to devour Lin Xuan. However, the members of the Lin family erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha, let them be arrogant. Now it's time for them to taste hardship. The Zhu family is truly too presumptuous. The head is magnificent. They all regarded it as an amusing spectacle. All right, let us proceed to the next auction item. The auction continued. Most of the valuable items were purchased by the prominent families in the two esteemed boxes, leaving only the less desirable items for the smaller families below. To Lin Xuan's surprise, Shangwan Shan from the Shangwan family actually spent over 10,000 stones to acquire an 8th-grade inner armor. He found it puzzling. With the Shangwan family's vast wealth, could they not produce a 9th-grade inner armor? After more than 2 hours had passed, the auction finally reached its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the finale of today's auction, and our final 3 major items will soon be presented, Shin Ao announced with a smile, his voice resonating throughout the venue. At this moment, the 4 white-robed attendants swiftly took their positions at each corner of the stage, clearly indicating that these 4 items were of exceptional quality. The first major item was a pill, a 4th-tier elixir known as the Breaking Extremes pill. Consuming this pill provides a 30% chance for a Tongxing realm expert to directly elevate their level. Upon hearing this, all Tongxing realm experts gasped for breath. Others were extremely eager, yet Lin Xuan could hardly muster the energy to lift his gaze. The Breaking Extremes pill indeed had such effects, but it extracted one's inherent potential in exchange for strength, making it a rather futile endeavor. Of course, for those cultivators who had long lost hope of advancement, it could be considered a miraculous elixir. Ultimately, this pill was acquired by the Zhou family for an astonishing 63,000 stones. Lin Xuan smirked, recalling how his 3rd senior brother used to concoct this type of pill for fun, only to sell it casually afterward for a drink. The next item up for auction is a rare 4th-tier beast cub, known as the Desolate Wolf. This extraordinary creature possesses the potential to reach a 5th tier and, upon birth, exhibits the strength of a 1st-tier beast. During its maturation, it can attain a maximum of 3rd-tier prowess. If nurtured properly, it could become a revered guardian of the clan or sect. Shinao remarked with a grin. The taming of such beasts is notoriously difficult. However, Initiating the process during their infancy significantly eases the challenge. Many prominent sects and esteemed families favor cultivating formidable beasts to serve as protectors of their lineage. Given the limited lifespan of humans, whereas beasts typically enjoy much longer lives, such as a fourth-tier beast which can live for 3 to 4 centuries, this offers a distinct advantage over human cultivators of the same rank. Nonetheless, the growth cycle of these beasts is protracted, making it challenging for families and sects lacking substantial resources to invest in their rearing. The starting bid for the desolate wolf cub is set at 100,000 stones, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 10,000 stones. As soon as Shanao concluded his statement, a family immediately initiated the bidding. 100,000 stones, 110,000 stones, 500,000 stones. The price escalated to 500,000 stones, an astonishing figure. Master, why is this seemingly frail cub so valuable? Lin Ao inquired, confusion etched upon his face. Lin Chang'an, Lin, and others turned their curious gazes toward Lin Xuan. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Lin Xuan stepped forward to elucidate. If a family can cultivate a fourth-tier beast, it may protect the lineage for centuries. This investment is truly advantageous. Moreover, when fully matured, such beasts generally reach the pinnacle of the transformation realm. This sum of stones is certainly worthwhile. The crowd nodded in understanding. Acquiring such a beast was not merely for immediate enhancement of family strength, but rather to secure a safeguard for the future. No family can confidently predict its everlasting prosperity. Thus, possessing a guardian beast becomes paramount. During times of decline, having a powerful beast to offer protection underscores its significance. Our Zhou family bids 800,000. The declaration from the Zhou family echoed, their high offer leaving other families in awe. 800,000 stones is indeed an exorbitant sum. Local families like the Bai and Chui clans fell into contemplation. While they could muster the 800,000, doing so would drastically deplete their resources. The Zhou family, however, a 4-star clan with vast assets, could afford such an investment without jeopardizing their financial stability. Ultimately, the beast cub was secured by the Zhou family for 800,000 stones, an exorbitant price. Linfan gazed at the beast cub, reflecting on the staggering cost. The remaining members of the Lin family nodded in agreement. The next item up for auction promises to be the highlight of this event. As Shanao spoke, he playfully teased the audience, leaving them in suspense. Just as everyone was engaged in speculation, he finally continued, revealing the last auction item, the coveted sword-shaped grass. A rare treasure in the imperial capital. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Could it truly be the legendary sword-shaped grass? Lin Xuan was equally taken aback. How could such a rarity be found in the diminutive Huaqing prefecture? This prized item was indeed in high demand in the grand imperial city. Let us depart, Lin Xuan declared, feeling a sense of disinterest, primarily because the sword-shaped grass held little value for him. Spending 1,000,000 yuan stones on such a trinket seemed absurd. The members of the Lin family nodded in agreement and followed Lin Xuan out of the private room to collect their belongings. At that moment, the collective gaze of the crowd was fixated on the sword-shaped grass, oblivious to the Lin family's departure. Only Hou Mingyu, Jianxi, and Shang Wanchan noticed their exit. Jianxi, glancing towards the Lin family's room, felt a significant decision brewing within him. Yu, uncle, I have made my decision. I wish to restore the swordsmith manor. The Lin family head may be my only viable option for support. Meanwhile, at the back office of the Tongtian Merchant Association, the logistics manager greeted the Lin family head with enthusiasm. Esteemed Lin family head, here are the dragon spear and the black slashing blade you auctioned, along with this black stone and your vibrating gauntlets. The total auction proceeds amount to 350,000 yuan stones. After a 2-service fee of 7,000 yuan stones and the deductions for the first 2 items, you receive a total of 147,000 yuan stones. Here are your 203,000 yuan stones. Please accept them. The Lin family members were left utterly astonished. It turned out that the vibrating gauntlets had been put up for auction by their own family. They never anticipated that. After all this, their family head would walk away with 200,000 yuan stones in profit. Thank you, Lin Xuan said, accepting the yuan stones. While the other 2 items were directly handed to him and Lin Chang'an, both were filled with excitement. Lin Ao and Lin watched with envy. Yet they felt a renewed motivation within themselves. Let us go, Lin Xuan said nonchalantly. At this auction, he had only acquired those 2 items. Not due to a lack of funds, but because he found the rest utterly unworthy of his attention. They were simply too trivial to pique his interest at this stage in his life. Family head, you did not purchase anything for yourself this time, Lin Chang'an remarked, caressing the long spear in his hands before looking at Lin Xuan. The others were taken aback. Their family head truly had not bought anything for himself. There was nothing of value to bid on, Just a collection of useless items. Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment, Lin family head. Just as Lin Xuan and the others were about to leave, someone hurriedly called out to them. What is it? Ahem, Lin family head. Our guild president requests your presence. The Lin family members were momentarily taken aback. The guild president had repeatedly invited their leader, indicating a close relationship between him and the guild president. Please wait for me here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Lead the way ahead. Chapter 80. The departure of Gong Ling. What is it that you summoned me for? Lin Xuan inquired directly upon entering the room where Gong Ling was managing her affairs. Nothing much, merely that I must depart from Hucking Mansion within 7 days, Gong Ling replied, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Xuan's. Startled, Lin Xuan soon smiled, realizing that Gong Ling indeed did not belong to Dongzhou. My purpose for being here is quite simple, yet I have other intentions that remain unfulfilled. Hence there is little reason for me to linger. Gong Ling's peculiar remarks left Lin Xuan somewhat bewildered. Then you shall return directly to the imperial capital? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Gong Ling gently nodded. Indeed, I must return to the imperial capital, for my sister requires my care. Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment, at a loss for words. Your sister likely already knows you are in Lingwu City. Is there anything you wish for me to convey upon my return? Although your sister does not lack for your presence. Observing Lin Xuan's silence, Gong Ling could not help but inquire, her tone indifferent. With a soft sigh, Lin Xuan felt a torrent of unspoken words within him, yet they remained trapped in silence. Ah, you truly are a heartless scoundrel, not even uttering a word now. Gong Ling huffed in dissatisfaction. What more can I say? Then please convey a message for me. We shall meet again in due time. Lin Xuan smiled as he spoke these words, rising to depart. Wait, what? Is there something else? Lin Xuan turned back to ask. Gong Ling regarded him for a while before finally saying, Never mind, it is nothing, you may go. With a slight raise of his brow, Lin Xuan exited the room. Gong Ling sighed softly, murmuring, Fool, your sister misses you dearly. After Lin Xuan left the room, he discovered that the auction had concluded. The final sword-shaped herb was acquired by Hou Mingyu for a staggering price of 1,900,000. Truly, the Dong Tian Wang Fu is extravagantly affluent. It is worth noting that the Dong Tian Wang Fu is publicly recognized as a 7-star force, rendering the Zhou and Lu families mere larger-than-life ants in comparison. Outside the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, a crowd had gathered, where 2 individuals were engaged in combat, one of whom was Lin Chang'an. Day in and day out, Lin Chang'an either found himself in brawls or on the path to retrieve handkerchiefs. Wielding a 9th-grade spear, Lin Chang'an displayed formidable prowess, each movement executed with impenetrable precision. Despite his opponent being at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, he could not penetrate Lin Chang'an's defenses. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged 3 strikes before parting ways. Lin Xuan soared above, assessing the situation, and realized that the adversary was a member of the Zhu family. It seemed the Zhu family was rather petty, seeking out conflict directly. Zhu Dan, you truly cannot best a 4th-level Kaiyuan with your 6th-level prowess. At this moment, among the Zhu family, voices began to rise in reproach towards the Zhu clan members who had fought to a standstill with Lin Chang'an. Zhu Dan's face flushed with embarrassment. Huh, what of your Lin family patriarch? Has he abandoned you to flee? A senior elder of the Zhu family stepped forward, his demeanor fierce. What? Are you seeking me? Lin Xuan descended from the heavens, directly entering the throng. Patriarch, father, 3rd uncle. The calls echoed, affirming Lin Xuan as their pillar of support. Lin Xuan, the elder of the Zhu family, Zhu Sanfu, emerged slowly, his murky eyes fixed intently upon Lin Xuan. Ah, so this is Zhu Sanfu, the elder of the Zhu family. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, he appears quite frail, Lin Xuan remarked with a smile. The head of the Lin family, you truly are remarkable. Zhu Sanfu responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. At the upcoming grand competition of the 18 estates, we shall meet again. Lin Xuan retracted his smile, casually waving his hand, dismissing the elder as a mere trifling figure, unworthy of his concern. The rivalry between the Lin and Zhu families seemed tense, yet it had not escalated into conflict. Both were individuals of considerable wisdom. It was not so easy for them to resort to violence. As the Zhu family departed, they left behind some harsh words, but Lin Xuan paid them no heed. Father, 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Lin Xuan and the others turned abruptly, a familiar figure appearing before them. Xiaoyu, little sister, ain't you? The Lin family exclaimed joyfully. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin approached excitedly. Father, 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle, brother, I've missed you all so much. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed with a radiant smile. Unable to contain her excitement, Zhou Jin, displaying great courtesy, bowed respectfully to Lin Xuan and the others. I have met my esteemed father-in-law. as well as my second and third uncles, Zhou Jin stated. Ah, Zhou Jin, it seems you and Xiao Yu have not visited our Lin family for quite some time. Linwen said, his tone tinged with mild reproach, yet filled with joy at seeing his daughter. Ahem, my esteemed father-in-law, forgive me. I've simply been too occupied. Zhou Jin replied with humility. Father, please don't blame Zhou Jin. He is now the third elder of the Zhou family South External Court. And he truly has many responsibilities. Lin Xiaoyu defended her husband. Oh, you little girl, it seems your loyalties have completely shifted outside, Linwen jested. Though his heart was lightened by the sight of Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin's evident affection for one another. Ah, Patriarch Lin, what a pleasure at that moment. The main contingent of the Zhou family approached, with a white-haired elder at the forefront smiling at Lin Xuan. May I inquire who you are? Lin Xuan inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly. I am Zhou Jianhang, the grand elder of the Zhou family, and these four are also esteemed elders of our inner court. Zhou Jianhang introduced himself and the accompanying elders. Truly, the Zhou family, a four-star family, sent forth formidable individuals, all of whom were strong practitioners of the fifth realm. Oh, it is an honor to finally meet you, Lin Xuan replied with a bow, perfectly balancing his demeanor. The head of the Lin family truly exudes remarkable charm. I have heard that at this family gathering in Hucking Mansion, the Lin family returned triumphantly, laden with success. Zhou Jinhang did not harbor any disdain. Rather, he expressed admiration for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Since our families are now related by marriage, we should certainly keep in touch more often. Head of the Lin family, Zhou Jinhang remarked with a warm smile, his amiable demeanor naturally endearing him to those around. Indeed, as in-laws, we shall undoubtedly have more opportunities to interact, Lin Xuan responded with a smile, standing opposite Zhou Jinhang, his presence unwavering and confident. Chapter 81. Returned to Yunwu City. Lin Xuan wished for Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin to stay in Yunwu City for a few days. But Zhou Jin had other matters to attend to, so he could only allow Lin Xiaoyu to return with Lin Xuan and the others. Lin Xuan acted swiftly, leading the Lin family to Yunwu City the following day. Why did the Xiao family withdraw midway this time? Lin Wu inquired, displaying some confusion. It seems their withdrawal was due to matters concerning their clan, Linfan remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Clan? The others were perplexed. Lin Xuan too heard this term for the first time. Clan. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Xiao family of Yunwu City is a branch of the esteemed Xiao family from the imperial capital? Linfan continued. Xiaoya mentioned to me that their Xiao family is indeed a branch of the imperial capital's Xiao family. They were banished to Yunwu City due to past transgressions. And to return, they must either contribute significantly or have a powerful genius emerge within their ranks. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The imperial capital's Xiao family. That is one of the three great families of the Great Wilderness. In terms of influence, they even surpassed the Eastern King's mansion. Lin Xuan could not help but feel astonished, realizing that a seemingly small family traveling with them harbored such a complex history. Hee. It seems my uncle is a bit vexed now, Lin Chang'an chuckled. Why do you say that? Lin Ao asked, looking utterly bewildered. Uft. Lin Xiaoyu giggled, and then explained with a smile. I know about Xiaoya. The Xiao family relies heavily on her. With such talent, if she catches the eye of the clan, her suitors will undoubtedly be the most formidable geniuses of the Great Wilderness, making things quite difficult for my younger brother. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Lin Xuan, meanwhile, pouted. Lin Chang'an, however, seemed to revel in the misfortune, grinning. Pressure breeds motivation. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Lin Fan shot a sidelong glance at Lin Chang'an, who had met with Shangguan Chan privately before leaving Hucking Mansion, returning with such a triumphant air. Humph. The tides of fortune are ever-changing. Hee, Xiaoyu, you must be sure to stay home for a few extra days this time. Your father misses you dearly, Lin Xuan said, looking at Lin Xiaoyu with a warm smile. Lin Xiaoyu nodded with a grin. I miss everyone too. How has the Zhou family treated you? Lin Wen inquired with a hint of concern. After all, Lin Xiaoyu is the youngest daughter of Lin Wen and is naturally cherished. The Zhou family is vast, with numerous branches, leading to endless scheming among them, which is quite tiresome. However, Zhou Lang holds a certain status within the Zhou family and has indeed been kind to me. Lin Xiaoyu harbors little affection for the Zhou family. Yet she is genuinely pleased with Zhou Jin. Hearing Lin Xiaoyu express her thoughts, everyone felt a sense of relief. Huaqingfu is not far from Yunwu City. Despite the slow pace of travel, the group arrived within 2 days. Upon their return to Yunwu City, a throng of cultivators actually emerged from the city to welcome them. The news of the Lin family's triumphant return had already spread throughout Yunwu City. With their victory, the Lin family would undoubtedly acquire numerous resources, thus fostering the development of Yunwu City. Upon arriving back at the Lin residence, everyone felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. Home offered a comforting reprieve. Do not indulge in comfort. Lin Xuan and Lin Ao were ordered to gather all 3 generations of the Lin family for rigorous training. Naturally, Shuai and Xiao Fan were not exempt. Lin Xuan, observing Lin Ao slumped in a chair, coldly declared, "Yes, head of the family." Lin Ao, Lin Xuan. And the others instantly perked up and responded in unison. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. "Please, you may take your leave." Lin Xuan waved his hand. And Lin Ao and the others exited. "Oh, who might this be?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired, looking at Yuan Ying with curiosity. "Haha, let me introduce you, dear. This is your brother Yang's wife, Yuan Ying," Lin Wen said with a broad smile. "Hello, little sister Xiaoyu," Yuan Ying greeted gracefully, smiling warmly at Lin Xiaoyu. "Greetings, sister-in-law. You are truly lovely. Yang is indeed fortunate," Lin Xiaoyu complimented, understanding well the art of flattering a woman. "Now that Xiaoyu has returned, make yourself at home. Stay as long as you wish," Lin Xuan said, rising with a smile. After some casual conversation, everyone gradually dispersed. With the Dragon Tiger Formation disc in hand, Lin Xuan made his way to the back mountain. The geographical position of the Wu family is indeed exceptional, occupying such a vast expanse of land, with a large mountain looming behind. The Dragon Tiger Formation disc is perfectly suited for installation here. Lin Xuan took out the formation disc and recited the incantation, causing the Dragon Tiger Formation disc to seamlessly integrate into the mountain, expanding outward for 10 miles. In just a few breaths, the entire Lin family estate was enveloped by the formation. Observing the disc, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Given the rate of consumption, maintaining the formation for a day would require over 20 spirit stones, amounting to nearly 10,000 stones per year, and that is merely for sustaining its operation. If fully activated, it could consume thousands, even tens of thousands of spirit stones in an instant. No wonder ordinary families cannot afford such formations. However, Lin Xuan deemed the investment worthwhile. This Dragon Tiger Formation disc is a 4th-tier formation and the finest among them, capable of withstanding attacks from those at the Transformation Realm. If a practitioner at the Transformation Realm were to become ensnared within the Dragon Tiger Grand Formation, even the pinnacle of that realm would likely be gravely injured and forced to flee. This is the remarkable power of the Dragon Tiger Formation. For the Lin family in the present day, the utility of this formation is immensely significant. After setting up the formation, Lin Xuan returned to the residence and summoned his elder brothers. He promptly informed Lin Xuan and Lin Wu about the formation. Both were taken aback, never expecting their younger brother to bring back such a treasure. However, they were also concerned about the exorbitant maintenance cost of 10,000 spirit stones per year, which was indeed quite steep. "Dear elder brothers, do not dwell on the expense. This formation will greatly benefit our Lin family at this juncture. I cannot always be present, and in my absence, this formation will ensure that, unless a powerful being from the spirit communication realm intervenes, no one will be able to breach the Dragon Tiger Formation." Lin Xuan's words were not without merit, and Lin Wen and Lin Wu, not being narrow-minded individuals, understood the logic. He subsequently imparted the formation's incantations to them and guided them to the back mountain to master the Dragon Tiger Formation. Now, even in Lin Xuan's absence, they need not fear as much if an external threat arises. A strong individual's greatest fear is being robbed of their home. Thus, it is imperative to fortify their defenses. Having settled these matters, Lin Xuan's thoughts turned to the entire family. As there were still over 6 months until the grand competition of the 18 prefectures in Dongzhou. During this time, Lin Xuan needed to conduct specialized training for his family members. However, the grand competition was merely a minor event, and he did not place too much emphasis on it. What truly occupied Lin Xuan's mind was the upcoming 300th birthday celebration of his revered master, which would take place in a year. It had been over 20 years since he left the imperial capital, and he had no knowledge of how things had changed there. He wondered about the familiar faces he once knew and whether they harbored resentment towards him. Such thoughts filled Lin Xuan with a sense of unease. Chapter 82. Did Jin Shi become Lin Xuan's disciple? After a night of rest, Lin Xuan devised a series of welfare benefits and regulations for the Lin family. The welfare provisions saw a substantial increase. First, each member of the 3rd generation of the Lin family would receive resources 5 times greater than before. Second, every member of the 3rd generation could now study up to 6th grade martial arts, and through their performance, they might even be rewarded with martial arts of a higher grade. Third, each member of the 3rd generation was eligible to receive high-tier weapons and various elixirs and medicinal materials to aid in their cultivation. Fourth, the younger generation of the Lin family could complete designated family tasks to earn task points, which they could exchange for various resources. Although the benefits had significantly improved, the responsibilities of the Lin family members had also increased considerably. They were expected to train diligently every day, Living as a carefree scion was no longer an option. The younger generation of the Lin family bore no complaints, understanding that with the enhancement of their benefits came the expectation of greater effort. In the early dawn of Lingwu City, the Lin family's martial training grounds were already bustling with over 10 young members diligently practicing. It was not just the younger generation. The second generation of the Lin family also had to resume their cultivation under the supervision of Lin Yang and Yuan Ying. The Lin family was poised for revitalization, determined to elevate their standing significantly over the next 6 months. In the corners stood Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, and Lin Wu, observing the diligent training of the younger generation with nods of satisfaction. "Ah, my third brother, this time our Lin family truly feels different," Lin Xuan remarked with a beaming smile. "I share the same sentiment. I sense that I am on the verge of breaking through to the great Yuan Dan realm. Ever since your 60th birthday, my progress has seemingly accelerated," Lin Wu chimed in, appearing rejuvenated, his voice resonating with vigor. "That's splendid news. Young Lin Yang is nearing a breakthrough to the late stage of the minor Yuan Dan realm, and with you, my second brother, advancing as well. It's truly a double blessing," Lin Xuan replied cheerfully. "Not just Lin Yang, several from the second generation have also made breakthroughs recently, and even more from the third generation. It's astonishing." Lin Wen chuckled, stroking his beard, his smile becoming increasingly exuberant. "Indeed, breakthroughs are undoubtedly a positive development," Lin Xuan remarked with a faint smile, pleased to witness such progress. The concept of fortune, though ethereal, undeniably holds a tangible presence. Initially, the Lin family operated at a red-tier status, with Lin Yang struggling at the 9th level of the opening Yuan for 3 years, while Lin Xuan himself was stuck in the mid-stage of the great Yuan Dan realm. Now, however, the family's fortune has ascended to a yellow-tier lower grade, making breakthroughs considerably easier for most members. Third brother, the Lin family has indeed found its footing. However, with the upcoming great competition among the 18 prefectures in over half a year, we must strengthen our capabilities, I inquired. And it seems that among the younger generation under 18, some can reach the minor Yuan Dan realm. It's truly terrifying, Lin Wen exclaimed in astonishment. The notion of an 18-year-old achieving the minor Yuan Dan realm was unfathomable to him. Lin Wu shared his disbelief, realizing that without comparison, one cannot appreciate the gravity of the situation. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, contemplating how these two would react if they knew that his little disciple had attained the 3 realms of the divine at just 18. "Rest assured, I am aware of this. If their strength is lacking, it would be embarrassing for them to participate. I will ensure they receive the best training to uphold the Lin family's prestige," Lin Xuan stated with a smile. To elevate the Lin family's status is to contend for fortune. What could be more rewarding? Suddenly, a young member of the family rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, there is a young man named Jianxi seeking an audience." The 3 were taken aback. What brought Jianxi to their doorstep? Lin Chang'an and Linfan also paused their training, equally puzzled by his arrival. "Very well, I understand," Lin Xuan replied with a slight nod, heading towards the entrance. Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan followed suit, with others curiously trailing behind them to witness the unfolding events. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Jianxi standing alone outside the Lin residence, exuding an air of melancholy. "Jianxi, it truly is you," Lin Chang'an called out with a smile upon recognizing him. When Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan were besieged by 5 individuals, it was Jianxi who stepped forward to provide assistance. Both Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an held a favorable impression of Jianxi. "What brings you to our Lin family?" Lin Xuan inquired with a hint of detachment. Firstly, the Lin family had no significant connection to the sword-begging sect. Secondly, Jianxi had little to no ties with the Lin family, and it could be argued that he and Lin Fan were not even friends at this point. "I have come here to seek guidance from Senior Lin and hope that you would accept me as your disciple," Jianxi proclaimed loudly, kneeling before Lin Xuan. The members of the Lin family were taken aback by this unexpected gesture. What is happening here? Even Lin Xuan, who had seen much in his time, was momentarily bewildered. Is he truly seeking to apprentice under our patriarch? Surely, he must be dreaming. Our patriarch is a top-tier expert in Hucking Prefecture. Those wishing to become his disciple must queue from Yunwu City to Hucking Prefecture. The younger generation of the Lin family whispered among themselves. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Jianxi's intentions. Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an were equally bewildered, unsure of how to respond. You could join the sword-begging sect, after all. Its leader is a formidable figure in the later stages of the transcendent realm. Why seek me from afar? Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. With unwavering determination, Jianxi replied, "I wish only to learn from the strongest, and I believe Senior Lin is the strongest of all, which is why I seek to become your disciple." Jianxi's words flattered Lin Xuan, yet he was not swayed by mere flattery. That reasoning is insufficient. Therefore, I must decline your request to take you on as a disciple, Lin Xuan said with a wry smile, turning to leave. The younger members of the Lin family exchanged glances as their patriarch walked away, and they too departed, murmuring under their breath. Lin Xuan and Linwu said nothing, for they held a certain fondness for Jianxi's character, yet they supported their younger brother's stance. As for Lin Chang'an and Linfan, they sighed in resignation. Linfan exhaled, Jianxi, my father is resolute. If he says he will not take on disciples, he truly will not. No, Jianxi is willing to kneel before the estate until Senior Lin accepts me as his disciple. Jianxi stubbornly insisted, remaining on his knees at the entrance. For 3 full days and nights, Jianxi continued to kneel before the Lin residence. The spectacle of a peculiar figure kneeling at the Lin family's doorstep spread throughout Lingwu City, becoming a topic of conversation among the townsfolk. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained unmoved. Despite the repeated attempts by Linfan and Lin Chang'an to persuade Jianxi to rise. On the 3rd night, a light rain began to fall over Lingwu City. The rain was not heavy, but it was piercingly cold, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. Nonetheless, Jianxi remained resolutely on his knees at the Lin estate. His head bowed slightly as if he were a lifeless statue, utterly unmoving. Ah, dear third brother, I observe that Jianxi is indeed a person of genuine character. He aided our Lin family last time, and with his remarkable talents, it would not be unreasonable to take him as a disciple, Linwu asserted, his straightforward nature revealing a hint of compassion. Lin Xuan shook his head slightly. The sword sect is not as simple as it appears on the surface. I am uncertain why Jianxi wishes to take me as his master, and I do not comprehend his true intentions. Therefore, I see no compelling reason to accept him as my disciple. After sipping his tea, Lin Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Lin Xuan, striving for rationality, interjected. Your words hold merit, third brother. Jianxi possesses a sect and qualifications, affording him numerous opportunities for mentorship. Yet, he has chosen you, which is indeed rather peculiar. Lin Xuan gradually set down his teacup. Let him kneel. Let us see how long he can endure. I am not convinced that the sword sect remains entirely passive in this matter. As 4 days passed, Jianxi continued to kneel before the Lin residence. The family members grew accustomed to his presence, allowing him a modicum of space amidst their comings and goings. Despite his stubbornness, enduring 7 days and nights without food or drink garnered him considerable respect from the Lin family. His character was evident, as was his perseverance. On the 7th night, the door creaked open, revealing a little girl peeking out. Hey, aren't you hungry from not eating or drinking? I have scallion pancakes. The girl cautiously approached Jianxi, extending her small hand with the offering. Jianxi remained silent, merely casting a glance at the girl without accepting the food. Why are you so stubborn? Not eating will surely make you hungry. Whenever I go without food, I feel terrible, the girl chattered incessantly. When Jianxi did not respond, she sat beside him, continuing her monologue. Her name was Lin Luo, 12 years of age, the granddaughter of the late Lin Wuiyue. Due to their age difference, she found no suitable companions within the Lin household. Jianxi listened as Lin Luo chattered on. Luo, what are you doing? Lin Xuan inquired, his hands clasped behind his back as he stepped outside. Ah, third granduncle. I saw him not eating for 7 days, and I felt quite sorry for him, so. Lin Luo stammered slightly, her lips pressed together as she explained. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, ruffling Lin Luo's hair. You may return now. I wish to speak with Jianxi. All right, but wait, you take this scallion pancake, Lin Luo insisted, shoving the pancake into Jianxi's hands before lifting her green skirt and darting back towards the Lin residence. Jianxi stared at the scallion pancake in his hands, momentarily taken aback. After 7 days of fasting, and you are still merely at the opening essence stage. How much longer can you endure? Since Luo'er has offered it to you, you should eat, Lin Xuan remarked with a gentle smile. Does this mean you are willing to accept me as your disciple? Jianxi suddenly exclaimed with joy. Absolutely not, Lin Xuan promptly replied. Jianxi's eyes dimmed from their earlier brightness. I will not accept a disciple whose origins and intentions remain unknown to me. Lin Xuan regarded Jianxi for a long moment before turning and re-entering the Lin residence. Jin 11 is indeed remarkable, a natural-born swordsman. How could Lin Xuan not harbor a sense of admiration for such talent? Yet, as I have stated before, I shall not accept as a disciple anyone whose background is unknown. Elder, Jian wishes to recount his past. As Jian 11 observed Lin Xuan on the verge of entering the Lin residence, he felt an urgent need to express sincerity, lest he truly lose this opportunity. Just as Lin Xuan stepped into the house, he heard Jian 11's words and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Very well, come in. Within the Lin residence, Lin Xuan and his companions sat in the grand hall, with Lin Xuan and 2 others above, while Lin Yang and the trusted members of the Lin family occupied the lower seats. Only the true confidants of the Lin family were allowed in this place. Elder Lin, Jian 11, whose real name is Jian Huangtian, is the son of the master of the sword-forging manor. This proclamation was nothing short of astonishing. Apart from Lin Xuan, the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The sword-forging manor is a 7-star power, rivaling even the Eastern King's manor in influence. Lin Chong and Linfan couldn't help but feel astonished, realizing that their competitor was actually the heir of the sword-forging manor. Lin Xuan muttered the name of the manor and then softly inquired, "Who is Jian Xinshan to you?" Jian 11 was taken aback and then respectfully replied, "He is my father." Lin Xuan leaned back slightly in his chair. He had sensed a familiarity about Jian 11, and indeed, he was the son of an old acquaintance. "What has become of your father?" Upon hearing this, Jian 11's emotions surged. His teeth clenched audibly, revealing his profound agitation. "My father, he may have met with misfortune." The others gasped in shock. The master of the sword-forging manor had encountered calamity? 2 years ago, our manor faced a devastating disaster, turning the entire estate to ashes. Had I not been away at the time, Jian 11 might have perished as well. The members of the Lin family were once again taken aback. A 7-star power utterly annihilated. Such an entity, capable of standing at the pinnacle of the wilderness, had been obliterated, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief and lamentation. Lin Xuan had already heard from Gong Ling of the manor's destruction. The sword-forging manor had been reduced to rubble almost overnight, with a brutality that was nothing short of shocking. Gong Ling speculated that it was likely the work of a nefarious cult, drawn to the manor's unparalleled sword-forging techniques, possibly seeking to claim them for themselves. If they could destroy your sword-forging manor, their strength must be at least 9 stars. What use is it for you to seek me as your teacher? If I were to accept you as a disciple, the revelation to that mysterious force would surely endanger our entire Lin family. Lin Xuan's probing remarks prompted nods of agreement from everyone present, leaving Jian 11 momentarily speechless. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. So still one could hear a pin drop. Jian 11 exhaled deeply. It was indeed a lapse in his judgment. He had been solely focused on seeking guidance from Elder Lin, almost forgetting that he was a target in the eyes of that mysterious force. Should he become a disciple, it might truly bring calamity upon the Lin family. Jian 11 offered his sincere apologies. Jian Shi gritted his teeth and bowed in apology, preparing to leave the Lin family. Chapter 84. Taking on a disciple. Can Jian Shi grow stronger through this? As he observed Jian Shi's departing figure, Lin Xuan could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. After all, humanity is imbued with emotion, and Lin Xuan himself was particularly sentimental. In the past, he had forged a deep friendship with Jian Xinshan at the Jixia Academy, their bond spanning over a decade. Moreover, Lin Xian's Tianying sword had once been sold to him at a bargain by the Forging Mountain Manor. Very well, I shall not outright accept you as my disciple. You may become a named disciple of the Lin family, and you are welcome to cultivate here. However, all your cultivation resources and other necessities must be prepared by you alone. The Lin family will not provide them, for we are a family, not a charitable institution. Lin Xuan stated calmly. This was the utmost concession Lin Xuan could offer. Thank you, Patriarch, Jian Shi exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he immediately knelt before Lin Xuan. This gesture signified Lin Xuan's true acceptance. In the martial world, the bond between master and disciple is profoundly significant. In the vast wilderness, the relationship between a master and disciple is scarcely inferior to that of a father and son, and those who betray their masters are often scorned by society. Even though Jian Shi was merely a named disciple of Lin Xuan, any act of betrayal would lead to disdain, potentially jeopardizing his path to enlightenment. It is not merely a matter of stagnation in cultivation. Rather, the refinement of one's martial intent would be considerably compromised. All right, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, join Linfan and the others in their training. I shall treat you with the same fairness. Lin Xuan gently waved his hand, granting permission for everyone to exit. I understand. Jian Shi suppressed his excitement. Seeing Lin Xuan gesture for them to leave, Lin Yang and the others also understood and promptly exited, leaving only Lin Xuan and Jian Shi in the grand hall. Jian Shi, why do you wish to take me as your master? I am merely at the Tongxing realm. While your Forging Mountain Manor is a 7-star force, and yet it was annihilated, what benefit could possibly arise from apprenticing under me? Lin Xuan remarked. Reaching for a nearby teacup, Jian Shi, quick-witted, immediately stepped forward to pour tea for Lin Xuan. Ah, a promising disciple indeed. I perceive that master has concealed his true capabilities, Jian Shi said with an unusual smile. Oh, Lin Xuan halted the teacup midway to his lips, gazing at Jian Shi with a hint of curiosity. Master, when you flew with your sword, returning atop it, others may not have discerned it, but Jian Shi having grown up alongside swords, can see that you have already comprehended the essence of the sword path. Jianxi exclaimed, his eyes revealing unreserved admiration for Lin Xuan. The martial intent is a formidable weapon below the true martial god realm. Among cultivators of the same level, the disparity in battle prowess between those who have grasped the martial intent and those who have not can reach nearly threefold. Such is the terrifying nature of martial intent. Of course, the gap in martial intent can be bridged, yet the areas requiring improvement are vast. Indeed, your sword-casting manner truly embodies virtue, a love for swords, craftsmanship, and an understanding of the blade, much like your father in days gone by. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, sipping his tea, reminiscing about the past. Were you and my father old acquaintances? Jianxi inquired, puzzled, for sword-casting manner lay a vast distance away in the remote region of Yuzhou, 100,000 miles from Dongzhou, and Jianxi knew well that his father had never ventured to Dongzhou. Just some old tales, when your father and I were friends. You were yet to be born, Lin Xuan replied with a knowing smile. Jianxi, sensing the weight of bygone friendships and emotions, refrained from further questioning. Well, it is likely you possess something left to you by your father, so your future cultivation resources shall be your own responsibility. I shall not bear these burdens for you. Lin Xuan reiterated. Yes, master, I shall remember. Jianxi clasped his hands in respect. For Jianxi, being able to take Lin Xuan as a mentor and learn the ways of the sword was already a significant achievement. His quest for cultivation resources was secondary. All right then. You may take your leave, Lin Xuan concluded. By the way, what is your current realm? Lin Xuan, unable to discern Jianxi's strength entirely due to his concealed aura, could only surmise it to be above the 7th level of Kaiyuan. The 8th level of Kaiyuan. Jianxi responded earnestly, without a hint of concealment. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and waved his hand. Jianxi nodded and exited the hall. Within the hall, Lin Xuan remained, propping his head on his hand, lost in thought. Jianxi, congratulations, it seems we are family now. Outside, Linfan and Lin Xuan awaited, greeting Jianxi warmly upon his emergence. Observing the smiling faces of Linfan and Lin Xuan, Jianxi felt an unexpected warmth surge within him, a sensation he had not experienced in 2 years. The notion of family stirred something within him anew. Come, Xi. From now on, train with us. Our cultivation will surely not disappoint you, Linfan said, patting Jianxi's shoulder with a grin. I still owe you thanks from the last time. This time, I wish to express my gratitude personally. Also, I challenge you. Lin Xuan chimed in, jovially draping an arm around Jianxi's shoulders, exuding familiarity. While the others were not well acquainted with Jianxi, they welcomed him warmly, for he was a genius. And associating with such talent, despite the inevitable challenges, would inspire progress. In no time, with the encouragement of Linfan and Lin Xuan, Jianxi quickly bonded with the younger generation of the Lin family. Congratulations, host, on accepting a blue-level child of fortune as a disciple. Your personal fortune has been elevated to green-level lower grade. Rewards, superior grade spiritual martial arts, unmatched sword technique, and a sword embryo. Lin Xuan suddenly paused, astonished. Is this truly possible? Can accepting disciples enhance one's strength? For a moment, Lin Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Lin Xuan still remembers that the system he had, which was delayed by several decades, was known as the martial arts system. Its purpose was to assist him in becoming the strongest genius in the divine sky continent. However, he now feels that this system has strayed along with his advancing age. At 60 years old, he hardly feels like a genius. And it seems the system has also adjusted to his age. High-grade spirit-level martial arts, the unmatched sword technique? Lin Xuan murmured to himself. What a splendid treasure. High-grade spirit-level martial arts are exceedingly precious resources, even in the Jixiao Academy, where he, as the beloved disciple of the wine master, was not qualified to peruse them. Moreover, in the Huaqing prefecture, he had not heard of any family possessing high-grade spirit-level martial arts. This martial art comes at a most opportune moment for Lin Xuan. After all, the only sword technique he can currently wield is the Celestial Shadow Spirit Sword Technique, while the Four Seasons Sword Technique has begun to lag behind his pace. His self-created morning and evening dust technique still lacks refinement, and he has nearly perfected the Celestial Shadow Spirit Sword Technique. The unmatched sword technique arrives just in time. As Lin Xuan assimilated the unmatched sword technique, its sword manual flashed vividly in his mind. The unmatched sword technique, which cultivates the essence of unmatched sword intent, possesses an unparalleled power. Once mastered, a single sword can cleave mountains and rivers. The reputation is indeed impressive, warranting study. After examining the unmatched sword technique, Lin Xuan turned his attention to another reward. A sword embryo? This was something he had never encountered before. Upon delving deeper, even Lin Xuan's steadfastness faltered as he drew a sharp breath. The sword embryo is, astonishingly, the very embryo of the heart of sword Dao. The heart of sword Dao is an exceptionally rare treasure, so scarce that it is akin to a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn among countless sword cultivators. Those who possess the heart of sword Dao exhibit an astonishing affinity for swords, with reports suggesting that their comprehension of sword intent is over 10,000 times simpler than that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, their mastery of sword techniques is remarkably swift, and the power of their sword strikes far surpasses that of others. Lin Xuan had perused the history of the Great Wilderness Empire for a millennium and found no mention of a heart of sword Dao. However, other nations have recorded instances of individuals who comprehended sword intent at the age of 16, striking fear into the hearts of many. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was truly the first time he felt such exhilaration. The heart of sword Dao, a legendary entity, although he only held the embryo. It could still be nurtured into a complete heart of sword Dao. The sword embryo slowly entered Lin Xuan's brow, merging into his consciousness. The sword embryo requires neither essence stones nor rare treasures. It simply needs sword intent for nurturing. Fortunately, Lin Xuan possesses sword intent in abundance. As the sword embryo integrated into his consciousness, Lin Xuan exhaled slowly. In that fleeting moment, his sword intent experienced a monumental enhancement, reaching a formidable second level. The realm of martial arts intent is graded into 5 distinct levels. The first realm signifies the initial awakening of the artistic conception. The second realm embodies the integration of self within that conception. The third realm delves into the nuances of the artistic essence. The fourth realm reaches the pinnacle of perfection. And the fifth realm transcends into a divine understanding. At present, Lin Xuan has attained the second realm, the integration of self, a remarkable accomplishment in the path of swordsmanship. This step is one that the vast majority of cultivators who have grasped the martial arts conception may never touch upon throughout their lifetimes. As Lin Xuan withdrew his divine powers and felt the robust energy coursing through him, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, a delightful surprise. 7 days later, after solidifying his swordsmanship conception, Lin Xuan stepped out of his chamber, while Linfan and others had already commenced their training with Jianxi. Jianxi performed admirably, showing an exceptional understanding of the sword, truly deserving of being recognized by the system as a blue-tier individual of fortune. Even without Lin Xuan's guidance, his achievements in life would undoubtedly be remarkable. According to the system's classification, yellow-tier fortune is already commendable, let alone blue-tier fortune, which is an entire 3 tiers higher. Linfan, you all proceed with your training. Jianxi, come with me, Lin Xuan called out to Jianxi enthusiastically. Jianxi was elated. After 7 days, his master was finally ready to impart his swordsmanship. Linfan and the others said little, as most of them trained with different weapons. And the few from the Lin family who practiced swordsmanship had no need for Lin Xuan's direct guidance at this time. Jianxi followed Lin Xuan to the back mountain. Demonstrate your sword technique. Let me observe your mastery of the sword, Lin Xuan instructed, settling down upon the thick branch of a grand tree. Yes, master, Jianxi nodded, retrieving a long sword of the 9th grade from his storage pouch. A weapon of considerable quality, rivaling the legendary Shuilong sword auctioned previously. Whirlwind sword net. With a soft command, Jianxi swung his long sword, summoning a protective aura that extended several meters around him. The sword danced with precision, weaving a formidable sword energy net, quite commendable indeed. Whirlwind sword thrust. Complementing the previous binding technique, this move surged into the sword net, creating a harmonious synergy. Lin Xuan nodded appreciatively. At this age, Jianxi's comprehension of the sword was already quite impressive. I have discerned your strengths and weaknesses. Henceforth, you shall wield only this sword I provide, Lin Xuan declared, producing a wooden sword from his storage pouch and tossing it to Jianxi. Jianxi hurriedly caught the wooden sword, gazing at it, momentarily lost in contemplation. This wooden sword must not be allowed to break. If it shatters, you shall fail. Should you fail even once, I shall impose a punishment upon you, Lin Xuan stated sternly before departing the back mountain, without a glance back. Jianxi stared at the wooden sword for a long while. Just as he began to channel his energy, he realized that doing so caused the wooden sword to tremble and emit cracking sounds. Oh, it seems I must first master my own energy, Jianxi murmured to himself, a flicker of determination appearing in his eyes. After imparting his teachings to Jianxi, Lin Xuan returned to the training grounds, where he provided targeted training for Lin Chang'an, Lin Ao, and others, equipping them with suitable martial arts knowledge. Especially the spoils that Lin Xuan obtained from the 2 elderly men, the martial arts technique of Lingwu, Lin Xuan directly bestowed upon Lin Chang'an, Lin Ao, and others. Jianxi also took up the study of this martial technique. Jian Shi's swordsmanship emphasized speed, and he had never engaged in physical training, believing it unnecessary. However, Lin Xuan insisted that Jian Shi acquire the martial arts technique. Many sword cultivators focus solely on swordsmanship without cultivating their bodies, which is not without merit. For those who master their craft can achieve greatness. Yet, in Lin Xuan's view, one must first cultivate the body before pursuing other skills. As the body is the foundation of all things, Jian Shi, though somewhat perplexed, began to practice the Baowu martial technique. As for Linfan and the others, upon learning they could study Lingwu, they were filled with excitement and immediately immersed themselves in practice. Even though their proficiency remained rudimentary, the physical training proved immensely beneficial, serving as preparation for the future. Linfan was the first to succeed, followed by Lin Xuan and then Lin Ao. In just over 10 days, Lin Xuan and Lin Ao experienced significant transformations. Under Lin Xuan's guidance, Lin Xuan's martial arts became more refined. He acquired a greater breadth of knowledge. The younger generation made remarkable progress as well. The Lin family was rapidly ascending at a terrifying pace within the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, one of the few 9-star forces in the empire, deserving of the title of a colossal entity within the empire. Even the flourishing divine sect was reluctant to provoke the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Atop the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, a woman sat gracefully, her beauty reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, yet as pure as pear blossoms, captivating in a way that transcended millennia. Sister, Gong Ling approached slowly, calling out softly. The woman's lips curved into a smile, and with a delicate flick of her alabaster finger, a pear blossom flew forth. You have returned. How do you feel? The woman turned, her gaze akin to flowers in the moonlight. Gong Ling smiled gently. Sister, I have already met him. The woman shivered slightly, her lips parting as if she had 1,000 words to express, yet she was at a loss for where to begin. Is he well? Rest assured, sister. He is thriving. He has led the Lin family to become one of the premier families in Huqing Prefecture, and he himself is unparalleled there. Gong Ling responded with a smile. The woman nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her features, relieved to hear of Lin Xuan's well-being. Observing her sister's thoughts of Lin Xuan, Gong Ling pursed her lips and continued, Sister, I also met his son, named Linfan. Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze fell slightly, and the brightness in her eyes dimmed. Sister, he is already married and has children. His son is around 16 or 17 years old. Gong Ling wished to offer counsel, but found herself at a loss for words. The woman let out a gentle sigh, turning to gaze at the scenery of the imperial capital, her faintly rosy eyes revealing a hint of sorrow and resentment. As long as he is well, by the way, will he attend the 300th birthday celebration of the wine sovereign? The woman inquired further, her tone still laced with a trace of anticipation. Gong Ling let out a sigh, feeling as though her elder sister had been poisoned. He had indeed mentioned that he would come. Did he have anything he wished to convey to me? There was something. He stated that they would ultimately meet again. Is that so? That seems quite agreeable. For a moment, both fell into silence. Gong Ling was still contemplating what to say when a figure clad in white approached slowly. President, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence. Upon hearing the title of Crown Prince, the woman's gaze remained as tranquil as a deep well, before she finally uttered a few words. Please inform His Highness that I am occupied with pressing matters these days and will not have the time to instruct him. Understood. I shall relay your message. The white-clad attendant nodded and descended from the lofty building. Having accompanied her sister for so long, Gong Ling naturally understood the Crown Prince's sentiments. Sister, there is no need for further elaboration. I am fully aware of my own thoughts. Very well. The attendant exited the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and made his way to the main hall. Within the hall, a striking young man clad in a yellow robe sat comfortably. Your Highness, our president has conveyed that she is preoccupied with significant affairs and thus, you will have to pursue your training independently. The young man's expression momentarily fell, yet he quickly regained his composure. Very well, please inform my master that I shall await her return. The nature of this waiting was uncertain. Whether it pertained to her return to instruct him or something else entirely remained ambiguous. Half a year later, the family grand assembly had passed, and the Lin family, having emerged victorious, had naturally reaped abundant resources. The once coveted mines, previously held by the Chui and Sun families, were now allocated to the Lin family. Lin Xuan was unreserved in claiming these resources, acquiring 7 or 8 large mines in one fell swoop. Through these mines, the Lin family's monthly income had surged to over 10 times its previous figure. Experiencing the benefits of these mines elucidated why the disparities among families continued to widen. Though the Chui and Sun families were reluctant, they fell silent when Lin Xuan decisively defeated the elder of the Sun family. From that point onward, no one dared to question the Lin family's supremacy. The Lin family had undeniably ascended to the status of a first-tier family, capable of overshadowing even second-tier families. Today, the Lin residence was particularly lively, adorned with colorful decorations, radiating a joyful atmosphere, as it marked the 70th birthday of Elder Lin Xuan. As one of the foremost families in Lingwu City and even in the Huqing Prefecture, the celebration for the elder's birthday was destined to be lavish. Families from all over Lingwu City arrived to present their congratulations. Not only from Lingwu City, but also numerous powerful families from the entire Huqing Prefecture hastened to celebrate the elder's milestone. Who in Huqing Prefecture was unaware of the Lin family's might in Lingwu City? Although the Lin family was merely a first-tier family, they were already recognized as one of the most formidable families in Huqing Prefecture. The combined efforts of the Sun and Shui families could not even make a dent in the Lin family's strength. Ha ha ha, congratulations, congratulations. We extend our heartfelt wishes to Elder Lin on his 70th birthday. May his fortune be as boundless as the Eastern Sea and his longevity rival that of the Southern Mountains. The Fang family from Shuiyun City presented a 7th-tier weapon as a gift of celebration. Congratulations to Elder Lin on achieving new heights in strength. The Chen family from Mayun City extends their heartfelt wishes to Elder Lin, while countless guests present their gifts and sincerest blessings. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, please come in. Lin Yang, Lin Xuan, and Lin Hai, the second generation, naturally take on the role of welcoming the arriving guests. Elder Lin Yang's prowess has indeed increased. It seems that the great Yuan Dan realm is within reach. Truly, the second elder is a testament to the saying that a tiger does not father a dog. Ha ha. Elder He, you jest. I still have a ways to go before I can match my father. Lin Yang laughed heartily, not denying that he was nearing the great Yuan Dan realm. The second generation of the Lin family has nearly all reached the minor Yuan Dan realm, with Lin Yang standing out as the pinnacle of his generation, currently at the apex of the minor Yuan Dan realm, just half a step away from the great Yuan Dan realm. Yuan Ying and Lin Feng follow closely behind, both in the late stages of the minor Yuan Dan realm. As for Lin Xuan and Lin Wu, they have also broken through to the great Yuan Dan realm, thanks to Lin Xian's generous expenditure of Yuan stones. The number of guests is truly overwhelming. Fortunately, the Lin family estate has been expanded. Otherwise, accommodating so many visitors would have been quite a challenge. The Xiao family from the city lord's residence has arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, announcing the arrival of the Xiao family, led by the venerable Elder Xiao Shana. Oh, Elder Xiao, we have long awaited your arrival. Please, come inside. Upon seeing the Xiao family, Lin Yang and the others appeared even more amiable, as the two families were originally allies. Although the Xiao family may not hold the same standing as the Lin family now, the Lin family members extend their utmost respect to the Xiao family. Elder Xiao, witnessing such reverence from Lin Yang and the others, felt delighted, and his demeanor appeared notably more vibrant. Other families watching this scene couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards the Xiao family, who had indeed shared trials with the Lin family. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has arrived. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce from Huqing Prefecture has come. Although they were not represented by Shin Ao in person, sending a representative speaks volumes of their regard for the Lin family. Now, those who previously doubted the Lin family's strength have been silenced. Huqing Prefecture, the Shangguan family has arrived. Another wave of cheers erupted. Many families from Huqing Prefecture have come, and the Shangguan family, as one of the three prominent families, gracing the Lin family with their presence is indeed a significant honor. More importantly, the head of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Jian, has come.